This audiobook contains 12 censored sentences and 75 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Whispers spread quickly. Are we going alone? Did they cancel it? Is this some kind of trap? Ahem. Professor Ellen S. voice cut cleanly through the noise. Every head turned toward her. She stood atop the central platform, hands folded behind her back, coat fluttering lightly in the breeze. Her eyes briefly swept over the class before lingering on Gray for half a second longer than necessary. For those of you wondering where the other classes are, she began smoothly. I neglected to mention one small detail. A few students groaned. This dungeon crawl is a competition between classes. The murmurs grew louder. A competition? Against the other three? How are we supposed to measure that if we're all in the same labyrinth? Ellen raised one hand, and silence returned. We will be using the St. Grade Mirror Dungeon. A faint ripple passed through the array behind her as she spoke. With its capabilities, we have replicated the same Great Grandmaster Grade Labyrinth 3 additional times. Each class will enter its own mirrored instance. So, same dungeon, same boss, identical structure, identical monster scaling, identical resources, Ellen confirmed. Meaning, clear time and survival rate decide the ranking. Correct. What about resource acquisition? Another student raised his voice. Collected materials will be evaluated. Efficiency, coordination, leadership, casualty count, and final boss execution speed will all factor into your score. Ellen curved faintly. The weight of that settled over them. A few students laughed nervously. Do they know we have Gray? Someone whispered. They're doomed, another replied under their breath. Ellen glanced at Gray once more after hearing those comments. And then, she continued. Each class believes they possess the strongest leader. Her tone held something sharp beneath it. Prove them wrong. The formation behind her began to glow brighter, intricate runes lighting up in layered circles across the battleground. Prepare yourselves, she continued calmly. The mirror will synchronize in 3 minutes. The air grew heavier as spatial energy started gathering, and a hint of excitement replaced the faint look of fear in their eyes. After all, with the plan that Gray had advised them, there's no way they wouldn't be able to get first place. Swish! A few moments later, the world folded. There was no sensation of movement, no wind or sound. One moment, the open sky stretched above them, and the next, darkness pressed in from every direction, carrying the faint metallic smell of concentrated mana. The dungeon exhaled around them. Stone walls rose on all sides, carved by neither hand nor tool, but shaped by raw geological pressure and centuries of mana saturation. Faint, bioluminescent moss clung to the upper ridges of the passage, casting everything in a dim, cold blue-green light. The floor was smooth in some places, cracked, and uneven in others. Somewhere further ahead, something dripped with a rhythm that felt almost intentional. The Phoenix class landed as a unit, their footing solid, and their swords were already drawn or their staffs already raised. No one panicked. Gray had spent the 30 minutes well. He stepped forward, turning to face them, and before anyone could speak, he was already moving. Renette, Sola, Vivienne. 3 girls snapped to attention from the left cluster. Vanguard unit. Forward pressure and active threat detection. Renette, your Earth affinity means you're reading ground vibrations before anything round a corner. I want you calling out movement the moment you feel it, not after you see it. Sola, Vivienne, you're flanking her on both sides. Blades stay drawn. Nothing reaches Renette without going through one of you first. The 3 moved without a word exchanged between them, stepping into formation at the front of the group with the kind of efficiency that came from completely trusting the person giving the orders. Daria, Clem yodeled. A second trio separated from the crowd. Mid-range suppression. You're the buffer line between Vanguard contact and the main body. Daria, your fire output is the highest in this tier, so if something breaks through the front, you're already casting before it clears Renette's position. Clem, area denial. Use your barrier magic laterally, not just as a shield wall. Make the passage itself work against them. He glanced at the third. Yold, I want precise, single-target spell work. Pick the threats Daria's wide cast miss and put them down cleanly. Yold's fingers curled around her catalyst staff, and she nodded once. Thessaly, Orin, Ren. 3 more stepped forward from near the center of the group. Healing and mana support. Ren, you're the stationary anchor for the main body. Set your recovery field and keep it running. Thessaly, you're mobile, meaning I want you moving between squads and not waiting to be called. If someone is burning mana too fast or taking hits they shouldn't be taking, you're already there before they ask. Orin, conservation. You're watching consumption across the entire group. The moment anyone's reserves drop below a threshold that concerns you, you tell me. Not them. Me. Understood, Orin said quietly, her eyes already moving across the assembled class with a measuring, clinical attention. Melis. She was already beside him. Not because she had moved just now. She had drifted to his side somewhere between the second and third squad assignments, so naturally and so quietly that only Cassandra, standing a few paces to the left, had visibly noticed it happen. Gray glanced at her sidelong. Close-range offensive. You're with me. The corner of her mouth curved by a fraction. As I should be, she said, her voice carrying the soft, satisfied tone of someone who had expected exactly that answer. Cassandra's gaze remained perfectly level. Cassandra. She met his eyes without shifting her posture. Roving command and battlefield overview. You move freely across all squads and feed information back to me in real time. If a unit is struggling before I've seen it myself, I want to hear it from you first. You have full authority to redirect any non-squad member in the auxiliary group as you see fit. She inclined her head once, and something in her expression settled into the particular kind of calm that came not from indifference but from focus. Seraph. Sarah stood at the far right of the group, already angled slightly toward the passage behind them, as if she had known what was coming. Rear anchor. Full autonomy. Anything that tries to follow us from behind is yours to handle however you decide is appropriate. She didn't answer with words. She simply turned completely to face the back passage and drew her sword, and the matter was closed. The remaining students, 11 in total, filled auxiliary and flexible roles that Gray had already assigned during the briefing at the academy. They distributed themselves accordingly without being told twice. Within the span of barely 2 minutes, what had arrived as a crowd was now something else entirely. Gray looked at them once more, and then he turned toward the passage ahead and started walking. At the same time, Ellen stood before the mirror dungeon-esque portal, her arms folded loosely behind her back, her gaze fixed on the softly pulsing surface of the gateway. The runes along its edges cycled through their synchronization sequence at a steady, unhurried pace, confirming that all 4 mirrored instances had received their respective classes without incident. She exhaled quietly through her nose. 32 students. Not a single complaint about formation assignments. A faint trace of delight crossed her face before it settled back into its usual, composed neutrality. He really did prepare them properly. The battleground around her was empty now. Just open stone, fading formation lines, and the low, ambient hum of the portal doing its work. But strangely, the wind had died. Ella noticed that first, all at once, as if the air itself had simply decided to stop. The banners along the arena's upper edge, which had been snapping steadily against the breeze moments ago, now hung perfectly still. Her eyes narrowed behind her glasses as she suddenly felt 2 creepy auras closing in. Unmistakably, irreversibly wrong in the way that only one classification of entity could feel wrong at a fundamental level. Demon. Swish. A sudden barrier dropped into place a half-second later. It didn't fall from above or rise from the ground. It simply appeared, as if it had always been there, and the world had only just remembered it. Invisible to the eye, impenetrable to mana's sense beyond its boundary, a perfect sphere of isolating energy that swallowed the entire battleground whole and cut it cleanly from the rest of the world outside. The academy was 30 meters away. It might as well have been 30,000. Ellen stood very still for exactly 1 second, and then her posture completely changed as the polite, faintly exasperated expression that her students knew and the glasses she adjusted when she was choosing her words carefully, all of it dissolved. What replaced it was something that had no business existing on the face of someone who spent her days correcting students' mana circulation forms and grading practical examination reports. It was cold in the way that deep water was cold. Through 'em, killing intent poured off her like heat from a forge that had never once been allowed to cool. It flooded outward in every direction simultaneously, blanketing the enclosed battleground in a weight so absolute that the stone beneath her feet developed hairline fractures from the sheer ambient pressure of it. The air turned thick and immovable as the temperature dropped several degrees in an instant. A King Realm cultivator, had one been standing anywhere within that radius, would not have had the opportunity to be frightened. The pressure alone would have killed them before they could even feel a shred of fear. Ellen did not move from where she stood. "Come out," she said. Whoop! At her words, two figures descended from above the barrier's upper edge, dropping without hurry into the enclosed space of the battleground, as if arriving at somewhere they had already decided belonged to them. They landed on opposite ends of the arena with the theatrical spacing of people who had rehearsed this entrance and found it satisfying. Both wore the layered dark mantles of demon operatives. Their faces were partially obscured with the faint crimson tracery of demonic mana visible along the exposed lines of their forearms. They were just mid-tier by the shape of their auras, confident in the way that people were confident when they believed the gap between themselves and their target was wide enough to be comfortable. The one on the left spoke first. "Oh ho ho! A low, rolling laugh built in his chest before spilling out with the kind of leisurely amusement that suggested he had already decided how this conversation would end. "Professor Ellen of the Phoenix class. What an honor. Truly, we expected you to panic a little more," the second one added from the right, his own smile audible even through the partial concealment of his hood. Most people, when they feel a containment barrier of this gray drop around them, tend to at least flinch. "You're very composed for someone in your position. We're reasonable beings," the first continued, spreading one hand in a gesture of magnanimous good faith. "We have no quarrel with you. None at all. We're not here for the academy. We're not here for your students, and we're certainly not here for you." He laughed NCE again. "So there is really no need for this to become unpleasant." The second one tilted his head. "All we need is a single piece of information." He let the pause breathe for a moment, as if savoring the architecture of what he was about to say. "The eldest princess, Seraph. She was confirmed among your Phoenix class enrollment roster. We know she entered the dungeon moments ago." His tone remained light, almost friendly. "Tell us how to access the mirror instance she entered. Which anchor point, which synchronization frequency, which portal key is your academy using for the replication array?" He smiled widely. "Just that. And you walk away from this barrier with every bone exactly where it started." The first one laughed again at that, pleased by the phrasing. "Generous terms? No?" Ellen had not moved. She had not adjusted her glasses or anything. She had not looked between them or tracked their positions with the visible, reactive attention of someone recalculating their odds. She was simply standing there, in the center of the empty battleground, with that expression on her face and that pressure radiating outward from her like the first warning tremor before a mountain decided it was finished being a mountain. The laughter faded slightly as the silence stretched. "Professor, you have 10 seconds. Ellen stated. The first demon blinked. Sorry, to rescind the barrier. Her voice hadn't changed in pitch or pace. 10 seconds. After that, the terms of this conversation become mine." A second of silence asked. Then the second demon laughed, louder this time, the sound bouncing against the barrier's invisible walls with an echo that felt slightly too large for the space. "She is serious." He spoke to his companion. "Look at her. She is completely." 8 seconds, Ellen interrupted. The laughter stopped, for the first time since they had landed. Something changed in the quality of the air between the two demons. Not fear, not quite yet, but just a small phantom of it. The recognition that the pressure filling the enclosed space was not a bluff, was not a technique being performed for effect, and was not coming from someone who had any particular interest in negotiating. The first demon's south smile remained in place, but it had lost its ease. "You're one woman," he explained carefully, "and that barrier took the combined output of both of us to 5 seconds. Neither demon moved. Crack! The hairline fractures in the stone beneath her feet spread another inch in every direction. Chapter 235. Dungeon Crawl 3. The plan created was not complicated, but it demanded a certain precision of execution across every layer of the labyrinth that Gray had built it with that in mind. After analyzing Ellen's projection of the dungeon's structure, there were exactly 3 sections before the boss chamber. A 4th transitional stretch leading into the circular arena itself. Each section has its own terrain, its own threat density, and its own set of variables that need to be managed differently. The first section was the simplest, but also the most important to handle correctly. There were only early master-level creatures spread across wide stone corridors with moderate mana density and relatively stable visibility. The natural instinct for most classes would be to push through quickly, treating the first section as a warm-up and conserving energy for what came later. It was the obvious approach, and it was the wrong one. Gray's plan treated the first section as a harvesting ground for him, and because of that, he even changed a little bit of the properties of the Ring of Gluttony to just absorb the chi orbs into his inventory. Every creature carried chi orbs within their cores. Individually, each orb represented a negligible amount of energy, barely worth noting in isolation. But the first section of a great Grandmaster grade labyrinth of this scale meant volume. Dozens upon dozens of Master Realm creatures spread across branching passages and interconnected chambers, all of which had been clearly visible on Ellen's map. If they cleared it the right way, carefully, without leaving even one path untouched, they would gather a huge number of chi orbs from just that first section. For the Academy's scoring, thorough clearing also meant earning the maximum resource acquisition credit, which directly influenced their final grade. Here, the squads wouldn't team move one after another. They would move at the same time. Rather than moving as one body through a single path, Gray had divided the first section's branching corridors between 3 parallel sweeping formations, each built around one of the sword-wielding girls as its close-range anchor and supported by 1 caster for crowd control and 1 support for mana efficiency. They would sweep assigned branches simultaneously, compress their respective paths inward toward the central corridor, and reconverge at the section's transition point. The approach would cut the time spent in the first section by more than half compared to a linear sweep, while leaving nothing alive and nothing uncollected behind them. The second section required a different posture entirely. Peak Master to early Grandmaster creatures with pack coordination and basic ambush behavior meant that the parallel sweep approach had to collapse back into a unified front. Splitting the group further in narrow passages against tactically aware enemies was the kind of mistake that compounded quickly. Ellen's map had shown that the second section's corridors narrowed significantly compared to the first, with fewer branching paths and more choke points, which actually worked in their favor if the formation was correct. Gray had designed the second section's approach around controlled funneling. Vanguard draws contact at the choke points. The mid-range suppression layer saturates the kill zone before the pack can spread laterally. Nothing reaches the main body unless the Vanguard has already collapsed, and if the Vanguard collapsed. Cassandra's roving position meant the information reached Gray before the situation became irretrievable. The second section was where mana discipline mattered most, because the third section immediately after it offered no recovery window. The third section was where the real pressure began. Late Grandmaster creatures. The mana saturation should be thick enough to physically slow breathing. The map had shown that the third section's corridors opened back up into wider, cavern-like spaces. which sounded like a relief until you consider that wider spaces gave late Grandmaster entities room to use their abilities at full range. It also meant visibility dropped further as ambient mana interference thickened the air into something closer to fog. Gray's answer to the third section was simple and brutal. Speed. Not recklessness, but just speed. There was a difference. The longer the class remained inside the third section, the more mana each member would burn simply sustaining themselves against the environmental pressure, which left less available for actual combat. The optimal approach was to push through without stopping to engage anything that wasn't directly blocking the path, using the Vanguard's momentum to break contact before packs could fully form around them, and trusting the mid-range suppression layer to collapse any pursuit before it gathered into something dangerous. The resource yield in the third section was lower than the first two by design, so sacrificing thoroughness there for speed was not a loss on the scoring sheet. It was the correct trade, which left the boss chamber, 100 meters in diameter, in a circular form with mana vents along the walls, and no meaningful cover at all. 4 intermediate Great Grandmaster minions guarding the inner core, coordinated and responsive to the main Serpent's aura, and the Serpent itself at peak Great Grandmaster, carrying a Berserk phase that could push it briefly into the King realm if critically wounded or if its core was directly threatened. This was where the plan stopped being about the class and started being about Gray specifically. The minions had to be neutralized before any serious damage was dealt to the Serpent. That was an obvious first move. Injure the boss first, and all 4 minions entered a rage state simultaneously, turning a difficult 4-on-1 encounter into a chaotic 6-way engagement inside an open arena with no cover. Ellen's briefing had made the danger of that scenario clear enough that even the most eager members of the class had gone quiet when she described it. So the minions died first in pairs quickly. Gray had already decided he would handle that himself, while the class held a perimeter formation along the outer edge of the chamber, keeping the Serpent's attention fractured and buying him the time he needed. Melis would be his anchor during that phase, covering his flanks with gravity magic while he moved. Seraph would hold the chamber entrance to prevent anything from the third section from following them in. Once the minions were down, the Serpent's Berserk trigger became the central variable. A controlled Berserk was preferable to an uncontrolled one, if the Serpent entered the King realm on their terms. With the class already in a dispersed formation that minimized the blast radius of its amplified abilities, the 30-second minimum duration was survivable. 2 minutes was not something he planned to endure. The weak points Ellen had specified were the eyes, the inner jaw, and the joint beneath the third scale segment behind the head. The third scale segment joint was the one Gray was most interested in. A precise strike there at sufficient force wound just wound the Serpent. It would partially sever the connection between its upper body musculature and its constriction mechanism, limiting its most dangerous physical attack without triggering the core threat response that initiated Berserk mode. It required getting close, and it required the strike to land exactly where it needed to land, but if it worked, the Serpent's combat capability dropped significantly before the class ever needed to worry about the King Realm phase. He had no intention of letting it reach that phase at all. If anything, he would directly use Nine Thunder's Thunderclaw, even though it's merely a Grandmaster-level technique. It's also a flawless one. A flawless technique is a perfect technique whose strength is above its designated realm, reaching its limits, which meant that the Nine Thunder's Thunderclaw, despite only being a Grandmaster-level technique, had the strength of a great Grandmaster-level technique. Well, the core of the Serpent was the only thing he needed. Everything else, every resource, every mana stone, and blood essence fragment collected across all 3 sections could belong to the class. After all, to him, a king-level chi orb and core would definitely be the most beneficial thing, especially when he needs emperor-level chi orbs to awaken Jasmine's authority of destruction. You're scary. And why ask that? Gray replied inwardly. How come you came up with that plan after watching the dungeon's structure a single time? A mere mortal shouldn't be able to do something like that. Do you have anything to say about my plan? Not really. Considering the strength of your class, your plan perfectly checks every box. The only problem is whether they'll be able to follow your orders perfectly or not. Don't worry about. They will. Jasmine went quiet after that. And soon came a first test that Gray wanted to do. To test how cooperative the girls would be, he decided to start with the first group. Rionette, left branch. Solai, Vivian, hold center until they compress back. Understood. The group called out moved instantly. The first wave of Master Realm beasts rounded the far corner of the left corridor. A pack of 6, low to the ground, scaled fast. Their claws scraped against stone in a rhythmic, overlapping clatter that built into something almost like drumming before the sound was cut short entirely. Crack! Rionette's palm met the floor. The stone beneath the pack's footing buckled upward in jagged ridges, locking 3 of them mid-stride. The other 3 leaped over the disruption and closed the gap in an instant. Vivian was already there. Shing, whip, 3 clean cuts, and the bodies and teeth finished falling before she stepped past them to meet the next. On the right branch, Sola moved through her corridor like water, finding the path of least resistance, her sword trailing arcs of condensed mana that hit harder than they had any right to at her cultivation level. Boom! A larger beast suddenly slammed into her guard with its full weight. She didn't move backward and instead softly called, Daria. Already on it. Foom! A column of concentrated fire compressed into a single point caught the creature across its exposed flank, and it didn't get back up. Not bad. What do you think? I guess they're called genius in this world for a reason. Indeed. His lips curled up into a satisfied smile. Chapter 236. Dungeon Crawl 4. Neither demon moved. Ellen's hand rose slowly, and her fingers curled around the hilt of the rapier at her hip. The blade left its scabbard without a sound. It was a slender thing, almost delicate in appearance, the kind of weapon that looked decorative until the person holding it decided otherwise. No mana pulsed visibly along its edge or elemental affinity crackled at its tip. It simply existed in her hand, perfectly still, perfectly level, the way a needle was still before it passed through something. Time us up. The first demon moved. He crossed 30 meters in a fraction of a second, demonic mana erupting from his frame in a dense, suffocating wave as his fist came down in an overhead strike that would have leveled a section of the Academy's outer wall. Clang! Ellen's rapier was already there. The impact produced a shockwave that cracked every remaining intact stone tile across the battleground simultaneously. A ring of pure force expanding outward in all directions and flattening against the barrier's inner wall. She and T moved her feet. Waff, whip, whip, whip. 3 thrusts, each one faster than the last. Each one landed at a different pressure point along the demon's mana circulatory lines with the kind of precision that came from having mapped the demonic physiology so thoroughly that finding those points was no different from breathing. The first demon staggered backward, his left arm going partially numb, his mana flow interrupted in 3 separate junctions at once. The second demon arrived from behind her. Crack, boom. His strike detonated against a saint-level pressure field that had materialized around her, without her visibly constructing it. The explosion of colliding energies sent a pillar of displaced air screaming upward and hammering against the barrier's ceiling. Ellen turned, and her coat had shifted slightly from the pressure. You're attacking the joint points of my demonic body, the second demon snarled, his composure cracking at its edges for the first time. That's not standard swordsmanship. That's simply anatomical deconstruction. Ellen interrupted him. I've been refining it for 19 years. She stepped forward. At the Saint Realm, a single step carried the intent that lesser cultivators experienced physically. The pressure in the enclosed space redoubled, the air compressing so aggressively that visible distortion rippled outward from her position like heat haze rising from scorched earth. The first demon, still recovering his mana flow, raised both arms, and detonated a full-output demonic seal. A black and crimson lattice of compressed, destructive energy that expanded outward in every direction as a last resort area technique. Swish! The rapier moved once. A single horizontal line, drawn through the air at waist height. The demonic seal split cleanly down its center axis and collapsed inward on itself, its energy folding into harmless dispersion before it had traveled 3 meters from its origin point. The first demon stared at his own technique. S remains. That S, he started. Saint-level mana compression along a single edge. The second demon finished, his voice now stripped of every trace of its earlier amusement. For the first time since the barrier had dropped, something genuine moved behind his eyes. Fear. Actual, unperformed fear. She is not a mere saint, he told his companion. She is at the perfected saint realm. The information given to us was wrong. Ellen's rapier lowered to a resting angle at her side. I'll ask you once, she spoke in a cold tone. Who sent you? The two demons exchanged a glance. Whatever silent calculation passed between them took less than a second. Then they ran. Fulham, straight up, burning every reserve of demonic mana they had left into a single vertical escape vector aimed at finding a weak point in the barrier's upper boundary. Because staying inside the enclosed space with her for another 30 seconds was a conclusion neither of them was willing to reach. Ellen watched them rise with a cold sneer in HR eyes. At the early saint level, movement stopped being movement in any conventional sense. It became displacement, the simple fact of being somewhere other than where you were, with no observable transition between the two states. She was above them before they cleared 10 meters of altitude. The rapier came down in a single vertical thrust, and the shockwave that followed, it was not an explosion or a burst of elemental energy, but something quieter and infinitely more final. A column of pure, concentrated pressure that drove both demons back toward the ground like stones dropped from a great height. Boom! They hit the stone hard, cracks spreading outward from the impact points in jagged, overlapping lines. Neither of them got up immediately. Ellen landed beside them without sound, her rapier resting at the first demon's throat before he had finished processing what had happened. Her glasses caught the faint light of the barrier above. I'll ask again, she said pleasantly. The first demon, breathing hard, his demonic energy circulatory system in ruins across 4 separate junctions, looked up at her with the expression of someone who had made a severe, poor decision. The first demon's lips parted. Whatever calculation had been running behind his eyes finally reached its conclusion. And the conclusion was that the alternative to talking was considerably worse than talking. He drew breath to speak, but just then his hand moved toward his own chest. Ellen was faster. Fwhip! The rapier's tip traced a precise, shallow line across the meridian points of his right arm before he had completed the motion, and the arm dropped uselessly to his side. Every major mana channel along its length severed with a terrifying efficiency. He was crippled, not injured. She turned without pausing. The second demon had already begun the hand seal for a self-detonation sequence, his remaining demonic energy compressing inward toward his core in a specific pattern. Clang! Fwhip! Fwhip! 2 strikes. The first shattered the hand seal mid-formation. The second collapsed his core's compression reflex entirely, scattering the gathered demonic energy outward into harmless ambient dispersion before it could reach critical density. The second demon crumpled, his cultivation base locked, his body no longer responding to his intent. Ellen turned. She looked down at the two of them with the expression of someone who had simply crossed a minor administrative task off a list. No more interruptions, she said quietly. Now, the first demon looked at his useless arm, and, gritting his teeth, he opened his mouth to speak. Splurt. Both bodies suddenly detonated simultaneously, not from within, but as if something external had simply decided they were finished and acted accordingly. The remnants scattered outward in every direction in a radius that covered most of the battleground in an instant. Ellen was already surrounded by her passive force field. The dispersal wave broke against it without leaving so much as a stain on her coat. She stood in the center of what remained and said nothing for a long moment. Her eyes moved slowly across the scattered evidence. The self-detonation hadn't come from the demons themselves. Their cultivation bases had been fully sealed. They had been physically incapable of generating that kind of output on their own. Something else had ended them. Something that had been watching the entire exchange from beyond the Barrier S boundary. Patient enough to wait, powerful enough to act through an Emperor-level containment barrier without disturbing its outer surface, and deliberate enough to choose the exact moment when one of them was about to speak. Ellen's expression didn't change, but her grip on the rapier's hilt tightened. Damn it. She looked at the barrier above, still intact, still humming with the residual mana of two demons who no longer existed. A high-tier demon, operating with enough range and precision to detonate through a containment barrier without triggering its collapse. She let the rapier rest at her side. This is beyond my current level. Her gaze dropped to where the first demon had been lying. They were targeting Seraph for some reason, but besides her being the eldest princess, there wasn't anything that's special about her except her swordsmanship talent. And the demon realm wasn't the type to kill people who could turn into possible threats, which meant that it may have been the work of a high-tier demon, or someone who had contact with demons. Ellen turned toward the Academy's direction, her expression turning cold by the second. It seems the headmistress will need to act herself. Thud. The last Master Realm beast dropped without ceremony. Vivian pulled her sword free, rolled her shoulder once, and stepped back into formation without being asked. Silence settled over the first section's final corridor like dust after a collapse, broken only by the sound of steady breathing and the faint drip of water somewhere deeper in the stone. Rest, Grace said. No one argued. The girls dispersed into a loose perimeter along the widened junction they had reached. A natural cavity in a labyrinth-esque structure where three corridors converged into a broader space before narrowing again ahead. Enough room to breathe. Enough visibility in all directions that Seraph's rear anchor position could relax fractionally without compromising coverage. Weapons were kept drawn, but grips loosened. Orin moved quietly between her squad mates, checking mana reserves with a quick efficiency that didn't require asking. She would press two fingers lightly against a wrist, read the circulation, note the number somewhere behind her eyes, and move on without comment unless something concerned her. So far, nothing had. At the same time, Cassandra drifted towards Gray's side. First section clear in 14 minutes, she reported quietly. MHM. Gray nodded lightly. I was counting. She paused briefly. The plan said we'd lose time on the eastern branch because of the pack density Ella mentioned. We didn't Rionette read the vibrations early. They didn't get to form properly. She performed above what I expected. Cassandra considered that. She performed exactly what I expected, Gray replied. Cassandra glanced at him before sitting next to him, causing Gray to smile wryly. Wasn't our relationship supposed to be a secret? Currently, we're the leading pair of the group. So, it's simply natural for us to be together. If they ask, we can simply say that we were discussing something about the dungeon. Cassandra replied proudly. Gray looked at her for a moment. Then he looked away with the same wry smile. You've clearly been thinking about that justification for a while. I came up with it just now. Of course you did. Cassandra straightened slightly, her gaze moving forward with the composed dignity of someone who had absolutely not been thinking about it since the moment they entered the dungeon. The second section, Cassandra spoke after a moment. You're planning to push through it faster than you told them. It was a question. Gray glanced at her. The mana density is thicker than the survey report by the girl suggested. She continued, her eyes still forward. I noticed it at the boundary. If it scales at that rate through the second section, the third will be significantly harder on their reserves than your plan accounted for. So you'll compensate by shortening the second section's duration. Without telling them, she added, because telling them would make them rush, and rushing in coordinated pack territory is how you lose people. Gray said nothing for a moment, then quietly added, you'd have made a good strategist. Cassandra's expression didn't change, but her eyes showed a proud look. I know. Gray opened his mouth to respond, but he was interrupted. Through him. The ground moved. It was that violent, but it still made a few rocks shake, and the bioluminescent moss along the upper walls flickered. It could probably be just a small mana leakage by the dungeon-esque core, but then, through him. Then it came again, and stronger. Earthquake? The old earthquakes don't happen in a dungeon, Daria replied. That what is happening. Sola was as confused as them. Then the sound reached them. Boom. Crack. From the direction of the deeper sections, a rising cacophony of movement that resolved as it grew louder into the overlapping clatter of claws against stone, the scrape of scales, the percussion of dozens of bodies moving at speed through confined corridors, all of it converging, all of it heading in the same direction. The second section's entrance darkened. Then the first of them appeared, not charging toward the class or forming up in the coordinated pack patterns Ellen had described. They were running past, pouring through the junction in a frantic, disorganized torrent. Master Realm beasts and Grandmaster entities alike, their pack hierarchy completely dissolved, their tactical intelligence gone, replaced by a strange feeling of panic. Pure un ambiguous panic. They didn't even look at the girls standing along the junction walls. They ran past them as if the Phoenix class didn't exist, as if nothing in the dungeon existed except whatever they were running away from and wherever they were running to. Toward the boss's room. Every single one of them toward the boss's room. The class watched in collective silence as the stream of monsters continued. Silence returned. No one spoke for a moment. Rionette looked at her feet, then at the corridor ahead, then at Gray. What just happened? Rue asked carefully. Gray was already staring at the deeper passage, his eyes narrowing slyly. Spirit eyes, he started reading something in the quality of the mana current that had shifted dramatically in the past 90 seconds, thickening and pulling in a single direction like a tide, responding to something it had no choice but to respond to. He recognized what it was almost instantly. Swish! The dungeon's ambient energy was being pulled inward toward a single point, like water spiraling toward a drain. And only one thing required that massive amount of mana. The boss. He calmly spoke. He trying to break through to the King Realm. The junction went absolutely silent. Then, one by one, every pair of eyes in the Phoenix class went wide. Chapter 237, Dungeon Crawl V. The silence lasted another second before it broke. What do we do? Rionette asked. Gray, if the boss breaks through, Darius started. We'll be fighting a King Realm entity inside a closed dungeon. Yold finished, her voice flat. That's not an even fight, and more like a goddamn funeral. So what's the plan? Sola looked at him directly. Gray was quiet for a moment, his eyes still locked on the corridor. Then he turned around. We move now, before the breakthrough completes. His gaze swept across the group. A serpent mid-breakthrough is at its most vulnerable. Its attention is entirely inward. It can't afford to split focus between the ascension and a direct threat. A sneak attack, Cassandra said. Yes. And the beasts? Ren asked. They all just gathered in the same place. Every single monster from the first two sections is now sitting between us and the boss room. I know. That's a lot of bodies, Thessaly said carefully. I know, Gray said again. So how do we get through them? Orin asked. Gray looked at them for a moment. I'll draw them out. The junction went quiet again. Then everyone started talking at once. Absolutely not. Gray, there are hundreds of them. You can't bait an entire dungeon's worth of. That's insane, even for you. We go together, or we don't go at all. No. Meili's voice cut cleanly through the rest. Her eyes were fixed on him with an intensity that the others rarely saw directed at anyone. I'll go with you. You're not doing this alone. Neither of us is letting you, Cassandra began. Enough. Gray's cold voice interrupted Cassandra, causing every single girl who was thinking that his decision was bad to go entirely silent. He looked at them and coldly spoke. Do you want to die? No one answered him. Because that's what happens if we go in together, he continued in the same cold tone. Hundreds of panicked beasts packed into a confined space. A boss mid-ascension with its minions in a heightened response state, and a class that still needs mana reserves for the fight that comes after. He let that sit for exactly 1 second. You go in there with me right now, and half of you don't come back out. Is that what you want? There was complete silence as no one dared to speak. They knew he was the leader and needed to follow his instructions, but they also didn't want their leader to die. Melis gritted her teeth as she looked at Gray. She was looking at him with the expression of someone who had several things to say and had decided, for now, not to say any of them. Cassandra had gone very still. Seraph, at the back of the group, said nothing, but her eyes were on him with a quiet attention that was different from the others. I'll pull them out, Gray said, his voice returning to its normal tone. All of them, into the side corridors. You wait for my signal, then you move straight to the boss chamber. Clean path, no resistance. He looked across their faces one more time. By the time you reach the chamber entrance, I'll already be there. And if something goes wrong? Rue asked quietly. Nothing will go wrong, he stated firmly. Melis looked away first, her fingers tight around the hilt of her staff, saying nothing. Cassandra looked at him for a moment longer before finally speaking again. Signal us quickly, she said. It was a tea in agreement. Exactly. But it was the closest thing to it she was willing to give him right now. Gray nodded once, turned toward the deeper corridor, and walked into the dark alone. The moment he rounded the first bend and the junction's dim light no longer reached him, his expression changed. The calm remained. But something else also appeared, a less concerned emotion with the well-being of anything currently standing between him and the boss chamber. Finally, he thought. His fingers flexed at his side. Crackle. Thunder gathered silently at his fingertips. Let us see what the Nine Heavens Thunderclaw can do. He continued ahead, heading straight towards the third section without a single care for the world. After all, of them had rushed towards the boss's room. Grr! Cree-eye. Gray could hear them before he saw them. Hundreds of bodies packed into the wider cavern that bridged the second and third sections. The combined mass of every beast that had fled past them minutes ago was now clustered in agitated, restless groups around the boss chamber's outer approach. He walked toward them without slowing. The first beast noticed him at 30 meters, and almost immediately, "Grah!" it growled, causing every single one of the beasts to snap their head towards him. The cavernous noise shifted in a single instant from chaotic agitation into something focused and singular. Hundreds of sets of eyes locking onto the one human-shaped figure walking calmly toward them through the dark. And the collective sound that rose from them was low and building and enormous. Gray smiled, and then he turned and ran. "Come catch me, losers!" He even shouted in a mocking tone. Beasts at the Grandmaster realm and above had a considerable amount of intelligence, so yeah, they probably understood his shout. Grah, Cree-eye, Rower, Twack Twack, perfect. Knowing that they were following him, Gray increased his speed slyly and headed sideways, into the left branching corridor, deep into the section's narrower passages. Boom! Boom! The floor shook beneath the collective weight of their steps. Gray ran for exactly 40 seconds. Then he found what he wanted. A wide, vaulted intersection where 4 corridors met, the ceiling rising sharply to nearly 20 meters above the floor, the space broad enough that nothing would be able to claim it was cramped. He stopped in the center of it, and slowly turned around. The first wave of beasts rounded the corner at full sprint and flooded into the intersection like water through a broken dam. Gray raised his right hand. Crackle! The thunder at his fingertips, which had been gathering since he left the junction, stopped being patient. The air around his hand split open. The ambient mana in the immediate space around his raised arm physically fractured under the pressure of what was building there. Visible distortion lines spread outward from his fingers like cracks in glass as 9 distinct currents of lightning coiled around each other in a rotating, compressed formation that climbed from his wrist to his elbow and kept climbing. The beasts in the front of the horde slowed. Their instincts, which had overridden everything else moments ago, were now receiving a different signal entirely. Something that predated pack behavior territorial aggression, and every other learned response they carried. It was engraved on their instincts. Run, or you'll die. Unfortunately, it didn't get the chance. Nine Thunder's Thunderclaw. He brought his hand down. Crack! The technique left his palm and hit the ceiling of the intersection first, and for a single suspended moment, it simply existed there above them. A colossal claw shape rendered entirely in compressed lightning with 9 interwoven columns of thunder forming each of its 5 fingers. Each column had a different frequency, a different pitch, the whole structure radiating a pressure that made the stone walls of the intersection vibrate at their foundations. Then it came down. Problem dash. The sound wasn't an explosion, as it was too large and too total to be called that. It was the sound of 9 simultaneous thunderstrikes compressed into a single point of impact. The shockwave alone threw the outer edge of the horde backward into the corridors they had come from, bodies slamming against stone walls and hitting the floor hard. The inner mass, the several dozen beasts directly beneath the claw's impact zone, were driven into the ground by a force that cracked the intersection S floor in deep, branching lines radiating outward from the center like a shattered mirror. Boom! Crash! Thud, 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 thud. Bodies everywhere. Most of them were dead, but the ones that were still conscious were not moving, pinned beneath the claw's residual pressure field, their mana circulation systems shocked into temporary paralysis by the technique's electrical saturation. The ones at the edges were already trying to crawl back into the corridors. Gray lowered his arm as the thunder faded away from his fingertips. The intersection settled into a ringing, smoke-thick silence broken only by the sounds of several hundred deeply unhappy monsters trying to remember how their legs worked. He looked at them for a moment, and then he reached into his coat, retrieved a small communication crystal, and pressed it once. The signal pulsed outward. Now, crack! He turned toward the boss chamber's direction, stepping over a Grandmaster-class beast that made a weak, reflexive snap at his ankle as he passed, and kept walking. Behind him, somewhere in the direction of a junction, he heard the Phoenix class begin to move. That should keep them occupied for a while, he thought, his eyes already fixed on the direction of the distant pulse of the Serpent's mana, still mid-ascension. Proficiency 24-0? That is also a pleasant surprise. Gray added inwardly. If he used that technique one more time, it would finally reach its finally level of mastery, meaning that he had perfected it. Then, he could probably move into another technique, albeit not necessary for now, as he still had the soul-chasing extremities to train. That aside, I really need that Serpent's core. That way, I can feed my sword spirit. Thinking of that, he silently stroked the rapier on his waist. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about the 9-colored attributeless snake that he had gotten in the hidden section of that dungeon. Chapter 238, Dungeon Crawl 6. Meanwhile, the rest of the Phoenix class has finally reached the boss chamber, even standing at its entrance. The scale of it was different from what LNS projection had prepared them for. 100 meters of circular stone, mana vents, bleeding luminous vapor along the walls and slow pulses, the ceiling lost somewhere in the dark above. And at the center of it all was the mutant serpent. 50 meters of coiled, scaled mass, its body wrapped around itself in overlapping rings, its head lowered and pressed against the dungeon's core crystal, which pulsed an ugly, unstable crimson beneath it. The mutation was visible even from the chamber entrance. Its scales had partially separated along the spine, raw mana bleeding through the gaps in thin, volatile streams. Its eyes were surprisingly closed. "It's bigger in person," Thessaly said quietly. No one disagreed. The class held their position at the chamber entrance, pressed close to the wall, trying to hide their presence as much as they could. Their weapons were still raised, with their eyes moving across the space between them and the serpent. The 4 guardians were immediately visible. They were positioned at even intervals around the serpent's coiled body, surrounding it like a protective barrier. Each one of those creatures was at the intermediate Great Grandmaster realm. Even with the horde mostly cleared from the outer passages, these 4 hadn't moved. They and T chased Gray's bait as they seemed to be loyal to one thing only. Beyond them, scattered across the chamber's middle distance, a handful of surviving beasts from the outer sections had followed the serpent's pull and taken up loose positions near the mana vents. They weren't really dangerous compared to the Guardians, but enough to complicate movement across open ground. Gray's not here, Daria spoke, stating what everyone already knew. "He'll be here soon," Cassandra replied coldly. Her voice was even, but her eyes were calculating, moving across the chamber in the same way Gray's tended to. "The question is what we do before he arrives." "We could wait," Ren offered. "We can't. Just look at the core." They looked. The crystal beneath the serpent's head pulsed again, and this time the crimson bled further up the serpent's scales, a visible tide of ascending mana creeping toward its head in slow, unstoppable increments. "It's close," Yold muttered in frustration. "If it finishes the breakthrough before we interrupt it." She didn't finish the sentence, as she didn't need to. Meili stood slightly ahead of the group, her eyes moving between the four guardians with a cold, assessing attention. Her expression gave nothing away, but her grip on her staff had tightened. "Someone needs to make a call." The group went quiet. It was Rionette who looked toward the back of the group first. Then Daria. Then, one by one, several others. Seraph hadn't spoken since they entered the chamber. She stood slightly apart from the group, her sword drawn low at her side, her pale eyes moving across the chamber's layout. She noticed the stairs. For a moment, she said nothing, her gaze still on the chamber. Then she stepped forward. "The four guardians are the priority," she finally spoke. "We can't move on the serpent with them active. They'll respond the moment we deal meaningful damage, and we want to be able to manage all four simultaneously in open ground." Her eyes moved to the mana vents along the walls. "Use the vents. The vapor disrupts mana sensing at close range. Approach undercover. Engage simultaneously on signal. And the loose beasts between them and us," Thessaly asked. "Clear them quietly on the way in. No large techniques, though. Nothing that draws the guardians before we're in position." A brief silence. "That's," Daria started. "Workable," Cassandra finished, her eyes still on the chamber. "It's workable." Meili said nothing, but she had already turned to study the vent positions along the left wall, which was answer enough. Seraph stepped back slightly, returning to her usual aloof demeanor, as if she had said what needed saying and had no further interest in saying more. "All right," Rionette exhaled slowly. "Who is going left?" At that moment, Cassandra was the one to speak, as she was the one who had control over the group after Gray. "Left side," she hummed thoughtfully. "Melis, Yold, Daria, Vivian. You're taking the two guardians on the western arc. Use the third vent cluster for approach cover. Daria, no fire until you're already in contact. The light will give the position away." Daria looked like she wanted to argue, but she didn't. "Right side is mine," Cassandra continued. "Rionette, Sola, Ren, you're with me. We take the eastern too." Her gaze moved to the remaining girls. "Thessaly, Orin, Rue. You hold the entrance. If anything comes through that passage before Gray arrives, it doesn't reach the chamber. Understood?" Nods. She looked at Seraph last. Seraph was already watching her. "You're with me." Seraph nodded once. "Signal?" Melis asked, her eyes still on the western vent cluster, calculating the approach angle. "Count to 30 after both teams reach position, and then we move together. And if one team isn't in position by then the other team waits. We go together, or the whole thing falls apart." Melis accepted that with a slight tilt of her head. The group split without further discussion, each of them going towards their own side. The western arc approach took 40 seconds. Melis moved at the front of her team, her footsteps completely silent against the chamber floor, one hand raised at her side with her fingers spread loosely. The gravity field around her was running at its lowest possible output, just enough to subtly redirect ambient sound away from their approach vector. A trick that had nothing to do with combat, and everything to do with the fact that she had been refining her mana control since she was 7 years old. The vent vapor swallowed them as they reached the third cluster. The nearest guardian was 12 meters away. Up close, it was a different creature from the silhouette LNS projection had shown them. The blade crest along its back was longer than a grown person was tall, and each scale overlapping its body was the size of a shield. Layered and dense, and faintly luminous from the core, crystal as crimson pulse bleeding through the chamber. Its aura pressed outward like a physical wall. HSSS. Vivian's hand found Daria's wrist in the dark and pressed down once. Not yet. Daria stilled as they waited for the signal. Meanwhile, barely sound at all. Sola caught one body before it touched the floor. Rionette cushioned the other through a thin layer of displaced earth that absorbed the impact without a whisper. They reached the vent cover with 11 seconds to spare. Cassandra pressed her back to the wall and started counting. Beside her, Seraph stood still, sword drawn low, and the energy along her blade began to change slyly. Swish! It was more than the air immediately around the edge of the sword became very slightly wrong. The way air looked above scorched stone in summer. A distortion that had no color and no temperature, but an unmistakable weight. It was sword chi. Rionette stared at it, then looked very deliberately at the wall instead. 27, 28, 29. Cassandra's hand closed around her scythe, and the mana threaded through her body surged from passive to active in a single controlled flood. 30. Cassandra came out of the vapor like something that had been fired. Whoosh! The distance between her and the nearest guardian collapsed in just over a second, her scythe already swinging wide and laterally. The guardian heard her at the last moment. Its head snapped around. SHHH crack. Blade met crest in a collision that sent a visible shockwave rippling outward across the chamber floor, the impact splitting the ambient vapor in every direction at once. The Guardian's body was driven sideways, its claws leaving 4 deep parallel gouges in the stone as it fought to hold its ground, a strained, furious sound tearing out of its throat. Grahak! It barely held, but unfortunately for it, Cassandra was already swinging again. Boom! The second strike hit lower at the joint beneath the crest, and this time the Guardian's legs buckled, one knee crashing into the floor hard enough to crack the stone beneath it. Crack, crack, crack! Fracture lines spread outward from the impact point like a broken mirror. On the opposite side of the chamber, Seraph arrived at her guardian without a sound. The sword chi left her blade in a single, total release. Crom! The Guardian's primary scale segment, which had been built to deflect concentrated mana blasts, developed a fracture line along its surface that ran from shoulder to mid-body in one unbroken arc. The Guardian screamed, "Shri!" A high grinding, furious sound that bounced off the chamber walls and came back from every direction simultaneously. It spun toward her, crest swinging in a wide horizontal arc that would have taken her head off cleanly. Seraph ducked under it without breaking her forward momentum and drove her blade upward toward the inner jaw in a single straight thrust. Shing! The Guardian's scream cut off. It crashed sideways into the chamber floor, its crest striking the stone with a sound that rang through the enclosed space like a struck bell. Across the chamber, the second Western Guardian had oriented towards Seraph's position and was already moving, its blade crest forward, a bulk of muscle and scale and fury crossing the distance with terrifying speed. BAM, BAM! Each footfall shook the floor. Melis raised one hand, and suddenly, the Guardian stopped in its tracks. Through him, the gravity field that collapsed around it was invisible and absolute, pressing inward from every direction at once. And the sound that came out of the Guardian as its own weight multiplied several times over was low and grinding and desperate. GRNNNCHH. Its legs buckled, and its crest scraped the floor. Every muscle in its body strained against a force it had no framework for resisting. Daria, Melis said. Fool! The fire column that followed was not wide. It was a single piercing lance of concentrated heat aimed directly at the joint beneath the third scale segment behind the head, compressed so tightly that it burned white at its core before it even made contact. At that range, with the Guardian pinned and motionless, it hit exactly where it was intended to hit. Crack! Boom! The explosion of contact blew a chunk of scale clean off the Guardian's shoulder and drove its entire upper body into the floor. The heat that rolled outward from the impact washed over Meili's gravity field in a wave that made the air between them shimmer violently. The Guardian did not get up. Thud! One down. The last remaining Guardian, the fourth, had abandoned its patrol loop entirely and was now crossing the chamber toward the largest concentration of threats with the slow, grinding momentum of something that had decided it was done being patient. Boom! It was heading straight for Cassandra. Her first Guardian was still down, struggling to push itself upright, one leg failing to respond properly beneath it, but the fourth was fresh and moving fast, and the distance was closing quicker than comfortable. Cassandra turned to face it. She rolled her neck once. The mana flooding through her body shifted its distribution in a way that was entirely internal and entirely invisible from the outside, concentrating into her arms, her shoulders, her core, every major muscle group, loading simultaneously like a mechanism being drawn back before release. The Guardian closed the last 10 meters in a single lunge. Scree! Its crest came down in a vertical strike aimed at splitting her down the center. Cassandra stepped into it. Blessing of war. She brought the scythe up in both hands and caught the crest on the blade's inner curve, redirecting its force sideways rather than absorbing it, letting the Guardian's own momentum carry it past her. And as it stumbled through, she pivoted on one heel and swung the scythe around in a full horizontal arc at the precise height of the joint beneath its third scale segment. SHHHK. Croc. The impact produced a sound like a cannon being fired inside a stone box. The shockwave that followed, it blew Sola's hair back from 12 meters away. The Guardian hit the chamber floor and stayed there, a long, low, fading groan working its way out of it as its legs gave out entirely beneath it. GRRHHH. HSSS. Then, the previous silence returned. The four Guardians were now dead. Chapter 239. Dungeon Crawl 7. Through 'em. Suddenly, the crimson light that flooded outward from beneath the serpent's lowered head was continuous, not a pulse but a sustained surge, and its color had changed from red to a dark hue. The mana vents along the walls responded instantly, their vapor changing color to match, the entire chamber bathing in that deep, dark light. Slowly at first, its coils tightened around themselves, scale grinding against scale in a sound like boulders shifting deep underground. The vibration of it traveled through the floor and up through every set of feet standing on it. Then the serpent raised its head. Its eyes were still closed, but the 50 meters of its body had begun to straighten from its coiled position, rising, filling the chamber's vertical space in a way that made the 100-meter diameter suddenly feel considerably smaller. The raw mana bleeding from the gaps between its scales thickened from thin streams into something closer to rivers, pouring upward and outward and feeding back into the chamber's ambient density until breathing became genuinely difficult. "It's entering the final phase," Orin said, her voice tight. "We need to interrupt it now." "Gray isn't here yet," Ren said. "We really can't wait," Cassandra replied. She was already moving. "Everyone, everything you have. Now." They didn't hesitate. Full. Daria's fire hit first, a full output column aimed at the serpent's exposed spine where the scales had separated. The hottest and most concentrated technique she could produce. It crossed the chamber in under a second and struck the serpent's mid-body with a detonation that should have carved through the scales of anything below peak Great Grandmaster. The flames spread across its surface and died, like water hitting a hot stone. HSSS. The serpent didn't react. Again, Cassandra said, "Crack! Boom!" Her side strike landed at the base of the serpent's nearest coil, body strengthened to its absolute limit, every gram of her output behind it. The impact of the shockwave cracked the floor beneath her feet from the rebound force alone. A single scale chipped, just a single one, The serpent's coil shifted slightly, the way a sleeping person shifted when a fly landed on them, an unconscious, irritated adjustment that required no attention and no awareness. Cassandra stared at the chipped scale and gritted her teeth. Melis, she said. The kind of gravity compression that had once caved in a reinforced training hall ceiling during a practical examination that the Academy pretended had never happened. Through him, the serpent's raised head slowed, then continued rising anyway, pushing through the field with the unhurried, inevitable momentum of something that had simply decided gravity was a suggestion. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr strain around her eyes did, her output increasing as the air around her hands started distorting visibly as she pushed the technique beyond its comfortable range. The serpent kept rising, though, almost like her spell didn't have any effect at all. "It's not enough," Yold said quietly, almost to herself. "It's natural force field. It's already partially King Realm. We can't barato it." Cassandra said. Seraph was already at the front. She had been building since the Guardians fell, standing apart from the group in the relative quiet, her sword held low at her side, the sword chi along its edge no longer the contained, restrained presence it had been during the Guardian fight. It was considerably larger now. It pressed outward from the blade in a way that made the air around her feel wrong, a wrongness that several of the girls near her instinctively stepped away from without consciously deciding to. The density of it was not something that should have existed in a student's hands. As everyone knew, sword chi was something that one could only get at the King Realm. It was simply true. It was the kind of energy that the human cultivation system was not supposed to produce below that threshold. Sarah stepped forward and drew the sword back. After that, she released everything. Chrononing, the sound the technique produced as it left her blade was not like the Guardian strike. This was the bell tower itself, a resonant, massive, total sound that hit the chamber walls simultaneously from every angle as the sword chi crossed the distance to the serpent in a single straight line and struck its body at the primary scale segment over its core. The impact produced a visible crater in the force field. Not just a barato, but a crater. A depression in the natural defensive barrier that surrounded a semi-King Realm entity, visible for exactly 2 seconds as the sword chi pushed inward against resistance that had no right to exist at this depth of a great Grandmaster dungeon. Then the force field closed, like water filling a hole in the ground. The serpent's body shuddered once. Quiver, then the crimson light beneath it surged to its absolute peak, flooding every corner of the chamber in a deep, sourceless red that wiped out shadow entirely and turned the vapor from the vents into something that looked like blood suspended in air. The serpent's eyes opened, and those were not the eyes of a creature that had just been disturbed. They were the eyes of a creature that had just finished becoming stronger and already wanted to test its newfound strength. Vertical pupils, crimson from edge to edge, slowly swept across the chamber. The serpent's breakthrough was complete. And the silence that followed was the kind that happened after some bad shit happened. For one single moment, nothing moved. Whoop! Until the serpent suddenly swung its massive tail at them. One moment, the serpent's tail was on the far side of the chamber. And the next, it was crossing 100 meters of open space like a siege weapon that had been released. Whoosh! The displaced air hit them before the tail did. A wall of pressurized, mana-dense atmosphere that staggered the front line and sent Thessaly stumbling backward 2 full steps. "Move!" Cassandra screamed. They scattered, but the tail was too wide and too fast, and the chamber, for all its 100 meters of diameter, suddenly had no good places to be. Boom! The impact point sent a crater into the chamber floor 3 meters deep, stone fragments exploding outward in every direction. The shockwave rolling across the ground hard enough to knock several girls completely off their feet. Rionette hit the floor, while Sola hit the wall. Ren's barrier snapped up half a second too late and caught the trailing edge of the shockwave, rather than its center. The impact folding her barrier inward before it shattered entirely, and threw her sideways. The dust hadn't even begun to settle. The serpent's tail drew back before shooting towards them again. Whoosh crack! This time, there was nowhere left to scatter to. The tail swung in a wide, horizontal arc aimed at the entire group simultaneously, the kind of attack that a king realm entity used when it had decided that the things in front of it were beneath the effort of individual attention. Every girl still standing braced. Melis threw up a full gravity field. Seraph's sword chi flared. Cassandra planted her feet and raised her scythe with both hands and every drop of body-strengthening mana she had left, knowing with complete clarity that it would not be enough. The tail filled the entire field of vision. Smack! Suddenly, they heard a strange sound, not an explosion, nor the catastrophic collision of forces meeting at their limits. Just a flat, clean, almost casual impact like someone swatting something away from table. The tail stopped completely and even reversed direction. The serpent's enormous body lurched sideways from the redirected momentum, its coils scraping the chamber wall with a grinding screech that shook dust from the ceiling. Scree! The dust settled. Gray stood in front of them. His back was to the girls. One hand was raised, palm still open from where it had met the tail. His posture was completely, utterly relaxed. He had simply walked in and slapped it away. What the? Daria said. It wasn't a question. It was the only word her mind produced. Did he just? Vivian started. With one hand, Yold finished, her voice completely hollow. He didn't even use a technique, Rionette said slowly, staring at the back of Gray's hand. He just hit it. Melis was very still, her gravity field dissolving and used around her fingers. Her eyes fixed on Gray's back with an expression that moved through several things in quick succession before settling somewhere between stunned and deeply unsurprised. Sola looked at the crater the tail had made in the floor on its first strike. That tail made a 3-meter hole in reinforced dungeon stone. She said to no one in particular. I know what I saw, Ren replied faintly. Cassandra had not moved since Gray appeared. Her scythe was still raised in both hands, exactly where it had been the moment before impact. Her body-strengthening mana, still loaded and ready and entirely unnecessary now. She lowered it slowly. Her eyes stayed on Gray's back. He slapped it, she said quietly. Sarah stood slightly apart from the others. Her sword still drawn, her pale eyes on Gray with that quiet, measuring attention she rarely directed at anything for long. She said nothing, but she did not look away. The serpent had righted itself on the opposite side of the chamber, its king realm aura flooding outward in a furious wave that pressed against every surface in the room. HSSS. Gray still hadn't turned around. Stay back, he said. His voice was the same as it always was. Completely calm. Chapter 240. Dungeon Crawl. 8. Are you confident in defeating it alone? Jasmine asked curiously. 100% sure, Gray nodded lightly. Although I don't have my emotionless sword intent, my current strength should be more than enough to deal with it. His eyes locked onto the vertical slits of the dungeon's boss. Its eyes were narrowed, seemingly analyzing after experiencing that hard slap that almost made it roll across the ground. What was that amount of strength anyway? I was almost falling asleep until you did that, so I didn't particularly see it. It wasn't strength. I merely compressed my mana into its maximum and released it against the serpent's tail. MHM Xing. Gray unsheathed his rapier, and this seemingly ordinary move caused the girls behind to instantly flush with excitement. Oh my god, he's actually going to use a sword. We didn't have much time to analyze his duel against the princess, but now, against an early king realm, we should have a lot of time. Gray sided their comments, but focused on the serpent who was currently hissing lightly, coiling herself, raising her head high. Whoop! Suddenly, the big snake decided to move first. Its body uncoiled from the floor in a single fluid motion, 50 meters of muscle and scale rising and spreading across the chamber. The king realm aura that flooded outward from it was a physical pressure, momentarily stunning Gray's senses. HSSS. Then it opened its mouth, letting out a concentrated pressurized stream of a darkly luminous liquid that seemed to be poison. moving fast enough to leave a visible trail in the vapor behind it. Whoosh! Gray! Several voices from behind him. Dream missed his body dissolved at the edges first, then the center, pulling apart into a drifting silver-gray vapor that the poison stream passed directly through without finding anything to damage. The mist hung in the air for exactly one breath, directionless and weightless, and then reformed 6 meters to the serpent's left with Gray already mid-step and the rapier already moving. Whip, whip, whip. 3 shallow cuts along the scale joint behind the head, each one purposely targeting the weak point Ellen had specified. The first deflected off a scale edge. The second found the gap, while the third went deeper. SHHHK. The serpent screamed. Scree. He teleported. Vivian's voice cracked slightly. That was mist. He turned into mist. Daria grabbed Yold's arm without realizing it. He's already cutting it. Look at where he's hitting already. Rionette was on her toes, craning forward. The serpent's response was immediate and furious. Its body twisted with a speed that compressed the air into an audible crack, the tail swinging back across the chamber in the opposite direction from its first strike, this time accompanied by a secondary technique that manifested as a ring of condensed poison mana expanding outward from its body in every direction simultaneously, low to the ground, designed to catch anything that had moved laterally to avoid the tail. Crack! Whoosh! Boom! The poison ring hit the chamber walls and ate into the stone, leaving dark, fuming channels carved into the floor where it passed. Hump! Gray stepped over it with a single step, clean over the ring's upper edge at its highest point, his momentum carrying him forward rather than away, directly toward the serpent's body. Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Sola shouted. He read the technique before it formed. Seraph muttered quietly. The serpent reared back, and its eyes suddenly changed color, from crimson to black. Jarm! The sound that built in its throat was different from anything before it. The air in the chamber darkened in a ring around the serpent's head. Then shadows began moving against their light sources. They peeled off the walls and the floor and converged toward a single point above the serpent's open mouth, pulling together into a dense, swirling mass of dark mana that had a strange texture to it. Looking at the strange texture, Gray's eyes widened a little in surprise as he remembered one of the possible mutant abilities that a serpent could get. Shadow Venom, the mutation's gift. A technique that was neither purely poison nor purely darkness, but something that existed in the space between both, capable of tracking mana signatures and following them through conventional avoidance. Whoop! It launched in every direction, fragmenting into dozens of individual projectiles the moment it left the serpent's mouth, each fragment curving independently in the air. Each one had locked onto Gray's mana signature with a patient, single-minded focus of something that had been built specifically to prevent escape. Crack! Crack! Gray! The shouts from behind him overlapped into a single wall of sound. Nullification. His voice was conversational. The mana field that expanded from his free hand was invisible, producing no light, no sound, no visible phenomenon of any kind. It simply existed outward from his palm in a sphere that the shadow venom projectiles entered, and then stopped being shadow venom inside of, their mana structure unwinding at the foundational level. The dark, complex technique dissolving into harmless ambient particles before any individual fragment cleared the field's boundary. Dozens of projectiles, gone in a matter of seconds. The serpent's black eyes stared at the space where its most powerful range technique had just ceased to exist. HSSS. What was that? Did he cancel them? Every single one, without even moving? What realm is he actually in? It's impossible for him to be just at the master realm. Daria's voice had completely abandoned its usual composure. Gray rolled his shoulder once and stepped forward. Do you need help? No need for that. Gray replied immediately. Hissed the serpent, for the first time since its breakthrough was completed, pulled its head back in complete wariness. Its body moved into a full constriction posture, coils spreading across the chamber floor in a wide formation, preparing to wrap and compress rather than strike directly. A technique designed for opponents who were faster and more mobile, trading speed for inevitability. Once those coils closed around a target, strength and technique and mana became secondary to the simple physical reality of 50 meters of muscle contracting inward. It launched the coils at 6 points simultaneously. Boom! Boom! Each impact point detonated against the floor as the serpent's body crashed down around Gray's position in a closing ring. The chamber shaking hard enough that several girls stumbled, stone dust raining from the ceiling in a continuous shower. GRRRM mum. The coils tightened and then met each other in the center. Gray? Ren's voice was very small, but he still heard it. The coils shifted, and Gray stepped out from between two of them on the serpent's far side, his rapier resting casually against his shoulder. His coat slightly displaced by the air pressure, but otherwise entirely undisturbed. Swap on the inside of the coils, where Gray had been standing a fraction of a second before they closed. A chunk of broken stone from the chamber floor sat in his place, already being crushed by the constriction pressure. The serpent felt the difference immediately. Scree! The shriek it produced shook the vapor into visible ripples. Behind the safety line, the Phoenix class had collectively lost the ability to maintain any semblance of composed observation. He swapped himself with a rock. From inside the coils. How does he even? I cannot, Daria said flatly, sitting down on the chamber floor. I physically cannot. Maelys was watching Gray with an expression that was several things at once, none of which she appeared to have any intention of displaying openly. Her fingers were very still at her sides. Cassandra had both hands over her mouth. Not from fear. She was hiding something that was either a smile or something adjacent to it, and she had enough composure left to prefer that no one confirm which. Seraph watched the serpent thrash against its own coils, then watched Gray walking calmly along its outer edge toward the head. And something changed almost imperceptibly in her expression. Not shock, but a type of admiration and at the same time disappointment. However, that disappointment was towards herself. After all, she had promised to protect Gray, and after witnessing what seemed to be his full strength, she got more and more disappointment on herself for being so damn weak. The serpent freed itself from its own constriction with a furious full-body surge, its king realm aura detonating outward in a raw pressure wave that cracked the mana vents and sent several of the vapor streams backward against their direction of flow. Problem! It reached its maximum height, and then its mouth opened widely. Through him, the mutation's deepest ability began forming at the back of its throat, a condensed sphere of combined poison and shadow mana, compressing into a density that warped the air around it visibly. A technique that had likely never been used inside the dungeon, simply because nothing inside the dungeon had ever pushed it this far. Through him, the sphere started pulsating strongly, causing countless shockwaves of wind to be sent in every direction. One could see that it was a big move, and yet, Gray took a strange stance, being face-to-face with the sphere. He passed the rapier to his right hand and held it in a reverse grip, letting the rapier's blade hang in a diagonal manner behind his back. At the same time, his left hand formed some kind of claw, pointing to his right side. Soul, chasing extremities. The words escaped his mouth, and suddenly, the whole space was covered with his own killing intent, causing even the serpent's eyes to widen as it started speeding up the charging process of the dark sphere. Severing Pursuit. Chapter 241. Dungeon Crawl 9. Seeing that posture, the big serpent suddenly fell into a strange sense of fear, and because of that, its charging speed doubled. Through him, through him, through him. The sphere at the back of its throat reached critical density, the air around it warping so severely that the space between it and Gray visibly distorted. The chamber walls behind him reflecting back a funhouse version of reality. The girls behind him had stopped breathing as they watched, and finally, then Gray moved. Whip. A single swing. It came from behind his back, following the diagonal angle of the blade's resting position. sweeping upward and forward in one clean, unbroken arc that covered the full length of the chamber faster than the eye could honestly claim to have followed it. The energy that ran along the rapier's edge was gray. Swip! One sound. The sphere at the back of the serpent's throat split first. The technique collapsed inward on itself without detonating, simply ceasing, its mana structure divided so cleanly at the foundational level that neither half retained enough coherence to complete the reaction. The cut continued. Through the sphere, through the back of the throat, through everything. The chamber fell into a deep silence. The serpent's body remained upright for 2 full seconds, held there by the sheer momentum of what it had been a moment ago, its king realm aura still flickering at its surface as if it hadn't yet received the information. Then the top half slid, slowly at first. Kretch! Boom! Thud! 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 The impact of 50 meters of serpent hitting the chamber floor in 2 separate pieces sent a shock wave rolling outward that cracked every remaining intact stone tile simultaneously. The mana vents along the walls sputtered and died one by one as the boss's aura flatlined, and the dungeon's energy began its post-subjugation collapse. The core crystal beneath where the serpent had been coiled dimly pulsed once, then went dark. Dust rained from the ceiling in a slow, continuous curtain. Full. Gray lowered the rapier, letting out a small breath. Behind him, the Phoenix class stood exactly where they had been standing, in the same positions, with the same expressions they had been wearing at the moment the swing landed, collectively frozen in a tableau of people whose processing capacity had reached its limit and stopped. Daria was still sitting on the floor. Vivian was still sitting next to her. Rianette's mouth was open. Orin had both hands pressed flat against the sides of her face. Rin was holding Thessaly's arm with both hands, gripping it with the focused intensity of someone who needed confirmation that the ground was still real. Thessaly was letting her, because Thessaly was doing the same thing to the wall on her other side. Meili stood at the front of the group, one step ahead of everyone else as she always ended up, her eyes moving from the 2 halves of the serpent to gray, to the rapier, to gray again. Her expression had passed through shock some time ago and arrived at something quieter and more complicated that she kept very close to her chest. Cassandra was completely still. Her scythe was at her side. Her posture was perfect, and her face was composed in the way that required active effort to maintain. However, her dull gray eyes definitely were different from that outwardly cold person. Seraph looked at the 2 halves of the serpent before turning her gaze back to Gray, who sheathed his rapier back to his waist. Then, after a long moment, she sheathed her sword. It was the quietest, most understated acknowledgement in the room, and somehow it said more than anything else. The silence stretched for another few seconds. Then Sola, from somewhere in the middle of the group, said what everyone was thinking. He cut in half. Yes, Yold confirmed, voice completely empty of inflection. In one swing. Yes, the King Realm Serpent. Yes, in one swing. Sola, Darius said from the floor. What? Please sit down. A pause. Sola sat down on the floor next to Daria and Vivian. Gray looked at the 3 of them sitting on the dungeon floor and then at the rest of the class in varying states of structural collapse and said, with complete sincerity, "Good work today." Rianette made a sound that wasn't quite a word. "The core. You still need to extract it," Cassandra advised. Gray glanced at the serpent's remains. Right. He walked toward it without ceremony, stepping over a section of tail that was longer than most buildings were tall, and crouched beside the lower half, where the core sat visible now, through the split. A deep pulsing sphere of condensed King Realm energy that threw gray and crimson light across his face in alternating waves. He reached in and took it. Click, like picking up a stone from a riverbed. 100% sure, he said. Jasmine's voice carried the particular tone of someone who had been proven right about something and found no satisfaction in it whatsoever. I was right, wasn't I? Gray replied inwardly, turning the core over once in his palm. You're insufferable. This should be enough for the little snake to go up a little. Gray stood up and pocketed the core. Then, He turned around and frowned as every single pair of eyes in the chamber was on him. He had barely crossed half the distance before Rionette broke first. What was that? A sword technique, Gray replied simply. That's not. She stopped her words, thinking that maybe it was some kind of secret technique, so she decided to ask another question instead. The Gray energy. What was that? The energy that I've gained from that sword technique? Then is it sword chi? You could say that, he nodded. Rionette deeply stared at him. Really? More or less. And it's strong enough to cut a king realm serpent in half with it? Yes. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Opened it again. Okay, she said finally, in the tone of someone who had decided that okay was the only word left that still functioned correctly. The stance, Vivian pressed, stepping forward. Before you swung. The reverse gripped the claw hand. I've never seen that form before. What battle style is it from? It's not from battle style. You made it up. Gray said nothing, which was apparently answer enough because Vivian turned to Daria with an expression that communicated several things simultaneously without requiring words. That was simply the most efficient stance for me to use the severing pursuit move, he added inwardly. Somehow, those girls tend to exaggerate a little. Daria was still sitting on the floor. The cut chased the technique, Meili said. Her voice was quieter than the others, cutting cleanly through the surrounding noise. She stood with her arms loosely at her sides, her eyes on Gray with a focused, unhurried attention that was different in quality from everyone else's excitement. I watched it intensely. The serpent S-sphere was already firing when your blade moved. The cut went through the sphere first, and then kept going. She paused slyly, recalling what happened. It changed direction inside the serpent's throat to follow the technique's mana signature inward. Gray looked at her. Yes. Melis held his gaze for a moment. Then she looked away, something settling quietly behind her eyes that she kept entirely to herself. And the soul component, Seraph suddenly spoke. The group went slightly quieter at that. She stood at the edge of the cluster, arms at her sides, pale eyes on Gray, with that measuring, contained attention she rarely directed at anything for long. The serpent's defensive force field didn't interact with it, she said. At all. Even my sword, chi, left a mark on the surface before the force field closed. Yours went through as if the force field wasn't there. Gray looked at her for a moment and said nothing. She noticed that, It seems that her title as the Sword Princess isn't a joke at all. Seraph nodded once, accepting the non-answer with the composure of someone who had expected exactly that, and said nothing further. The rest of the class absorbed that exchange in silence. Then Sola, still seated on the floor between Daria and Vivian, raised her hand. Can you teach it to us? No. Not even no. The stance at Leah, no, Sola. A pause. I had to try, she said, to no one in particular. We know, Daria replied from beside her. Shrugging his shoulder, Gray's gaze swept across the whole chamber before once again turning to the girls. Regardless, we still have an entire chamber's worth of resources and a competition score to submit before the dungeon resets. The girls moved without needing to be told twice. Renette, Sola, Vivienne. Guardian remains on the western arc scale fragments, crest materials, anything crystallized. Daria, Yold, Clem. Mana stones along the vent lines. They have concentrated during the breakthrough. Don't leave a single one. Tisali, Rue, Oran. Serpent remains. The blood essence will have settled toward the lower body after the split, so start there and work upward. Ran assist them. He looked at the rest. Everyone else fills gaps. Nothing stays on this floor. They scattered immediately. Gray watched them for a moment before speaking again. Once everything is collected, we split it evenly between everyone here. His eyes moved across the group. Contribution-based distribution for the individual rewards. Everything else goes to the whole class equally. And your share? Cassandra asked. I only need the core. Chapter 242. Results. The distribution didn't take long. Every item that came and got assessed, categorized, and divided. Mana stones in equal portions. Blood essence was measured by volume and split into prepared vials. Scale fragments were divided by size and quality. Guardian materials were assessed individually and matched as evenly as their varying properties allowed. Nobody argued or tried to quietly pocket something extra. They were tired, satisfied, and operating on the particular goodwill that came from having just watched their leader cut a king realm serpent in half with one swing, which had a remarkably positive effect on group cooperation. The serpent's core stayed in Gray's pocket. Nobody brought it up. When the last item had been distributed and every pouch and container had been sealed and stored, Cassandra looked across the chamber once, confirming nothing remained on the floor, and nodded. "We're done." They headed towards the return portal. One by one, the girls stepped through until Gray stepped through last. "Phew, we're finally back." "Yeah, I was getting dizzy from the dungeon's air." The girls sighed in relief as soon as the beautiful blue sky returned all at once, carrying actual wind, real wind that moved and had temperature and a didn't taste of iron and condensed mana. In front of them stood Ellen, standing at the center of the platform exactly where she had been when they departed, hands folded behind her back, coat settling in the breeze. But something was different about her expression. She was actually smiling warmly at them. Of course, she always smiled sincerely, but this smile of hers looked very proud. Her eyes moved across the returning class, counting, assessing, reading the state of them. They were tired. Several of them were carrying the particular loose-limbed quality of people who had spent their last reserve some time ago and were running on completion and momentum alone. They were all there. Every single one. Her smile deepened even more. "Welcome back, Phoenix class," she said. Her voice carried across the battleground cleanly. "You're the first class to complete the dungeon." The reaction was immediate. Several girls who had been quietly wilting straightened back up. Others grabbed the nearest person's arm. Daria made a sound that was not quite a word. Vivian pressed both hands over her mouth. Rionette laughed, full of happiness, her lips curling up into a wide grin. "First," Sola said. "First," Ellen confirmed, nodding her head. "The other 3 classes are still active in their respective instances." "What happened to them?" Orin asked, barely maintaining her composure intractably. Words could not explain how happy they actually were. At those words, Ellen frowned lightly. "As it turns out, the dungeon's core instability was not limited to your instance. All 3 mirror duplicates experienced the same early breakthrough phenomenon." She paused. "The other classes are currently dealing with an early King Realm Serpent, having not cleared the Guardian layer first." A beat of silence. "Oh," Thessaly said. "Oh," Ren agreed. "That's..." Daria started. "Unfortunate," Cassandra finished, in a tone that indicated she found it somewhat less than unfortunate. "Indeed," Ellen said pleasantly. "Would any of you like to observe their progress?" The mirror array allows viewing access from this platform. A ripple of consideration moved through the group. Then, collectively and without much deliberation, approximately 30 girls arrived at the same answer. "I need to sit down." Vivian was the first one to speak. "I need food," Daria exclaimed, rubbing her belly. "I need to not look at another serpent for at least a week," Rionette uttered with the face of someone who almost got a trauma of snakes. "I need all 3 of those things," Sol added. The general consensus was clear and immediate and delivered with the warm, uncomplicated honesty of people who had earned the right to be done. One voice didn't join it. "I'll watch." Ellen's eyes moved to Gray. He stood slightly apart from the group, hands in his pockets, his expression carrying its usual calmness. The dungeon had left nothing visible on him. He looked, with mild aggravation to anyone paying attention, almost exactly as he had looked stepping into the portal. Before the girls began dispersing, the group shifted in the small, natural ways that happened when people were tired and ready to move. Melis drifted toward Gray instantly. "Chew!" She stopped beside him and stood on her toes and quickly pressed a kiss against his cheek, and just before she pulled back, her tongue traced a small, brief line across the same spot. MHM, she dropped back to her heels and looked up at him with bright, mischievous eyes and a smile that held absolutely no apology whatsoever. "Bye-bye, big brother," she said sweetly. Then she turned and walked away with perfect composure. Gray touched his cheek once, and wiped the spot instantly. Cassandra, standing 2 paces away, had seen the entire thing. Her mouth opened slightly, wanting to speak of Gray, but remembering the nature of their relationship. She closed her mouth and simply moved away. Seraph, already several steps toward the academy entrance, glanced back once. Her eyes met Gray's briefly. She nodded, and she was gone. As for the rest of the class, tired as they were, departure apparently did not preclude enthusiasm. The waving started with Rionette and spread down the line with the unstoppable momentum of people who had just survived something together and felt warmly about it. Bye, Gray. Get some rest after. You were amazing in there. Best leader ever, just saying. Come find us when you're done. We're getting food. Come after. When they disappeared from their view, Ellen looked at Gray. Then, at the spot where 30-some girls had just been waving at him with the collective energy of people who had forgotten they were exhausted. The corner of her mouth rose slyly. You're quite popular, eh? Gray rolled his eyes at her words. She turned toward the Mirror Array-S viewing platform without further comment, and Gray followed. The array activated with a quiet pulse, 3 separate viewing windows opening in the air above the platform's surface like panes of glass, each one showing a different instance of the same dungeon in real time. The resolution was clear enough to read expressions. Ellen folded her hands behind her back and observed. Gray looked at the windows. The first instance, Selena, and Lyra occupied the right side of their chamber in a loose triangular formation that had clearly started as something more structured and evolved under pressure into its current shape. The foundation of it was still visible, the original intent readable in how they moved relative to each other. But the execution had gaps that the serpent was finding with the patient, unhurried intelligence of something that had been studying them. That said, they were doing quite a good amount of damage. Selene's output was striking, wide and forceful. Selena anchored them from the rear, her support magic running clean and efficient, keeping both of them operational at a pace that would have been impressive under normal conditions and was genuinely remarkable inside a King Realm aura. The coordination wasn't seamless. There were moments where Selene's wide techniques forced Lyra to abort a strike she had already committed to. Moments where Selena's positioning lagged a half-second behind the formation's movement and left a brief gap in coverage. But the serpent had visible damage across 4 separate scale segments. Not too shabby. They certainly need to improve a bit more. Maybe I'll really need to groom them to make them useful, Gray added inwardly. Then, Gray turned to the next instance, which was Ronin's. Leon stood at the front of the Class S formation. The serpent stood across from him. The dynamic between them was immediately readable, even through the viewing window. The rest of Leon's class, Ronin included, were operating in a supporting capacity that had less to do with coordinated planning and more to do with the simple, practical reality that Leon's output was occupying the serpent's complete attention, and everything else in the room was peripheral to both of them. Ronin, to his credit, was working the serpent's flanks with sharp, focused effort, and the other boys in the class were performing solidly, rotating the front line with decent discipline and covering each other's withdrawals. Crack! Boom! Leon's spatial strike hit the serpent across the primary scale segment with a force that drove the creature's head sideways by a full meter. A sound rolling out from the impact that reached the viewing window's audio clearly enough to make the platform vibrate faintly beneath their feet. The serpent recovered and swung back its tail at him. Leon met it, threw him, by meeting it, absorbing the force through his spatial magic. His feet didn't move a single inch from the spot. Croc! The floor around him fractured outward in a ring. He.S. getting better with spatial magic. As for Ronin, MHM, he.S. holding back his power for some reason. His eyes narrowed slyly in thought. Maybe I'll need to kill him, after all. He turned to the last instance. Lyra stood near the center of it. More than holding her own, her power was clearly the highest in the room, and the serpent had fixed its attention almost entirely on her because of it. which meant that the coordinated approach her class needed was functioning as more of a concept than a reality. Boom! The serpent's tail came down 3 meters from her position, and she was already moving before it landed, her golden lightning trailing behind her. But the displacement put her out of her formation's support range, and 2 of her classmates scrambled to reposition in response, bumping into each other's technique ranges in the process. Beside her, Katia was fighting with the particular focused intensity of someone who was technically performing well and contextually performing slightly worse than that. Her strikes were strong, and her timing was quite good as well, since she was a curse user, and they were probably the worst type without the necessary resources. But something in the coordination between her and Lyra wasn't finding its rhythm. The 2 of them occasionally arriving at the same target from angles that interfered rather than compounded. Not badly enough to be dangerous, badly enough to be frustrating. Katia took a glancing hit from the serpent's tail, sweep, and slid back 6 meters across the chamber floor, catching herself before she hit the wall with visible effort. Lyra was already turning toward her. The serpent used the opening and rushed with its mouth wide. Scree! Gray's eyes remained solely on Lyra's figure. She is still only using 1 authority out of 5. Chapter 243. The incoming festival. Gray spent more than 30 minutes together with Ellen, watching over all 3 instances. Unfortunately for him, Jasmine didn't feel any divinity from the other students, which quite disappointed him since the only reason he wanted to watch along with seeing how the others were doing and to try and find someone with divinity. After that, he went back to the city and rented a motel room. He hummed thoughtfully as he looked at this rapier before giving it a small swing and then inserting mana into it. Come out. Whoosh! A small white energy came out of the rapier before flowing out to the room's bed and suddenly transforming into a small snake figure. Its scales were white with a faint 9-colored glow, which made it look even more divine than it already was. Here, he stretched out the serpent's core that instantly made the eyes of the little snake flash with hunger as it jumped onto his arm, coiling around it before taking down the core in a single bite. Slick after that, the little snake slithered onto his shoulder before licking his cheek lightly, as if to show affection towards its master. Soul B status, he called out, and instantly a blue panel materialized in front of him. Soul B status, name, unnamed gender, female titles, and a race. Supreme spirit type, 9-colored attributeless snake rank, Peak King realm, 232, absorbing the mutant serpent's core. Unique talent, attributeless evolution. If the snake consumes enough energy of every attribute, it can evolve and become the legendary 9-colored world-devouring snake. Active skills. Attributeless Devour innate. Prism, Sovereignty Early Emperor, Fire Ice Twin Breath Peak King. Reflective Magic Barrier Early, Saint passive skills. High Mana Recovery, High Magic Resistance. Serpent's Senses, Bloodline Suppression below the Peak King realm. Venomous Blood Fangs. Taking a look at the little snake's status, Gray was beyond satisfied, especially about its unique talent and the active skill Prism Sovereignty. The skill Prism Sovereignty essentially allowed the snake to release 9 overlapping, colorless shockwaves that deal pure, non-elemental damage in a large area. Each wave would strip 1 buff or reduce all resistances briefly, making the target more vulnerable to follow-up attacks. In paper, this was the skill of an Emperor-level curse user. But this little snake actually had it despite being a mere Peak King creature. Tickle, he gently rubbed the little snake's head. Your name is Snow from now on. Hiss! The snake suddenly protested, causing Gray to tilt his head in confusion. But then he remembered that it was actually a female. Snow indeed sounds a little maniche. He was thoughtful for a moment before speaking once again. How about a trinity? Slick the snake instantly licked his cheek in response, hissing softly before softly coiling around his arm and closing her eyes. Gray smiled lightly at this, but before he could do anything else, Shinny, the communication seal given to him by Gloria, started shining. So he instantly picked it up and gently infused mana into it. The projection materialized above his palm, small and pale blue, carrying the faint visual static of a long-distance connection. Gloria's face appeared there. "Gray, MHM, do you need something?" He replied lightly. "You performed well in the dungeon practical today." Gray paused. "You were watching?" "I watch many things." She paused slyly as her mechanical quality softened almost imperceptibly. The Phoenix class finished first. By a considerable margin, apparently. "Your professor must be pleased." She seemed to be. MHM. Gloria's eyes moved in the way they did when she was processing something adjacent to what she was saying. "I'm contacting you regarding an upcoming event at Clementine's Academy." Gray said nothing, waiting for her to continue. "The Sword Festival. It begins in 2 weeks. Interclass, Inter-Academy. Open bracket competition with unrestricted technique usage above the Grandmaster threshold. It is a significant event. The other 3 major academies, including ours, will be sending participants. I know what the Sword Festival is." "Good." The mechanical tone settled back fully. "Then I will be brief. I want you not participate." Gray looked at the projection. "Why?" Gloria was quiet for a moment. "There are elements in motion around that event that I am currently tracking," she said finally. "Certain participants, certain interests that will be present in the audience." Her eyes met his through the projection. "Your presence in the bracket, performing at your actual level, would—" She paused again. "Complicate things." "Complicate things?" Gray repeated flatly. "Yes. That is not an explanation." "No." She agreed pleasantly. "It isn't, Gloria." He held her gaze through the projection. She held his back with the serene, immovable patience of someone who had been doing this considerably longer than he had and found it mildly entertaining. "If you participate," she started. Something changed in her expression as a brief warmth appeared before flashing away. "Just don't participate." The seal went dark. The projection dissolved. Gray sat in the motel room in complete silence. A Trinity still coiled peacefully around his arm with her eyes closed, unbothered by anything. He stared at the space where Gloria's face had been. He said nothing for a long moment, and then looked down at a Trinity. "Did that make sense to you?" She replied, without opening her eyes. "Thought so," he muttered. His eyes narrowed slyly as he started recalling every interaction he had with Gloria, and then also connected those interactions to what happened in the Seven Stars Ball. Is someone going to invade the Sword Festival? The conclusion came quickly. "I'm sure that the Emperor will probably be attending, but if Gloria or Aurora are present, they shouldn't be dumb enough to try and kill the Emperor in their presence, which means that there probably is a different target." The Sword Festival has 3 phases. The first one is a basic beast hunting, where only 150 students will qualify based on the quality and number of the beasts hunted. Then goes to a free-for-all until 64 challengers remain. Then the students will take a small stick containing a certain number, and the other students will do the same. The students who get the same number battle against each other, and the last one standing will be the winner. The only thing special about the Sword Festival is that the students can only use their sword, as it says in the name, and any kind of use of magic will make the student get eliminated. He grabbed a coin from his pocket and silently threw it into the air before catching it, and repeating the same cycle in a hypnotizing manner. Also, his mind sharpened as he recalled a faint detail from today. Jasmine said that Professor Ellen reeked of demonic energy, which meant that she probably killed a demon, maybe 2 mid-tier demons, while we were in the dungeon. He sighed. Then, the people invading might be from the demon realm, but they usually act very secretly, so one of them will probably try to enter the Sword Festival as a student. And since Ellen fought a demon, it's probably a student from his academy. The only person I can think that the demon could kidnap probably would be Seraph, since she is the eldest princess and a sword prodigy. Maybe I'm overthinking a little, but how would Gloria know that demons or whatever organization was going to invade the Sword Festival? There is no way she could be part of them, right? He shut his eyes lightly. Don't forget that Aurora can control both demonic energy and mana. Jasmine suddenly spoke. But Gray nodded lightly, as he had remembered that as well. However, that could be explained by the fact that she is an actual sword. And Jasmine also knew that. But why did she bring it up? Are you saying that Aurora is purposely dragging demons into the academy? Well, a demonic swords are different from a divine swords. A demonic sword can get stronger without a master, while the divine swords cannot pass the sovereign realm, as it seems to be capped at that level in this world. TSK. I need more information. He clicked his tongue. He recalled Dante's memories and didn't find anything interesting, as the sword festival in the novel continued without any invasion. But like Dante had told him, the world's difficulty had increased, so he needed to be extra careful with whatever was happening. With that in mind, he made a decision. He was not going to participate in the sword festival, but of course, not because of Gloria's words, but because he could get a clearer understanding from a third-person POV. After all, when you read a novel, you get more information about things that even a reincarnated protagonist doesn't know. That's the most beneficial thing about seeing things from a third-person perspective. After all, you aren't the one experiencing those things and can get a rational and clear response for those things. For now, let us focus on cultivating the law of seduction. He closed his eyes and got back to his sea of consciousness. In front of him, multiple doors with different names appeared, and so he chose the first one. The name of the door was Cold Persona Kaderi Chapter 244. A strange mark finally completed. A cold persona woman is really difficult to conquer. Huh? Gray muttered to himself as he opened his eyes. He stretched his arms above his head, causing the coiled snake to also wake up, blinking a few times before letting out a small sound. This on my bad. He gently stroked Atrian's little head before getting up from the bed and heading to the bathroom to wipe his face. Splash, splash. What is this? His eyes widened as he noticed a faint symbol on his black iris. In the right top corner, a faint symbol of some kind of crystal remained there, outlined by a faint cyan blue color. He rubbed his eye lightly, as if to see if he was daydreaming, but nothing. Any thoughts, Jasmine? Not really, but it is indeed quite strange, especially when you have it in both of your eyes. And instead of appearing a mark on the pupil, as the divine eyes have, you actually have it on your iris. It's also very small, like it's leaving space. Are you suggesting that more marks could appear? He groaned slyly. If that truly happened, his eyes would truly look ridiculous. It wasn't there yesterday. No, I would have noticed. He clicked his tongue softly. So, something changed during the night. His gaze sharpened. The only difference was Aurora, the soul chasing Chi, and the fact that he had fully aligned his soul with the intent of killing when he practiced alone in the dream world. Or, it's related to the law, he murmured. You are still in the master realm. I know. He splashed water over his face once more, then exhaled slowly and left the bathroom. Atrian coiled loosely around his forearm as he changed into his academy uniform. The snake gave a lazy hiss, her small tongue flicking near his wrist before she settled comfortably. Let us go. The corridors were already lively when he stepped outside. Students parted almost unconsciously as he walked through the courtyard. Some whispered. Others lowered their eyes. A few stared too long before quickly looking away. Gray ignored all of it. He headed straight toward the cafeteria. The scent of warm bread and cooked meat drifted through the air. Plates clattered softly. Morning chatter filled the hall. He grabbed a tray without hesitation, picked up a portion of roasted meat, fresh bread, a bowl of thick soup, and a cup of tea. Nothing extravagant. He scanned the room once, then chose a table near the window and sat down alone. Atrian slipped off his arm and coiled near his plate, watching the steam rise from the food. Gray picked up his fork. So what are the possibilities? He said inwardly as he cut into the meat. First, the mark could be a side effect of cultivating soul chasing Chi. He chewed slowly. Unlikely. Aurora didn't have it. She is a sovereign realm existence with an innate sword body. Her physiology is different. He paused slightly, agreeing with her thoughts. Second possibility, your spirit eyes reached Grandmaster recently. Combined with the use of the yin-yang divine eyes, there may have been a resonance. He dipped the bread into the soup. Resonance that leaves a mark? Your body adapts when you grow. Sometimes it manifests physically. Gray took a sip of tea. It's a blue crystal, though, he muttered inwardly. If this were some spiritual mutation, shouldn't it look symbolic? A rune, a flame, something abstract. Spiritual signs do not follow your aesthetic preferences. A faint twitch pulled at his brow. I'm serious. I am as well. Blue is often associated with clarity, depth, and perception. Crystals are associated with storage, refinement, or amplification. He leaned back slightly in his chair, fingers tapping once against the table. Amplification of sight? Possibly. Or refinement? Also possible. He exhaled softly. If it were amplification, I would feel a change already. Not necessarily. Foundations are laid before structures rise. His gaze drifted to the window again, but his thoughts remained turned inward. A crystal grows in layers, he said quietly, compressed over time. Pressure. Accumulation. Your soul has been under constant pressure since entering the academy. He smirked faintly. That's an understatement. You use my authority that consumes an abnormal amount of soul power. You cultivated soul, chasing chi. You have killed repeatedly without mental fracture and also used the nullification a lot. Your spirit eyes also advanced. A crystallization is not unreasonable. His fingers brushed unconsciously beneath his right eye. Crystallization of what? Jasmine paused. Intent. The word lingered. Gray's eyes sharpened slightly. My killing intent? Not merely killing. Focus and direction. The narrowing of perception toward a single objective. A faint silence stretched between them. So my soul is condensing around purpose? That is one hypothesis. He let out a low hum. If that's true, then more marks would appear when that intent deepens. Yes, I'd rather not look like shattered glass. You're concerned about appearance? It's just weird. Before Jasmine could respond, a sudden presence entered his perception. Gray. A soft voice, bright and melodic, cut through the cafeteria noise. He didn't need to turn to know who it was. Lyra appeared at his side almost instantly, her silver hair swaying as she leaned down slightly, hands clasped behind her back as she tilted her head. You're eating alone again, she said with a faint pout. How unfair. Gray gave her a sideways glance. You're late. I was not, she replied, then leaned closer. I was watching you. He stared at her blankly. Of course you were. She giggled softly and slid into the seat beside him without asking, closing the distance so naturally that her shoulder brushed against his arm. Atrian lifted her head and gave a soft warning hiss. Hiss. Lyra blinked at the small snake and smiled. Oh, are you guarding him? Atrian's tongue flicked again. Gray sighed lightly. What do you want, Lyra? She rested her chin on her palm, elbow on the table, gazing at him with open affection. I missed you. You saw me yesterday. Yes. She nodded seriously. That is why I missed you. He stared at her for a long second before looking away. Lyra did not retreat when he looked away. If anything, she leaned closer. Her fingers slid toward his tray without hesitation. She tore off a small piece of bread, dipped it into his soup with slow, deliberate care, letting it soak just enough before lifting it. Steam curled between them. Open. No. Gray did not even glance at her. She held the bread there anyway, inches from his mouth. I woke up early, she said softly. I fixed my hair. I even chose something cute and walked all the way here. A faint pause. And you want to even let me feed you? He cut another piece of meat before replying, You didn't cook it. That's not the point. It is. Lyra's cheeks puffed slightly, but her eyes sparkled instead of dimming. She moved the bread closer, brushing it lightly against his lower lip. Atrian's head snapped forward with a sharper hiss. Hiss. Lyra tilted her head at the snake and smiled lightly. I'm not stealing him. You're causing a scene. Gray finally turned to her, raising an eyebrow. No one dares to stare for long, she replied sweetly. She was wrong. Several nearby students had already looked over, only to quickly drop their gazes the moment Gray's aura brushed past them. Lyra lowered her voice. Please? There was no embarrassment in her tone, only a huge amount of expectation coming from her sparkling eyes. Gray looked at her eyes for exactly 3 seconds. Then, without a word, he opened his mouth slightly. Her smile bloomed. Carefully, she placed the soaked bread past his lips, watching his expression like she was monitoring a sacred ritual. He chewed and then swallowed. "Too much soup," he said flatly. "Ah, you didn't even taste the love." Lyra gasped as if wounded. "I tasted salt." She clicked her tongue lightly and took another piece, this time dipping it more carefully. When she lifted it again, her wrist brushed his fingers on purpose. Again, he stared at her, showing an annoyed look. He knew how much she liked feeding him, but he didn't know how such a simple thing could make her happy. He knew that he was acting a little colder than normal, but that crystal on his simply bothered him. "You're enjoying this?" "Yes," she answered without shame. He exhaled through his nose and allowed her to feed him once more. This time, she watched his throat move when he swallowed. Her eyes softened. "Good? Acceptable." She beamed as if he had praised her cooking. Without asking, she picked up his cup of tea next. "I'll hold it. I could drink on my own." "I know." She brought it toward his lips anyway. Gray paused, then leaned forward slightly and took a sip without touching the cup. Lyra's shoulders relaxed, pleased beyond reason. "You're obedient today. Don't push it." She giggled. Atrian, apparently deciding Lyra's threat level had decreased, lowered her head again, but kept one golden eye trained on her. Lyra noticed. "You don't trust me," she murmured to the snake. "That hurts." Atrian flicked her tongue in response, annoyed by her presence. Gray continued eating, but Lyra's attention never left him. She reached up suddenly, her fingers hovering near his face. "Don't move." His eyes narrowed slightly. "Why?" "There is something on your eye." His hand froze mid-motion. Jasmine fell silent. Lyra leaned closer, her face only inches away now, her long brownish-golden hair brushing against his cheek. "Hold still." Her fingers hovered near his right eye, not touching, only observing. "It's faint," she whispered, "like a tiny blue crystal." Gray's gaze sharpened. "You see it?" "Of course I do." She leaned back slowly, studying him with renewed interest. "It wasn't there before." Lyra's expression shifted, curiosity replacing playfulness. "It's pretty. It's strange. I like strange." Her fingers returned, this time gently brushing beneath his eye. The touch was soft, almost possessive. "It suits you," she murmured. "Does it react to your perception?" Gray watched her carefully. "React?" She blinked. "Does it change when you focus on it?" Lyra leaned in again, eyes narrowing slightly as she concentrated. For a split second, a faint ripple of spiritual pressure moved between them. Then she gasped quietly. It flickered slyly. Jasmine spoke at once. "It responds to external perception." Gray's pulse steadied. "How?" When I focused, Lyra spoke thoughtfully. It felt like it tightened, like it was observing me back. A faint silence settled. Lyra's playful demeanor did not return immediately. Instead, she studied his features carefully, as if analyzing a special creature. "Gray, what did you do last night?" She uttered softly. He met her eyes evenly. Nothing unusual. She stared at him for a long moment, then smiled again. "Liar." Before he could respond, she suddenly leaned forward and pressed her forehead lightly against his shoulder. "I wonder when you're finally going to open up to me," she murmured, her voice muffled against the fabric of his uniform. Her fingers curled lightly into his sleeve. "You're clingy." "Yes," Lyra replied without lifting her head. "And you're mine." The cafeteria in noise seemed distant. Gray looked down at the faint blue crystal reflected in the window beside them. "It can't be from that, could it?" Chapter 245. Bribed by Maylee's attention, Ellen stood at the front of the classroom with a single projection hovering above her palm, displaying 2 words. Sword Festival. As most of you are already aware, she began, adjusting her glasses with one finger. Our academy hosts its annual Sword Festival in 1 week. Participation is open to any student whose primary combat style falls under the sword classification. She let that settle for a moment. This includes single blade, dual blade, and any sword-based technique school regardless of affinity. Her eyes moved across the room. It does not include catalyst-based magic, polearms, or... Her gaze passed briefly over Cassandra's sides. Cassandra's expression remained perfectly composed. Those who wish to participate will be registered under the Phoenix class banner. Your performance reflects the class ranking. I will be taking names now. She looked up and instantly saw multiple hands rise. Vivian, Sola, Rionette, Yold. Several others from the sword-wielding half of the class went up without hesitation, some before Ellen had finished the sentence entirely. Then Seraph raised her hand. Ellen's eyes moved across the raised hands, counting, before drifting toward the other side of the room. The mages of the class sat with their hands at their desks, their classification exempting them from eligibility without requiring explanation. In gray, Ellen's gaze finally settled on him. He was sitting with his usual posture, his hands resting on the desk in front of him. His hand was down and didn't move at all. Ellen studied him for exactly 1 second. "Gray," she called out. "I'm not participating," he said before she finished his name. A ripple moved through the class. "You use a rapier," Rionette added immediately, turning in her seat. "That qualifies." "I know. So why aren't you?" "I am not participating," he repeated with a final tone as if a conversation had reached its conclusion, regardless of whether the other party had noticed yet. Rionette opened her mouth before closing it. Ellen looked at him for a brief moment before she looked back at the rest of the room. Noted, she nodded simply and continued down the list. Gray looked out the window as Gloria's voice from the night before surfaced for the 5th time already. "Just don't participate." Those words were bothering him quite a lot. Ellen continued explaining a few more details about the Sword Festival until the final second of the class. Rhying. Dismissed. The projection dissolved, and chairs scraped against the floor as the class broke into its usual post-dismissal noise, conversations starting mid-motion, and the students getting out of the classroom. Gray was stretching his arms lightly when something was placed on his desk. He looked down. A small crystalline card, no larger than his palm, etched with fine inscription lines. Even without picking it up, he could feel the artifact's passive output radiating against his fingers from 2 inches away. It was an artifact above the Grandmaster realm, and it was also a rare passive type. He picked it up. The output was clean and continuous and required nothing from the wearer. A defense seal of this classification didn't appear in the Academy's catalog. It didn't appear in most catalogs. The craftsmanship on the inscription lines alone suggested an independent artificer of considerable skill operating well outside standard market channels. He turned it over once and then looked up. Meili stood on the other side of his desk. One hand rested lightly on the surface. Her dark hair fell over one shoulder. Her expression toward the rest of the still emptying classroom was its usual coldness, but the moment his eyes met hers, it instantly changed into that sisterly warmth. "Like it?" she asked. Her voice was quiet enough that it didn't carry past the two of them. "Where did you get this?" Gray asked curiously. "A place," she replied simply. "That is not an answer. I know it isn't." She tilted her head slightly, her eyes moving from his face to the card in his hand and back again. Gray set the card back on the desk. Meili's fingers slid forward and stopped it before it cleared his reach. "I do like it back." I know he looked at her, and she stared back at him. "Meili, what do you want?" "There's a vendor in the 4th Ward Market District," she explained instead with a wry and mischievous smile. "Independent. Doesn't he advertise?" The piece in your hand came from his private stock. She paused slyly. "He has 3 more. Gray's eyes narrowed slightly. 3 more. That's enough to create 3 sacrificial puppets. Meili watched his expression with a deep sense of satisfaction in her eyes. "I'll give you the card, and take you to the vendor." "In exchange for?" She smiled lightly, her finger lifting up to gently tug his collar. "Spend the afternoon with me." "A date?" "It's a transaction," she said smoothly. "You get a defense artifact above your current realm and access to a vendor most people at this academy don't know exists. She lifted one finger off the desk and examined her nail with complete casualness. I get your company for a few hours, and if I find a vendor myself, you won tea. I could. You could spend considerable time and effort trying. She agreed pleasantly. Or her finger returned to the card, sliding it a single centimeter in his direction. You could simply come with me this afternoon. Gray looked at the card and at her finger resting beside it. He looked at Maylise and noticed how she had the confidence of someone who already knew the answer and was simply waiting for him to arrive at it himself. But well, he really couldn't refuse her this time. The puppets he wanted to make would be really useful, and he needed some kind of defense artifact strong enough to protect them against at least a few strong opponents. And the defense artifact she showed was at least at the Great Grandmaster realm. Maybe the vendor would have an artifact at a higher grade than that. He picked up the card. Main gate, he stated flatly. 1 hour. A clear happiness passed through Maylise's eyes that she thought of suppressing. I'll be there in 50 minutes. She straightened, picked up her bag, and turned toward the door with perfect composure, her expression cooling back to its default the moment she faced the rest of the room. Several girls moved out of her path automatically. Gray looked at the card in his hand. At least a Great Grandmaster passive defense seal. He pocketed it. From across the room, Cassandra stood with her bag over one shoulder. She had not moved since dismissal. Her eyes were on the door Maylise had just walked through, and then they moved to Gray, and her expression was composed and even, giving absolutely nothing away. She held his gaze for exactly 1 second. Then she left without a word. Without anything else to do, Gray left, walking towards the courtyard, but on his way, his communication seal started ringing. Do-do-do. Do-do, it was Ronan. He tapped it without slowing his pace. Battlegrounds, Ronan's voice came through immediately, carrying the barely contained energy of someone who had been sitting on something for too long. Cool, mate. Now, I have to show you something. What is it? Just come. I can't explain it. You have to see it, just come, okay? Come alone. Gray looked at the sky briefly. Fine. He changed direction and headed directly towards the battleground. It didn't take long for him to get there and quickly spot Ronan. He was waiting by one of the pillars. You came, he said, as if this was something surprising. You asked me to. Right. He grabbed Gray's sleeve without ceremony and started pulling him toward the far corner of the battlegrounds, behind the equipment storage structure where the sight lines from the main courtyard were fully blocked. Okay, so, listen. Something happened last night, and I've been waiting all morning to show someone, and I couldn't show Leon because he'd make it weird and Adrian would just analyze it to death, and Ronan. Right? Okay. Here. He stopped, releasing Gray's sleeve and turning to face him with the expression of someone about to present something they were extremely proud of. Gray waited. Ronan rolled his shoulders once, cracked his neck, then stood very still for exactly 3 seconds with his eyes closed and the focused expression of someone concentrating on something internal. Then his body changed. It happened quickly but not instantaneously, a visible progression that moved outward from his core. Scales emerged across his forearms first, catching the light with a deep iridescent sheen that shifted between black and gold, depending on the angle. They spread up past his elbows, across his shoulders, along the sides of his neck. Then the horns, 2 of them, rising from just above his temples with a slow, deliberate solidity, curved slightly backward. The same dark gold iridescent quality as the scales. Only that, just the scales, the horns, and Ronan's extremely pleased face wearing them. Watch this, he had announced, approximately 2 seconds after the process started and before it had finished, apparently unable to contain himself. He stood there now, in full display, arms slightly spread, chin lifted, radiating the energy of someone waiting for a specific reaction. What do you think? Cool, right? The scales came first, around midnight, and I woke up, and they were just there. And then this morning the horn showed up, and I really think, he reached up and tapped one horn with his knuckle, producing a faint resonant sound. That if I keep cultivating, I'll probably get wings eventually, right? Like that S, the next step, obviously, scales and horns, then wings. That S, just how it goes. And imagine, he spread his arms wide. Imagine me with wings. In combat. Flying. Nobody would see that coming from me, specifically, Ronan. And the scales are actually pretty tough. Leon hit me this morning, not about this, just normally, and it hurt less than usual, so there is clearly a defensive component already, which means Ronan. By the time I fully awaken it, I'll probably be basically Ronan. He stopped. What? Gray looked at him with shining eyes. There was a strange delight. The particular delight of someone watching something they had been waiting for arrive exactly on schedule. He finally awakened the bloodline of the Dragon King. His lips slowly curved into a devilish grin. Ronan blinked. Why are you smiling like that? Chapter 246. A physical monster has been born. Ronan blinked at Gray's expression for another second. You're scaring me a little. Take a stance. Gray practically ordered. Ronan stared at him. Right now? Right now. I just showed you mine. Just do it already. Okay. He dropped into a stance immediately. The natural instinct of someone who had been training long enough that the motion was faster than the objection. His transformed arms came up, scales catching the afternoon light, his fingers curling into claws without being told to. The horns above his head caught the light at a different angle now, their iridescent quality deepening as his mana rose to meet the situation. His aura expanded. His physical strength must have increased a lot. Gray looked at this body deeply and then raised his hands. Ronan looked at them. Are you serious? Do you really want to fight right now? Cool me. Ronan came. He crossed the distance fast, faster than his size suggested. The bloodline already feeding into his movement speed in ways he probably hadn't fully mapped yet. His right claw came in first, a wide-hooking strike aimed at Gray's shoulder with enough force behind it that the air displacement arrived before the hand did. Whoosh! Gray turned his shoulder into it and redirected the arm outward with his forearm, absorbing nothing and deflecting everything, the force passing harmlessly to his left. Ronan's left came immediately after. Crack! Gray caught it at the wrist, not stopping it, redirecting again, and used Ronan's own forward momentum to pull him slightly off his center line. Ronan stumbled half a step. The hell! He reset and came again, this time lower, driving forward with his full weight behind a straight tackle that would have moved a wall. Gray sidestepped by exactly the margin he needed and let Ronan's momentum carry him past. You're not hitting me, Gray observed. I am working on it, Ronan replied, spinning back around. He changed his approach. Instead of leading with technique, he led with volume, a rapid, overlapping combination of claw strikes. Shoulder drives and one attempted head, but that deployed the horns with what appeared to be genuine creative enthusiasm. Crack! Whoosh! Gray moved through all of it, until Ronan suddenly landed one. Thud! His left claw caught Gray across the forearm in a glancing strike that wasn't redirected in time, and the force of it was immediately and unambiguously apparent. Gray's arm moved back by several inches from pure impact force alone. He looked at his forearm. Ronan looked at it too, and then at this own arm. Oh, he said. Again, Gray cracked his neck slyly. Ronan hit him again, this time a direct strike to the guard that Gray absorbed instead of redirecting, both forearms up and taking the full weight of it. The impact drove him back 2 full steps. 2 steps. Gray planted his feet on the third and held. He looked at Ronan. Ronan was staring at him with wide eyes and the dawning expression of someone discovering something about themselves in real time. I'm stronger than you, he realized slowly. Physically, Gray confirmed. I'm physically stronger than Gray. Currently, Leon is never going to believe. You're also still losing. Ronan refocused, right? He reset his stance, scales flaring slightly, his mana output climbing another notch as he stopped treating the exercise casually. Right, okay. Seriously this time. But before he could take another step, Gray stopped. Use your mana, Oswell. Mana 2. Ronan blinked. Everything. Don't hold anything back, Gray nodded lightly. Ronan looked at him for a moment. All right, he nodded quietly. He stood up. Thurum. A faint shockwave of mana, created by Ronan, leaking echoed through the air as a now crimson layer of mana could be seen coating his body. Ronan looked down at it, then back up at Gray. "You asked for this." He exhaled once and let his own mana rise, flooding through his muscle structure in a controlled surge, the body strengthening output distributing itself evenly across every major system simultaneously. They looked at each other across 4 meters of empty battleground. Then Ronan moved. Boom! The stone where he had been standing cracked completely as he launched forward. The combined output of his bloodline enhancement and full mana reinforcement, turning his acceleration into something that compressed the air between them into a visible pressure wave before he even crossed half the distance. Gray met it. Croc! Ronan's reinforced claw met Gray's raised forearm, and the collision produced a shockwave that rolled outward across the battleground in a visible ring. The closest equipment rack slid 3 inches across the stone from the displacement alone. Gray held firmly, and, seeing this opportunity, Ronan pressed forward immediately, not withdrawing the arm but driving it, trying to convert the block strike into a push that would break Gray's footing entirely. Gray turned at the hip and shed the force sideways. Whoosh! Ronan's arm passed, and he was already spinning, the opposite claw coming around in a wide horizontal arc at Gray's midsection with his full rotation weight behind it. Crack! It connected. Gray absorbed it across his crossed forearms, and the impact drove him sideways across the stone, his feet carving 2 short parallel lines before he arrested the movement. He looked at his forearms. This, he frowned slyly. Something was different. He instantly closed his eyes, trying to feel what was wrong, and then noticed that a small quantity of his mana had disappeared. Gray looked at Ronan. Ronan was already coming again. Boom! Crack! Gray let the next strike land deliberately, absorbing it full across his palm instead of redirecting, and checked his reserves again the instant the contact broke. There it was. His mana pool diminished once again. Ronan wasn't doing it consciously. His expression carried none of the focused intent of someone running a technique. It was simply happening, a passive property of the Dragon King bloodline interacting with physical contact at full mana output. Interesting, Gray thought. Whoosh! Croc! Ronan's horns came down in a forward driving headbutt aimed at Gray's chest that carried his entire body weight, accelerated by full mana reinforcement, and the impact when it landed was substantial enough to crack the stone under Gray's feet from the transferred force alone. You're doing something, Gray said, not moving from where the headbutt had planted him. Ronan pulled back, breathing harder now, his scales fully flared and his mana output running at a level that was making the air around him visibly distort at the edges. What? I am just hitting you. Your bloodline is draining mana on contact, Gray said. Ronan suddenly stopped and stared at him. It's doing what? Every time you hit me. Small amounts. Passive. Ronan looked at his hands excitedly before turning to Gray and happily shouting, I'm stealing your mana. Passively. You're not doing it intentionally. That is incredible. Come, Gray said. Processing Ronan. Come. Ronan reacted instantly to his words, aiming his right claw directly at Gray's ribs. The scales along his forearm flared as the arm extended. Whoosh! Gray slipped his upper body left by 2 inches, the claw passing his ribs close enough to Gray's fabric, and drove his right palm into the inside of Ronan's elbow joint mid-extension. Crack! The arm folded inward. Ronan's own momentum pulled him forward and off his center line. He recovered faster than before, planting his right foot and spinning the stumble into a wide backhand that came around at Gray's temple with his full rotation weight behind it. Gray ducked under it, felt the wind from the swing cross the top of his head, and came up inside Ronan's guard with a sharp, open palm strike to the sternum. Thud! Ronan absorbed it across his reinforced chest without moving, his scales taking the impact and distributing it, and grabbed Gray's extended wrist with his left hand before he could withdraw it. Crack! He yanked. Gray went with it instead of against it. letting the pull carry him forward and converting the momentum into a roll across Ronin's back, landing on the opposite side and breaking the grip before the drain had time to accumulate. His reserves read 69%. Ronan spoon. Boom! Both claws came this time. Overlapping strikes aimed at Gray's shoulder from slightly different angles, designed to cover the left and right simultaneously and remove the option of stepping laterally to either side. Gray stepped forward, into it, inside the range of both strikes before they reached their extension point, where the leverage was gone and the force hadn't fully built yet. He caught both of Ronin's forearms at the wrist from the inside, crossed them against each other, and drove his shoulder upward into Ronin's chin. Crack! Ronin's head snapped back. His grip on nothing tightened anyway. Instinct activating before his mind caught up, and both clawed hands closed around Gray's collar. The drain activated immediately. Gray broke the grip in under a second, driving both thumbs into the pressure points along Ronin's inner wrists and separating the hands before the contact extended further. Ronin shook his head once, clearing it, and came again without pausing. Boom! A straight tackle this time. No feint, no setup, just his entire reinforced body weight accelerated at full mana output directly at Gray's center mass. The Dragon King bloodline turning the simple charge into something that had the structural quality of a boulder deciding to relocate. Problem. Gray didn't step aside. He dropped his weight, planted his lead foot, and caught Ronin's right shoulder with both hands, redirecting the charge diagonally rather than absorbing it straight, using the angle to send Ronin's momentum past him and to the left. The stone floor cracked in a starburst pattern under Gray's feet from the transferred force. Ronin's path carved 2 deep furrows across the battleground before he arrested himself against a low equipment barrier, the stone crumbling slightly where his reinforced forearms caught his weight. He pushed off it immediately. Whoosh! 3 rapid claw strikes in a vertical sequence, high to mid to low, each one following the previous without pause. Gray's guard was already set. He caught the high strike on his crossed forearms, the impact pushing him back half a step. 63%. Slipped the mid-strike by rotating his torso, the claw passing across his front without connecting. Stepped into the low strike and took it across the outer thigh deliberately, letting it land full, studying the drain as it activated. 61%. Ronin felt the last one connect and drove forward off it, converting the momentum into a 2-handed downward strike aimed at Gray's collarbone, with both reinforced fists locked together. The combined force of his full bloodline enhancement and maximum mana reinforcement behind a single compressed point of impact. Problem. Gray got both forearms up. The shockwave from the blocked strike detonated outward in a visible ring, cracking the stone in every direction simultaneously, the nearest rack sliding hard into the wall behind it with a resounding metallic crash. Gray's feet carved parallel lines back across the stone. This is it. Just what I wanted. He grinned inwardly, his eyes locked onto Ronin's figure as if he were some kind of treasure. A physical monster has been born. Chapter 247. A date with Melis. Why do you look happy? Ronin asked suspiciously as his form returned back to normal, the horns on his head dissipating along with the draconic scales. I don't look particularly happy. You do. Just like when you're hanging around your little girlfriend. You always have that happy expression. He pressed on, his eyes narrowing slyly. And you also seemed strangely delighted when I revealed this transformation of mine, as if you were awaiting for it. His sharpened, even further almost to the point of blinking. And yet, despite his suspicion, Gray remained extremely calm, as if everything Ronin had said was merely false. You done yet? He asked, letting out a bored sigh. MHMNNN. He continued eyeing Gray for 15 more seconds before finally giving up on his suspicions, and suddenly rubbed his belly. Damn, starved. This transformation must consume a lot of stamina. Or something. That's normal. Dragon were known for their enormous appetite. Gray added inwardly before heading out. I'll be going now, dumbass. He waved his hand. "You the dumbass," Ronan shouted fervently, looking at Gray's back. His eyes were still narrowed, as if he had suddenly gained some kind of enlightenment, and was actually analyzing Gray. But just after Gray disappeared from his view, he frowned slyly as he couldn't feel Gray's mana anymore. Were my thoughts about him wrong? He frowned deeply. At the same moment, Gray went back to his dorm room and dressed himself a bit more nicely before heading towards the Academy's entrance. This was the place he was going to meet up with Maylise. It had passed a little over 30 minutes after he said goodbye to her during class, so he just needed to wait for another half an hour. It was just basic etiquette. He had been waiting 12 minutes when he felt her presence. By presence, it meant Maylise's unique type of mana that approached from the direction of the dormitory wing. She's finally here. He turned his head and saw her coming through the academy gate, and the afternoon light caught her immediately. She had changed her clothes for obvious reasons. The academy uniform was gone, replaced by a deep charcoal outer robe with subtle silver threading along the collar and cuffs that caught the light at certain angles and disappeared at others. Her dark hair was down and slightly arranged, not styled elaborately, but with the specific intentionality of someone who had made one deliberate choice and stopped before it became messy. She looked in the particular understated way that expensive things looked, effortlessly composed. She reached him and stopped, looking all over him, curling up her lips into a satisfied smile because Gray had made an effort to dress himself up. "You dressed up," she smiled wryly, looking up at him with a wry smile. Slightly, he nodded. Her eyes sparkled up instantly before instantly latching onto his arm with the same happy grin. "Let's go," she excitedly exclaimed as she led him on throughout the main street of the city. The people around instantly looked at them and felt a hint of envy. They truly looked like the perfect couple, just by how well they matched each other. The first place she took him to was Tea the Vendor. It was a tea house built into the interior of what had once been a mana crystal depository, its walls still lined with the original containment lattices that now served purely aesthetic purposes, filling the interior with a soft luminescence that changed between warm gold and pale blue, depending on which section of the room you were sitting in. The tables were spaced far enough apart that conversation didn't carry. The tea itself arrived in small stone vessels that maintained temperature through passive inscription work, and the menu, which Maylise ordered from without consulting him, contained things that didn't appear in the academy cafeteria or any of the standard city establishments Gray had passed through. A spirit bloom infusion that carried a faint mana density detectable even without actively sensing for it. Crystallized honey from bees cultivated in high-altitude, mana-rich environments serve alongside thin wafers of something that dissolved before it fully reached the back of the tongue. Gray looked at the spread, then at Maylise, who was watching him with her chin resting lightly on two fingers, her elbow on the table, her expression carrying that particular warmth she kept exclusively for him. "I didn't expect the city to have a place like this. I thought that I had explored this city fairly well, but it seems that I didn't." Gray commented, looking around the tea house. "Oh yeah? I'm glad that you like it. I found this place on a whim and really enjoyed it. So I thought of bringing you here since I've only been here alone a few times." He picked up the tea vessel. Why alone? She considered that for a moment with the ease of someone who had thought about it before and arrived at a comfortable answer. "The people I would have brought here before didn't deserve it," she stated simply. Gray looked at her over the rim of the vessel. She met his eyes without blinking, without adding anything, without walking it back. Slip. He drank the tea. It was simply exceptional, with a faint mint taste that wasn't tea strong or weak enough, accompanied by the faint taste of honey. They talked for a few more minutes, enjoying the small pastries given by the waitress, before finally getting out of there. The second place was much harder to find. Somehow, Gray even wondered how Maylise had found this place, but probably simply told some of her servants to find places like this. And to get there, wow. Maylise led him through 3 progressively narrower streets in the city's 4th ward, past a covered market that smelled of preserved herbs and raw mana stones, through an unmarked passage between 2 buildings that opened unexpectedly into a small courtyard. The courtyard contained a single structure, low, wide, its walls made of a dark stone that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. There was no visible queue, with a single attendant standing beside a door that was slightly too large for the building's proportions. The attendant recognized Maylis without being introduced to her. Inside was a private auction house. Not the large, theatrical variety with tiered seating and competitive bidding, but a considerably smaller space, and probably more serious. 12 display cases arranged in a circular layout, each one containing a single item, each item tagged with a discrete description card. Gray parsed all of them. He stopped at the fourth case. The artifact inside was a bracelet. Simple in appearance, dark metal with a single inlaid inscription line running its circumference. The kind of design that communicated its maker's confidence through its restraint rather than its complexity. He read the description card. Passive defense seal with an almost limitless continuous output. No mana input required from the wearer, and its effective threshold rated to early saint-level impact absorption before saturation. He looked at Maylis, and surprisingly she was already looking at him, with an almost teasing smile. "This is above what you show me during class," he briefly commented. "I know," she nodded lightly. "The card you showed me was bait. It was an introduction," she corrected mildly. "To get me here, to show you something worth seeing." She stepped beside him, close enough that her shoulder was against his arm, and looked at the case with him. "The vendor I mentioned supplies this house. I have an arrangement with him." She paused slyly, giving him an almost teasing look. "The bracelet is already paid for." Gray looked at her. "Maylis, think of it as a gift," she mumbled, her eyes still on the case. "From your dear sister, someone who would prefer you didn't get killed. Yet." He held her gaze when she turned to meet it. She didn't look away. Didn't soften it or reframe it or add anything that would dilute what she had just said with plausible deniability. She simply looked at him with the usual warm look she would give him, even if she had practically tortured him during their childhood. Gray looked back at the bracelet. "I'll owe her a favor, I guess. Still, plus one more defensive treasure. And if this is the place, it'll surely be expensive. So I might not be able to create those puppets." "Thank you." It came out with less resistance than he expected. Maylis turned away from the case to hide whatever moved across her face in the half-second after he said it. "Don't mention it." The last place she took him to was the simplest. A rooftop garden on the upper level of a private residence building in the 5th Ward, accessible through a staircase that required a specific seal impression to open. The garden itself was small, maintained with the kind of care that didn't call attention to itself. Low-flowering plants that bloomed in colors that didn't exist at ground level because they required the particular mana density of elevated altitude to sustain their pigment. The city spread out below them in every direction. Maylis sat on the low stone ledge at the garden's edge with her legs folded beneath her, her robe settling around her, catching the last of the afternoon light. Gray sat beside her, but not too close, just close enough to have a small, comforting space between the two of them. They didn't talk for a while. The city moved below them, distant and continuous and unbothered by the two people sitting above it. "You enjoyed the tea house," Maylis stated lyly, as if recalling the memories from 2 hours ago. "It was good tea," he praised honestly. "High praise from you." "It was." She looked at him sidelong, the corner of her mouth carrying that small private curve. "And the bracelet, it was too much." "It wasn't tea enough," she replied, without hesitation and without any drama. "What can I give you on return?" he asked after thinking for a while. He truly didn't have anything to give her, material-wise. At that moment, Maylis turned and deeply looked at his face, her beautiful sapphire eyes fluttering charmingly because of the smooth wind. "I just want you to be with me." Chapter 248, Sword Festival. Gray stared at her for a few seconds. The wind moved between them, carrying the faint scent of the altitude flowers, pulling lightly at Maylis' hair. Her sapphire eyes stayed on his face with an openness she showed no one else. He turned his head. "I'll pretend I didn't hear that." Her jaw tightened instantly as she reached out toward his arm. He stood up. "This date's over," he said, dusting off his coat. I'll be heading out now. Wait. Melis was on her feet immediately, her hand catching the edge of his sleeve before he cleared the ledge. But even if she caught his sleeve, Gray shook it off before walking away and completely ignoring whatever she wanted to say. He didn't have enough time to deal with this bullshit. Melis stood at the ledge with her hand still slightly raised, watching his back, her expression doing several things in quick succession that no one was present to catalog. Then she pressed that hand against her own chest, very quietly, and looked out at the city instead. Why me? A few days passed quietly. The Academy's rhythm shifted in the way it always did before a major event, subtly at first and then all at once. Bulletin boards were updated with colorful announcement papers that hadn't been there the day before. Students who hadn't spoken to each other across class boundaries were suddenly making plans in corridors and common areas, the particular social loosening that came when an institution decided, collectively, to stop being an institution for a few days and become something more like a celebration. The Sword Festival had arrived. The Academy's inner courtyard, which on normal days functioned as a transit space between buildings, had been transformed overnight into something that required a second or third look to fully process. Vendor stalls lined every available wall, selling everything from grilled meat skewers and sweet pastries to mana-infused accessories, commemorative seals, and hand-painted banners in the colors of every participating academy. The smell alone was enough to pull students out of their dormitories before their alarms. Colored lanterns hung between the building rooftops on strings that stretched across the entire courtyard. They weren't lit yet, but were visible, probably waiting for the evening when they would turn the whole space into something more dramatic. Performers occupied the courtyard's open center. A pair of traveling sword dancers moved through a choreographed routine, while a musician nearby played something with a stringed instrument. Every visiting academy had set up a small representative display along the eastern arcade, their students present in clusters wearing their own colors. It was loud and warm and smelled extraordinarily good. Lyra appeared at Gray's side approximately 4 minutes after he stepped outside, her golden brown hair loose and her expression carrying a bright amount of excitement of someone who had been looking forward to this. "Come on, where are we going?" Gray sighed with a small smile. To his words, Lyra beamed at him, closing her eyes as she spoke. "Everywhere," she excitedly declared, already pulling him by the wrist before he could form a follow-up question. The courtyard hit them all at once, the smell first. Grilled meat and sweet pastry, and something floral from a vendor 3 stalls down that Gray couldn't immediately identify. Then the noise, vendors calling out, students laughing, a musician somewhere to the left playing something with enough rhythm that the crowd near him had unconsciously started moving to it. Lyra stopped at the first stall with the decisive energy of someone who had already made this decision before arriving. "2," she told the vendor, pointing at the skewers without reading the description. "You don't know what they are," Gray warned. "They smell good. That's your entire standard. It's a good standard." She turned and pushed one into his hand. "Eat." He looked at it. "Lyra." "Gray." He ate it. It was surprisingly good. Flame-seared, with a faint mana-rich quality to the meat that sat warmly in the chest after swallowing. The kind of food that explained why the line for this particular stall was longer than its neighbors. Lyra watched his face while he chewed with the focused attention of someone monitoring an experiment. "Well?" she asked. "It's good," he nodded. She looked enormously satisfied by this, as if she had personally cooked it. "See?" She made a proud face. "My standard works." She bit into hers and made a sound of quiet contentment, her eyes closing briefly. They walked slowly along the stall row without particular direction, Lyra eating with the relaxed enjoyment of someone completely at home in a crowd, and Gray following her pace, his own skewer mostly finished. "Did you sleep well?" she asked, not looking at him, eyes drifting across the adjacent stalls. "Reasonably. I didn't I kept thinking about the festival, and then I couldn't stop, and then it was somehow already morning." "You were excited about food stalls." "I was excited about today," she corrected, glancing at him sideways. "There's a difference." He remained silent at those words. Thump. She bumped his arm lightly with her shoulder and looked away before he could respond to it. What is that one? She pointed at a stall ahead, displaying small paper cones filled with something crystalline. Mana confections. Elemental affinity variants. She was already walking toward it. How do you know that? I read the sign. Oh, she squinted at the sign as they approached. I didn't see it. It's directly above the stall. I was looking at the colors. She leaned forward to examine the cones with open curiosity, her hair falling over one shoulder. They're pretty. Which one should I try? Wind. She picked up the wind affinity cone and bit into it. Her face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Anticipation, concentration, and then a slowly building personal offense. It disappeared, she mourned. Wind affinity. I bit it, and it just... She gestured at the empty air. Gone. That's the point. What is the point of food that disappears? She turned to the vendor with genuine grievance in her expression. It just disappeared. The vendor, an older woman who had clearly had this conversation before, smiled patiently. Try the fire one next, dear. Lyra picked up the fire affinity cone with renewed determination. Don't, Gray warned her with a narrowed look. It'll be fine. Lyra, chomp. She bit into it. 3 seconds of silence. Then her eyes went wide, and she grabbed his sleeve with both hands, her face going red. Tears forming at the outer corners of her eyes from the heat. Water. I told you. Gray. He produced his cup from a nearest beverage stall he had stopped at 30 seconds ago in preparation for exactly this outcome, and held it out. She grabbed it and drank half without breathing, then stood very still while the heat passed through her system. Then she looked up at him with the most betrayed expression he had ever seen on a human face. You knew. She glared at him. I simply assumed. You let me eat it. You didn't listen when I said don't. You could have been more convincing. I said don't. More convincingly Gray. He looked away. Uffed. The corner of his mouth was doing something he preferred she not have direct visual confirmation of. She noticed anyway. You're laughing at me. Her eyes practically threw daggers at him. I'm not laughing. Inside you are. She stared at him for another second, and then something changed in her expression, and she started laughing, with one hand pressed against her mouth and the other still holding his cup. He looked at her with a faint. Pwah. It really was spicy, she managed between breaths. Fire affinity. He repeated. You're so annoying. She smiled warmly, handing back his cup. They kept walking until they eventually reached what seemed to be an exhibition stage. It had gathered the largest crowd of anything in the courtyard. Lyra pulled Gray close enough to see over the heads in front of them. 2 sword dancers moved through a choreographed routine on the raised platform, their blades leaving colored mana trails in the air that held their shape for several seconds before dissolving, building layered shapes above the stage that overlapped and interacted, and occasionally produced secondary effects where they crossed. Lyra went quiet immediately. Her eyes tracked every movement with a wide, focused attention she brought to things she genuinely loved. The blue one, she mumbled softly. How does she hold the trail that long? She asked barely at the intermediate realm. No. Compression along the flat rather than the edge. She asked not releasing it during the swing. She asked releasing it at the end point and letting the trail form backward through the arc. Lyra was quiet for a moment, watching. That is really smart, she said. It's efficient. It's beautiful. Both things can be true. He watched the blue dancer complete another sequence, the trail curving above the stage in a long, clean arc. Both things can be true, he agreed quietly. Lyra glanced at him. He was watching the stage. She smiled and looked back at the performance and said nothing, her shoulder settling comfortably against his arm. Chapter 249, Sword Festival 2. They stayed through 2 full routines before Lyra's hand found his wrist again. One more place. You said that 4 times. I mean it this time. You said that too. She pulled anyway, and he helplessly smiled at her actions, not caring about being led by her at all. And the place she led him to was none other than the Magic Tower. The Magic Tower sat at the northern part of the Academy grounds, separate from the main festival crowd, connected to it by a covered walkway that had been lined with smaller lanterns for the occasion. I didn't know the tower was open during the festival. They open the observation floors every year, Lyra mumbled, holding her cup still in her free hand. Most people don't come because they rather stay near the food. The tower entrance was attended by a single Academy staff member who stamped their wrists with a festival seal and waved them through without ceremony. The interior was cool and dim. The walls embedded with inscription arrays that pulsed slowly in patterns that served no functional purpose tonight and existed purely as atmosphere. The lift array carried them upward in silence. Lyra watched the floors pass through the open lattice of the lift's walls, her expression becoming increasingly quieter. "Can I ask you something?" she said. "You're going regardless." "True." She turned to face him in the small space of the lift. "What were you like before the Academy?" He looked at her. "That's vague." "On purpose. You can answer however you want." The lift continued upward. Gray was quiet for a moment. Not in the way of someone avoiding the question, but in the way of someone actually looking for an honest answer to something they hadn't been asked before. "How was I like?" That question brought him back some memories. As the heir of the Aurelian family, he had grown up in quite an unethical city. However, at just 8 years, he already roamed through the city's lower streets alone. He wore plain clothes, nothing that identified him, nothing with the family crest, and happily walked through the dark streets. Until suddenly, a man appeared in front of him. He was perhaps 35, with a warm, creased face that suggested someone who laughed easily and meant it. His clothes were neat without being expensive, the kind of presentation that communicated reliability rather than wealth. He carried a paper bag from one of the market vendors, half open, the smell of fresh pastries drifting from it. He crouched down to Gray's level when he spoke. "Hey there," he said, with the easy warmth of someone who had done nothing wrong in his life and had the face to prove it. "You look like you know this market pretty well." Gray had looked at him. "A little," he said. "I'm trying to find the Vera Street entrance, but I keep going in circles." The man laughed at himself in a self-deprecating manner. "My daughter's waiting for me, and I promised I wouldn't be late again." He held up the paper bag slightly. "Got her favorites and everything." Just completely turned around. Gray had looked at the bag, then at the man's face. Then, at the mouth of the side street the man had gestured toward when he mentioned Vera Street, which Gray knew did not connect to Vera Street, because he had run through every alley in this district since the age of 6. But still, he smiled lightly. "I know where it is," he uttered innocently. "I can show you." The man sighed in relief. "Really? That would be wonderful." He straightened, holding out the paper bag. "Want one?" "There's plenty." "Really?" Gray happily took one of the pantries. "This way," he then spoke and walked toward the alley. And just then, 2 others peopled ahead, positioned at the alley's midpoint, suddenly appeared. The warm men instantly walked towards them, revealing a dark smile. The alley dead-ended 12 meters ahead. Gray stopped walking and then took a bite of the pastry. It was actually quite good. "Smart kid," the lean one said from ahead. His voice had dropped the conversational register entirely. "Relax. We want to do anything to you as long as you help us. Your family has something we need access to, and you're going to help us get it." "Leverage," the warm-faced man said from behind him, his voice now carrying the flat, businesslike quality of someone clocking in for a shift. "That's all. No one does anything permanent as long as the Aurelian house cooperates." "And if they don't cooperate?" Gray asked. The lean noble reached into his coat. A knife came out, then a second from the broad one, then the warm-faced man behind him. And Gray heard the sound of a blade clearing a sheath at close range without needing to turn around. "Then the heir of Aurelian has an accident in the Eastern market," the lean one said pleasantly. "Tragic. These streets are dangerous." Gray looked at the knife. He finished the pastry and crouched down, slowly and without hurry, as if tying a bootlace. His hands went to his heels instead. The 2 daggers he had kept there since the age of 6 came out together, one in each hand, small and plain. He stood back up. The 3 men looked at the 8-year-old heir of Aurelian, standing in a dead-end alley, holding 2 daggers with the happy expression he had worn since the market. The warm-faced man behind him recovered first. He lunged. Whip! Gray spun low inside the grab. the dagger in his right hand drawing a clean diagonal line across the man's forearm as his own body rotated beneath the reaching hands. The arm passed over him. He felt the displaced air of it against his hair. Splatter. Blood hit the alley wall in an immediate dark sheet, black in the dim light, running down the stone in thin, branching lines. Irk! The man made a sound and staggered back, his other hand pressing against the cut with the instinctive pressure of someone whose body had responded before his mind caught up to what had happened. The broad one moved from the front, knife leading, a downward strike with his full weight behind it aimed at Gray's shoulder. Gray stepped into it, inside the knife's effective range before the extension completed, where leverage disappeared and force hadn't yet built. His left dagger caught the man's wrist from below and redirected it outward. His right elbow drove upward into the underside of the man's jaw. Crack! The man's teeth met. His head snapped back, and his forward momentum carried the rest of him into the alley wall shoulder first. Thud! He hit the ground, and the knife skittered across the stone away from his hand, spinning once before stopping. Splatter! A second line of blood joined the first on the wall from where his face had dragged against it on the way down. The lean noble with the rings had not moved. He was staring. His knife was still in his hand, but his arm had not completed the decision to use it. Suspended somewhere between the intention and the execution, while his mind processed the fact that the 8-year-old in front of him had just put 2 grown men on the ground in under 5 seconds. Gray looked at him. The crest on your collar, he pointed out. House Verith, 3rd tier affiliated family. Your current head of house signed a cooperation agreement with D. Aurelian 6 years ago. He tilted his head slightly. My father still has that document. The man's face had gone a color that didn't have a clean name. You should know that I walk this market every week. I have since I was 5. I know every alley, every exit, and every guard rotation in this district. He looked at the knife in the man's hand. I also know that House Verith has 3 properties inside the city walls that exist under D. Aurelian's continued tolerance. The knife lowered. Behind Gray, the warm-faced man was still applying pressure to his forearm, breathing in the controlled, effortful way of someone managing pain while trying to think. Gray glanced back at him. The pastry was good, at least that. He cleaned both daggers on the broad man's coat, returned them to his boots, and walked back toward the alley entrance. At the mouth of the alley, he stopped once, without turning around. I want to tell my father about House Verith's involvement. Yet, he stepped back into the market. The lift stopped. Gray blinked once, returning. Lyra was watching him patiently, awaiting his response. And to her expectation, Gray deeply sighed before replying to her. I might have been a little too crazy. Crazy? She tilted her head in curiosity. MHM, indeed. Like crazy from insane, or crazy like, well, the type of kid that followed his intrusive thoughts? She asked. A bit from both. Both. Chapter 250, Sword Festival 3, after the visit to the Magic Tower. Both of them finally headed towards the main event of the festival, which was, without any doubt, the competition between the academies. At the entry point, they separated from each other, going towards the section of each respective class. When Gray reached his seat, he was immediately met with Maelise, who patted the seat next to her with a wide grin. You're finally here. She grabbed his arm, stuffing it between her breasts while leaning close to him. Gray didn't bother to say anything and instead took a look around. The 3 other respective academies were already integrated into their spot. The Gloria Academy occupied the Eastern Visitor section, their banner deep burgundy, with a silver inscription mark at its center. From there, Gray couldn't see any familiar faces. The Circle of Light Academy was in the Western section, their banner white with a single circular inscription at the center that caught the arena lighting and returned it slightly differently from every angle. Their students were quiet, but all of them were almost wearing priestly clothes. Their official weapon was either a staff or a mace, but some students do use a sword. And finally, the Wild Academy had the southern section, their banner a deep earthen brown with no inscription work, just the color and the weave of it. Their students looked different from the others, as they had some kind of wild demeanor, almost as if they were raised in a forest instead of a proper city. Gray looked at each section for exactly long enough. Swish! The lights suddenly changed as a single focused beam of inscription light hit the central stage, and the noise of several thousand people compressed into something lower and more anticipatory as a figure stepped into it. The announcer was a tall man in formal academy dress, carrying the particular energy of someone who had been doing this for years and still genuinely enjoyed it. He spread his arms. "Welcome." His voice carried through the entire arena without effort. "To the 43rd Sword Festival." The arena responded. The noise was immediate and enormous, rising from every tier simultaneously, clapping and shouting random nonsense that Gray didn't bother to hear. The announcer let the noise run for a long moment before raising one hand, and the crowd instantly compressed back down. "Tonight, we welcome our distinguished guests from across the kingdom's finest institutions of sword cultivation." His voice moved through the arena with clean, theatrical precision. From the capital, practitioners of the blade's highest traditions, he turned toward the eastern section, the Gloria Academy. The Gloria section responded with composed, coordinated acknowledgement, their students rising briefly in a unified motion before returning to their seats. From the Eastern Sanctum, bearers of the luminous path, the Circle of Light Academy. The Circle of Light section rose quietly and sat quietly, and the arena noise around them was genuine regardless. And from the southern reaches, untamed and unmatched, the announcer's voice carried something different on this one. A specific energy. The Wild Academy. The Wild Academy section didn't cheer. Instead, they widely shouted, almost like some kind of war cry. Gray's eyes twitched at this as he recalled the setting of the Wild Academy. Their training consists of creating the heart of the beast, a supernatural ability that allows their bodies to push past their limits. In return, they would lose a bit of their conscience, but it was more than enough for them to be able to make conscious decisions, at least mid-fight. The announcer waited for the noise to settle. And of course, his voice warmed by a degree. "Your hosts, your home, the pride of this institution, and the reason 42 previous festivals have been worth attending." Every student in the arena understood what was coming. The Clementine Sword and Magic Academy. Oh, considerably louder than every other academy. Several of their students were already on their feet, and one had produced a banner from somewhere that he was waving with committed enthusiasm. The announcer rode the noise with the practiced ease of someone who had been waiting for it and knew exactly when it would peak and when it would begin to drop. He raised both hands as it descended. Now, his voice dropped to something more dramatic. To the festival itself, the field below the stage changed. The inscription arrays along the arena floor activated in sequence, and the air above the central field shimmered and compressed into a three-dimensional projection that rose 20 meters above the stage and was visible from every tier simultaneously. It showed a dungeon entrance. The Sword Festival's first phase is beast hunting. The projection zoomed inward, showing layered dungeon corridors, mapped and labeled. Our hosting staff has prepared a dedicated dungeon realm for this occasion. Within it, beast populations have been cultivated specifically for this event. Every beast carries a numbered soul seal upon its death, confirming the kill and attributing it to the hunter. The projection shifted to show the seal system, small luminous markers appearing on illustrated beast silhouettes. Every participating student from all 5 academies will enter simultaneously. He paused slyly before raising 4 fingers. 473 participants. 1 dungeon. The arena responded to that number with a low, collective sound. The first 150 students to accumulate confirmed kills will advance to the second phase. He let that sit for exactly the right amount of time. The remaining 323 go home. The projection above the stage shifted, displaying the dungeon's internal map one final time before dissolving entirely. leaving only the portal itself. Now fully active, it surfaced the particular non-color of a threshold between one space and another. The seal system will track and confirm every kill in real time. Rankings will be displayed on the arena board throughout the phase. He gestured toward the large inscription board above the eastern tier, currently blank. Family names, academy affiliation, kill count. Everyone in this arena will watch you work. No pressure. Scattered laughter from the crowd. Participants, to the field, he shouted as the participants started descending from their seats. Surprisingly, Lyra was also going to participate. She walked down and waved at Gray with a happy smile, to which Gray also waved back. M.A. Champh, Melis on his side, snorted at his actions. She simply adjusted her grip on his arm and looked at the field. The inscription board above the eastern tier flickered once. Then the ranking display initialized, 473 empty slots arranged in a live column, waiting. The announcer's voice came from above one final time. Begin. All of them disappeared into the portal. Seraph SPOV few. Cold air. This dungeon is pretty cold, huh? I exhaled once and looked around. It was a forest or something similar to it. The trees were real enough, tall and dark with thick roots breaking through the ground in uneven ridges. The canopy above was dense enough that the sky couldn't be seen. Around me, the only thing I could actually see was trees for some reason, so I opted to go simply forward. The beasts were obviously going to use the trees as a hiding spot or simply as an object of movement, so I needed to be extra careful with that. Crack! A branch suddenly snapped, causing me to turn my head around. There was a small bump on the ground. An underground creature. Huh? The question was, is this creature curious about my presence, or is it hunting me? To answer that, I kept walking forward, and the creature followed me. So I got my answer in that instant and unsheathed my sword. It took about 6 seconds. The beast came out of the undergrowth fast and low, four-legged, scaled across the back and shoulders, mouth already open. Bigger than I expected considering how small that bump was. The size of a large dog, but heavier. Its legs driving it forward with the kind of committed force that meant it wasn't planning to stop. Swish! I enveloped my sword with chi and swung it at the creature. Splat! It was directly cut in half, its split parts falling depressingly into the ground. I looked down at it before feeling a strange energy streaming through the air. I should have gotten points for killing this beast. After confirming this, I decided to rush forward and find more creatures since only the people who killed the most would qualify. And my goal was to obviously win this competition. Only then, I have that item. However, I need to be careful about this since Professor Ellen told me that actual demons were hunting for me. I don't exactly remember possessing something that precious on me, and I doubt that they try to kill a future threat. If that was the case, Gray would probably been dead a long time ago. I miss those old times. Chapter 251, Sword Festival 4, when Gray's attention was solely focused on me. Why did he have to get his talent stolen? And was even thrown out of the Aurelian family? Why him? If it wasn't him, we'd probably have been fiancés by now. I swung my sword at another beast that jumped from the branches above without really looking at it. Splat! The thought alone made my chest feel tight in a way I didn't particularly like. I remembered the day I found out. I was 12. A servant had mentioned it in passing. The way servants mentioned things they thought weren't important, and I had stood in the corridor outside my father's study for a long time after that. Not moving, just standing there with that information sitting in my chest like something swallowed wrong. Grévireux d'Aurélien. Talent stripped and expelled from the family register. Just like that. Like he had never been there. I cut through 2 more beasts without breaking my stride. Splat flip. The Aurelian family. I let myself think about them properly for exactly 3 seconds, which was about as long as I could afford before it started affecting my breathing. The strongest Duke family for more than a century, and they threw him out like he was nothing. Like he was nothing. My grip on my sword tightened. When I ascend to become the Empress, I'll make sure that their family disappears out of the fucking map. Another beast came from the left. Splat! I exhaled slowly and made myself let go of the grip tension before it became a habit. Focus. That S later. This is now. Now was the forest, where 150 spots and 473 participants and whatever was currently. Swish. I stopped walking as I heard a sudden movement. What is this? The shadows between two of the larger trees were moving against the direction of the sourceless light, pooling slightly. I stood very still. The shape that stepped out was small, smaller than I expected from the presence I had felt, barely reaching my waist, slight and thin-limbed with the jerky, deliberate movements of something that was confident in a way its size didn't immediately justify. Red skin, dark eyes that caught the pale forest light and returned it as something dimmer. Two small horns above its temples, curved slightly backward, unmistakable. My hand tightened on my sword. An imp. Lowest tier of demon classification. Individually, barely a threat to anyone at my level. But imps didn't come alone. And imps didn't appear inside a sealed festival dungeon without being put there by something considerably above their own classification. I looked at it. It looked at me. Ellen warned me. I mumbled to myself. The imp's dark eyes didn't move from my face. Swoosh. The imp moved first. It launched itself at me with its arms spread wide, its mouth open, not caring about any single move that I made. They were demons made to hunt in groups, with no intelligence whatsoever. I didn't move back. I brought my sword up, let the sword chi build along the edge for exactly half a second, and released it in a single horizontal arc shhhk. The crescent of chi left the blade clean and fast, and the imp didn't have time to understand what it was before it passed through it completely. Splat. Two halves. Two separate directions. The red skin split, like it had always been two things pretending to be one. I looked at it. It's the weakest type of demon, for a reason. Then I heard it. Not one sound, many sound from all around me, coming from every direction with the specific overlapping quality of things that had been waiting rather than approaching, as if the first imp's death had been a signal rather than an incident. I turned slowly. 10. I counted them without meaning to, stepping out from between trees and rising from the undergrowth and dropping from branches, their red skin catching the pale forest light, their small horns identical to the first 1s. 10 became 20 before I finished counting. 20? That S fine. I can handle 20, I sighed in relief. But then, 20 became 40. I gritted my teeth. 40 became 60. Okay. 60 became 100, pouring from between the trees in a continuous stream that didn't seem to have a bottom to it, the forest filling with the sound of their movement. That low collective breathing that a large group of small things produced when they were all focused on the same target. 100 became 200. I gritted my teeth. I could handle 20 at the same time. Maybe 25 if I was being generous with myself, and the conditions were good. 200? I would die trying. I was honest enough with myself to admit that without it taking very long. Fuck, I need to get away from here until someone notices this. Fwish. Obviously, I decided to run away. I went left because left had the thinnest concentration when I turned. 3 imps instead of a wall of them, and I cut through all 3 without slowing down. SHHK splat. 3 splats behind me. The rest followed. The sound of 200 imps moving through a forest at speed was something I was going to remember for a long time, whether I wanted to or not. To make things worse, the low continuous rustling of the imps moving was somehow worse than something louder would have been. I pushed more chi into my legs and ran faster. An imp dropped from a branch directly in my path. Fwhip! I cut it without breaking stride, and its 2 halves fell to either side of me as I passed between them. 2 more from the left. Splat. Another from the right. SHHK. Keep moving, Seraph. Don't you dare stop. I wasn't stopping. A group of 7 had gotten ahead of me somehow, cutting through the trees faster than I had accounted for, forming a loose line across my path with the collective confidence of things that understood numbers. I didn't slow down. I released a wide crescent of sword chi at full output, and it passed through all 7 in a single arc before I reached their position. SHHHK. 7 splats. I ran through the gap before the halves finished falling. Behind me, the horde hadn't thinned. If anything, the sound of it had gotten larger, more imps joining from deeper in the forest, drawn by whatever signal the first one's death had sent. How many are there? I thought. I didn't have a good answer for that. My lungs were starting to register the effort. Not badly, not yet, but the awareness was there as I felt my body getting weaker due to the continuance use of sword chi in my current realm. The sword chi is literally a double-edged sword since I don't have enough inner strength to fully release it. This is why, only at the king realm, one can only fully comprehend and use it. TSK. An imp grabbed my ankle. I looked down, genuinely surprised because I hadn't felt it coming, and that was embarrassing. SHHK. I cut its arms off at the elbow, without breaking my stride, and it fell away behind me, making a sound I didn't feel particularly bad about. I kept running. The trees were getting denser ahead, the roots more irregular, the canopy closing back in until the light dropped to almost nothing. I had to slow slightly to manage the footing, and the half-second I lost to that was enough for the leading edge of the horde to close the gap behind me by 10 meters. Too close. I sent another crescent backward without turning. Whip! The sound it made passing through the front rank of the horde was not clean like the single targets. It was something messy and louder that I didn't look back at. Screaming. Lots of screaming. Good, I thought, and immediately felt slightly guilty about thinking good at a sound like that. I kept running anyway. Then the ground changed. The roots thickened suddenly, rising out of the soil in interlocking ridges that crossed each other in every direction, and the trees pressed so close together on either side that the gap between them was barely a person wide. The path I had been following, if it could be called a path, narrowed to nothing. And ahead of me, a rock face. It was sheer and tall, covered in the same dark moss I had noticed earlier and found pretty. I found it considerably less pretty right now. I stopped with my back against it and turned around. The horde filled the space between the trees from edge to edge, a solid mass of red skin and small horns and dark eyes all pointed at me, the forest behind them moving with more of them still arriving. I looked at them. They looked at me. Well, I thought. I raised my sword. This is not ideal. Chapter 252. Sir Festival V. Back in the viewing stands. The inscription board above the eastern part had been running for a while now, names and kill counts updating in real time with the satisfying regularity of a competition going exactly as designed. The crowd had found its rhythm, reacting to significant jumps in ranking, groaning when favorites dropped positions, the ambient noise of several thousand people watching something they were invested in. Gray was watching the board, focused on the rankings. MHM. Lyra was sitting at 31st, her kill count climbing at a pace that was pretty consistent, meaning that she might have found a good spot. Seraph was at 4th, had been at 4th for the past several minutes, her count climbing faster than almost anyone else on the board, the gaps between her updates shorter than most participants, which meant she was moving quickly and not wasting time between kills. Gray watched her number. It ticked up once more, and then it suddenly halted. She is probably resting now, he noted inwardly, switching back to see Lyra's ranking before then looking at the projections. All the participants seemed to be at ease killing the beasts, and none of them didn't seem to encounter a strong one yet. It seems that this first phase was a little dependent in luck. Gray stretched his arms above his head before rolling his neck lightly. Bored? Melis asked with a small smile. She was still clinging to his arm since the moment he sat there. Gray smiled back and nodded before suddenly pushing Melis' head onto his shoulder. Aya! Melis let out a strange sound, bewildered by his actions. Gray gently leaned his head on top of hers and let out a faint sigh. Stay like this for a moment. He closed his eyes. He was simply using Melis' body to get into a comfortable position to rest his eyes since he was sure that she wouldn't mind. MHM. Melis hummed lightly and also closed her eyes. They spent a few minutes like this until, suddenly, what is happening with the eldest princess? Her score hasn't changed yet. Hearing the whispers around, Gray's senses tingled intensely, causing him to instantly snap his eyes open and look at the scoreboard. The board updated around her entry, names above and below changing as their counts climbed. But Seraph's number sat exactly where it was, unchanged, as if the person attached to it had simply stopped doing anything. He frowned at this. He waited a few more minutes, and still nothing. Around him the crowd continued its noise, reacting to a sudden surge from a wild academy student who had jumped 15 positions in under a minute, the kind of dramatic movement that pulled collective attention immediately. Fuck. He sat forward slightly. Then the projection above the field, which had been cycling through various dungeon sections, showing highlight moments for the crowd, flickered. Seraph's section of the forest appeared briefly in the projection feed, the inscription system attempting to locate and display her position for the audience the way it had been displaying other participants throughout the phase. It showed trees. Just trees. The projection held for 2 seconds, found nothing worth displaying, and moved on to another participant's feed automatically. Gray's frown deepened. The projection system tracked participants through their Soul Seal registration. For it to display an empty location meant it had found her registered coordinates, but had nothing to show at them, which meant either she had moved faster than the tracking system could follow, or he stood up. Melis looked up at him immediately. Gray? He was already looking at the instructor's observation platform to the left of the main stage, where Ellen stood with 2 other faculty members monitoring the competition's administrative feed. Ellen was frowning at something in front of her. That was enough information for him. Gray, what? Melis started, but was interrupted almost immediately. Something's happening with Seraph. His eyes narrowed sharply. Swap Gray appeared beside Ellen instantly, but Ellen didn't flinch at all, as she had seen enough in her life that sudden appearances beside her registered as information rather than shock. She looked at him sideways. Gray? What happened to Seraph? He asked directly without a single moment of hesitation. Ellen's frown, which had been directed at the administrative feed in front of her, deepened by a fraction. Her locator seal went dark approximately 6 minutes ago. She spoke solemnly. Literally dark, as if something cut the connection entirely. Something or someone. Ellen said nothing to that, which was its own answer. Gray looked at the administrative feed. It was considerably more detailed than the public board, showing participant positions as moving points of light across a mapped overlay of the dungeon's interior. Every other point was visible, some clustered, some spread across the forest's wider sections. Seraph's point was clearly absent. Can you pull her out? He asked. To do that, I would need to halt the extraction array and redirect it to a specific coordinate. Ellen's voice was even, which means stopping the festival. Then stop it. Gray. Ellen looked at him properly now. 470 participants. 3 other academies. Contracts, agreements, reputations. She held his gaze. I cannot stop the festival on the basis of a locator seal going dark. Not without confirmation of an actual incident. Her seal going dark is confirmation enough. Not institutionally. Gray looked at the empty point on the map where Seraph's marker should have been. His jaw was tight. Then send someone in after her, he said. Everyone I can send is either managing the festival infrastructure or monitoring the other participants. She paused. And frankly, Gray, whoever I send, she stopped herself. And didn't finish the sentence as she knew that Gray would understand what she meant by saying those words. Gray was quiet for a moment, still looking at the map. Then he looked up. Does the festival accept late participants? Ellen turned to look at him fully. For exactly 2 seconds her expression did something that was neither her classroom composure nor her combat coldness, but something that lived briefly between the two before her lips curved upward at one corner. They do. Gray reached into his dimensional storage. The rapier came out and sat in his hand with the familiar weight of something that had been there before and knew how to be there again. He looked at the arena field below the platform and found specific point. A small error in the stone near the portal's outer ring. A faint grain of displaced dust sitting in the gap between 2 inscription lines. He appeared on the arena field between one moment and the next. The platform where Ellen stood now empty of him, the field now containing him. the portal's light catching his rapier and throwing it across the stone in a long, bright line. The arena went silent for exactly 1 second. Then it didn't. The noise that followed was not the polite, curious response of a crowd encountering something unexpected. It was immediate and enormous and recognition-shaped. The specific sound of several thousand people identifying someone simultaneously and responding to that identification with everything they had. Is that Graviru, that monstrous genius who regained his talent. He entering. Now, the Clementine section was loudest, obviously. Several students were on their feet before the noise had fully built, pointing with the uninhibited enthusiasm of people who had watched him in the dungeon practical and had been waiting, without knowing they were waiting, for exactly this. Gray walked toward the portal without acknowledging any of it. His expression was the same as it always was. The announcer, to his credit, recovered quickly. Well, his voice hit the inscription amplification and filled the arena with the delighted energy of someone who had not planned for this and was genuinely thrilled by the deviation. It appears we have one final participant joining the field, the crowd responded. Gray D. Orlean of the Clementine Academy's exchange program. Louder. Entering the first phase, the 474th participant. The noise peaked into something that stopped being identifiable as individual sounds and became a single collective presence, filling the enclosed space from floor to ceiling. Gray reached the portal's threshold. He looked at it for exactly 1 second. Somewhere in there, Seraph was backed against something with considerably more than she should have been dealing with alone, and the festival's tracking system had lost her, and Ellen couldn't stop the clock, and no one else was going in. Phew. Let us hope it's not a mid-tier demon or something higher than that. At least, be human. I'm more skilled at killing those. His eyes narrowed slyly as he took a step forward and stepped through, feeling a strange energy wash over his body as the portal swallowed him whole. He entering. But even as he disappeared from their view, the arena continued its noise behind him, enormous and warm and entirely irrelevant to where he was going. Chapter 253, Sword Festival 6, Demonic Energy. Fuck. Gray cursed as soon as Jasmine spoke. He started moving right without breaking pace. Then, what could the demons want with Seraph? His eyes narrowed slyly. And also, guide me to where the demonic energy is coming from. Just go straight to your right. Seraph was the eldest princess, and that much was obvious as a reason. But kidnapping royalty during a public festival with hundreds of witnesses and 4 academy faculties present was not a subtle operation. Whoever sent these demons wasn't trying to keep it quiet, which meant they either didn't care about being quiet, or they were confident enough that quiet wasn't necessary. Neither option was particularly comforting. Left at the large root. He went left. The trees thickened around him as he moved deeper into the forest, the sourceless light dropping to something dimmer. Maybe they wanted to kidnap her to bring out the Emperor and the Empress? That could be a good idea. But Gray knew how self-centered the Emperor was, and knew that even if they threatened to kill Seraph, he wouldn't budge a little. However, since they knew that Seraph would be here and sent demons directly toward her location, someone placed those demons inside the sealed festival dungeon ahead of time. That required either access to the dungeon's construction process or someone with enough power to breach the seal from outside without triggering the monitoring arrays. Neither option narrowed things down comfortably. Head straight down, and you're practically there. Okay, Gray nodded lightly. Grr. He could hear it before he saw it. A low collective sound, movement and breathing, and the specific rustling of a very large number of bodies occupying a space together. It was built as he approached, filtering through the trees, and he slowed slightly to read the shape of it before he cleared the last line of trees. His eyes calmly moved across the scene. Seraph, back against a rock face, sword raised, sword chi still running along the blade but thinner than it should have been. The look of someone who had been burning output continuously for longer than was comfortable. And in front of her, imps, hundreds of them. packed between the trees from edge to edge, a solid mass of red skin and small horns that extended back into the forest further than he could see clearly. More still arrived from between the trees at the edges. Gray stared at them. They hadn't noticed him yet. He looked at Seraph. She hadn't noticed him yet either, her attention entirely and reasonably consumed by the several hundred demons directly in front of her face. He looked back at the horde. HM. He exhaled slowly through his nose. I've dealt with hundreds of beasts before, he mumbled to himself, but somehow hundreds of tiny red men feel worse. He reached up and rubbed the back of his neck. Swap's Seraph blinked. She was no longer against the rock face. She was standing at the tree line. The rock face now several meters behind her, the horde of imps now several meters in front of her, and Gray was standing exactly where she had been a second ago, his back to the stone, facing several hundred demons with his rapier loose in his hand. He turned his head and looked at her over his shoulder. Wink's Seraph stared at him. He turned back to the imps, reached up with his free hand, and ran 2 fingers slowly along the flat of his rapier's blade. Atrani, he called out softly. Come out. It's for your meal. He grinned slightly. Swish. A faint energy escaped from the blade. 9 colors bleeding into each other in soft, overlapping waves. It drifted downward and pooled, and then rose again in the shape of a small snake, her white scales catching the 9-colored light and returning it as something even more luminous. Atrani landed on Gray's shoulder and looked at the imps. The imps looked at Atrani, and in an instant, the front rank went very still. Grr. Then the stillness spread backward through the horde like a wave moving in reverse. Hundreds of small bodies going rigid one after another, as whatever passed for instinct in the lowest tier of demonkind delivered a piece of information that every single one of them received at the same moment. They shuddered, all of them, simultaneously. A sound rose from the horde that was not their war sound and not their hunting sound, but something considerably smaller and considerably less confident than either. Atrani tilted her small head. She opened her mouth. Something began forming in the space directly in front of her open jaws, small at first. A point of compressed energy that pulled the light around it inward rather than outward, dark and dense, and rotating slowly. 9 colors moving through it in sequence too fast to track individually. The ball grew. Cling. 1 wave rang out from it, hitting the air in every direction simultaneously. Cling. A second wave then came, slightly larger and deeper. Cling. 7 more in rapid succession, each one building on the last. The 9 consecutive waves overlapping into a resonance that made the trees around the clearing tremble at their roots and sent loose debris on the forest floor jumping with each pulse. The ball's color changed. The 9 colors collapsed inward and resolved into 2, blue bleeding through from one side and red from the other, meeting at the center and not mixing, sitting against each other with the specific tension of opposites held in perfect balance. The imps in the front rank took 1 collective step backward. It didn't help. Swoosh! The breath left Atrani's mouth, and it was not small in the way that Atrani was small. It expanded the moment it cleared her jaws. Fire and water erupting outward in twin spiraling columns that wove around each other without canceling. It hit the horde. The sound it made was enormous and brief and final. The wave of imps at the front simply ceased. The ones behind them caught in the expanding reach of the breath as it pushed outward and forward and didn't stop until it had covered the full width of the clearing and driven itself deep into the treeline beyond. Steam rose from the forest floor where the 2 elements had met the ground. Atrani closed her mouth, licked her lips once with her small tongue, and made a sound of quiet, complete satisfaction. Slick Gray looked at the empty clearing where several hundred imps had been 30 seconds ago, and smiled in satisfaction. Good girl, he muttered, gently brushing Atrani's scales. He turned around to look at Seraph. What are you doing here? This was somehow the first thing she asked. Gray turned to face her fully, Atrani already coiling back toward his collar with the satisfied energy of something that had eaten well and was now interested in sleeping. Your locator seal went dark. Seraph's eyes moved to the empty clearing again briefly. I was handling it, she replied firmly. You were backed against a rock. I was handling it, she repeated in exactly the same tone. Gray said nothing to that. You said you weren't participating. I wasn't. And then you did. Yes. Because of the locator seal. Indeed. She deeply stared into his eyes for a moment. Ellen couldn't stop the festival, Gray added, gently letting a trinity lick the edge of his fingers. And your position had been static for too long. So you came in yourself. It was faster. Seraph was quiet for a moment. Thank you, Gray. Truly. Gray nodded once. She sheathed her sword. Her eyes moved to a trinity, who had settled into her usual position along his collar, her small head resting near his neck, 9 colored scales catching the pale forest light in soft, overlapping waves. Seraph looked at her for a long moment. That snake, she said. The breath technique. She glanced at Gray. That wasn't a standard beast ability. No, the energy before it. 9 colors. Her pale eyes moved back to a trinity, carefully analyzing her. Hiss. This made a trinity hiss in annoyance. What is she? Gray looked at a trinity. A trinity looked at Seraph with one half-open eye, decided she wasn't interesting enough to open the other one for, and closed it again. An ordinary snake. Seraph looked at him. That's not an answer. It's accurate. Gray. Shis mine. That's the relevant part. He finally spoke coldly, shutting her instantly. Seraph was still full of questions, but noticing Gray's colder tone, she gave up, giving a trinity one last look before sighing. A trinity did not return the look. Fine. She turned toward the forest ahead, her posture resettling into its calmness. The demons weren't random, she said, her voice dropping slightly. Someone placed them here, specifically. I know. She glanced at him. Do you have any enemies currently? Gray took the opportunity to ask. Enemies, huh? Does the rest of the royal family count? Gray hummed thoughtfully at her words. He'll rule out the possibility of kidnapping Seraph being a way to attract the Emperor. He really needed to be careful about this, because it had a high chance that he would be swept up in the storm. Chapter 254. Sword Festival 7. Why did you want to save her anyway? Do you still have feelings for her? Jasmine asked as both Gray and Seraph walked through the deep forest. And surprisingly, they didn't find any creature or demon so far. Nope. She is very useful for me. That is it. Useful? You mean her identity as the eldest princess? Yeah, and her talent as well. He glanced at Seraph briefly from the corner of his eye. She was moving quietly beside him. Her breathing had already returned to normal, and her expression was carrying its usual aloofness. She had no idea, of course. In the novel, she had been one of the most genuinely difficult obstacles Adrian had ever faced. She, alone, was able to suppress the whole Hero-S party using a single wooden sword carved by Gray when he was younger. At that time, Lyra had already awakened the authorities of the 5 main gods. Adrian had inherited the power of more than 10 gods, and yet, they almost lost against her. She is probably the only person alive right now who comes close to me in terms of innate talent, he thought. Letting that die would be wasteful. Jasmine hummed thoughtfully at his words, her eyes narrowing as she looked at Lyra with her divine eyes. Gray said nothing further, but he was a little perturbed. It's simply too quiet, and I'm not even manifesting my own killing intent to scare away the beasts. Shook. Huh? Seraph suddenly looked at the ground in confusion, and so did Gray. Did the ground just shake? Gray spoke in a surprised tone. I think so. She nodded lightly. Both of them crouched down to check the ground, as there probably was something right below them. Weird. I don't feel any mana from below. Seraph frowned. Gray was also a little weirded out by this. Wait a second. He suddenly dipped his rapier-S blade into the ground, and seeing how easy it passed through the dirt. Shit. We need to get the fuck out of here. Crack. But just as he uttered those words, the ground beneath them split. Thrum. Directly beneath their feet. The stone and soil fracturing outward from the center in jagged, radiating lines, before the entire section simply gave way, dropping into nothing, taking both of them with it. Gray's hand moved immediately. Swap, you have entered an anti-mana zone. Mana cannot be used in this area. The notification appeared directly in front of his eyes, causing his eyes to widen almost entirely in shock. He had half a second to process it and used that same half second to grab Seraph. He pulled her into his arms before she had finished processing that she was falling, wrapping one arm around her back and pulling her against his chest, his other hand going his rapier by reflex before he registered that the rapier was going to help with the fall. Gee, Gray. She grabbed him back, both arms going around him with a grip that was considerably tighter than her usual composure suggested she was capable of, her face pressing against his shoulder. What should we do? They were falling. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The hole below them was dark and gave no indication of ending. The broken edges of the entrance above shrinking into a pale square of forest light that got smaller with each second. Gray counted the seconds and thought, fucking hell, I knew that this was going to be a rabbit hole. He cursed inwardly. He couldn't use skills here, so he needed something, or someone to help him not take fall damage, as it could potentially kill him. After all, rabbit holes do block any kind of mana use. A Trinity, he finally got an idea. Hiss, go to your spiritual form and help us with the fall. A Trinity, who had been clinging to his collar through the entire descent with her scales fully flared and her eyes wide open for once, made a sound that was not her usual satisfied hiss. Hiss, and then she let go. The 9-colored energy poured outward from her small body as she released her physical form. Expanding rapidly in the dark of the shaft, wisps of luminous color spreading and reshaping. And then the phantom took form around them both, enormous and coiling, her scales hardening from translucent to something considerably more substantial as the ground rushed up from below. Boom! The impact shook the shaft walls. Dust and loose stone rained down from above. The phantom held firmly. Gray felt the deceleration through his entire frame, absorbed and distributed across a Trinity's hardened phantom scales rather than delivered to the 2 people she was wrapped around. And then everything was still. Creak. Phew. The phantom dissolved back into wisps, the wisps contracting back into the small white snake that reappeared on Gray's left arm, winding herself into a comfy place. She licked his cheek once and closed her eyes, taking her 4th nap of the day. Phew! Gray exhaled and looked down at her, pressing 2 fingers gently against the top of her small head. Good girl, he said quietly. He looked up. They were at the bottom of a shaft with no visible way back up, in an anti-magic zone, somewhere beneath a festival dungeon that now had confirmed demonic activity inside it. He looked at Seraph. She had released her grip on him and stepped back slightly, one hand still on his arm, holding on to him for support as her breath came unevenly. Ooh. A thin layer of dust had settled across her hair and shoulders from the shaft walls. You okay? Cough. Cough. She pressed her fist against her mouth, cleared her throat, and straightened. I guess so. She breathed hard for a moment. Nodding, Gray looked at the shaft around them. Carved stone walls, too smooth to be naturally made. Inscription lines running along the lower sections are dark and inactive. A passage leading forward from the shaft's base in one direction, wide enough for 2 people across, its depths dark. An anti-mana rabbit hole. I should have expected this, but this means that there's probably a beast above the intermediate king realm around here somewhere. Not to mention rabbit hole. Before Gray could finish his thoughts, Jasmine suddenly interrupted him. It's a giant hole carved usually by ground-devouring worms. Those are creatures that are naturally born above the intermediate king realm, and depending on their age, they can even reach into the emperor realm. They literally get stronger by devouring the nutrients contained in the ground, but they are quite slow, as normally, to break through a single small realm, they need more than 10 years. Are they like trap holes? Yup, that's why I'm a little paranoid about this. Since this is also somehow an anti-mana zone, which means his eyes narrowed slyly at the carved inscriptions on the walls, and upon taking a closer look, he finished his previous thought. It's at least a saint-level worm that might have gained sentience. Gray, this is a rabbit hole, right? Why can't I use my mana? Seraph asked as she tried to circulate her mana, but strangely couldn't. It's an anti-mana zone. We can't use mana unless we're stronger than the person that created this zone. Anti-mana zone? Her eyes suddenly widened in realization. Grip. Doesn't that mean that we will probably die? She suddenly grabbed Gray's clothes and pulled him closer to her, looking at him with eyes that were practically pleading with him to refute her own words. But Gray didn't want to give her false hope, so he nodded instead. There's a high chance that a saint-level ground-devouring worm created his rabbit hole. And yeah, our chances of surviving are second to none. Sarah stared at him. For a long moment, she just stared, her hands still gripping his clothes, her knuckles almost turning pale from the pressure of it. Second to none? She repeated, almost like a robot. Yes. Her expression changed instantly, and her grip on his clothes tightened. I can't die here. She spoke in an almost teary tone. I can't die here. She said it again, slightly differently, like she was testing whether saying it twice made it more or less true. Not like this. In a hole. During a festival, huh? She laughed. During a festival, she repeated. That's such a stupid way to. She stopped as her breathing suddenly got heavier. Sniff. Nobody will even know. They'll see my name stop moving on the board, and they'll just think I withdrew, or got eliminated. They'll just think. She exhaled sharply through her nose. Thinking about it isn't so bad to die, right? My whole family is trying to kill me. I have demons hunting me for whatever reason. Tears slipped from her eyes, wetting the dirty ground. Isn't it just better to die? She almost shouted, but then Gray softly wrapped his arms around her, pulling him into him, flattening her breasts against his chest. So I'm here. He gently patted her back in slow motion. Everything will be fine, he muttered softly into her ear. His voice almost sounded like magic as Seraph gradually calmed down under his little whispers and small patting movements. Then, when she finally looked up from his chest, Seraph stared at him with those two bright eyes and her jaw set tight, and her hands still knotted in his clothes, and she said, very quietly, as the words cost her something she wasn't sure she had, I don't want to die in a hole, Gray. Chapter 255, Sword Festival 8, don't worry. You want to die at least. Not on my watch. Seraph looked at him for a long moment before suddenly starting to laugh, tears quickly swelling up in her eyes. Gray didn't mind and gently stroked her back. Sorry. But it's just that is a very confident thing to say at the bottom of a hole. She used her thumb to wipe her tears away. TSK, Gray clicked his tongue. Says the person who was crying 2 minutes ago. She wiped her face with the back of her hand. He stood up and offered her his hand. She took it, got to her feet, and released it immediately after, straightening her clothes and her hair. All right, let us go and hope that there's a way to get back up. MHM. She nodded. They started walking throughout the hole. The passage was dark, but not completely. The inscription lines along the lower walls carried a faint residual glow that was too dim to be useful and too present to be ignorable. Everything had a gray, sourceless quality that flattened depth and made distances harder to read than they should have been. A true rabbit hole. Then Seraph said, quietly enough that the words didn't carry past the two of them. You call me Sarah, didn't you? Gray kept walking and didn't bother to look at her. Did I? Back there. When you were. She paused, and he could hear her choosing her words. When you were holding me. You said my name, and you call me Sarah. Force of habit. Gray shrugged lightly. That is not a habit you've had since you've arrived at this academy, she noted. You've called me Seraph, or nothing at all? Not Sarah. I used to call you that. Yes. When we were children, she paused, looking at his side profile for a while. Do you want me to keep calling you that? Really? Her voice jumped up so fast and so bright that Gray actually turned to look at her, his eyes slightly wider than usual, which for him was the equivalent of anyone else's jaw-dropping. Seraph composed herself immediately. Ahem. She cleared her throat and then looked at the wall beside her as if she was truly analyzing it. Gray looked at her for a moment longer and held back his laugh, as his lips slowly curved up to reply to her excited words. Sure, if you're that excited about it, I'll call you anything you want. Seraph laughed happily at his words before bumping his shoulder and speaking in a casual voice. Don't make it strange. You're the one who reacted like that. I was just happy. You mean excited? You practically jumped, and your eyes almost lit up this whole cavern, Gray added teasingly. Hey, I wasn't that excited. Sure. HMPF. Stop that already. Despite her complaining, she was already walking much closer to Gray, not standing as far away as before. Gray obviously noticed this, but didn't share his thoughts. But then, Gray's step suddenly slowed down. This is a problem. He sighed inwardly. The passage ahead opened into a drop in the ceiling height and a corresponding widening of the floor that announced a larger space before they reached it. He stopped at the threshold. Seraph stopped beside him. The hole in the floor ahead was considerably larger than anything they had seen so far. It was like a genuine collapse in the tunnel floor. Gray looked at it. A ground-devouring worm was here moments ago. Fucking hell. Now we're definitely fucked. He turned back to Seraph and spoke. A ground-devouring worm made this and was probably here a few minutes ago. Seraph looked at him. How can you tell? The shape. He crouched down at the edge, studying the collapsed stone without touching it. Wormholes have a specific pressure pattern around the rim. The stone doesn't break. It compresses outward from the center, like something pushed through it from below rather than the ground giving way naturally. Seraph crouched beside him and looked at the rim. The edges are pushed outward, she said. Yes. So it came up from below and went back down, he said, looking at the opposite edge. The compression pattern continues on that side. It came up, moved through, went back down. Recently, the stone hasn't settled yet. The dust is still loose. He stood. Very recently. Seraph stood beside him and looked at the hole with the expression of someone receiving information they would have preferred not to receive. So, it was just here, she spoke in realization. Indeed, and now it's somewhere in these tunnels. Yes, the worm is probably here with us. She was quiet for a moment. You're being very calm about this. What's the use of panicking if it wouldn't help our situation whatsoever? He shrugged his shoulders before crouching down. Damn it. She exhaled quietly and looked at the hole again. As for Gray, he turned his attention inward. Jasmine, can you feel anything nearby? Yes. 15 meters down that hole. There's a life signature. Large, very dense, but the mana waves are slow and irregular. Irregular how? The way breathing is irregular when something is asleep. It's not moving. Its core output is at a minimum, so I think it's sleeping. Gray looked at the hole. A sleeping worm. Huh, you have a chance of killing it. But do that without mana. I'll need to get extremely close to it. That's indeed a big problem. Do you know any of its weak points, at least? I do, he nodded lightly. Ground-devouring worms have a weak point at the base of the first segment behind the head, where the outer shell hasn't fully calcified. A precise enough strike can easily reach the core directly. But the problem, what if it wakes up before I reach the weak point? You'll be dead. Yup. The last thing we could do is try to stay there for 2 more days since the competition lasts only 3 days. After that, we'll be pulled out, but that also means that we are going to be disqualified. I genuinely don't care, but Sarah will probably be very sad about that. Huh. Are you caring about her now? This competition is probably a way of improving her chances of getting to the throne, so I would want to ruin that. All right, I'll check if there is something in the hole, spoke Gray, turning to look at Seraph with a small smile. No, I'll go with you. She instantly refused. You're definitely staying here. Absolutely not. Suha, don't stare at me right now, she pouted, crossing her arms. You just spent 5 whole minutes telling me not to get separated from you, and now you want to go down a hole alone. The situation changed. The situation is that you want to go down a dark hole in an anti-mana zone, and you want me to just stand here and wait. That's true. He surprisingly nodded in agreement. She stared at him. That's your entire argument? That's true? She repeated his words. You're exhausted. Your sword chi output has been running on empty since the imp encounter. Going down there in your current state creates two problems instead of solving one. She opened her mouth. If something goes wrong down there, he continued, before she could speak, I need someone up here who can respond to it, who can move, who knows the passage layout, who can create an exit option if one becomes necessary. He looked at her steadily. That person needs to be functional. You're the only other person here. Seraph looked at him. You're making me the contingency plan? You're the most capable contingency plan available. She held his gaze for a long moment, clearly working through the argument from multiple directions and finding it irritatingly solid from most of them. What is down there? She asked. Probably a passage, and I need to check what it connects to. It might be a way out. That last part wasn't entirely false. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously, but seeing how calm and confident he was acting, she finally sighed. How long? She asked. Not long. That is not a time. All right, 15 minutes then. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, take the right passage back to the last junction and wait there. Don't come down after me. And if something happens to you down there, then the contingency plan activates. She looked at him for a long, quiet moment. I really dislike you sometimes. She pouted, I know. Come back quickly, please. Her face dropped slyly. I will. Gray smiled lightly. She stepped back from the edge, kept her eyes on him with the eyes of someone who intended to count every one of those 15 minutes personally. Gray looked at the hole and unsheathed his rapier from his waist before jumping into the hole without a shred of hesitation. CRRKKK. His rapier was stabbed into the sides of the hole, slowing down his fall as he suddenly took a big gulp of oxygen and closed his mouth shut. After all, one of the most special things about the ground-devouring worms was the fact that they were blind. And because of that, their other senses were strengthened exponentially. I need to be extremely careful about this. He reached the ground, and in front of him, almost coiled like a snake, stood a 20-meter-long worm. Chapter 256, Sword Festival 9, Fucking Hell. It looks as disgusting as it does in the books. Its hide looked like layers of wet stone fused with raw meat. Thick segmented plates overlapped each other from head to tail, each one the size of a large shield, colored in dull shades of gray and sickly brown. Between those plates ran thin seams of softer tissue that pulsed slowly, expanding and contracting with the creature's sluggish breathing. The head rested near the far side of the chamber. If it could even be called a head. There were no eyes. No nose. No features that belonged on a normal living creature. Instead, the front of the worm ended in a massive circular maw that looked less like a mouth and more like a tunnel carved into flesh. Rings of jagged teeth spiraled inward along the inside, dozens upon dozens of them, layered like the blades of a grinder. Some were broken, and others were stained dark with what seemed to be old blood. CKRR. CKR. Every slow breath the creature took made those teeth shift slightly with a faint grinding sound. Jasmine, he called out inwardly. What realm is this thing? Lake King. Not the Saint Realm one, huh? Yeah. I can feel a few vibrations through the ground, and although I can't exactly pinpoint its locations, it should be in a radius of a mile or so. That's south quite close. That means that this could be an offspring of hers. Gray looked at the creature for a long moment. Then he looked at the weak point. The base of the first segment behind the head, where the plating hadn't fully calcified, was visible from where he stood, a slightly softer discoloration in the tissue between the first and second plates. The seam there wider than the others. Most people wouldn't have noticed, but that was something Gray had been looking for specifically. He kept holding his breath and slowly started walking towards the big fat worm. His rapier shone in the faint light coming from miniature holes as he continued approaching the worm, now being only 10 meters away. CKRR. The worm moved slyly, and this movement caused Gray to stop completely. The creature's massive body contracted once, a slow ripple that moved from tail to head through the segmented plates, the grinding sound from the teeth intensifying briefly before subsiding back into its resting rhythm. Gray waited for 5 full seconds. Then he kept moving towards it. 7 meters. 5. The smell at this distance was substantial. 3 meters. He could see the weak point clearly now, the tissue there visibly softer, faintly luminous in the way that living tissue was luminous when it hadn't been hardened by calcification yet. The seam was approximately the width of 2 fingers, running in a curved line that followed the circumference of the first plate segment. He raised the rapier. 1 meter. He placed his left hand on the plate above the seam, feeling the slow pulse of the creature's breathing through the hide, timing it, waiting for the specific moment in the exhale, when the plates separated by their maximum distance and the seam widened by the fraction that made the difference between a strike that reached the core and one that didn't. CKRR. The exhale came. The seam widened. Gray drove the rapier in. Whip. Splat. The blade found the core through the soft tissue with the precision of something that had been aimed at exactly this point from the moment he dropped into the hole, and he felt the resistance of it give way completely as the tip reached what it was looking for. The worm's body spasmed. Once, massive and total, every plate slamming against every other plate in a single simultaneous contraction that sent Gray staggering back 2 steps, the rapier still in his hand, the creature's body shuddering through its death in long, diminishing waves. CKRR. CK. CK. Then, it stopped, meaning that it was dead. But Gray still didn't absorb his body with the ring of gluttony, as he wanted to confirm if this was truly an offspring or not. Phew! He exhaled once and reached down to wipe the blade. Shaki. Then the ground suddenly moved, the entire chamber floor lurched, stone grinding against stone, dust raining from the ceiling in sheets, the dead worm's body sliding several inches sideways from the force of it. Gray grabbed the wall. The vibration came again, stronger, the interval he had felt through the floor and the passages above, but amplified enormously, so strong now that it arrived in his chest rather than his feet. He looked at the dead worm, then at the hole in the chamber wall that was considerably larger than the one he had dropped through. It really was the offspring. Yeah. Did you have a plan to deal with it? I did. Gray looked at the circular maw of the dead worm, the rings of jagged teeth spiraling inward, the darkness of the tunnel it contained. Ugh, this is going to be an awful experience. He grabbed the outer ring of the maw, ignored everything about the experience of doing that, and pulled himself inside. Fuck. The inside of the worm was exactly as bad as Gray expected. Much worse, actually. The walls of the passage within the maw were slick with something he obviously didn't want to identify, warm in the specific way that living tissue was warm. The smell was total and immediate, and the kind that settled into clothing and hair and stayed there for considerably longer than the experience that produced it. He pressed himself against the inner wall and found the gap between 2 of the innermost tooth rings, a space just wide enough to see through if he kept his head at a specific angle and looked out. Boom! A much larger worm came from a hole in the wall. This is the saint-level creature. Yep, it does indeed look different from its offspring. The dead creature outside was gray and brown and quite large. But this one was in a whole different league. It was 50 meters long, moving through the chamber as if it didn't belong there. Its body wasn't the dull gray of its smaller counterpart. Instead, it was a deep black with strange patches of sickly green that pulsed lightly as it breathed. Gray noticed that it was bioluminescent, something he obviously hadn't expected. The teeth in its mouth were longer than his forearm, and they were clean, not broken or stained like the smaller creature's teeth. There were so many teeth that it was hard to count them all. The creature's massive size made the chamber seem too small, like it was meant for something else entirely. Once again, Gray was forced to hold his breath. Why does this always happen to me? Am I that unlucky? GRRRK. The saint-level worm moved through the chamber slowly. It had no eyes, same as the offspring, same as every ground-devouring worm in the literature. But it moved as if it didn't need eyes to know exactly where everything in its environment was, its head sweeping in a slow arc across the chamber floor. It stopped. Gray watched through the gap between the tooth rings. The saint-level worm's head lowered until it was nearly touching the dead offspring, the massive maw hovering inches above the still body. The green patches along the parent S body pulsed 3 times in rapid succession. Then once more, slowly. Then the saint-level worm did something he hadn't expected. It pressed the side of its head against the offspring S body. Then it straightened and drove itself into the chamber floor. Problem. The impact shook the entire network, the chamber walls cracking in thin, radiating lines. The dead offspring S body lurching sideways from the force of the parent S entry into the stone. A new tunnel opened in the floor, enormous, the edges of it compressed outward by the same pressure pattern Gray had identified in the passages above, but on a scale that made those look like scratches. The vibration that followed was massive, and then gradually, over the course of several minutes, it became less massive, and then less than that, and then it faded to a pressure in the feet rather than the chest, and then to nothing. Silence returned to the chamber. But strangely, Gray stayed where he was. 1 minute. 2. 5. He didn't move. It's gone. I know, he replied, nodding lightly. The energy signature has moved significantly deeper. It's not in detection range anymore. I know, he repeated. Then why aren't you coming out? Because a saint-level creature with sentience just found its dead offspring. He sighed inwardly and left without doing anything about it. Jasmine paused at his words. You think it's waiting for you to come out? It's a possibility. A creature that has been alive long enough to reach saint level and develop sentience doesn't react emotionally. It reacts strategically. It found the offspring dead, confirmed no threat was present in the chamber, and withdrew, which could mean it accepted the death as a natural event. Or it identified that something killed the offspring and withdrew to a position where it could monitor the chamber without being detected. He looked through the gap at the empty chamber. And if something comes out of that maw, it knows exactly what killed its offspring. Jasmine was quiet for a moment. How long do you plan to stay in there? Gray looked at the chamber through the gap. Long enough, he said. You're inside a dead worm. I'm very aware of that. It smells terrible in there, doesn't it? I'm not discussing that. That I say yes. Gray said nothing. He shifted his position slightly against the inner wall, found a marginally less unpleasant surface to press his shoulder against, and kept his eyes on the chamber through the gap. It seems that Seraph was indeed going to wait for a while. Chapter 257. Sword Festival X. 20 minutes passed, and yet Gray calmly awaited. TSK. I guess I should try to leave now, even though the worm is probably still waiting for me to come out. He clicked his tongue. He silently grabbed his rapier and walked out of the worm's mouth, making a small stepping sound as he got out of its mouth. Then, he stopped right there on the spot. Gray, it was nice meeting you. Above me, right? Yup. Fucking hell. Through him. The ceiling suddenly collapsed as the giant worm appeared, its wide mouth quivering with what could be saliva. Its position was directly on top of Gray, ready to swallow him in one go. Splurt. He was swallowed whole, his body being completely devoured by its sharp teeth. The phantom loop earrings have been activated. These earrings really are useful. Huh? Gray held his head slyly as he looked at a familiar place that was none other than the worm's offspring's insides. Generally speaking, it's impossible for me to get out of here alive unless I find a way to break the anti-mana zone, he mumbled to himself. He looked at the walls. But for that, I need to find a medium that blocks the usage of mana in here. Jasmine, what do you think the medium is? Honestly? She paused. I've been thinking about it since we fell in here. The anti-mana zone is too consistent. A fixed inscription node in the walls would have gaps, areas where the field weakens depending on distance from the source. But this one doesn't have gaps. No, it's uniform in every direction, which means the source isn't stationary. Gray went still. It's on the worm, he sighed. That's my best guess. A saint-level creature with sentience that has been living in this territory for decades. It's entirely possible that it absorbed the medium or carries it somewhere on its body. The green patches specifically have been bothering me. The bioluminescent ones. They pulsed when it was near the offspring. They changed rhythm when it was stationary versus moving. They're doing something, although I don't know what. So, you think the medium is embedded in the plating around those patches? I think the medium IS those patches, or something underneath them. The suppression field moved with the worm when it repositioned. I tracked it and instantly noticed that it didn't stay centered on a fixed point. It moved with the creature. Gray looked at the gap between the tooth rings. I need to get close enough to those green patches to destroy whatever is underneath them, he said. The only way to do that is to get close to the worm. The only way to survive getting close to the worm long enough to do anything useful is to learn its movement patterns. And the only way to learn its movement patterns is repeated exposure. You're going to let it kill you on purpose. Multiple times. Do you have a better plan? I guess not. With that in mind, Gray was already moving toward the gap. Attempt 1. He came out of the mall low and fast, rolled left, got 3 meters toward the green patches before the worm came through the ceiling exactly where it had come through before. Splurt. He died instantly. Phew. It's a relief that it's on the same entry point, so it'll know that it will come from above every single time. But how much time did I have? He asked Jasmine curiously. About 2 seconds between exit and impact. That's not enough to reach the patches. Not even close. Well, on to attempt 2. Swish. He came out of the maw, rolled left again, this time continuing to roll all the way to the wall instead of stopping, pressing his back against it. The worm came through the ceiling. At the location he had been rolling through. It hit the chamber floor, and its head swept immediately toward the wall where he was standing, the green patches pulsing rapidly. He had approximately 1 second of clear observation before it reached him. The patches were concentrated along 3 specific plate segments behind the head. The tissue between those plates was visibly different from the rest. Thicker, the seams there darker rather than lighter. Splurt. Dead for the second time. There are 3 segments behind its head, huh? It seems that it'll need to go through the plate itself. Without mana? Yes. How? Working on it. Attempt 3. He made a few adjustments and went right instead of left, and the worm quickly adjusted to his movements. It was faster adjusting right than left. That meant no rolling to the right. Attempt 7. He made it to 6 meters from the patches before the head came around. He looked at the plate's surface over the green tissue. The plating there was thicker than the surrounding segments. But at its lower edge, where it met the chamber floor when the worm was fully lowered, there was a ridge. A structural gap between the plate and the floor contact point. He noted that point on his mind instantly. Splurt. Attempt 15. Fwish. He drove the rapier into the ridge at the plate's lower edge with everything his arm could produce without mana behind it. The blade went in 2 inches. The worm's entire body contracted simultaneously, and Gray left the ground without choosing to. He hit the far wall. The impact was substantial. Splurt. Ugh. I'm getting closer to killing it. He stretched his head. Fortunately, he had a high-emperor grade rapier, because if he didn't, he wouldn't be able to pierce the worm's body that easily. We finally found the entry point. Jasmine spoke in an almost relieved tone, as she was practically bored of watching Gray kill himself a dozen times just to get little bits of information. 2 inches of Barato without mana reinforcement. If you can get the full blade depth through that ridge, you'll reach the tissue underneath. The problem is the contraction. He stretched his arms above his head. The moment the blade makes contact, it responds. I won't have time to drive it deeper. You need something to hold the plate open while you drive the rapier in. Gray thought about that. The dead offspring. What about it? Its teeth. If I break one of the inner tooth rings loose and use it as a wedge to hold the plate ridge open, I have a window to drive the rapier through before the contraction closes it. Jasmine was quiet for a moment. That might actually work. She nodded and sounded genuinely surprised about it. I know. You need to break a tooth off a dead saint-level worm's offspring from the inside first. I know that too. He turned back toward the inner wall of the offspring and started looking for the tooth ring with the loosest mounting. And this resulted in attempt 16. It was 20 minutes of Gray working a broken inner tooth loose from the offspring's maw with his rapier as a lever. The tooth, approximately the length of his forearm and considerably heavier than it looked. The mounting route requiring more effort to break free than he had estimated. The tooth came loose eventually. He held it up. That's disgusting. Don't I know it? His eyes flashed with complete disgust. Then, he slowly walked to the exit of the offspring's mouth and prepared to do the same thing he did in the 15th attempt. Fwish! Wedged the tooth into the ridge gap first, using his body weight to drive it in as an anchor, then the rapier into the opening the wedge created. He got the tooth in. The worm contracted. The tooth held the gap open a little. The rapier went in 4 inches before the contraction force snapped the tooth and closed the gap on the blade. He couldn't pull it free in time. Splurt! Its length isn't enough. Gray was completely disappointed by the result. Indeed, you need maybe 6 inches to reach the tissue, possibly 7. So in attempt 17, he used 2 teeth. Took 40 minutes to break the second one free. Came out of the maw, went left, went low, drove both teeth into the ridge gap in sequence, one immediately after the other. The second one driven in at an angle that forced the gap wider than the first one alone could hold. The rapier went in 5.5 inches. The green patch beneath the plate pulsed once, bright and reactive, and the entire worm shuddered differently from the contraction shudder. Something deeper and more fundamental moving through its body. He fell just short. So close. Jasmine practically shouted in complete madness. Gray, you're so close, I know. He was breathing harder than usual. I know exactly what I need to do differently. What? He looked at the 2 tooth stumps still in the offspring's inner wall, where he had been using them as reference points. I've been driving the rapier with one hand, because I've been using the other hand to hold the second wedge in place. He looked at his hands. If I preset both wedges before I exit the maw, both hands are free when I reach the ridge. You'd have to carry both teeth out with you and set them simultaneously on arrival. Yes, while a 50-meter saint-level worm is dropping on your position from the ceiling. He'll be faster than last time. You have approximately 2 seconds of window from exit to impact. I know, but I don't have a better plan right now. Fine. Chapter 258, Sword Festival 11, Attempt 18. Gray stood at the edge of the offspring's maw with both broken teeth in his hands, their uneven weight dragging slightly at his wrists. The surface of each one was gummy slick, and he made a quiet effort not to think about what coated them as he adjusted his grip, once then again, until the positioning felt as stable as he could manage under the circumstances. He exhaled slowly through his nose. Timing, he murmured under his breath. 2 seconds. I know. Fwish. The moment he stepped out, his body dropped low out of habit, his momentum carrying him forward in a clean, direct line rather than the rolling motion he had relied on before. There was no wasted movement now, no unnecessary shift in balance. Both teeth struck the ridge almost at the same time, driven forward by the full weight of his body. The first lodged into place. The second slipped slightly at an angle. The gap opened, but not enough. Gray forced the rapier forward with both hands, pushing past the resistance of the plate. For inches, before he could drive it deeper, the worm's response came earlier than expected. KRR. The contraction snapped inward. Splurt. He died once again, reappearing back at the insides of the offspring, the same pungent smell reaching out to his nostrils. Too slow on the second wedge. You hesitated. I adjusted mid-motion. And that adjustment cost you the depth you needed. Yeah, he admitted quietly. Attempt 19. This time, he committed fully before moving. There would be no correction, no hesitation once he started. The moment he exited the maw, everything followed in a single continuous motion. His steps were cleaner, tighter, and far more precise than before. Fwish! Both teeth drove into the ridge with precision. The gap opened wider than in the previous attempt. Gray immediately followed through with a thrust. 6 inches. For a brief instant, it seemed as though he had reached the threshold he needed. Gurgle. But just then, the worm's contraction came down with far more force than before. Tick. The wedges snapped almost instantly. The plate slammed shut around the blade, trapping it in place. Gray felt the torque twist violently through his wrist. Splurt. He returned, exhaling more sharply this time. 6 inches, damn it. You reached the required depth. Yeah, but it seems that reaching it is not the same as finishing the job. He let out a tired sigh. Indeed, Gray closed his eyes briefly, replaying the moment in his head. The pressure behind the strike isn't enough to break through whatever is beneath the plate. He concluded, furrowing his eyebrows. Attempt 21. He altered his approach. Instead of driving the blade straight in, he adjusted the angle slightly upward, intending to tear through the underlying structure rather than pierce it. Whip. The execution was clean. The wedges held on, and the gap opened, allowing the blade to pierce 6 inches once again. Here now. Twist. This time, he twisted as soon as he felt resistance shift. The green patch reacted immediately, pulsing in a strangely unbalanced rhythm. A ripple traveled through the worm's body, deeper and more pronounced than any reaction he had triggered before. For a brief moment, something felt different. Then the response came, something that Gray totally didn't expect, and literally from the sides. The force struck the blade from the side, snapping it cleanly before he could react. Crack! Gray stared at the broken hilt in his hand after reforming, his expression flattening. Fuck! Splurt! He died. That S new. The worm's insides are surprisingly hard. I guess that S ain't given coming from a saint-level ground-devouring worm. Yeah, which means repeating the same angle 1T work anymore. Attempt continued. One after another, they blurred together, not because they were identical, but because each one forced a small adjustment, a minor correction, or a refinement in timing or positioning. Gray stopped thinking about the motion itself. Every decision was made beforehand and executed immediately, without a single shred of hesitation. And yet, it still wasn't enough. Every time he progressed, he found yet another problem. And this time, he found out that the worm, instead of having the normal force field coating her body, had it actually protecting any weak points, including its organs. Because of that, the teeth that Gray had been using to pierce her body were pretty much useless. Attempt. He had lost count somewhere along the way. At this point, the number no longer mattered. What mattered was the result. And the result, no matter how many times he repeated the process, remained the same. Failure. The moment his blade got close to anything vital, the resistance changed. The density increased unnaturally, as though the worm were redirecting the entirety of its defensive field to that exact point. Which meant, the teeth are useless now, he mumbled, furrowing his eyebrows. They won't get you deep enough anymore. They were barely enough before. Now, they're nothing more than tools to slow you down. Gray didn't respond to that because she was mainly right. If anything, he was happy that she thought like that. He moved anyway. Another attempt. Another execution. Another failure. Splurt. When he reappeared inside the offspring's mouth, his body formed in a slight forward lean, as though the momentum from his previous movement had carried over into this one. He straightened slowly. For a few moments, he didn't move a single bone of his body. Then he exhaled through his nose in an almost irritated manner. All right, he muttered. No plan came to mind immediately. No clean solution presented itself. So instead, he did what he had been doing from the beginning. He moved, step by step. He walked toward the exit of the offspring's mouth again, his grip tightening slightly around the rapier as he approached the threshold. When he stepped out, he instantly looked up and waited. Crash! The ceiling above him distorted for a fraction of a second before splitting apart. The massive body of the worm forcing its way through the stone as though it didn't exist at all. Its mouth was already open, positioned directly above him with perfect accuracy, awaiting to devour him. Sigh, Gray muttered under his breath. There was no point in trying the same approach again. No point in forcing another strike against the plate. So instead of stepping away, he bent his knees slightly and suddenly jumped straight upward directly into the worm's mouth. Gray? He didn't answer Jasmine's voice. The moment he entered, everything changed. The space inside the worm was far more compact than he expected, the inner walls tightening almost immediately as though reacting to his presence. The rows of teeth didn't stop at the mouth. They extended inward, almost as if they reached its stomach. "You gotta be kidding me," he muttered, his voice low as he pushed forward, trying to force his way further inside before the worm could react fully. For a brief moment, it seemed possible. If he could reach deeper and pierce her organs from within, he'd be able to kill it. But it seems that he still lacked information about that damn worm. Because, suddenly, the inner rows of teeth shifted inward with unnatural speed, closing gaps that shouldn't have been able to close, extending far deeper than their structure should have allowed. Gray barely had time to register it. Crack! The first impact crushed his arm. The second collapsed his torso. By the time he tried to pull back, there was nowhere left to move as the teeth folded inward, grinding, tearing, crushing everything in between with overwhelming force. Splurt! Gray reappeared inside the offspring's mouth again. But this time, the moment his body fully formed, he staggered slightly to the side. His hand went to his stomach almost immediately. Ugh! The reaction came without warning. A sharp, twisting discomfort settled in his gut, his expression tightening as the sensation lingered far longer than any of the others had. Ugh! His stomach growled. "That S new," he muttered, his face twisting with visible disgust. "You jumped into its digestive tract. I noticed. Your body might reset, but your senses still register what happened." "Yeah." He glanced back toward the exit of the offspring's mouth, his grip on the rapier tightening again as the discomfort slowly faded. "That's not an option," he added. Clearly. "Ah. Fuck. How could I forget about that?" Gray groaned slyly. "Huh. A Trine's special skill. I completely forgot about it." "Oh, her prism sovereignty skill." He looked down at the small snake still coiled on his arm, her white scales rising and falling with her breathing. 9 consecutive, non-elemental shockwaves. Each one strips a buff or reduces resistance. He exhaled through his nose. A saint-level creature's defensive field is still a buff. If a Trine can strip it layer by layer, it would leave the weak points exposed. Jasmine finished for him, also letting out a sigh. "Gray, why didn't you think of this earlier?" "Because a Trine is peak king realm," he stated flatly. Using a king-level ability against a saint-level creature didn't seem viable. But the skill targets buffs directly. Realm difference affects damage, not the stripping mechanic. Exactly what I just realized. He looked at a Trine. She opened one golden eye, as if she had been listening the entire time. "Sorry for the wait," he smiled lightly. "I need you." Chapter 259, Sword Festival, 12. A Trine opened both eyes this time. She looked at Gray with curious before turning to the chamber out east. Then back at Gray with the expression of something that had been waiting to be asked and had developed several opinions about how long that had taken. "I know. Don't look at me like that. Are you ready?" She flicked her tongue once, stretched her small body along his arm, and then coiled back into position with coldness on its eyes. Gray looked at the chamber outside through the gap in the teeth. "Jasmine, the moment a Trine starts stripping the defensive field, how long before the worm responds?" Based on previous attempts, the reaction time from the plate area to full body response is approximately 1 second, possibly less if the stripping is painful enough to accelerate it. So I have 1 second after a Trine hits to drive the rapier through before the contraction comes. 1 second at maximum, probably less. That's enough. Gray, every previous attempt collapsed before the 6-inch mark because the contraction force. The contraction force was responding to the teeth's blade. This time a Trine hits first. The worm's response will split between reacting to the strip and reacting to the blade. The divided response is going to be a much slower response. That's actually sound reasoning. "I know." He looked down at a Trine. Her scales had already begun their change as the 9-colored luminescence started bleeding through from underneath, causing his arm to also glow slyly. The temperature around his arm changed noticeably. The moment the gap opens, you go first. Don't stop until every layer is gone. A Trine looked at him with both golden eyes fully open. Her scales flared completely. "Jasmine, count." 3. Gray picked up both teeth. 2. He adjusted his grip, feeling the weight distribution of each one, the angle he needed to drive them in rehearsed so many times it existed below conscious thought now. 1. He stepped out and forced the plate open. Crack. A trinity. Cling. The first wave left her mouth, and the chamber changed immediately. The air taking on a quality that wasn't elemental, but registered in the skin anyway. 9-colored light fragmenting outward from the impact point on the green tissue in thin radiating lines. Cling, cling. Second, third. The defensive shimmer over the green patch cracked visibly. Hairline fractures spreading through something that had no physical form and was suddenly behaving like it did, and Gray watched the layer peel back at the edges like paint from heated metal. Scree! The worm instantly felt it. The ceiling came apart. Crack-ack. The saint-level worm drove its body through the stone at multiple entry angles at once, the chamber filling with falling rock and the enormous grinding presence of 50 meters of enraged creature dropping toward him from above. Gray threw himself sideways. Problem. The first section of the worm's body hit the floor where he had been standing, and the impact crater it left was half a meter deep, the shockwave from the landing throwing Gray off his feet entirely despite not being in direct contact. He hit the floor rolling, came up, and the worm's head was already sweeping toward him, the circular maw open and tracking his position with the terrifying accuracy of something that didn't need eyes. Cling, cling. A trinity, still on his arm, still burning through Prism's sovereignty, hit the green patch again with the fourth and fifth waves. And the worm's sweep interrupted itself mid-arc, the creature's body shuddering as another layer of defensive coating stripped away. Gray used that slight moment of hesitation. He drove toward the ridge again, both wedges already gone, the gap closed, and he drove the rapier at the lower plate edge with both hands and everything behind it. For inches, the contraction came. Crack! The rapier held this time, the blade flexing under the force rather than snapping. And Gray held on with both hands as the plate tried to close around the blade with enough force to shear it off entirely. His feet left the ground. The worm lifted him, attached to the rapier lodged in its plate, his full body weight hanging from the hilt. The creature's contraction force working against his grip in a way that sent burning pressure through both wrists simultaneously. He held on firmly, not wanting to miss the chance. Cling, cling. Sixth and seventh waves from a trinity, and the green patch beneath the plate pulsed violently, causing the contraction force to drop by a fraction as the worm's body prioritized responding to the stripping over maintaining the crush on the blade. Gray used the fraction. He pulled his body upward along the rapier, hand over hand, gaining purchase on the plate itself, and drove the blade 2 more inches deeper. 6 inches. The resistance below the plate was different here from every previous attempt. Softer, the tissue a trinity had been stripping, now partially exposed, and he could feel through the blade that he was close. 1 more inch, possibly less. Scree! The worm's body reversed direction entirely. Instead of contracting inward, it expanded outward, a full body pressure release that Gray had never encountered in any previous attempt because he had never gotten this far in any previous attempt, and the force of it threw him off the plate and across the chamber in a single explosive motion. Thud! He hit the wall shoulder first. Crack! Kook! Something in his left shoulder gave. TSK. It's not broken, at least. Gray cracks his head as he stayed down for 1 breath and got up. The worm was reorienting. Its body moved through the chamber with a speed that its size had no right to produce. The segmented plates reconfiguring around a new attack vector, the maw sweeping toward his position from a lower angle than before, cutting off the lateral escape options he had been using. Gray went up instead. He jumped, caught the edge of one of the plate's segments as the maw passed beneath him, and held on with his right hand while his left arm screamed its opinion about the situation. The worm felt the contact immediately. Its body rolled. Gray held on through the first rotation, his right hand locked around the plate edge, his feet finding purchase against the creature's side. And the chamber spun around him as the worm tried to dislodge whatever had attached itself to its exterior. Cling! 8th wave from a trinity. The green patch was visible from his current position, 2 plate segments forward from where he was hanging, the defensive coating now reduced to its final layer. Thin and flickering and barely present. He let go. Thump. Dropped. Landed on the chamber floor. Rolled under the worm's body as it completed its rotation, and came up on the opposite side with the rapier already raised. His left arm wasn't responding properly. He changed his grip to compensate. Both hands on the hilt, but the left contributing pressure rather than strength, his right arm carrying the actual force. The worm's head found him again. It was faster than it had been at the start of the fight. The stripping of its defensive patches, apparently removing something that had been moderating its speed alongside its defense, and the maw came around at a velocity that left him less margin than he had been calculating with. Fwish! He threw himself flat. The maw passed over him close enough that the displaced air from it pressed him against the floor, the grinding teeth audible at a range that made his skin register the sound before his ears did. He rolled immediately, right, came up behind the sweep arc, and ran towards the plate instead of running away. This is my chance now. The ridge was visible, the gap still partially forced from the wedge's previous work, and Atrani launched the 9th and final wave from his arm as he closed the last 3 meters. Cling. The final layer of defensive coating over the green tissue dissolved completely. The patch went dark. The tissue underneath was exposed and unprotected and present. Gray drove the rapier in with his right arm, left hand providing what pressure it could, his full body weight loading behind the blade at the exact angle. The resistance was gone. Fwhip. Shoo. The blade went through completely, hilt deep, and he felt the core the moment the tip reached it. Fwoosh! A dense, violent pulse mana suddenly pushed outward against the intrusion with everything the creature had left, which pushed back hard enough to drive Gray's arm back by 2 inches through sheer energy pressure alone. Fuck! He pushed harder, to the point of leaning his entire body into it. The blade held position. Crack! The core cracked. Scree! The giant worm screamed in protest, but unfortunately for it, Gray's rapier was not a weapon of ordinary grade. Problem! The core was destroyed. Creating a force that expanded outward from the creature's core was not fire or lightning or anything elemental. Fwoosh! The force caused Gray to be sent flying, hitting the far wall at a height of roughly 2 meters, and came down hard, landing badly on his left side. THCK, the already compromised shoulder, took the impact first, causing his face to show a hint of pain. Thump! He lay on the chamber floor and looked at the ceiling. The green patches were all dark. The grinding sound was gone. The vibration was gone. The anti-mana field was gone, stripped alongside the patches. And Gray's mana flooded back into his circulation. Because of that, his wounds slowly started to heal. Phew! He lay there and let it. Dust settled around him. Atrani slid off his arm and landed on his chest, her scales dim, her eyes closed, her small body rising and falling as she probably was very tired from using her unique skill. Gray put his right hand over her gently, patting her little head. Ugh! He looked at the ceiling, mostly destroyed, at the dead creature around him, at the inscription lines on the walls now dark and inactive. His left shoulder was going to be a problem for a while. His right hand had 3 fingers that were registering complaints about the grip force they had sustained. He smelled profoundly terrible. Jasmine said nothing for a moment. How are you? Alive? Your shoulder? Functional enough. Good. Chapter 260. Sword Festival, 13 ding. The Phantom Loop earrings have entered a cooldown of 6 months. Wait, what? 6 months? Gray stared in shock at the notification right in front of his eyes. The artifact's cooldown was supposed to be a single month, like it had been shown in the status window. MHM. It's probably because, although the artifact has unlimited uses, it still needs divinity to operate. So, the cooldown probably increases, so in the meantime, it recovers the divinity that has been used. TSK. Gray clicked his tongue at her words. After all, this was one of his most important trump cards. And now, instead of waiting for a month, he needs to wait for half a year. And that time will probably increase even more. It seems I'll need to be careful about using it, he mumbled, scratching his head. He looked up at the dead worm's bodies and instantly activated his ring of gluttony, making them disappear into his dimensional storage. At least that S dealt with. With that done, his attention moved to the shaft above. A quiet sigh left him. Back up, then. He bent down, picking up a small rock from the ground, weighing it briefly in his hand before tossing it straight upward into the shaft. Swap's position changed instantly. The moment he appeared in midair, he unsheathed his rapier and drove it into the wall beside him, the blade biting in just enough to halt his momentum. He steadied himself with a small adjustment of his footing against the surface. MHM. The shaft wasn't as simple as it had seemed earlier. There were more openings than he had first noticed, small branching passages cutting into the sides at uneven intervals. Gray narrowed his eyes slightly. Finding her like this might take longer than I thought. Instead, he closed his eyes and felt the small waves caused by Seraph's mana, instantly getting her location. Grasp! He reached out again, breaking another small piece of rock from the wall. Let us see. He tossed it into one of the side passages. Swap, he switched positions once again, arriving at the wider section where he had left Seraph, and she was there, exactly where she had said she would be, standing with her back against the wall and her sword drawn. Her eyes were strangely fixed on the passage entrance, unblinking, as if she had been staring at that same point for a very long time. The moment she saw him, something in her face changed. Her whole face contorted in deep relief. Fwish! She crossed the distance between them in an instant. Gray opened his mouth. Sarah, wait, I am Thud. She rushed straight into him, her arms wrapping tightly around him as her face pressed into his shoulder. The force pushed him back half a step before he steadied himself. Sarah, I don't care, she said immediately into his shoulder before he had finished the word. I've been inside a worm. I smell terrible. I'm covered in. I don't care, she repeated once again, her arms tightening around him. Seraph, I went inside the worm, literally inside. The smell alone should be enough to Gray. Her voice was muffled against his coat, but the word came out with an undertone of sadness that made him shut up. I don't care. He looked at the top of her head. Her shoulders were shaking slightly, as if she were holding back her tears. So, her voice caught, uneven and strained. I was so. She stopped, her fingers tightening against his coat. I was so worried. She forced out, the words stumbling over each other. Why you were gone for so long, and I couldn't feel anything. And I didn't know where you were, and Her breath hitched sharply. Gray didn't interrupt. I kept thinking something happened, she went on, her voice breaking again. I kept thinking maybe you were hurt, or trapped, or... She shook her head against him, unable to finish. Where you weren't coming back. The last part came out in a near whisper. Gray's expression changed slyly, the usual dryness fading as his hand slowly came up to rest against her back. It took longer than I expected, he exhaled quietly. That's all. That's not. She pulled back slightly, just enough to look at him, her eyes unfocused and damp. That's not the point. Her hands didn't leave him. You didn't say anything, she continued, her voice trembling despite her effort to steady it. You didn't warn me. You just went down there, and then you were gone. I told you to stay here. That's not the same, she said immediately, her voice cracking at the end. You didn't say you might not come back. Gray paused. I don't usually plan for that. I did, and I really couldn't stop thinking about it, she replied quietly. Her grip loosened slightly, though she still didn't step away. I couldn't go after you either, she added. I didn't know where you were. I couldn't feel your mana because of the anti-mana field. I didn't know if you were fighting or if you were already. She stopped again, her jaw tightening. Gone. Gray gently brushed her luscious, long hair, adjusting her hairstyle lightly before giving her a small smile. I'll be more careful. And his hand pressed slightly more firmly against her back before easing again. His words weren't certainly a promise, but it more than enough. She stayed like that for a few seconds longer before finally pulling back, one hand still holding onto his sleeve. You smell awful. She then muttered. Gray raised an eyebrow. I told you that already. I know, she said, wiping at her eyes. I just didn't care. And now? She looked at him for a moment, then shook her head slightly. I still don't. Not much. Her nostrils quivered slyly. But you should still do something about it. Gray let out a faint breath. Yeah, I will. But first, let us get out of this damned rabbit hole. He looked upwards at the giant hole that had made them fall before. Then he grabbed a rock, gripped it strongly, and shot it toward the sky. Excuse me. I shall. He gently embraced Seraph and looked at the rock, awaiting for it to arrive at the perfect spot to change positions. And once it did, he changed positions with it, causing him to stay mid-air and quickly adjusting his position, spinning lightly before landing softly on the ground. There we go. He let go of Seraph before directly expanding his mana sense to feel if there was any creature nearby. Suha. He turned towards her, who surprisingly still had her face flushed. There are a dozen beasts to the northern side, he continued, as if he hadn't noticed. You should head there and get enough points to move on to the second phase. She blinked once, as though pulling herself out of her thoughts. What about you? She asked, a small frown forming as she looked at him more carefully. Me? Gray shrugged lightly, though the motion made his shoulder ache slyly. I only came here to get you out. I don't care whether I pass or not. The words were said in the same calm, indifferent tone he used for everything else. But to her, they didn't land that way. Sarah froze for half a second, her eyes widening just slightly as something warm rose up in her chest, catching her completely off guard. He came here for her. Only her. She opened her mouth to respond, but nothing came out at first. She stopped, then shook her head quickly, as if trying to push the feeling down. Before he could say anything else, she stepped forward. Gray didn't react in time. She leaned in and quickly pressed her soft lips against his cheek. It lasted less than a second. Then she pulled back just as fast, her face turning even redder than before. Thank you, Gray. She blurted out, her voice louder than usual as she turned away almost immediately. And then she hurriedly ran straight toward the northern passage, as if she didn't trust herself to stay any longer. Gray stood there completely still. He suddenly hummed thoughtfully, turning his head just to notice that she was already gone from his view. The silence that followed felt oddly heavy. Gray remained like that for another second before lifting his hand and pressing his fingers lightly against the spot on his cheek where she had kissed him. Perfect. He didn't linger on it for long. With a small exhale, he lowered his hand and wiped his cheek once, as if brushing the moment away along with it. Anyway, his focus shifted immediately as he glanced around briefly before his eyes settled on a point in the distance. A familiar one. In an instant, his position changed. The next moment, he stood at the edge of a small lake, the surface of the water still and clear, reflecting the dim light from above. It was the same place he had passed earlier on his way to find her. Gray rolled his shoulder slightly and winced. This smell is really awful, ugh. He stepped closer to the water and started taking off his clothes as he was ready to take a clean bath in the lake. The smell on him was really disgusting. So disgusting that he didn't know how Seraph was able to hug him despite being a princess. After all, as a princess, she probably was accustomed to sweet smells and things like that. An awful stench like the one currently on his body probably would have made her vomit directly. Chapter 261. Sword Festival 14. That was refreshing. Sniff, sniff. And I don't smell anymore. Gray smiled lightly. That smell was that horrendous. What are you going to do now? Well, there should be a portal in this place, so I'll be looking for it, he replied, his eyes moving toward the northeast section of the forest. A portal? Yeah. I doubt that someone placed those imps inside this realm, since this portal was under Aurora's supervision, but I have my suspicions about her as well. He started walking. Besides, a sealed dungeon doesn't develop a demonic infestation naturally, which means someone created an entry point. A portal, probably small and well hidden, but present. And you think it's still active? If whoever sent them wanted a way to monitor the result, Yes, he nodded lightly. You don't invest this much preparation into an operation and then go blind once it starts. Makes sense. But who could access a sealed academy dungeon without triggering the monitoring arrays? That's what the portal will tell me. He shrugged. Portal construction leaves traces. The inscription signature is unique to whoever built it. Almost like handwriting, everyone has their own style. You've done this before, huh? I read about it. He moved through the trees at an easy pace, his mana sense spreading outward in a wide net. Reading the dungeon's ambient energy for anything that didn't belong to its natural construction. Gray. You mentioned Aurora earlier. You said you had suspicions about her as well. I said I doubted someone placed those imps under her supervision. He stated, those are different things. Are they? He was quiet for a moment. Aurora is many things, Gray stated. Careless isn't one of them. If demons entered a dungeon, she was responsible for without her knowledge. One of two things is true. He stepped over a root without looking down. Either someone is considerably more capable than she's accounted for, or she accounted for them perfectly and decided not to intervene. Jasmine was quiet for a moment. That's a serious accusation. It's a serious suspicion. It's different. You're very precise about those distinctions. I prefer having everything within my reach and control, he mumbled lightly. He kept walking northeast, his eyes reading the forest floor and the tree line and the quality of the mana current. But he didn't seem to find anything out of the ordinary, which made his suspicions about Aurora increase even more. After all, Jasmine had told him that a demonic sword doesn't need a master to cultivate, so Aurora could have opted for that path. Could you explain a bit more about demonic and sacred swords? Gray suddenly asked. For some reason, some of Dante's memories are being blocked from me. Almost like they're sealed by something. Why are you asking about that specifically? Or, you think she might have chosen the demonic sword path? You told me a demonic sword doesn't need a master to cultivate, which means it can develop independently, which means it can develop its own agenda independently. That's true. Jasmine nodded. A sacred sword bonds with a chosen wielder and grows through that relationship. The sword and the person become something together. Their development is shared. Their growth is mutual. Their intent aligns over time. And a demonic sword? A demonic sword cultivates through consumption. It doesn't need a wielder. It can absorb the energy of anything it comes into contact with, living or otherwise. Given enough time and enough material, it develops on its own. The problem is that development without a guiding consciousness tends toward one outcome. Destruction? Hunger. Jasmine corrected. Destruction is a byproduct. The primary drive is acquisition. More energy, more power, more everything. A demonic sword that has been developing independently for a significant period of time would be difficult to predict and more difficult to control, which means Aurora, if she has been operating independently for long enough, might not be controllable by anyone at this point, Gray added. That's a fair assessment, including whoever sent the imps. That's an interesting angle. If Aurora is in this academy for her own reasons, then whoever orchestrated the demon operation might have placed a piece on the board without fully understanding what that piece was capable of deciding on its own. You think she might act against them? I think she acts for herself. Whatever that currently means, he shrugged. After all, Aurora was a very selfish person, to the point of wanting her possessions left untouched, just like how she wants him as her sole disciple. Gray had actually read one of her contracts, and in one of the statements, something was saying, Party B cannot become a disciple of anyone else besides Party A. There were a bunch more clauses that demonstrated a great amount of possessiveness, but of course, Gray rejected the contract every time. He kept walking, his mana sense spread wide and passive, reading the dungeon's ambient current. And yet, the forest gave him nothing unusual for another 20 minutes. Gray. Yes, there's demonic energy nearby, and it's not imp level. Gray stopped slyly before asking direction. Northwest, approximately 60 meters, whatever it is, it's been demonized for a while. Led me. Follow the tree lean left until the large split trunk. then straight in. He found a split trunk in under a minute and turned into the trees, his footsteps quieting automatically, his right hand loose near his rapier without touching it yet. The demonic energy became detectable to his own mana sense at 30 meters. Jasmine was right about the density. It wasn't the thin, acrid quality of the imps. It was much stronger and rigid. He stopped at the tree line and took a look at its target. Growell. Too, it was none other than an orc, walking ahead with its back partially toward him, and the first thing Gray registered was the size of it. Orcs were not small creatures under normal circumstances, but this one was definitely something else. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, its frame so broad that it occupied the clearing the way a boulder occupied a riverbed. Its skin, which should have been the gray-green of its species, had darkened to something closer to charcoal, the demonization running deep enough that the original color existed only in patches along the joints where the corruption hadn't fully entered. Veins of deep crimson traced visible lines across its arms and neck, pulsing slowly with the rhythm of the demonic energy circulating through it. Its tusks had grown past their natural length, curved upward and outward, and stained at the tips with something dark that wasn't dirt. In its right hand, it held what had once been a tree trunk, stripped of its branches, its bark worn smooth where the creature's grip had been applied repeatedly over what must have been considerable time. A peak great-grandmaster demonized orc? Gray hummed thoughtfully. Someone must have fed this creature demonic energy over time. It's been demonized for at least several months, maybe longer. The corruption has fully integrated with its cultivation base. So, it's not fighting the demonic energy anymore. It's instead embracing it to the fullest. Gray analyzed the orc lightly. It doesn't seem to be hunting weird. A demonized creature at this level with this degree of corruption integrated into its cultivation base should have been in a state of constant, indiscriminate aggression. The demonic energy at full integration didn't coexist peacefully with natural instinct. It consumed it, replacing the creature's original behavioral framework with something simpler and considerably more destructive. Hunt, kill, consume, grow. That was the cycle. But surprisingly, this orc was simply standing still. He even had the tree trunk weapon resting against his shoulder rather than held in an active grip, ready to attack. It was almost like it was waiting for something. Jasmine, I noticed it too. It's not behaving like a corrupted creature. Yeah, which means that someone is controlling it. They're probably feeding it, and also regulating the demonic energy input to keep the corruption deep enough to enhance its strength, but shallow enough to preserve basic command reception. This is a problem for you then. Indeed, only a low to mid-tier demon could do something like this. So, he must be somewhere nearby, at least, close enough to maintain the feed and the behavioral suppression simultaneously. Spirit eyes, he looked at the edges of the clearing, reading the mana current for any hidden secondary signatures, but he still didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Should I kill it right now? Better not to, as it could call the attention of the so-called low to mid-tier demon, and you certainly aren't strong enough to kill one of those. I know. Instead, the only thing he could actually do was to contact Aurora or Ellen and tell them about the demon. The point was, there were still over 2 days left for this hunting competition to end, and until then, he would need to be extra careful. I'll try to find Sarah again, as she could potentially be their target. He turned away and left. Gloom. Chapter 262, Netherrealm 15. Meanwhile, Ellen stood beside the monitoring array with her arms folded behind her back, her eyes on the administrative feed with a frown on her face. The organizer beside her was a middle-aged man from the Academy's event coordination staff, currently explaining something about the portal synchronization schedule that Ellen was listening to with approximately 40% of her attention. The other 60% was on Seraph's locator seal, which had reactivated 20 minutes ago, briefly, and then gone quiet again. And the second phase transition should begin at the scheduled time, regardless of current participant distribution. So the ranking cutoff will... One moment. The organizer stopped mid-sentence. Ellen's eyes had moved from the administrative feed to the dungeon realm's ambient energy display, a secondary monitoring panel that tracked the overall mana density of the sealed space and flagged unusual fluctuations. The needle was moving, not by a small amount. It was climbing in the specific sustained way that distinguished a fluctuation from an event, rising past the Grandmaster threshold. Past the Great Grandmaster threshold, continuing upward. "What is that?" the organizer said quietly, noticing it at the same moment. The needle crossed into king-level territory. The monitoring room erupted. King-level energy reading inside the sealed realm. That's impossible. The dungeon's ceiling is capped at Great Grandmaster. Something broke the cap. Who's inside that realm right now? Get Professor Aldrin. Get someone. Two of the junior monitoring staff were already moving toward the emergency response array, their hands raised and their mana rising for the extraction sequence that would pull every participant out simultaneously. Ellen hadn't moved. She was looking at the energy reading with an expression that had gone very still and very cold, her eyes reading the shape of the fluctuation, the specific signature of the energy involved, the way it had risen and the way it was now, not dissipating but simply present. "Everyone stand down. Professor Ellen," the organizer started. "That energy signature," she stated, without looking away from the display, "is not hostile to the participants. With respect, a king-level reading inside a sealed Great Grandmaster dungeon. I said stand down." The room stood down. Ellen looked at the display for another moment, but what she didn't notice was Aurora, who was now at her shoulder. She was looking at the energy display with an expression that was entirely unreadable and looked at the king-level reading for exactly 2 seconds. "I'll deal with it," she said. "Aurora." Ellen was startled, but she was already gone. The monitoring room was very quiet. Ellen looked at the empty space where Aurora had been standing. Then, at the display, where the king-level energy reading was still present, still settled, still carrying that specific quality of something that had arrived with a purpose. She exhaled once through her nose. "Everyone, maintain your positions." She sighed deeply. "Continue monitoring. Flag any change in participant vital signs immediately." She turned back to the administrative feed. Her expression gave nothing away, but her eyes stayed on Seraph's locator entry for a long moment before moving on. Back in the dungeon. The forest had thinned and the section Gray was moving through, the trees spacing out enough that the sourceless light reached the ground more evenly, which was useful for visibility and irrelevant for everything else. And right at the moment, he was looking for Seraph once again. "I should have put a tracker on her or something." He sighed deeply, scratching the back of his head. "It's just bad luck. You and know that there was a low to mid-tier demon in here. I should been more cautious." He was also, incidentally, moving through a section of the dungeon that apparently had opinions about being moved through because the beasts kept coming and he kept not caring about them. Fwip! A scaled quadruped that had been waiting in the undergrowth to his left launched itself at him. Splat! It had been selected poorly. Gray's rapier passed through it without breaking his stride, the soul seal activating on its flank before it finished falling. "I probably collected more than 50 chi orbs by now." He extended his mana sense once again, and yet he still didn't sense Seraph's mana at all. This was weird, as his mana sense could cover almost half of the whole secret realm, and yet he still didn't find her. Without any more options, he decided to ask for Jasmine's help. "Jasmine, can you feel Seraph's mana anywhere in here? Give me a moment." He kept walking, cutting through another beast that crossed his path without looking at it properly. His attention turned toward Jasmine's search. The forest moved around him, indifferent. A few seconds passed. Then something happened that Gray hadn't seen before. A faint luminescence gathered in the air directly in front of him. Shapeless at first, then pulling itself into something more defined, the outline of a figure that existed for approximately 2 seconds before dissolving back. Jasmine's spiritual form. He had seen it before, but Jasmine rarely showed it. Swish! She dissipated completely before he could examine it further. I had to extend further than usual. And what did you find? I actually found Seraph's mana, but she stopped talking for some unknown reason. And? Is something wrong with her? Gray. She's not in the realm. He stopped walking. What? Say that again. Her mana is outside of it. Beyond the dungeon's boundary. I don't know how. The realm is sealed, the extraction array hasn't been activated, and there's no portal sign I can identify. But she's not in here. She has been moved outside somehow. Gray stood in the thinned forest with the sourceless light falling evenly around him and said nothing for a moment. His expression didn't change dramatically. TCK. A presence suddenly appeared beside him. He turned to the side and instantly spotted Aurora, whose face, instead of its usual warm expression that she always had in front of him, was now dead serious. She looked at him with serious eyes. Where's Princess Seraph? She got out of here somehow, Gray said. Aurora's eyes moved across his face for exactly 1 second, reading whatever she found there. A demon? Yes. Gray nodded lightly. TSK. She clicked her tongue, reached out, and grabbed his arm. Let's go get her then. She snapped her fingers. Foom! A dark red portal instantly opened beside them, glowing ominously. Aurora walked toward it without hesitation, Gray's arm still in her grip, and pulled him through without even asking for his opinion. Ugh! He felt a little nauseous after entering the portal, but as he looked at the surroundings, he frowned almost immediately. The sky, if it could be called a sky, was the color of old bruises, deep purple bleeding into black at the edges, lit from somewhere beneath the horizon by a sourceless red glow. There were no stars or moon at all. Then, in front of them, stood a grand fortress. It was built from stone that wasn't quite stone, dark and glassy, and slightly translucent at the edges. The kind of material that looked like it had been compressed from something else entirely under pressure that had no natural equivalent. The walls were thick, angular, rising in irregular tiers that had no architectural logic. Towers rose from the upper sections at uneven intervals, their tops lost in the bruised sky above. Along the walls, crude iron structures jutted outward at intervals, functional rather than decorative. Gray was speechless looking at it. Then he turned to Aurora, and she was already looking at the fortress with a flat expression, with a hint of killing intent forming in her eyes. I'll go make trouble, she said simply. Aurora, you go and find Seraph. She glanced at him sideways. She's in the underground dungeon. I felt a trace of her mana from the boundary. It was faint, but it came from below the fortress foundations. She looked back at the walls. The entrance will be somewhere on the eastern side. These structures always put their holding cells below and east. How do you know that? Gray frowned and directly asked. She didn't answer that question, and instead waved her hand at him, almost as if it was dismissing him away. Go. Fwish. She dissipated from his view, leaving Gray standing at the edge of a netherrealm fortress with her hand no longer on his arm, and the bruised sky pressing down from above, and the dense demonic atmosphere sitting against the skin like something that had decided it knew him. He looked at the space where she had been and then turned back to the fortress. Then at the eastern wall, which rose against the ugly sky with the patient, indifferent solidity of something that had been here a very long time and expected to be here considerably longer. He exhaled once through his nose. After all, she had left him in the nether realm, the place where all the demons lived. Chapter 263. Nether Realm 16. This is paradise. Ah, for you it kinda is. Gray took out the demon converging gourd and placed it on his waist, letting it absorb all the demonic energy it wanted. Now, the underground dungeon. I'll need to disguise myself as a demon, but the problem is I don't have any disguise techniques. Just go inside. No one will suspect you. Gray frowned at her words. Spirit Izo, I get it now. The demon converging gourd on his waist was pulling the ambient demonic energy through his body on its way to storage, using him as a conduit, and the effect of that from the outside was exactly what Jasmine had described. The demonic energy cycling through his frame looked to any external observer, identical to the natural demonic energy circulation of a demonized cultivator. So yeah, at most they would think that he was a demonized human or something like that. But now, the other problem was how to get access to the underground dungeon. He deactivated Spirit Eyes and looked at the fortress entrance. The eastern wall had a secondary access point lower than the main gate, narrower and surprisingly less guarded. "Mark this rock," he mumbled to himself. After marking that rock, he moved toward the fortress without hesitation. He needed to act like he had been here before, and things like that. He reached the secondary entrance and stopped as in front of him, 3 low-tier demons stood at the threshold. The one in the center held out a hand. "Pass." Gray looked at the hand of the demon and instantly frowned, as he then put his hand in his pocket as if trying to find his pass. Then, he moved on to his jacket and frowned even more. Damn it. He looked at the demon in front of him. "I forgot it." "You forgot it? Then you can't enter the fortress," the demon stated flatly. "I know," he sighed deeply. He turned around and walked away from the entrance at an unhurried pace. Back the way he had come, his hands in his pockets. The 3 demons watched him go. He rounded the corner of the eastern wall, moved along it until he found a section of ground with a loose stone near the base, crouched down, picked it up, and weighed it briefly in his hand. He looked back toward the entrance, calculating the angle through the wall to a point roughly 10 meters inside the threshold. He flicked the stone. Tick! It disappeared through a narrow gap between the wall's lower edge and the ground, the kind of gap that existed in every structure built quickly and maintained poorly, bouncing once against the interior floor before coming to rest somewhere in the shadows beyond the entrance guard's immediate sightline. Gray stood up and brushed off his hands, turned and walked back toward the entrance with the same unhurried pace, stopping just before the corner where the guards could see him. Swap, he dissipated from that place, the same rock he threw, appearing in the place he was. He was inside. The 3 demons at the entrance were 2 meters in front of him, their backs turned, still facing outward toward the spot where he had been standing. He looked at them for a moment before turning away from them and walking deeper into the fortress without making a sound. Smooth nodding at Jasmine's words, he looked at the fortress interior around him and started moving east toward the underground, just like Aurora had said. MHM. The fortress interior was not what Gray would have described as welcoming. The corridors were wide enough for something considerably larger than a human to move through comfortably, which said multiple things about the average size of the fortress' regular occupants. The walls were the same dark, glassy stone as the exterior, lit by suspended orbs of condensed demonic energy that hung at irregular intervals from the ceiling and produced a red-tinged light that made everything look slightly more dramatic than it needed to. And the smell? It fucking reeked of rotten flesh or something. Gray walked through it. A group of mid-tier demons rounded the corner ahead of him. 4 of them, moving in a loose formation of people returning from somewhere rather than going anywhere. They were larger than the gate guards and also much stronger, the demonic energy coming off them carrying a faint hint of killing intent. Gray kept his pace exactly as it was. They passed each other in the corridor. One of the demons glanced at him sidelong as they crossed. Gray looked straight ahead with the flat, mildly preoccupied expression of someone who had somewhere to be. The demon looked away. Phew. Jasmine breathed out for him. That demonized human was quite handsome. No? Do you think he'll get a chance with him if I offer him a lot of demonic stones? Their murmurs suddenly got to his ears, causing his face to twitch. What the actual fuck were those demons talking about? He turned left at the next junction, following the slight downward gradient of the floor that suggested a descent was coming, the fortress built into the ground as much as above it. Boom! Something detonated somewhere to his left, deep in the fortress. The shockwave traveling through the walls as vibration rather than sound, dust shaking loose from the ceiling in a thin shower. Aurora had apparently found somewhere to start. The fortress responded immediately. Doors opened along the corridor ahead of him, demons pouring out in varying states of readiness. The organized alarm response of an installation that had protocols for this and was executing them. They moved past Gray in the opposite direction, toward the source of the disturbance, their attention entirely forward. He pressed himself against the wall and let them flow past. Not because he needed to hide specifically, but more because being in the middle of a responding unit heading somewhere he wasn't going would have required explanation. The stream of demons thinned. He kept moving. Problem. A second detonation, larger than the first. This one close enough that the wall beside him cracked in a thin diagonal line from ceiling to floor. She had indeed said that she was going to make trouble. And it's working. Every demon moving toward her is one not looking at anything else. He found the descending staircase at the end of the corridor, exactly where the floor gradient had suggested it would be. Its entrance was flanked by two guards who were currently looking at each other with the expression of people trying to decide whether their post required them to respond to the ongoing explosions or stay where they were. Their training apparently won. They stayed. Gray looked at them from the corridor shadow. Then he looked at the ceiling above the staircase entrance. A large fixture bracket, poorly secured, holding one of the suspended light orbs, the brackets mounting visibly compromised by the recent shock waves. He picked up a fragment of ceiling debris from the floor at his feet. Tick! Threw it, making it hit the bracket. The fixture came down. Both guards looked up at exactly the same moment, stepping back from the entrance instinctively as the orb swung and crashed against the wall beside them. The demonic light sputtering and going irregular. Gray walked past them during the 2 seconds their eyes were up. Down the stairs, into the dark below. Damn it. You really are smooth with it. Gray rolled his eyes at Jasmine's words. As he descended the stairs, the air gradually started getting colder, and the smell was significantly better for some reason. After descending all of them, he found himself in a narrow corridor. All right. Gray moved through it with his right hand near his rapier and his mana sense, reading ahead as far as the demonic interference allowed, which was not as far as he would have liked. There are holding cells further in. I can feel the containment arrays. Suppression type, similar to the anti-mana zone, but constructed rather than creature-generated. TSK. Gray clicked his tongue at her words. That meant that he couldn't teleport out directly, and instead needed to take Seraph, at least, to the stairs. How many cells? Several. Seraph's mana is coming from the furthest one. Of course it is. He furrowed his eyebrows. He kept moving. The corridor branched twice. He took the path with the stronger suppression field signature both times. Following the containment erased the way a current followed a drain, and the corridor narrowed further with each branch until the walls were close enough that his shoulders were near both simultaneously. Then voices. 2 of them, ahead, were talking about something that Gray decided to ignore. He slowed down on his steps, moved to the wall, ached around the corner. 2 guards, mid-tier demons, similar to the ones he had passed in the upper corridor, were seated on low stone outcroppings on either side of a heavy door at the corridor's end. The door had a containment array inscribed across its entire surface, the lines of it dense and deliberate, and clearly the work of someone who knew what they were doing. Behind that door was Seraph. The 2 guards were discussing something with the animated disagreement of people who had been having the same argument for long enough that neither of them remembered what point they were originally making. Problem. A third detonation from above. This one large enough that the underground corridor shook visibly, loose stone dropping from the ceiling in chunks, the wall-mounted light, orbs flickering simultaneously. Both guards looked up, then at each other, then, with the resigned expression of people whose protocols had just made a decision for them, they both stood and started moving toward the staircase. Toward Gray. He looked at the approaching guards, at the corridor wall beside him, at the narrow gap between a collapsed section of old stonework and the active wall, barely wide enough, barely. He stepped into it and went completely still. What the fuck is happening outside? Yeah. Are the upper demons fighting against each other or something? The 2 guards passed him at a distance of approximately 1 meter, their attention on the staircase ahead and the ongoing noise above. They rounded the corner. Their voices faded. Gray stepped out of the gap and walked to the door. He looked at the containment array inscribed across it. Jasmine. Fastest way through this without triggering the alarm inscription in the upper left corner. The array has a gap in its southeastern quadrant. The lines are slightly less dense. Concentrated mana applied to that specific point will dissolve the array without activating the alarm trigger. He pressed 2 fingers against the southeastern quadrant of the door and pushed a concentrated thread of mana into it, following the gap Jasmine had identified. The array resisted for 3 seconds. Swish! Then it dissolved, the inscription lines going dark from the southeastern corner outward in a quiet cascade that produced no sound and no light beyond the fading of the array itself. Kriak! The door opened, and Gray stepped inside. Chapter 264, Netherrealm 17-0. The room is much larger than I imagined. He was a little surprised. Cells lined both walls from the entrance to the far end, constructed from the same dark glassy stone as the fortress above. It was reinforced with containment arrays on every surface. The suppression field coming off them dense enough to be physically present as a pressure against his mana sense. And inside them, there were obviously people, but not just humans, but other races as well. The first cell on the left held 3 dwarves, stocky and broad, even when sitting. Their characteristic gray-brown skin carrying the pallor of those who had been underground without sunlight for too long. One of them was awake, looking at Gray with the flat, assessing eyes of someone who had stopped expecting rescue some time ago. Across from them were 2 figures that took Gray a moment to categorize correctly. Beastkin, wolf-type by the ears, and the residual mana signature, their usual physical energy absent, the suppression field flattening their strength to nothing. Further in, a group of 4 humans, mages by the look of their clothes. Though from which academy or institution, he couldn't immediately determine. They were awake and clustered together at the back of their cell, as if being close to each other was the only way to defend themselves. Next to them was an elf, solitary, seated with her back against the cell wall and her knees drawn up, her long pale hair falling forward over her face. Her ears, the characteristic length of her race, were visible through the hair, and the mana coming out of her was almost dim. More cells, more occupants. A second dwarf alone. 2 humans together. Something Gray didn't immediately recognize. Small and dark-skinned with large eyes that caught the dim light and held it, watching him from the back of its cell without moving. He moved deeper into the room, the second-to-last row on the right. Seraph. She was sitting against the cell wall with her sword gone, her hands in her lap with closed eyes, but her body quivering. Her long hair was disheveled, dust from the underground on her shoulders, and a small cut above her left eyebrow that had dried without being cleaned. She looked up when he appeared before her cell. Her expression moved through several things in rapid succession. G. Gray? She was genuinely relieved. But then, her posture returned as she coughed slyly. "You're late," she spoke. "I was inside another worm earlier. It affected my schedule," he joked lightly. Something crossed her face that was almost a laugh, but she decided not to be one at the last moment. "Gray, are you hurt?" She blinked, her hand lifting slightly toward the cut on her brow, as if she had forgotten it existed until he mentioned it. "No," she said after a moment. "Nothing serious." He studied her for another second, then turned his attention to the containment array sealing her cell, his gaze moving across its structure before drifting to the cell beside hers. The last one in the row. He almost missed her. The figure inside sat in the far corner, pressed back as far as the confined space allowed. She was an elf, but quite different from the one further up the row, where that one had the quiet, weathered presence of someone old in the way that elves were old. This one was young, or appeared young, the specific agelessness of elven features making precise assessment difficult. Her hair was dark, almost black, falling past her shoulders in considerable disorder. Her clothes were fine in a way that was visible even in their current condition, the fabric and cut of them communicating their origin regardless of the dirt and damage they had accumulated. Her ears were slightly longer than the other elfess, but her energy was the most familiar to him. It wasn't mana, but spirit energy, an energy solely possessed by the royal elves. Gray looked at her for a moment before turning to Seraph. "That elf in the last cell, Seraph glanced in that direction, her eyes softening just slightly. "She was already here when they brought me in," she replied in the same low tone. "She hasn't spoken once. I don't know how long she has been like that." Gray looked at the elf again. The girl had not moved, not even lifted her head. Either she had not heard them, or she had heard and chosen not to believe. He took a step closer to Seraph's cell. Without another word, he reached out and placed his hand against the containment array. The moment his fingers made contact, the structure trembled, the suppression lines flickering as his mana pressed into it, unraveling the pattern piece by piece until the lock holding the door gave way. The barrier dissolved. The door slid open. For a second, Seraph did not move, as if the sudden absence of restraint felt unreal. Then she stood, and the composure she had been holding on to cracked the moment she stepped out. She closed the distance between them in a single motion. She grabbed him, her hands tightening against his clothing, as if letting go would make everything collapse again. "I thought, Her voice broke before she could finish. "I thought you weren't coming back." Her grip tightened, her face pressing into his chest as the words came out in fragments, no longer measured or restrained. "It was dark, and they took my sword, and I couldn't feel anything. I couldn't even. I didn't know if I'd get out of here." She shook slightly against him, the fear she had held down for so long finally finding a way out now that she no longer had to hold it in. "I was scared," she admitted. "I didn't know what to do." Gray did not interrupt her or pull away. His hand came up slowly, resting against her back, holding her there without forcing her to let go. "I'm here." She nodded once against him. "Yeah," she answered, but she didn't let go yet. At the same time, Gray looked at the elf in the last cell, his eyes narrowing slyly as he then remembered a random thing that had appeared in the journal. "Is she the missing elf princess?" "An elf princess." Jasmine suddenly got curious. "Yeah." Gray nodded lightly. "Ilarion. She disappeared 8 months ago, with the Elven Council declaring it as a political withdrawal. Half of the kingdom probably thinks that she is already dead. Is she that important?" "Yup, she was in succession for the throne. If she hadn't disappeared, she'd probably be the Elven Empress by now." He deeply stared at her. She could be useful. He pulled away from Seraph's grip and crouched down to be at eye level with the cell's occupant and spoke quietly. "I'm opening this door. You don't have to come with me. But if you stay here, I can't guarantee another opportunity." She didn't reply to his words. Then, slowly, the elf's head came up. Her eyes, when they found his, were dark green and considerably more alert than her posture had suggested. The eyes of someone who had been paying close attention to everything while appearing to pay attention to nothing. She looked at him for a long moment. The elf princess nodded. Causing Gray to turn to the array, Gray turned to the array on her door. It was constructed differently from Seraph's, the inscription lines denser and the gap in the southeastern quadrant smaller. He found a gap anyway. It took slightly longer, 40 seconds instead of 15. The array dissolved, and the door opened, and the elf princess carefully stood up from the corner. She was taller than she had looked sitting down. Gray looked at both of them briefly. "Close behind me. Single file in the narrow sections. Don't speak unless necessary. Don't run unless I run." Seraph nodded. The elf princess looked at him with those alert dark green eyes and nodded once. Gray turned toward the corridor and started leading them away. He took the right path without hesitating, retracing the route he had taken on the way down with the accuracy of someone who mapped spaces automatically and didn't need to think about it. First branch, second branch, the narrow section where his shoulders had been near both walls. Then the stairs. He checked the corner before taking them. Empty. They went up. The upper fortress was considerably more active than the underground had been. The ongoing disturbance Aurora had created was redistributing the population away from the corridors closest to the eastern wall and toward whatever she was currently doing. They crossed 2 intersections without encountering anyone, took the corridor along the eastern wall, and reached the secondary entrance. The 3 gate guards from before were gone. Pulled toward the disturbance, presumably, Gray moved through the entrance and into the nether realm's bruised, ugly exterior air. Seraph, and the elf princess a step behind him. He looked at the open space ahead. Swap, huh? For some reason, he couldn't use his mana. Spirit eyes swoosh. He instantly noticed a dense red smoke around the whole area, blocking every ounce of mana that passed through it. Another anti-mana field. Chapter 265. Netherrealm. 18. How come I'm dealing with another anti-mana field again? Gray was already becoming a little bit annoyed with this. Not to mention that the field was quite wide. It covered the fortress exterior completely, extending outward in every direction to a radius that almost reached the end of each corner. He looked at the lava surrounding the fortress. The molten rock flowed slowly in channels deliberately carved into the Netherrealm-esque ground, separating the fortress from the surrounding landscape and serving as both a moat and a power source for the fortress' inscription arrays. An idea formed. "Follow me," he said quietly to both of them. "Stay close." They moved along the fortress exterior wall, Gray keeping them in the blind spots between guard positions, his spirit eyes mapping the anti-mana field's boundaries as they walked. They had covered about 30 meters when he heard voices ahead. He kept walking, keeping his pace casual. 3 demons rounded the corner of the wall directly in front of them, low tier by their aura, but numerous enough and alert enough to be a problem. They stopped when they saw the group, their eyes moving from Gray to Seraph to the elf princess with the slow, suspicious attention of guards who had been told something was wrong somewhere in the fortress and were now applying that suspicion broadly. The largest one crossed its arms. "You. I've never seen you before." Gray's mouth twitched slightly. He turned toward both women behind him, and the look on his face was one they had never seen from him before. Hopeless. Genuinely, deeply hopeless. "Me? I'm not from this region, and I came here to get these 2 as my new slaves." He quickly made up a reason, turning back to the demons with an expression he assembled quickly. He gestured at them with a small wave of his hand. "Quite pretty, aren't they?" He snapped his fingers. The demon converging gourd hummed at his hip as he pulled a thread of demonic energy from it, shaping it with his fingers into 2 thin collars that materialized around Seraph and the elf princess's necks with a faint crimson glow. He winked at them. Seraph's eyes went very wide. The elf princess looked down at the collar around her neck, then up at Gray, then at the collar again. Seraph started. "Quiet." Seraph closed her mouth. Her jaw was extremely tight. "Oh." The largest demon in the group stepped forward, a broad orc type with a wide smirk spreading across its face as its eyes moved over the 2 women with a hint of lust on his eyes. "Those slaves really are high quality." It moved toward the elf princess, his hand rising toward her chin. "How much would you want for them?" "I've been looking for something like splat." His hand separated from the wrist cleanly, hitting the ground before the orc had finished its sentence. Gray's rapier was already moving again. Splurt. The head followed the hand. The body stayed upright for exactly 1 second before deciding it was finished. Gray looked at the remaining demons in the group, his rapier still extended, the demonic energy from the gourd cycling through his frame in its natural circulation pattern. "They're mine, you ugly piece of shit." The remaining demons looked at their former companion on the ground. Wait. The others tried to run away, but unfortunately for them, Gray was simply faster. He covered the distance between himself and the nearest one before it completed its first step, the rapier moving in clean, consecutive arcs that didn't waste anything. Splat. Thankfully, all of them were the lowest tier of demon, meaning that their power was merely at the master level. And because of that, the fight was over in seconds. Phew! He straightened up and looked at what remained, then at his rapier, then cleaned the blade with a single motion and sheathed it. "Let us keep moving." He started walking. Behind him, neither woman spoke immediately, until Seraph opened her mouth. "Slaves? Really?" It was the first thing that came to mind. "Really? You also thought of putting a collar on me? Were you in those kind of things?" "I really didn't know about that," Seraph added, grabbing the collar on her neck and shaking it slyly, making a few metallic sounds. "It worked," Gray shrugged, ignoring her comment about his kinks. The elf princess. walking on Seraph's other side, looked down at the collar still faintly visible around her own neck, then at Gray's back. "You cut his hand off before he touched me," she spoke in a low tone. "Why?" Gray felt a bit strange at that question. "I just felt that you wouldn't like him touching you." Hearing her words, the elf princess fell into thought, her hand coming out to her chest, as she replied to him in a low tone. "Thank you." Gray didn't bother to reply. Seraph glanced at the elf princess sideways, then at Gray's back, then forward again. "The collars," the elf princess said, after another moment. "Can you remove them now? When we're clear of the field," he sighed. "They're part of the cover until then." She accepted that, without complaint. The lava channels were visible ahead, the molten rock moving in its slow flow between the fortress and the open nether realm beyond, the heat coming off it pressing against them even at this distance. Gray looked at it. The idea from earlier was still there. He looked at the anti-mana field boundary his spirit eyes had mapped at the node in the northwestern corner, at the lava channels at the distance between all 3 points. The height should be about right. Fwish! Then, without any warning at all, he moved. Both of his hands shot out at the same time. Seraph barely had time to register the shift in his posture before his grip closed around her arm, while his other hand caught the elf princess at the shoulder. And then he threw them. There was no build-up, no explanation, no hesitation. One moment, they were walking beside him, and the next their feet left the ground entirely as he hurled both of them straight toward the lava channel ahead. The world tilted violently. Heat rushed up to meet them. Seraph's breath caught in her throat, her mind blanking for a single, sharp second before instinct took over. Gray. The elf princess didn't even manage to form a word, her body tensing as her eyes widened, the reflection of molten orange swallowing her vision as the surface of the lava grew closer far too quickly. The heat became suffocating, pressing against their skin, crawling into their lungs, promising pain, promising death. And then Gray moved again. He stepped forward and jumped after them without the slightest hint of urgency in his expression, as if he had done this 100 times before, as if the outcome had already been decided in his mind long before his body acted. His hand reached out. He caught both of them midair, one arm wrapping around each of their waists, pulling them sharply into him just as the heat peaked and the surface of the lava rose to claim them. For a second, it looked like all 3 of them were about to disappear into it. Finally, Gray felt his mana return. Swap the world around them folded, as in one instant they were suspended above a river of molten rock. Next, the heat was gone. Swish! They reappeared in a narrow, concealed space tucked between jagged stone formations, just far enough from the fortress entrance that its looming presence felt distant, yet still close enough to see the outer walls through the cracks. Gray landed lightly, still holding both of them, before setting them down as if nothing unusual had happened. For a moment, neither of them moved. Sarah stood there, her body stiff, her breath uneven as the delayed reaction hit her all at once, her hands clenching and unclenching at her sides as she stared at him. "Why you?" Her voice trembled slightly, though whether from anger or leftover fear wasn't clear. "You threw us into lava. You weren't going to fall in." Gray shrugged faintly. "That's not the point." Her voice rose, her composure cracking as she took a step toward him, her eyes sharp, her chest rising and falling faster than before. "You didn't even say anything, you just—" She cut herself off, dragging a hand through her hair as if trying to steady herself, though the tension in her shoulders refused to leave. "TSK, you're insane." "It worked," he replied calmly. The elf princess, on the other hand, hadn't spoken yet. She stood slightly apart from them, her hand still resting lightly against her chest, her breathing controlled but not entirely steady, her gaze lowered for a brief moment before lifting slowly toward Gray. And now, snap! The collar on their neck disappeared instantly, making the remaining demonic energy return to the demon converging gourd. "Just wait a little now," Gray sighed, sitting on the ground. "For who?" "Of course, the person who brought me here." Chapter 266. sharing a dorm? Aurora arrived without announcement. Foom. One moment, the narrow space between the stone formations contained 3 people, and the next it contained 4, as she appeared by stepping out of a red gate. Gray looked at her in surprise. She was deliberately causing trouble in the nether realm, and yet there wasn't a single wound or tear in her body. Her luscious hair even had the same style and shine as before, as if nothing had actually happened. She looked at Seraph first before then turning towards the elf princess. Upon seeing her, she briefly glanced sideways at Gray. "Are you sure you want to take her with us?" she asked, crossing her arms with annoyance in her eyes. "You know who she is, right?" The elf princess went very still beside Gray, her expression contorted with nervousness as she held the fabric of her sleeve tightly. Gray looked at Aurora and shrugged his shoulders. "I need a favor from her," he said simply. Aurora's eyes narrowed. She looked at him for a long moment before giving one last glance at the elf princess, but still, she didn't ask what Gray needed the elf princess for. She turned to Seraph. "You all right?" Seraph straightened slightly at being addressed directly. Her composure returned to its original state as she calmly replied, "Fortunately. Thank you for rescuing me." Aurora waved her hand once. "Least I could do for my students." She turned back toward the open space behind them and snapped her fingers. The same red portal opened, and Aurora stepped toward it without looking back. Gray stood, brushed off his coat, and looked at the elf princess. She was still standing slightly apart, her hand still holding her sleeve, her dark green eyes moving between the portal and Aurora's back, as if she weren't certain that the portal was safer than where they currently were. Gray looked at her for a moment. "You're coming." She looked at him. "Where does it go?" she asked. "Somewhere considerably better than here," he said. She looked at the portal again, then at the nether fortress. Visible through the gaps in the stone formations behind them, its bruised sky pressing down above it, the lava channels glowing at its base. She let go of her sleeve. "All right," she nodded meekly. Gray gestured toward the portal. She walked toward it, and he followed, with Sarah falling in a step beside him, as she usually did, close and without announcing her presence. "That favor, what do you need from her?" she asked curiously. "Later." She glanced at him. "You say that a lot." "I'll tell you later, okay?" Gray sighed. She looked as if she had several responses to that, and was choosing between them. She chose silence, which was probably the most efficient option. They stepped through the portal together, the dark red light swallowing them, and the nether realm's bruised sky disappeared behind them. The next moment, they appeared back at the academy, and unfortunately for Seraph, the hunting festival had already ended. This was probably because the time in the nether realm is different than in the overworld, which meant a few minutes in the nether realm could potentially be a few hours in the overworld. This made Seraph a little sad, as she wanted to win the hunting festival before proceeding to the other 2 competitions. Aurora looked at Gray. "What are you going to do with her?" she asked, with a slight tilt of her head toward the elf princess. The elf princess was looking at the academy grounds around her with the quiet attention of someone reorienting after being a long time somewhere else, taking in the stone and the sky and the absence of a demonic atmosphere. She had the expression of someone who wasn't quite ready to believe it yet that she had escaped that place. "I'll take care of her for now. She can stay until she's ready to leave. And if she wants to leave immediately, then she leaves." He glanced at the elf princess briefly. "After she helps me with that favor." Aurora looked at him for a moment, then looked away with the expression of someone who had decided to let something go for now. Gray turned to the elf princess. She had stopped looking at the grounds and was looking at him, her dark green eyes direct and waiting. "You can leave whenever you want." He stared at her. "I'm not keeping you, but I need one thing from you first, and in exchange I'll make sure you get back to wherever you need to go safely." She was quiet for a moment. "What do you need?" she asked instantly. "Not now. You need to rest a bit since you'll consume spirit energy to realize that favor of mine." She looked at him briefly before nodding lightly. She had assessed the terms and found them reasonable given the circumstances. He had pulled her out of a netherrealm cell. A favor was a fair exchange for that. Aurora watched the exchange with her arms crossed, her expression carrying something that wasn't quite approval and wasn't quite its opposite. "She'll need somewhere to stay," she said to Gray. "I know. And clothes. And food. And probably about 12 hours of sleep." "I know," he repeated tiredly. "Girls and boys aren't allowed to share a dorm." She added vaguely, looking at Gray in a sideways manner. "And she probably wouldn't want to stay in the same dorm as you. Then just get her a temporary solo dorm. I don't mind sharing with him." The words came out simply and without particular drama. Seraph turned to look at the elf princess. "What?" The elf princess looked back at her with the calm expression of someone who had said something reasonable and was mildly surprised by the reaction. Aurora's eyebrow also rose in surprise. Gray said nothing, but he had stopped walking. "Elves are," Seraph started, "known for their views on such things, yes." The elf princess nodded. She paused. "But I've been disowned." The courtyard was quiet for a moment. "So I don't need to follow elven customs anymore," she continued in the same level tone. "Though for what it's worth, there is actually a provision in elven law. If a woman is saved from death or prolonged suffering, she may offer herself to her rescuer." She glanced at Gray briefly. If the rescuer is a woman, she becomes her sworn companion. If the rescuer is a man, she may offer herself as a wife. Seraph stared at her. "Are you serious?" "I'm always serious," the elf princess replied. "You've known him for 2 hours. He pulled me out of a netherrealm cell, and I've been there for almost half a century. Time isn't the relevant measure." Seraph glared at Gray, as if daring him to accept her offer. Oh, Jasmine suddenly laughed in Gray's head. "First an half-mermaid, and now an elf? I wonder what more species are you going to charm?" Gray rolled his eyes at Jasmine's words, letting out a sigh before looking at the elf princess, who surprisingly looked quite eager to share a room with him. "Sure, Gray," Seraph almost shouted. She gritted her teeth and then grabbed Gray's wrist, pulling him into a corner away from the two of them. The moment Seraph took Gray to a place that seemed relatively free from prying eyes, she pushed him against the wall and grabbed his collar. "What is wrong with you?" She snapped at him. "You dragged me here to ask that?" Gray frowned slightly. "Yes," she shot back immediately. "Why would you accept that damned offer?" "I didn't You said yes," she cut in, tightening her grip on the collar. "You didn't hesitate. Not even for a second." "I said yes to sharing a room. And you think that makes it better?" Her eyes burned into his. "She just offered herself to you, Gray. As a wife. I didn't accept that part. You didn't reject it either." At those words, Gray furrowed his eyebrows, sighing. "So, no, don't call me that." She shook her head. "And don't brush this off. Don't act like this is nothing. It is nothing. It isn't." The word came out louder than she intended. She froze for half a second, then forced her voice back down, but the anger didn't leave. "You're overreacting." Gray's gaze hardened slightly. Her expression snapped. "Stop acting like I don't have a reason to." Silence pressed in between them. "Or what? You're jealous?" The word hung there. Seraph went still. For a moment, it looked like she might deny it. Her jaw tightened, her eyes flicked away, and then resolutely stared at Gray's back pearls. "Yes." No hesitation this time. "I am." Gray blinked, caught off guard for the first time. Her grip loosened slightly, but she didn't step back. "Why shouldn't I be?" She went on, voice lower now, but heavier. "We were separated for over 10 years. 10. Her fingers curled again in his collar. "And I still—" She stopped herself, breath catching, then forced it out anyway. "I still loved you." The words landed harder than anything she'd said before. "And when I finally find you again." Her voice thinned slyly. "You already have someone. And now you're letting another girl walk in and stay in your room like it's nothing." Her eyes burned, not with tears, but something just as raw. "So yeah," she said, almost bitter. "Why would I be jealous?" Gray didn't answer. For once, he had nothing immediate to say. Seraph stared at him for a second longer, searching his face for something, any kind of reaction. Then something in her snapped. "Damn it." She grabbed his collar harder and pulled him down. "Shoo!" She kissed him forcibly, probably fueled by everything she hadn't said for years. Frustration, anger, longing all crashing together at once. The kiss lasted 15 seconds before she broke it just as abruptly, her breath coming out uneven. The space between them felt tight. Her grip loosened completely now, but she didn't move far. Just enough to look at him without strain. That's why, she mumbled. She stepped back fully this time. Do whatever you want, she added, turning away. You always do. And without waiting for a response, she walked off, faster than before, like stopping would mean saying more than she was willing to. Aren't you going to chase her? Jasmine asked curiously as she was taken aback by how easily Seraph had erupted just by Gray accepting to share a dorm with the elf princess. At her words, Gray wanted to laugh. Why would I chase her when she directly fell onto my trap? He wiped his lips lightly, curling them up into a smirk. A white moonlight, huh? Chapter 267. Warmth after that little incident with Seraph, Gray, along with the elf princess, was led towards the headmistress's office. In other words, Aurora's office. It was large, which was expected, but Aurora organized it in her own way, so it followed her logic and didn't worry about how a headmistress's office usually looks. Books on shelves that had been placed by interest rather than category. A tidy desk belonging to someone who dealt with things right away and never left anything unfinished. There was a big window that looked out over the academy grounds, carefully chosen for the view. Aurora sat behind the desk. Gray stood in front of it. The elf princess stood a bit to his left, her dark green eyes scanning the office with quiet curiosity, taking it in without drawing attention to herself. Aurora looked at both of them for a moment. The standard dormitory arrangements won't work, she stated, for obvious reasons. Her eyes moved briefly to the elf princess. Having an unregistered individual in the general student housing creates documentation problems I don't want to deal with. Gray nodded, humming lightly. There's a separate residential block on the eastern side of the grounds, Aurora continued. Originally built for visiting faculty. Currently unoccupied. 2 rooms, shared common space, separate from the main student areas. She looked at Gray. You'll move there. The elf princess nodded once, without commentary. Gray nodded. Good. Aurora looked at the elf princess. There are clothes in the faculty residential stores, standard issue, but clean. Someone will bring food within the hour. The bathing facilities are private. She paused. I'd suggest starting with those in that order. The elf princess looked at her. Something moved through her expression that was the closest thing to gratitude she had shown anyone except Gray since they left the Netherrealm. Thank you, she mumbled. Aurora waved her hand once. Wait outside for now. I need a word with him. The elf princess looked at Gray briefly. He nodded. She turned and left the office, the door closing behind her with a soft, definitive sound. The office went quiet. Aurora looked at Gray, who was also staring back at her. For a moment, neither of them spoke. It was the kind of quiet you get when one person has thought out what they want to say while the other has already guessed it. You know who she is, right? Aurora asked. Ilarion, he replied instantly. Eldest daughter of the Elven High Council. Disappeared a few years ago. Presumed dead by half the kingdom and politically withdrawn by the other half. Aurora's eyes didn't change. She is not presumed dead anymore, she sighed. Right now, she is sitting outside my office. Yes, which means the moment her existence becomes known, Aurora stated. Every party that benefited from her disappearance has a problem, and every party that was looking for her has a reason to move. She folded her hands on the desk. The Elven High Council will want her back. The demons who held her will want to know how she got out. The kingdom's political structure, which has been operating for more than 5 years around the assumption of her absence, will need to recalibrate. I know, Gray nodded. This was something normal, as Ilarion was supposedly the next empress of the Elven Kingdom, and also the most pure elf in terms of bloodline. But despite all of those risks, Gray still needed her help with something. Her spirit energy was going to be extremely important for him. That recalibration, depending on how it goes, could involve armed conflict between the Elven territories and whoever they decide is responsible for her captivity. She looked at him calmly. Which given that she was found by a human student at a human academy, could very easily be pointed in a direction that becomes inconvenient for everyone here. I understand. Looking at his deadpanned expression and extremely calm words, Aurora sighed, furrowing her eyebrows as she gave him a tired look. It's a war, Gray. Not some kind of skirmish. Gray looked at her and shrugged. A war would be more beneficial to me than anything else, he added inwardly. You understand that I just said war, she said. I heard you. And your response is to shrug. I'm not planning to start a war, he spoke calmly. I just need one thing from her. After that, she goes back to wherever she decides to go, through whatever channel she decides to use. What happens after that is between her and the people she goes back to. And if what happens after that involves armed conflict that traces back to this academy, then that's a problem for after. Aurora narrowed her eyes, looking at him for a long moment. The look she gave him wasn't the usual warm glance she often showed. Instead, it was a different one, more serious and revealing, showing the deeper truth of who Aurora really was beneath her typical facade. At this, Gray wanted to curl up his lips, but held himself back. You're very calm about very large consequences. What do you mean? He blinked twice, almost innocently. What S here is a girl who spent a lot of time in a nether realm cell and needs food and sleep. There is no such thing as consequences. Hearing his words, Aurora snorted. Whatever. Just keep her out of sight. Don't register her name in any academy documentation. If anyone asks, she is a visiting relative. She paused slyly, giving him a warning last glance. And whatever that favor is, do it quickly. No worries, I intend to. He turned toward the door. Gray. He stopped. I'm serious about the war. She spoke in a completely serious tone. I know you are. He opened the door and walked out. The elf princess was standing in the corridor outside, her back against the wall, looking at the academy grounds through the window at the corridor's end with the expression of someone relearning what normal air felt like. She heard him come out and looked at him. He gestured forward without speaking and started walking. She followed as Gray led her towards the eastern residential block. It was obviously quieter than the main dormitory buildings, separated from the student traffic by a stretch of garden that had been maintained well enough to be pleasant and ignored well enough to be private. The building was smaller than the main ones, with 2 floors and a straightforward design that focused on function rather than beauty. Aurora had apparently sent someone ahead. The door was unlocked. 2 rooms on the second floor, both prepared, clean linens, a lamp burning in each. The common space between them had a table, 2 chairs, and a window that looked out over the garden rather than the main courtyard, which suited Gray fine. He set down the few things he had carried from his previous room and looked around once. Good enough, he nodded in complete satisfaction. The elf princess stood in the common space doorway, looking at the room with an expression that moved through something briefly before settling. She had been in a cell for half a century. A room with a window and clean linens was probably nothing. She turned to him. I haven't introduced myself, she noticed and spoke. No, you probably already know who I am. He nodded once. She accepted that without particular reaction. Ilarion, she said anyway, though the few friends I had shortened it. To what? Ellen. He nodded. She looked at him for a moment. What did she say to you? Aurora. Her voice was direct. You don't have to tell me, but I'd rather know. Gray looked at her. Keeping you here could start a war. He didn't bother hiding the truth from her. Between the elven territories and anyone they decide is responsible for your captivity. Given that a human student at a human academy is the one who found you, the direction that points isn't comfortable for anyone here. Ellen took the news calmly, showing that she had already thought about it and was just confirming what she suspected. She was quiet for a moment. Are you sure you want to keep me? She asked. Gray looked at her and smiled lightly. I still need you to do me a favor. Until then, you won't be able to escape my grasp, whether you want to or not. He reached over as he said it, his attention already half turned toward the corridor, and his fingers brushed her ear lightly, tracing the outer edge of it where a long, thin wound ran from the middle curve downward. The kind of wound that had been left untreated long enough to need proper attention. This needs to be looked at. Then he turned and walked toward the corridor. There should be a medical kit in the lower cabinet. I'll find it. He disappeared around the corner. Ellen stood exactly where she was. She didn't move for a long moment. She raised her hand and gently touched her ear where he had brushed it, feeling the warmth of that brief, light touch lingering against her skin. She stood in the peaceful common area of her apartment building, with neat linens around her and a window that looked out at a garden. Nobody had touched her gently in half a century. Nobody had touched her gently in considerably longer than that, if she was being honest about it. The Elven High Council's definition of care having always been closer to management than warmth. He hadn't even noticed he'd done it. That was the part that caught her somewhere she hadn't expected. He had looked at the wound and reached out and touched it the way someone touched a problem they intended to solve, without ceremony, without asking permission, without making it into anything except what it was. And somehow that mattered more than if he had meant it. She lowered her hand. Her face was warm in a way she chose not to examine too closely. She had spent almost half a century in a cell, feeling invisible, feeling discarded, feeling like the disownment had been the world's way of confirming what the Elven court had always implied about her, that she wasn't worth keeping. And then this person, who had walked into a netherrealm fortress carrying a sleeping snake and moving through demon guards like they were a mild inconvenience, had told her she wouldn't be able to escape his grasp, like she was worth holding on to. She stood in the quiet common space and felt, for the first time in a very long time, something she had almost forgotten was possible. Wanted. Chapter 268, Back to Classes. Gray opened his eyes. The ceiling of the eastern residential block looked back at him, unfamiliar enough that he spent half a second reorienting before everything from the previous day filed itself back into order. Right? He sat up and instantly felt a faint ache in his shoulder, causing his face to contort in discomfort. But he ignored it again. The common space was already occupied when he came out of his room, which was the first unusual thing. The second unusual thing was the smell, something warm and cooked drifting from the small preparation area adjacent to the common space, which had contained nothing of culinary interest the previous night. Ilarion stood at the preparation table with her back to him, her long dark hair tied back, moving through the motions of plating food. She had apparently found clothes from the faculty stores. Simple, well-fitted, considerably better maintained than what she had been wearing when he found her. The wound on her ear had been properly cleaned and dressed. She heard him come out and glanced back over her shoulder. "You're awake. Sit down." Gray looked at the table, which had been set. He sat. She brought the food over, set his portion in front of him, and sat across from him with her own. Gray looked at the food before merely glancing at her. She was already eating in an elegant demeanor, fitted for an ex-princess like her, and seeing that, he also started eating. The food was good. Better than good, actually, which was surprising given the limited resources of a faculty residential block as preparation area. He didn't comment on it. She refilled his cup when it was half empty without being asked, the motion seamless, already looking back at her own plate before he had registered that she'd done it. After breakfast, she cleared the table without asking for his help or saying anything more. He watched her do it, and said nothing because there didn't seem to be anything to say. Then she came back to the common space and looked at him. "The bath is ready for us," she stated. At those words, Gray instantly frowned, as he realized that he had only met this girl yesterday, and yet, now she was acting like they had been living together for quite a while. "I prepared it before you woke up," she continued calmly, as she pointed out to the bathroom. "The temperature should still be right." "For both of us?" he asked, as if he was imagining that she had said both of us. "Yes." He was quiet for a moment. She looked back at him with the same calm, direct expression she wore, as if this was something completely normal to her. Gray looked at her. "Why are you acting like this?" he asked. Ilarion tilted her head slightly. "Like what? Why are you acting like my wife would?" She looked at him for a moment. "You saved me," she said simply. "That doesn't require all of this. In Elven custom, it does. I told you yesterday. I didn't accept that offer." "You accepted the room," she stated. which under Elven law constitutes provisional acceptance of the arrangement pending formal confirmation. She paused. I'm not asking you to formally confirm anything. I'm simply fulfilling my side of what the law considers an existing agreement. Gray looked at her. She was completely calm, and yet showed a very serious expression. It seemed that she had thought about this and still completely agreed with her decision. Ellen, I pulled you out of cell. That's all. I know what you think it was, and I know what it was. You don't have to call it anything. I'm not asking you to. She paused lightly, looking into his deep black pools. But I was in that cell for half a century, Gray. And the first thing you did when you opened the door was crouch down on my level and tell me I didn't have to come if I didn't want to. He said nothing. Nobody has spoken to me like that in a very long time. She uttered without any drama on her voice, as if simply stating a fact. So yes, I'm making breakfast and preparing the bath, and I'll keep doing it for as long as I'm here, because it's what I want to do, and because the law I was raised under says it's appropriate, and because... She stopped briefly. Because it's the only way I currently know how to say thank you. The space turned quiet at her words. Gray looked at her for a long moment before turning to the corridor leading to the bathroom and letting out a sigh. Separate. She blinked. I'll go first. You go after. Something moved through her expression that she didn't quite suppress before it arrived. Of course. He stood up and walked toward the corridor. Behind him, Ilarion looked at the table she had cleared and the cup she had refilled and the morning she had built out of the only materials available to her, and said nothing. But the warmth that had been present the night before, when he had touched her ear without noticing he'd done it, hadn't gone anywhere. If anything, it had gotten slightly less manageable. She picked up his cup and brought it to the preparation area, but strangely her eyes couldn't help but land on that faint wet part of the cup. The edge where Gray's lip imprints were. She didn't want to admit herself, but she wanted him to touch her again. She wanted him to touch her ears once again. Flutter suddenly. The sound of a bird flapping its wings reached her ears. She turned and saw the little bird land exactly on the window. She slowly walked towards the window and opened it before taking the rolled-up paper from the bird's feet. Good boy. Ilarion patted the bird's head, causing the bird to chirp happily and then fly away, as if it had never appeared there. After rolling the paper, she started reading its contents. Gray, Viru, the exiled son of the Aurelian family, she started, mumbling in a small tone. Those were the only words that she uttered before reading the rest without uttering a single word. So he has a girlfriend. No wonder. Sizzle. The paper was suddenly burned into ashes as she turned away and returned to the preparation area, where she would continue doing her duties. After a while, Gray left the bathroom with his hair still slightly damp, the faint ache in his shoulder dulled by the heat of the water. The air in the corridor felt cooler against his skin, grounding. He didn't linger. Ilarion stood where he had left her, near the preparation area. Her posture was composed, hands resting lightly against the edge of the counter as if she had not moved at all during his absence. Their eyes met for a brief moment. I'm heading to class, Gray said. She gave a small nod. He paused for half a second, then exhaled through his nose. Right. There was nothing else to add, so he turned and stepped out. This is a little weird, he sighed. Getting out of the residential area, Gray started walking through the campus, passing through the main garden, before finally arriving at the class's building. But he still made a detour, as he realized that most students would take the same route as he did. So he went to a narrow side passage branched off between two support arches, easy to miss unless one already knew it existed. Gray turned into it without hesitation. This way, no one would bother him. After all, he gets quite a handful of dual requests per day, and today, he wasn't in the mood to accept any of them. The passage dipped slightly, the ceiling lowering just enough to make the space feel enclosed without being suffocating. And after walking for a while, a set of shallow stairs appeared at the end of the passage. He took them two at a time, and then noticed a door at the top. He pushed it open and stepped out onto an upper corridor that overlooked part of the central training grounds. Gray didn't looked down and continued straight forward. Students were present here, though fewer. A couple glanced at him as he passed, their gazes lingering for a moment longer than necessary. Recognition, perhaps, or curiosity. He gave them nothing in return. And finally, at the far end of the corridor, stood a set of double doors, darker than the surrounding stone, reinforced along the edges. Phoenix class, he reached out, placed his hand against the door, and pushed. The door made a faint creaking sound as he entered, and he was instantly met by his classmates. As usual, there were only girls, and their gazes seemed to have gotten even more active than before. He walked to his spot that was right next to Cassandra, just to find that she was actually missing. Is she skipping or simply late? He pondered. He looked at the clock, and after noticing that there were still a couple of minutes before the class started, he decided to sleep a little, at least until the clock rang. Chapter 269, A Few Problems. Dream Realm MHM. I wonder how to deal with this one, though, Gray muttered to himself as he looked at the last door in his dream world. More than 20 doors stood in a circle, each with a plaque bearing something written on it. But most of them were already open, with only one closed. As for what was written on those plaques, Sundara, Kaderi Heimdir, and much more, Gray turned his dream world into a different dimension, each one bearing a woman with a different personality for him to conquer. And only by conquering all of them could he potentially awaken the so-called law of seduction and be able to strengthen himself through each small and big realm. And he also figured out that the strange cyan thing that appeared in his eyes was because of the Kaderi door. He started gaining different color on his eyes as he passed through each door. But of course, he is hiding those colors with his mana, as he prefers his dull black eyes. MHM. However, there was a small problem now, and that was the last door, which Gray didn't have any way to conquer this type of woman. Kamadir, he stood in front of it with his hands in his pockets and looked at it for a long moment. What is the problem? Jasmine suddenly asked. A Kamadir is someone who genuinely believes they are above everyone else. Not arrogance in the conventional sense. Not pride that covers insecurity. He looked at the plaque. An actual, sincere, unshakable belief that they exist on a different level from the people around them. That ordinary rules and ordinary expectations simply don't apply to them. That sounds like several people, you know. Trust me, it's much different. There is no gap between their exterior and the interior. They genuinely are exactly what they present themselves as, he sighed. It's not like, for example, a Tsundere that says almost the contrary of what they want to say, or a Kaderi that is warm on the inside, but cold on the outside. This means that the usual approaches don't work. Jasmine finished for him. He nodded lightly at her words. You can't reach someone who doesn't believe there is anything above them worth reaching toward. He furrowed his eyebrows. You can't charm someone who considers being charmed beneath them. You can't make someone fall who doesn't believe falling is something that happens to people like them. He looked at the door. So what is your plan? Gray was quiet for a moment. I have a concept for a plan. That is not the same as a plan. I know. What is the concept? A Kamadir believes they are above everything, which means the only thing that could possibly reach them is something they can't place below themselves, something they can't look down at. He paused. If I can make myself into something they have to look at as an equal, or something they genuinely can't categorize as lesser, then you're working from a level they can actually react to. Theoretically, yeah. And practically? Gray stared at the door. Practically, I have no idea how to make a person who believes they are divine look at me and see something worth acknowledging. You've dealt with difficult personalities before. Difficult is manageable. After all, just being difficult has some openings. A Kamadir doesn't have openings because they don't believe anything from the outside is worth letting in. He rubbed the back of his neck slowly. Every approach I can think of either registers as an attempt to lower them, which they reject, or an attempt to elevate myself, which they find laughable, or an attempt to appeal to them directly, which they find beneath their notice. So all three available directions are closed. Currently, yes. That is a problem. That is what I just said. He sat down in front of the door. A person who sees themselves as a god, he muttered to himself. You can't worship them into opening up. They expect that. You can't challenge them head on. They simply dismiss it. You can't ignore them. they wouldn't notice. He pressed 2 fingers against his temple. You can't be beneath them, and you can't be above them, and you can't be beside them because they don't believe anyone is beside them. What if you didn't try to reach them at all? Not trying is still a strategy they see through. I didn't say try. I said don't reach toward them. Make them reach toward you. Gray looked at the door. How do you make someone who believes they are above everything reach downward voluntarily? I don't know, and honestly, that's your problem. Gray looked at the plaque intently. I'll think about it later. He sighed deeply. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them once again, he was met with Maylis poking his cheek curiously. Did I wake you up? She asked, smiling widely as she stopped poking his cheek. Mom! Blinking a few times, Gray stretched his arms above his head, letting out a satisfied hum before his eyes landed on Maylis once again. This time, she had actually changed her hairstyle into a high ponytail. What is up with that blank gaze? Are you smitten by my looks? Maylis couldn't help but say as Gray was staring at her almost blankly. But he ignored her and continued looking at her face, causing her cheeks to flush slyly. Hey, I know I'm pretty, but that's enough, no? She stammered lightly, twirling her front bangs with a shy expression. Upon hearing those words, Gray glanced away, letting out another sigh. A god complex? TSK. That is so annoying to deal with, as the only thing that one can do is probably force them to submission. However, to actually cultivate the law of seduction, I cannot wound my target whatsoever, which also brings down that option. Maylis? He called out her name. Igriga. If the guy you liked had a god complex, how would you conquer him? He asked lightly, turning to look at her once again. Upon hearing his words, Maylis frowned slightly. A god complex? She hummed thoughtfully. She spent 15 more seconds like that before letting out a deep breath. I'm not sure. It's pretty much impossible, I think. However, she paused slyly before giving Gray a bright smile. If people like that usually believe in fate, so if they see that they're fated to fall in love with that person, they pretty much hypnotize themselves into falling in love with that person, she pointed out, before poking his cheek again and giggling. What's up with that question anyway? She sat down next to him and leaned her head into his shoulder. Nothing, he replied lightly, patting her head, causing her to hum in comfort. Fate, huh? His eyes narrowed slyly as he thought of a plan, but just as quickly, he dismissed it, and instead, his mind drifted backwards, to the other doors. He hadn't thought about them collectively in a while, had been too focused on the closed one to look back at the open ones with any real attention. The Kaderi girl was the first one. The outside felt cold, but underneath, it was much warmer. This was a unique way of building relationships, not as a barrier, but as a system that needed to be understood from within. Unlike a wall which could be climbed, this approach required a little bit of insight. He learned to notice the little things, a slight pause before she answered, a silence that showed that she was thinking rather than dismissing him, and that attention could feel the same on the surface but meant different things depending on the situation. That girl required him to get a different kind of patience. He didn't need to wait for a change, but instead needed to pay attention to something that seemed unchanged. He needed to believe that there was something else underneath that something. Then came the tsundere. She was straightforward in theory, but exhausting in reality. He faced the challenge of understanding her responses, which often came from a different kind of angle. It took him time to learn the difference between her words and her true feelings, and he discovered that replying directly to her words usually led to misunderstandings. The key was being consistent and not aggressively persistent, but just being there for her. He stayed reliable and didn't make a big deal out of it. Over time, her defenses weakened, and she started to feel safe, making less need for her sideways responses. By far, that one was the easiest. But there were a few difficult ones, like the Heimdeer that required something else entirely. That pride that wanted to be recognized and appreciated often led to 2 mistakes. Either relying too much on that expectation, which created a dependency, or rejecting it, which led to feelings of hurt. He had approached her differently. He treated her like someone deserving of real attention, without considering her status or what she expected from others. This approach confused her at first, then annoyed her, and eventually led to something more. Others around them had their own unique ways of communicating and challenges to overcome, but he had taken the time to understand them all. However, how can he understand a goddess? Jasmine has been with him for more than a year, and she doesn't express herself much. But still, she doesn't seem to have a true god complex. But his target would have one. Russell. Maelys moved slightly against his shoulder. What are you thinking about? He looked at her sidelong. That previous scenario. Did my answer help? She asked curiously. Partially. She looked pleased by the honesty. The fate part. It has potential, but fate has to be demonstrated, not declared. Telling someone with a god complex that they're fated for something just gives them something to dismiss. So you make them discover it themselves? Maelys replied instantly. He looked at her. She shrugged lightly against his shoulder. That is how it works with most things. Isn't it? The things people believe most completely are the things they think they figured out on their own. She paused. Even if someone arranged all the pieces. Gray was quiet for a moment. Arrange the pieces, he thought, and let them draw the conclusion. He looked at the ceiling. That could potentially work, he hummed thoughtfully. Maelys looked up at him again. Did I help? Don't push it. She laughed softly and settled back against his shoulder, satisfied. Chapter 270. Class duels. Hey. Why did the teacher call us? There's still an hour or so until the classes start. A student groaned. I don't know, but I've heard that the first years, are going to have a competition. A competition? Doesn't that mean that we're going to lose? Did you forget that we have Gray? Oh yeah. He looks as handsome as always, the girls whispered to each other, which Gray ended up catching all of that because of his extreme senses. Attention. Clack, clack. Ellen spoke, standing at the front of the classroom with her hands folded behind her back. She somehow had an annoyed expression, instead of her usually happy one. Today, we'll be having a direct engagement between all four classes. The room absorbed that. All four at once? A girl asked. Simultaneously, Ellen confirmed. A large-scale team battle conducted in the mirror arena. Each class operates as a unit, and the last class standing wins. What are the rules? Elimination by incapacitation or forced boundary exit, she stated. The noise in the room built. Gray was leaning back in his seat with his arms loosely crossed, listening. Ellen continued. Now, on to your opponents. We'll just talk about the ones you should be worrying the most about. And first comes the Black Turtle class. The projection above her palm displayed 3 figures from the exchange program roster. Lyra, Adrian, and Katia. And beside them, 3 names Gray didn't recognize. Joining the exchange participants in the Black Turtle class are 3 of their top students. Ellen's eyes moved across the room. Valorine, Advanced Water, and Ice Dual Affinity. Ranked second in the Black Turtle class overall standings. His defensive output at the Great Grandmaster level has not been breached in recorded sparring. The projection showed a tall, lean young man with close-cropped silver-white hair. 2 catalyst rings on each hand suggested flexibility instead of focus on one specific task. Mira Dusk. Ellen moved to the second figure. Single affinity, shadow type. Ranked 4th. Her primary technique set operates on misdirection and positional control rather than direct damage output. She has not lost a positional engagement in 2 years. She had dark hair and dark eyes, with a face that was easy to misjudge because it showed no emotions. A single short blade at her hip that looked secondary to whatever she was actually doing with her hands. And Kaelvorn, the 3rd figure, unaffiliated affinity type. His cultivation base doesn't respond to standard affinity classification arrays. Ellen said this in a way that showed she just found it interesting, not worrying. What is known is that his physical output at peak Grandmaster exceeds most Great Grandmaster baselines. The 3rd figure was big, but not like Leon, who was strong for training. This person was just naturally large. In the projection, he looked calm and a bit distant, as if he thought things weren't as important as everyone else did. Then comes White Tiger class. Celine, Selena, and Lyra. And 3 more. Ashavale, Wind Affinity, Sword Type. Ranked first in the White Tiger class. Her movement speed at current cultivation has not been accurately tracked by standard monitoring arrays during active combat. The projection showed a girl with short copper hair who moved like she made the most of everything. She stood and held her sword in a way that showed she was ready for action. She looked quick even when she was just standing still. Rem Sola. Earth and Fire Combined Affinity, Catalyst type. Ranked third. She specializes in terrain modification during combat, reshaping the field to create advantage before engagement begins. Shorter than the others with the broad, grounded stance of someone whose relationship with the floor beneath them was different from most people's. Twin catalysts, one at each wrist. And Dane Harrow, pure sword type, no affinity. Ranked second. Ellen paused on this one, slightly longer than the others. And surprisingly, just like our princess over here, he has achieved sword chi just a few days ago. The room went quiet. The projection showed a young man with unremarkable features and the kind of posture that only existed in people who had spent so much time training that their body had reorganized itself around the practice. A plain sword, with nothing about him looking exceptional, which, Gray knew, was frequently the point. The Azure Dragon class. Ronan, Leon, and Claire. And three more. Sylvain. Lightning Affinity, dual sword type. Ranked first in the Azure Dragon class. Her offensive output speed is currently the highest recorded in this Academy's inter-exchange program history. The projection showed a girl with bright eyes and the coiled energy of someone who is always slightly more ready to move than the situation required. Two short swords at her hips, worn with the ease of things that have been there a long time. Bryn Cold. Darkness Affinity, sword type. Ranked third. His techniques operate primarily through sensory disruption, specifically targeting mana sense and spatial perception. Tall, quiet in the projection, the kind of quiet that had a weight to it. And Morzavel, multi-affinity catalyst type. Ranked second. Ellen's expression carried something that was almost amusement. He uses 7 catalysts simultaneously. Nobody has successfully explained how. 7. The projection showed a young man looking a bit stressed, wearing rings on every finger and 2 more on his wrists. He had a focused expression that indicated he needed to pay attention to the 7 rings, even when he wasn't actively using them. Gray looked at all of this in complete boredom. Maybe you should ask if you can go against the third years. PFTT. Jasmine laughed at him, causing him to roll his eyes at her. But honestly, she was telling the truth, as Gray could potentially deal with all of them alone, just purely based on combat experience. He had an offensive skill that could bring them all in one go. And yeah, he was talking about the sword art Aurora taught him. Just the first move was more than enough, and he had already completely mastered it. Besides, he has already killed a lot of beasts these days, and this has caused the skill shadow of Sin to strengthen his body and senses even more. For them, my killing intent is more than enough. Of course, there was also the skill villain's presence that overall strengthened his killing intent, and from the quantity of beasts and people he killed, it was more than enough to deal with these so-called geniuses. Now that I've explained everything. Whoop! Yeah, not this again. Everyone was instantly teletransported again, causing most of the girls to scream in pure surprise and agony. And right now, they were inside the mirror arena, where the other 3 classes were already present. To their left was the Black Turtle class, where Gray instantly spotted Lyra, who was looking around and instantly spotted him. Her face was open and bright, and she raised her hand immediately, waving with the enthusiastic energy of someone who had been looking forward to seeing him and wasn't concerned about who noticed. Gray raised his hand back, and suddenly, Lyra's wave slowed as her eyes moved from him to the class assembled behind him, then across the class, then back across it in the other direction, more carefully this time, and her expression told him she was counting something and hoping it would produce a different result. It did not produce a different result. 30-something girls, 1 Gray. Her hand finished its wave and came down slowly. Her expression, which had been open, warm, and genuinely happy approximately 4 seconds ago, underwent a transition that moved through several stages in quick succession. Confusion first, then the realization that caused her face to turn extremely cold, so cold that it even made a cold current of wind reach his body. The two of them looked at each other. The distance between the classes was about 40 meters, but it felt considerably shorter than that. Cassandra, standing to Gray's left, glanced at Lyra and ignored them altogether. Maelys, on his right, had also noticed. She said nothing, but her chin lifted slyly before she suddenly clung to Gray's right arm, leaning her head onto his shoulder. She even giggled, causing Gray to sigh. Across the field, Lyra had not moved. She was still looking at him with that very still, very cold expression, and the girl beside her, one of the Black Turtle class students, said something to her that Lyra did not respond to because Lyra was occupied. And then Ellen's voice cut across the arena. All 4 classes present, she spoke in a loud tone, making sure that every class was able to hear. Formation positions. The engagement begins in 5 minutes. The classes began organizing, and of course, Gray turned to his own. He figured that it would be better to deal with Lyra later on, even though he was somewhat less certain than he appeared. Chapter 271. Class Duels 2. After 5 minutes passed, every single class was already on the arena, awaiting for some kind of signal to begin the fight, until Ellen, who was scanning everyone, finally spoke. Begin. For a few seconds, no one moved. 4 full classes stood in their starting positions, each group reading the same moment in a different way, weighing the cost of being first against the danger of waiting too long, while the rows of spectators who were from the 2nd and 3rd years above the field leaned forward in excitement. Then the Azure Dragon class broke the stillness. Crackle. Sarah Vane moved first, her twin blades leaving their sheaths in the same motion that carried her body forward, her feet barely touching the ground as lightning affinity traced thin, controlled lines along both swords. She crossed the distance between formations in an instant that felt too short to measure, closing nearly 30 meters before most people had properly processed that she had already begun moving. Her target was not the Phoenix class and not the Black Turtle class. She went straight for the White Tiger class, and more precisely, for Dane Harrow. She probably thought that since he was Sword Chi user, it was better to map him out of the field, as they were probably more difficult to deal with. Dane recognized this, and also went forward, coating his sword with chi. Clang! Their blades met at the center of the arena, with a violent crack that tore through the air. The impact sent a visible shockwave across the ground, a circular ripple that pushed dust and loose fragments outward, while the lightning along Sarah's swords collided directly with the dense, cutting pressure of Dane's sword chi, neither side giving way in that first instant of contact. A murmur spread through the viewing tiers. Fwhip! TSK! Dane pressed forward, trying to force the exchange into his rhythm. Sarah did not resist him directly. Instead, she shifted with the force, redirecting it into a rotation that carried her around his line, attacking again from a new angle before he had fully recovered his stance. Clank, crackle. The difference in their speed showed at once, not as a clean advantage, but as a constant pressure. This forced Dane to react a fraction too late with every exchange. The sound of steel meeting steel echoed in rapid succession, each impact sending smaller shockwaves across the arena floor as the two of them drifted further from their initial point of contact, their fight already pulling them 10 meters away and still moving. At the same time, elsewhere on the field, Bryn Cold had begun altering something far less obvious. Perfect. The light in the eastern section of the arena dimmed in a way that was difficult to define, not enough to draw immediate attention, yet enough to unsettle the eye, creating a faint inconsistency that made distances harder to judge and movements less certain. For those relying on mana perception, the effect was worse, a subtle interference that disrupted spatial awareness without ever fully hiding it. 3 students from the White Tiger class, who had been moving to support Dane, felt the change almost immediately. One of them stopped where she was, choosing not to move at all, rather than risk committing to a direction she could not confirm. It was a cautious decision and a good one. The other two attempted to adjust, slowing down as they recalculated their paths, losing time in a situation where time mattered more than they wanted to admit. On the opposite side of the arena, Vale Orin stood exactly where he had started, his catalyst rings active and his eyes closed as if he had no intention of joining the chaos directly. The ground around him had already changed. A thin layer of ice covered the floor in a wide radius, spreading slowly enough that no one had noticed when it began, forming silently while attention had been drawn elsewhere, until it had already claimed a significant portion of the field. 3 Phoenix class students advanced toward the Black Turtle Formation. 2 of them stepped onto the ice at the same moment, and their footing betrayed them immediately, their balance shifting in a way that disrupted their momentum and forced them to adjust in the middle of movement. The third had been watching Vale from the beginning. Sarah saw it before she reached it. Her steps changed in advance, her balance lowering slightly, her movement adapting to the surface before it became a problem, crossing the frozen ground without losing speed. Her awareness extending through her footing with practiced precision. She reached the edge of the Black Turtle Formation. At that moment, Vale opened his eyes. Within the Phoenix class formation, Gray had not moved since the signal was given. After all, there was no one that instanced him, so instead, he decided to see if there were any potential hidden threats. Cassandra stood to his left with her scythe already drawn, her gaze moving steadily across the battlefield as she built a complete understanding before committing herself to any single action. Melee stood to his right, her hands slightly raised, her gravity field active at a low level, waiting for the moment when she would need to push it further. "The ice belongs to Vale," Cassandra said, her eyes still on the field. "He isn't attacking with it yet. He's shaping the terrain." "I know," Gray replied without looking at her. Bryn's interference stays centered on him. "The range is limited, around 12 meters." "I know. The one carrying 7 catalysts hasn't made a move yet." "I know." She turned her head slightly, giving him a brief, questioning glance. "Are you watching the same fight I am?" "I'm watching something else." She followed his line of sight. Across the field, within the Black Turtle Formation, Adrian stood still, his posture relaxed, his arms resting at his sides, his attention fixed on a single point. On Gray. He was not watching the clashes unfolding across the arena, nor the shifting formations or the techniques already in motion. He was watching Gray. Gray met his gaze without hesitation. Between them, nearly 40 meters of open ground stretched across a battlefield that was already filling with sound and force, yet neither of them moved, as if the distance itself was something both of them were measuring in silence. Adrian's lips curved into a faint smile. Gray gave no response. "Should I be worried about whatever that is?" Cassandra asked. "Not yet," Gray said. "When does it become a problem?" "Later," he answered, finally shifting his attention back to the field. "Melis, the ice. Can you lift it? The entire area?" she asked, already studying it. "Enough to give Seraph stable ground." Melis focused on the frozen surface, her mind calculating whatever she needed to create a gravity field. 10 seconds, she said. "Do it." She extended her hands toward the affected section of the arena. The change was invisible, yet immediate. Through them, the ice began to separate from the stone beneath it, lifting at the edges first, breaking into thin fragments that rose slowly into the air, catching the light as they turned. No longer bound to the surface they had covered. Vale's gaze turned toward her, his expression changing slyly in annoyance. "Baited successfully." "Cassandra, I'm already moving," she replied, and she was advancing toward the Black Turtle line along the angle that had just opened, using the moment of distraction without hesitation. Gray's attention moved across the field once more. Sarah and Dane were still locked in their exchange near the center, neither willing to give ground, their clash sending repeated shockwaves that others had begun to move around instinctively. Bryn's distortion field continued its slow approach toward the Phoenix Formation, advancing with quiet persistence. The student known as Morzavel, The one carrying 7 catalysts still had not acted, standing at the rear with a focused, unreadable expression. And Adrian had not looked away. Is this guy actually making me his target? He sighed inwardly. Jasmine, how much killing intent do I need to end this fast without crossing the line? Define fast. 10 minutes. That is fast for this kind of engagement. I know. Tell me. About 3% or 6. I can manage that. He stepped forward and slowly released a hint of his killing intent. Fool. The nearest opponents, those not fully absorbed in their own fights, reacted at the same moment, their bodies recognizing something before their minds did, a pressure that carried no element, no clear origin, yet triggered an instinctive response they could not ignore. Several heads turned toward him. Gray walked across the battlefield at an even pace, his rapier resting at his side, his expression calm in a way that made the pressure surrounding him feel more deliberate. The killing intent spread outward in a slow, controlled expansion. Above, in the viewing tiers, someone spoke under their breath. The person beside them did not answer, their focus fixed on the field below. That's enough? A little more, and they pass out instantly. Gray reduced it, holding it at the lowest level that still lingered in the air. Then he kept walking. Ahead of him, the battlefield continued to shift and collide, filled with skilled fighters committing fully to every action they took. Across the distance, Adrian watched him approach, but surprisingly, it wasn't him who decided to make the first move on Gray. Crackly, a streak of lightning instead appeared in front of Gray. Lyra, Chapter 272, Class Duels 3 Crackle. Gray sidestepped left, the streak passing close enough that the displaced air hit his coat, and looked at where it had come from. Lyra stood 15 meters away. Her sword was drawn, and her lightning affinity was running at a level he hadn't seen her use in casual sparring, the current visible along her blade in thick, restless lines. Her expression was not her usual warm expression. It was the other one. Why? She stared at him with angry eyes, her fist clenched tightly around her sword. Why didn't you tell me? Gray raised his rapier. She moved. Crack! The first strike came diagonal, high to low, her speed immediately apparent, the lightning along her blade amplifying the force of the swing. Gray caught it on the flat of his rapier and directed it sideways, the force passing to his left, his feet not moving. Tell you what specifically. You know what? She pulled back and came again. This time a horizontal sweep at mid-height followed immediately by a thrust that used the momentum of the sweep's withdrawal to accelerate. Clang! FWIP. Gray caught the sweep and stepped inside the thrust, letting it pass his right side, redirecting her sword arm with his free hand at the wrist without applying force, just changing the line. That your entire class is full of girls. She almost shouted before taking a deep breath and continuing. And that you're the only boy. That you have been the only boy this entire time, and you never said anything to me. She calmed down a little, awaiting his response. However, Gray's words didn't help her at all. You never asked me. Her eyes went very wide. I never. Crack, crack. 2 strikes simultaneously, one from each side of the engagement, her footwork shifting to cover both angles in a sequence that required her to split her momentum and redirect it faster than the move looked possible from the outside. Gray stepped back once, let the first strike as force carry past, turned his hip into the second, and deflected it upward, the rapier moving in 2 separate beats that addressed both threats without overlap. You never asked, he repeated calmly. Why would I ask that? Because it's relevant information to you? Apparently, he shrugged. She came forward again, the lightning along her blade spiking. 3 consecutive strikes in a tight vertical pattern aimed at forcing him to either retreat or commit to a guard that would cost him positioning. Crackly. He didn't retreat. Clank, clang, clack. He met all 3 on the rapier in sequence, each deflection angled to redirect rather than absorb. His footwork, making small adjustments that kept him centered without giving her the pushback she was trying to generate. You could... I have mentioned it, she said, breathing slightly harder now, not from exhaustion, but from someone operating on emotion and adrenaline simultaneously. At any point or in any conversation. Huh. You could have said, Lyra, by the way, every single person in my class is a girl. I didn't think it was unusual. She stared at him. You didn't think, croc. The lightning strike she released wasn't a sword technique. It was raw affinity output. A burst of compressed golden lightning directly aimed at Gray's chest. Seriously? Letting out a sigh. Gray sidestepped it entirely, the strike hitting the arena floor where he had been and leaving a scorch mark. He looked at the scorch mark and then at her. Are you done? He asked. I'm absolutely not done. She stated, Lyra. Don't Lyra me. You knew something like this was going to happen, he said simply. She froze mid-reset. What did you just say? You knew. You knew the moment you saw the Phoenix class. You put it together immediately, and you decided to be angry about it anyway. Her jaw tightened. That's not. You've been angry since the moment you counted the class and came up with one, he uttered in an annoyed tone. Not because I lied. Not because I hid something. Because you saw it, and your first response was jealousy, and your second response was to find a reason to justify the jealousy. The arena moved around them, other engagements continuing their noise and force, but the space between them had gone very still. Lyra looked at him. Her sword was still raised. Her golden lightning was still crackling along the blade. But the energy driving the previous combinations had changed quality, the frustrated urgency of it settling into something that was quieter and considerably more honest. It's a lot of girls, Gray, she mumbled. Her voice was lower now. It's a really, really significant amount of girls. I know. And you were a playboy before you started dating me. I even remember those twins that were sitting on your lap in the cafeteria. Gray nodded lightly. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she exhaled. Her sword came down slightly, not sheathed, but no longer at the angle of imminent use. This conversation isn't over. After this competition, you'll come to my dorm, and you're going to explain things. Her eyes practically glared at Gray as she spoke those words in an unusually calm voice. There's nothing to explain. Gray. A hint of killing intent actually leaked from Lyra's voice, causing Gray to raise an eyebrow in surprise. As didn't he expect Lyra to have already developed killing intent? There's nothing to explain, but I'll listen to whatever you want to say, he sighed, raising his hands in complete surrender. MHMPH. That is what I thought. She raised her chin proudly. After saying those words, her eyes quickly locked onto another opponent and latched out in a flash, dissipating away from Gray's sight. PFFDT. Jasmine, who was holding back her laugh, couldn't do it anymore. Pwa-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Sigh. Gray furrowed his eyebrows, letting out a deep sigh. This was the exact reason why didn't he want to tell Lyra that I was in a class full of girls. He spun his rapier in his hand before stabbing it into the ground. He started looking around and raised an eyebrow as he saw everyone literally keeping some kind of unspoken distance from him. And he was literally in the middle of the arena for some reason. I stopped realizing my killing intent, didn't I? Gray couldn't help but ask. You did. They're probably just scared. At Jasmine's words, Gray sat down and started meditating right in the middle of the arena, where students were fighting all around him. But just as he was about to start, ding! A familiar yet rare sound rang out in his head. The innate blessing granted by the Akashic records for your feats has finally been generated. Looking at the notification, Gray frowned as he remembered that it had been promised to him some kind of blessing after he fused with Dante. It really took quite a long time to arrive. Check details. He waved his finger, causing a purple panel to appear in front of him. But just before he could see what was on the panel, boom, the space around him collapsed into chaos. Several students from different classes had converged on the same section of the arena simultaneously, their individual engagements pushing them toward the center until the center had become the densest point of the entire battle, bodies moving in every direction, techniques crossing each other as paths, the noise of it immediate and total. Gray closed the panel with a flick of his finger. Later, a white tiger class student came at him from the left, wind affinity trailing her blade in thin, cutting arcs, her movement sharp and committed. SHHK. He turned his shoulder into her strike, redirected her sword arm across her own body, and used the disruption in her footing to move past her without engaging further. She stumbled and turned, just to notice that Gray was already elsewhere. Fwish! An Azure Dragon class student caught him from the right. Darkness affinity running along a broadsword, the technique designed to layer sensory disruption on contact. Gray read the affinity signature before the blade arrived, and stepped back precisely far enough that it passed his chest without touching, the darkness trailing from its edge, missing him by a margin that looked uncomfortable and was entirely calculated. They really decided to surround me. The arena's center was genuinely busy now, the four-class engagement having compressed toward the middle as formations broke down and individual priority replaced collective strategy. Gray moved through it. Clang! A strike from behind, fast, the attacker having closed the distance while his attention was on the previous two. He caught it without turning, rapier coming back over his shoulder, the angle awkward and entirely functional, and felt through the contact the specific weight and rhythm of the person holding two daggers. He turned and noticed that it was Katia. "You really want to do this?" he asked in surprise. Her daggers were still in contact with his rapier. The two blades locked at an angle that neither of them had released, and her expression was extremely focused. "You were in my way. You came at me from behind," he retorted. "You were standing in the middle of the battle." Crack! She disengaged and came again immediately, not giving him time to reset, her daggers stabbing towards two different places. Seeing this, Gray took a step back and made a wide swing with his rapier, causing Katia to duck under, cross her arms, and attack him from his lower guard. "Predicatable," Gray mumbled as he raised his knee towards her face in fast speed that made Katia's eyes widen. Thump! Directly shot directly into her nose, causing a stream of blood to rush out. Chapter 273, Class Duels 4 Hag. Katia staggered backward, her balance breaking for a brief second as her hand shot up to her face, fingers pressing instinctively against her nose while blood slipped through the gaps and ran down over her lips. She blinked once, steadying herself, her voice coming out flat but edged with disbelief. "You drove your knee straight into my face. You came in low without guarding your center," he replied, shrugging his shoulders. "What did you expect to happen?" She glanced down at the blood coating her hand, turning it slightly as if confirming it was real, then lifted her gaze back to him without any sign of irritation beyond the obvious. "All right, that 1S on me." Whoosh! And then she moved again. The pause vanished completely as she closed the distance, both daggers rising this time, her approach sharper and more deliberate, the blades angling toward his shoulders from opposite sides, while her footwork shifted to block the lateral escape she had already seen him use once. Clang! The metallic clash rang out the moment they met. Gray did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward into the space between her strikes, letting both blades pass just outside his frame as he drove his elbow straight into her sternum with controlled force. The impact landed solidly. Kook! Her body folded around it, the air forced out of her lungs in a sharp, involuntary exhale as her stance collapsed inward. Not yet. Before she could fall fully, he caught her arm, turning her momentum sideways and guiding it rather than resisting it, sending her body across the arena floor, where she hit hard and slid several meters before managing to stop herself. Damn it. She pushed herself up immediately. There was no hesitation, no lingering from the impact. She was already moving again, her breathing uneven for a moment, blood still marking her face, yet her stance had reset, her attention locked back onto him. Gray watched her without shifting his position. She watched him the same way. Phew! But suddenly, something pressed down on him from his side. It was not a strike, not something that traveled through the air in a way his instincts could track, but a sudden compression of force that settled onto his left shoulder with enough weight to force his knee down before his mind fully registered what had happened. He turned his head. Mira Dusk stood at a distance, her arm extended, her posture steady as two affinities layered over each other in a way that masked their presence. Shadow beneath, gravity above. The structure was clean, precise, and difficult to detect until it was already in effect. Oh, she also has a gravity affinity? He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Just having a shadow affinity was extremely rare, much less gravity, just like Melis. But he clearly felt something. Oh, it's not an affinity, but an artifact? That makes me a little disappointed. He clicked his tongue. Gray pushed back against it, his mana pressing outward until the tension broke. The invisible pressure fracturing enough for him to stand again. By the time he rose, she was no longer where she had been. He turned sharply. She was already behind him. Whip! Her blade slipped free in a smooth, efficient motion, cutting across his forearm in a shallow, controlled line that stopped just short of causing real damage, placed exactly where a deeper cut would have interfered with his grip. She understood where to strike. He took note of that without reacting outwardly. When she moved to withdraw, he caught her wrist before she could reset the distance. Got you. His grip held firm. She tried to pull back, testing it. He did not move. For a brief moment, she looked down at where his hand held her, then lifted her eyes to meet his, her expression shifting slightly as she recalculated the situation. Let go, she said, her voice even, though her stance remained ready. Take a step back first. She held his gaze for a second longer, then stepped back as instructed. The moment she created the space, he released her. She did not waste it. Fwish! In a single movement, she widened the distance between them again, her shadow affinity already spreading beneath the surface, repositioning in preparation for another layered attack. Gray let his attention move. He looked at her, then at Kadia, who had used the brief exchange to circle back in, approaching again from his right side, her daggers raised, her breathing steadier now despite the earlier hit. And then he turned toward the third presence that had been closing in behind him for longer than either of them had been engaging. Kale Vorn stopped a short distance away. He was exactly as large as expected, his build heavy without appearing slow, his posture relaxed in a way that suggested he had not yet committed to treating the situation as serious. His gaze settled on Gray. Your movements are quite interesting. Interesting? Gray tilted his head. Kale glanced briefly in Kadia's direction, as if confirming for himself, then returned his attention. Then, his eyes moved over Gray again. I've looked at you fighting for these past 2 minutes, and yet you always go for the place that hurts the most. Do? You do. Kale considered that in silence, then gave a small nod, as though arriving at a conclusion he found acceptable. I think I like you, he stated plainly. Gray's eyes widened in complete disgust. Goose. Fwhoop. Just as he said those words, Kale stepped forward. The first strike came without warning. But instead of using his sword, he actually threw a punch, moving forward with a speed that did not match his size, carrying a level of raw force that felt out of place in its simplicity. Gray raised his arms to meet it, crossing them in front of his body. Thump! The impact drove him backward. He absorbed it, his feet sliding across the ground as he was forced 3 steps back before regaining full balance. He lowered his arms slightly and glanced at them, then back at Kale. The assessment surfaced in his mind with quiet clarity. At this level, Kale's baseline physical output exceeded what most could produce even with full amplification. No technique whatsoever. The next strikes followed immediately. There was no rhythm to them. No pattern to anticipate, only one heavy blow after another, each carrying the same overwhelming force, as if technique itself had been discarded because it was unnecessary. Gray shifted to the side after the second, letting the third pass just outside his guard, then stepped in and drove the pommel of his rapier into the joint of Kale's extended arm. The impact landed cleanly. Crack! Arg! The joint gave with a sharp crack, the force folding his arm at an unnatural angle. Kale looked down at it and groaned slyly. As expected, Kale suddenly grinned widely. There was no visible discomfort in his expression, only a faint sense of amusement that made Gray think that he was crazy. But what he didn't expect was, in that brief opening, Katia actually closed in from behind. Clang! Just kidding, he was already expecting that. He swiftly twisted his feet and stabbed his sword downwards from his shoulder, intercepting her daggers. Clink! He slid the two daggers down, turning around before throwing a kick that Katia actually managed to avoid. Aren't you going to use your curse magic? Gray cracked his neck slyly, eyeing over Katia, who had her guard high. At his words, Katia hesitated slyly before shaking her head. I'll need quite a lot of time to even conjure a basic curse, and I doubt anyone can hold you long enough for that. Her eyes narrowed slyly. Swish! As if waiting for Katia's words, suddenly, 3 more people surrounded Gray in a half-baked circle. Asha Vale, whom Ellen said used a sword and had wind affinity, meaning that her speed was extremely high. Dane Harrow, the guy who supposedly also acquired sword chi recently. And Sarah Vane, a lightning affinity user with dual swords. All those 3 were the top students of their respective class. Do you think the 3 of us can hold him for enough time then? Asha stated coldly as she turned to look at Katia. Katia still looked a little in doubt. After all, her instincts were pretty sharp, and they still were telling her that they weren't enough to stop Gray. Don't worry, Gray suddenly intervened, giving his rapier a spin before pointing at Katia, who was behind them. I'll give you enough time, and during that time, I'll play with it for a little while. At those words, their eyes instantly turned cold. How arrogant! Sarah mumbled as lightning cracked at her dual swords, and she took a stance to attack Gray. The other 2 did the same as a small cyclone of wind formed around Asha, and Dane waved his hand, causing multiple flying swords to appear around him. The basic move of sword chi. They should be enough for me to use at least 10 of my true speed, right? His lips curled up slyly. Spirit eyes, he cracked his neck once again. I'm waiting. Gray propped a hand forward and mocked him directly. Whoosh! Chapter 274. Class Duels V. They moved at the same time. Sarah still moved first. Crackle. Her twin blades carved through the air in bright arcs of lightning as she launched forward, the force of her movement compressing the space ahead of her into a low, rushing pressure that could be heard as much as felt. Gray shifted to the right, only adjusting enough to let her first blade pass close to his shoulder. Her second strike followed immediately, exactly where it needed to be to catch that movement, her body already turning through the motion with practiced precision. He dropped under it. The blade cut through empty air above him, and in the same motion, he drove his rapier upward toward her guard, the strike clean and direct. She caught it. Clang! The impact rang out sharply, forcing her back half a step as the lightning running along her swords snapped outward from the point of contact, striking the ground in branching lines that left dark marks in the stone. She recovered without hesitation. Whip! But before she could press the advantage again, Dane closed in from the left. His flying swords moved ahead of him, 3 blades spreading outward in a controlled formation that cut off the angles Sarah had already forced Gray away from. Each one was lined with that thin, compressed edge of sword chi that showed he had only recently reached this level, but was already learning how to apply it. Gray's eyes tracked all 3 before they reached him. The first, he turned aside with a small motion, not stopping it, only changing its path enough to send it past him. The second he stepped into, letting it pass behind his back at a distance that would have made most people uncomfortable. The third, he left alone entirely, letting it skim past with a margin that was deliberate, measured, and just wide enough. Dane saw it. The way his expression changed made that clear. He arrived behind his blade a moment later, his own sword already in motion, the edge lined with compressed chi as he swept it toward Gray's center. Swish! Gray rotated his body just enough for the strike to pass close without touching, then flicked his rapier across Dane's wrist as the motion carried through. The contact was light but precise. Dane's grip adjusted without his permission, and for a brief instant, the formation of his flying swords broke. It was not long, but it was more than enough. Fwish! Asha reached them at that exact moment. Her speed was different from Sarah's. Not explosive, but smooth, like movement without resistance. Her wind affinity, reducing the friction between intention and motion until she seemed to glide more than run. The air around her twisted in a small, controlled current that shifted perception, enough to throw off anything relying on raw sensing. Gray turned toward her before she expected it. What? Her eyes widened slightly, only for a moment. Clank! Their blades met. The impact carried a second force with it, the wind pushing outward to create distance regardless of how the strike landed. Gray allowed it. Instead of resisting, he moved with it, letting the force carry him back several meters, using her output instead of his own, and landing in a space between her and Sarah with his stance already stable. Dane's voice came through. Switch. Gray moved at the same time. Swap. His position shifted, the ground beneath him exchanged with another point nearby, and in an instant, he was no longer where they had been tracking him. Dane found himself standing in that space instead, directly in the path of Sarah's next attack. She stopped it at the last possible moment, the lightning breaking apart before it could hit him. Careful. I've got it, Dane replied, already adjusting his position. Gray did not wait. He moved toward Asha again, this time from an angle her wind reading handled less effectively, his strikes coming in quick succession, not fast enough to overwhelm her directly, but timed in a way that forced her to respond to the second rather than the first. Clink, clang. She blocked both, her form holding even under pressure, but the second strike shifted her arm across her center, and her footing changed to compensate. He used that. Not a sweep, not a forceful push, just a small adjustment, guiding the movement she had already started until her balance shifted for a brief instant. He stepped past her. She turned immediately. He was already facing Sarah. This time, she did not rush the strike. She had used the moment to build something larger, lightning gathering along both blades before releasing outward in a wide arc that covered too much space to avoid cleanly. Gray moved again. Swap. The position changed. The attack struck nothing. He was behind her. She reacted on instinct, turning with both blades raised to guard her back, catching his strike as it came in. Clang! The impact drove her arms inward slightly, disrupting her movement. She exhaled, more in thought than frustration. You're behind me again. What kind of skill is that? Position exchange, he said simply. With what? The rocks on the ground. She stared at him for a brief moment, processing that, then let out a short breath that almost sounded like a laugh. That's damn irritating. Swish! Behind them, Dane's swords reformed and came down again. Tighter this time, the gaps from before closed. Gray moved through them, adjusting step by step, slipping inside their range where they could no longer correct their path in time, and drove his rapier toward Dane. Dane caught it. Barely. The sound that followed was different from the others, carrying a resonance that lingered for a moment after the contact. Dane felt it. Shriek. He looked at the blade pressed against his own, then lifted his gaze. Your technique, he spoke in thoughtful tone, this ISNT something you pick up through normal training, is it? Mayhaps. Dane gave a small nod, not questioning further, only acknowledging what he had seen. Asha came in again from the side, this time committing fully, her movement tighter, the wind around her condensed to increase the force of her strikes rather than her speed. He turned to meet her, adjusting at the last moment, striking at an angle her current stance made harder to correct. Clank! Their blades met again, the impact pushing both of them off balance for a fraction of a second before they recovered. Gray used that moment to deal with Dane's returning blades, redirecting them one by one, even sending one back along its path. Not to strike, but to show control. Dane caught it, his expression unchanged, though his focus had shifted. All three of them were adapting now. The structure they had started with was gone, replaced by something more fluid, something built from reacting to each other rather than following a plan. Asha watched his movement more carefully. Dane watched the timing of his strikes. Sarah watched where he chose to appear. They had not solved him, but they were getting closer. And then, without planning it, They moved together again. 3 attacks. 3 directions. Asha low. Dane center. Sarah high. Gray took in all 3 lines in the space of a heartbeat. Swap's position shifted again. Cale Vorn, who had been standing at the edge of the field, watching with quiet interest, suddenly found himself in the middle of all 3 attacks. His eyes widened in genuine surprise. He raised his guard just in time, taking all 3 impacts at once, his frame absorbing the force as he was driven back several steps. He steadied himself, then looked down at his hands, flexing them slightly. Then he looked at Gray, now standing where he had been. "You switch places with me," Cale uttered in a low tone. "That skill also allows you to change places with living beings, huh?" He then added in an amused tone. Gray simply nodded at her words. Asha exhaled, shaking her head slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her mouth despite the situation. "So he used you to take the hit," she said, glancing at Cale. "Yes," Cale answered calmly. "I noticed." Sarah lowered her blades slightly, looking between them, then back at Gray. "That's really not fair," she said, though there was more admiration than complaint in her voice. Dane spoke next, staring at Gray with deep interest in his eyes. "That ability, there's a limit to how far you can use it. ISNT there? There is. And you can't do it repeatedly without pause." "No." Dane considered that, then gave a small nod. "I'd like to fight you properly at some point." He spoke directly, without any arrogance in his voice. If anything, there was pure admiration, without interference from the others. Hearing his words, Gray smiled lightly, spinning his rapier in his hand. After this, Dane accepted that immediately. Crackle. Sarah rolled her shoulders, lightning forming again along her blades, though her expression had softened slightly. "You're quite fast," she said, studying him more carefully now. "You're a little faster, if we measure in pure speed and straight movement. After all, my speed comes from my movement technique. If I didn't have it, I'd be much slower than you," Gray added inwardly. She let out a quiet breath. "That's the problem. ISNT it? You don't move in straight lines." "No." She looked down at her blades, then back up at him. "You're really difficult to deal with," she admitted, not frustrated but honest. "I've heard that before." Asha smiled faintly. "Not many people can keep up with the 3 of us at once. Even second and third years," she stated, "and you're not even struggling yet." Gray didn't answer that. Dane's gaze remained fixed on him, more focused than before. "Are you holding back your power? Based solely on the rumors from your childhood. At this point, you must have at least formed sword chi." His eyes narrowed slyly in suspicion. Gray chose to remain silent at those words. Dane let out a quiet breath, something like approval in the sound. "Good. You'll be an excellent training opponent then." Sarah shifted her stance again, her grip tightening slightly on her swords. "All right," she said, her voice settling back into focus. "Let us see how far you'll be holding back your power." Whoosh! The 3 of them moved towards Gray, but just at that moment, a sudden skull mark appeared right atop his head. The 3 instantly stopped before looking at Katia, who was now grinning widely, her eyes practically going wide as a creepy green energy flowed from the skull to her hands. "He cannot use his unique ability." She started with a big smile as she put on a fighting stance with her 2 daggers glowing with that same green energy. "And he has also cursed with blindness. So, we can win now." Boom! At those words, the 3 instantly released their full power, as they were simply testing Gray's power, and then try to catch it by surprise when they used their full power. The most surprising part was that the 3 of them got the same idea. Chapter 275, Class Duel 6, Screech. The skull mark above his head pulsed once, like something alive was actually atop of his head. Gray felt the curse take hold of his vision not all at once, but in layers, as if the world were being peeled away from him piece by piece until the arena, the light, the movement, everything that relied on sight, collapsed into nothing. Darkness swallowed a whole. Katia's voice came through that emptiness, carrying a quiet satisfaction that made it clear she had been waiting for this exact moment to unfold. Now, they did not hesitate at all. Whoosh! All four came at him together, and the arena answered with a sudden surge of sound that replaced the vision he no longer had. Gray did not panic, and started focusing on his sense, since that's all he had now. Crackle. Sarah reached him first, because she always did when speed was involved, and her lightning gave her away before her blades ever could. The crackle of charged air traced the rhythm of her movement, each step landing with a pattern he had already memorized earlier in the fight. Her lighting changed directions in a sequence that told him that she was committing fully this time, not trying to read his move, but actually striking with all her might. Zoom! Dane's presence followed, just behind that, his sword chi pressing against the air with that tight, compressed hum that felt like pressure more than sound. Swish! His three flying swords slicing forward ahead of him with their familiar staggered timing, meant to force a reaction before his own blade arrived to capitalize on it. Asha moved differently from both of them, her wind affinity reducing friction so effectively that her steps barely touched the ground, yet the space around her betrayed her position anyway, the air folding and slipping in a way that created a moving pocket of distortion that Gray could track as clearly as a visible form. And Katia, behind him and slightly to the left, approached with the lightest footwork of all, but her curse energy betrayed her more than anything else, resonating faintly against his senses like a thin, persistent note that cut through the rest of the noise. For directions, for speeds, for angles converging at once. Phew! Gray breathed in once, and let the chaos settle into something structured inside his mind. Now! Swip! He stepped into Sarah instead of away from her, shifting right at the exact moment her first blade cut through the space where he had been standing, her follow-up already on its way in the arc she always used to punish evasive movement. He dropped under that second strike and drove his elbow upward in her shoulder as their paths crossed. Thud! Ugh! The impact landed solidly, the force of it breaking her balance mid-motion and sending her into a rough roll across the arena floor, her lightning flaring wildly as it struck the stone. He did not stop. Whoop! Dane's first flying sword reached him a fraction of a second later, and Gray turned his wrist just enough to meet it with the flat of his rapier, not blocking but redirecting, sending it upward and out of line while he stepped through the opening it created. The second blade passed close behind him, near enough that he felt the pressure of it against his back, and the third came in at a lower angle that he knocked aside with a sharp downward motion that ruined its trajectory entirely. Fucking monster! Dane himself arrived immediately after, his timing precise, his blade already descending in a high cut meant to finish what the flying swords had started. Gray lowered his center of gravity and slipped beneath it, rising inside Dane Escar before the motion had fully completed, and drove the pommel of his rapier up into the underside of his chin with controlled, exact force. Clack! The crack of contact was sharp. Didami! Dane staggered back a step, his structure disrupted for just long enough to matter. Asha entered the exchange at that exact moment, her approach silent except for the distortion of air that marked her path. Gray turned toward that distortion instead of away from it, stepping directly into the pocket of pressure her movement created. Her blade met his sooner than she expected. The collision rang out, and the wind that wrapped around her frame reacted to the impact in a way she had not planned for. The rotation of her cyclone faltering as the force pushed inward instead of outward for a brief, critical instant. Thwack! Gray used that instant without hesitation, pressing forward into her guard and forcing her sword arm across her own body with a short strike that unbalanced her stance and sent her sliding sideways as she fought to recover. Screech! Behind him, Katia committed. Her daggers came in low and fast, both aimed with precision at the backs of his knees. A clean attempt to cripple his movement while the others occupied his attention. Gray heard the faint resonance of her curse energy before the blades reached him. He stepped forward, letting the attacks pass through empty space, and turned sharply on his lead foot. She was exactly where he expected her to be. He could not see her, but he did not need to. Swip! His rapier moved in a wide, controlled arc at the level of her forward arm, not aiming to cut, but to strike the weapon itself. Clang! The impact rang out, and one of her daggers flew from her hand, spinning away across the stone. Vuvuha! Her breath caught, in surprise. Gray closed the remaining distance in the same motion, slipping past her before she could fully react, and came to a stop just behind her, the flat of his blade resting lightly against the back of her neck. Drip! A flat line of blood was carved onto her skin, sliding down the back of her neck. Your curse energy gives you away. He spoke quietly. Opponents like me, how had their senses trained, can, let us say, smell the odor of each kind of energy, from mana to even curse energy. Katia froze, not out of fear, but because she understood the position she was in. Around them, the fight had already broken. Sarah was pushing herself back to her feet, her movements slightly uneven from the impact. Dane had regained his balance, but had not yet reformed his full control. Asha was a step farther out than she wanted to be, her wind still trying to stabilize after being disrupted. All four of them had committed at once, and yet all of them couldn't deal a singe strike on Gray. Foom! The skull mark above Gray's head pulsed again, then faded as Katia's concentration slipped, the curse dissolving with it. Vision returned in a rush. The arena came back into focus piece by piece, light and movement reassembling around him, and he took in the positions of all four opponents in a single glance. Katia stood still beneath his blade. Sarah straightened slowly, one shoulder rolling as she tested it, lightning flickering unevenly along her swords. Dane lifted a hand briefly to his chin, then lowered it, his gaze already returning to Gray with renewed focus. Ugh! Asha exhaled softly, her stance adjusting as she rebalanced the flow of her affinity. Gray lowered his rapier and stepped back, giving Katia space. No one spoke for a moment. It was Sarah who broke the silence, her voice quieter than before, carrying something more thoughtful than aggressive. You lost your sight, she said, watching him closely. And yet, you still kept track of all of us at the same time. He did not shrug, did not dismiss it. My other senses were trained meticulously in case something like that curse happened. Besides, you all announce yourselves in different ways. Asha looked down at her own hands, then flexed her fingers slightly, feeling the wind settle again around her. You stepped into my movement, she said slowly. Most people try to escape it. Your control is built around pushing people away, Gray replied. If someone closes instead, the structure changes. She nodded once, thoughtful, not defensive. Dane studied him in silence for a few seconds before speaking, his tone measured and sincere. Four of us attacking together. You had no vision, no warning beyond what you could perceive in the moment, and you still controlled the exchange. He paused, then added more quietly. How'd you train to get so monstrous? Gray met his gaze. It's just a matter of experience. Katia bent to retrieve her fallen dagger, turning it once in her hand before glancing back at him. The curse was supposed to give us an advantage. She smiled wryly. This caused Gray to show a look of surprise, since this was the first time he had ever seen her smile. Instead, it made me easier to track. It's a good technique, Gray replied with a smile, and there was no mockery in it. But anything that leaves a consistent signature becomes predictable. She let out a short breath that turned into a small, genuine laugh. So you're correcting me now, she said, shaking her head slightly. Right after using me as the easiest point in the formation. You were the quietest physically, but not the quietest overall. She considered that, then nodded once. I'll fix that. Sarah stepped forward, looking at Gray with actual admiration on her eyes. I don't usually believe in rumors, but I must say that you fulfill everything that had been said about you. No wonder you were called the child of the goddess when you were younger, truly benefiting of that title. Gray did not answer immediately, and even frowned slyly. He didn't like that title at all. You pushed well, he spoke after half a second. All of you. The timing was good. If one of you had been half a step slower, it wouldn't have worked. Dane let out a quiet breath. That's your version of praise? It's accurate, Gray smiled lightly. Asha smiled faintly at that. The others also relaxed before they exchanged glances and did a light bow right in front of Gray, demonstrating their respect for him. I give up. I forfeit, the four of them said at the same time. Chapter 276, Class Duels 7. After defeating those four, Gray turned away from them without comment and took a look at what was happening in the field. Surprisingly, the Phoenix class occupied far more space than any of the others. Their presence spread across multiple sections and battle formations that had held together instead of breaking under pressure. Their casualties were lower as well, of course. Some students had been eliminated, but that battle formation made Gray smile. After all, it was one of the formations he had taught them. But even so, it would be difficult to pull it off without having some kind of leader, and that someone was not hard to identify. Cassandra was several sections over, not fighting in the direct sense, so much as reshaping the battlefield around her. 3 White Tiger class students trying to navigate it and failing to do so cleanly, their movements dragging just enough to disrupt their timing. Sarah stood closer to the center right, with her sword chi being strong and precise, causing 2 Azure Dragon class students to back away from her. Taken together, the picture was almost absurd. The Phoenix class was winning. It seems that I didn't even need to act. That was when he saw her. Far to the left, near the boundary line, one of the younger Phoenix students, Vivian, had taken a hit that had not looked serious at first glance, but had landed at the worst possible angle. Her footing slipped, her weight shifted the wrong way, and her body began to tilt outward with the unmistakable trajectory of someone who had already realized, too late, that she was going to fall out of bounds. Swoop! Gray moved before the motion finished. He crossed the distance in an instant, arriving at the edge just as her balance gave out completely. One arm slid under her knees while the other supported her back, catching the fall cleanly and redirecting the momentum so it vanished instead of carrying through. For a moment, she simply blinked up at him, suspended in that position, her mind trying to reconcile several things at once. Her face shifted color in a way that was difficult to miss. She began, and then stopped, clearly unsure how to continue. Your footing, Gray calmly said, even adjusting his grip on the back of her knees. You leaned into the impact instead of letting it pass through you. Why, yes, She trailed off again, her thoughts catching on something else entirely. You're carrying me. You were about to go out of bounds, he replied. I mean, yes. But you're carrying me like I am aware of how I am carrying you. That did not seem to help. She made a small, indistinct sound that might have been an attempt at a word and failed somewhere in the middle of forming it. Gray set her back on stable ground without ceremony and stepped away, giving her space as though the interaction had already concluded. Vivian immediately adjusted her uniform with both hands, her gaze fixed somewhere just past his shoulder with intense concentration, the kind of gaze people used when they had decided that direct eye contact would only make things worse. Your ears, she said suddenly, as if the thought had forced its way out before she could stop it. He looked at her. What about them? There. She made a vague gesture near her own head, clearly searching for a safer way to phrase whatever she had been about to say. I never noticed from a distance. But up close they are. She stopped, inhaled, and then shook her head. Sorry. That was inappropriate. Focus on your positioning. Gray smiled and tapped her little head. Yes, right. Positioning. She straightened with flushed cheeks, raised her sword, and turned her full attention back to the match with the slightly forced determination of someone using focus as an escape route. Gray did not comment further as he had already moved on. His gaze swept the arena once again, then settled on a section that had looked quiet. The Black Turtle class had not been inactive, so Gray decided to make them his target. He started walking at a slow pace and had cover perhaps 15 meters before sudden change happened. They instantly closed in from 3 directions at once, with almost perfect timing, like they had been watching him and were exactly waiting for this to happen. 6 of them formed the outer layer, spreading into a loose ring that cut off the obvious escape paths without crowding each other. Inside that ring, 3 figures took position. Crackle. Lyra stood directly ahead, her sword pointing straight ahead with golden lightning running along its edge in a controlled current. To his left, Vale's catalyst rings were already active, ice spreading outward from his position in a thin, continuous layer that crept silently across the arena floor. To his right, Adrian stood with an almost relaxed posture, his arms loose at his sides. All four elemental affinities present at a stable output that gave away nothing about how much more he was holding back. Adrian took a moment to look around, as though appreciating the arrangement, then returned his attention to Gray. The others did a fair amount of work before he stepped in, he added with a small smirk. They did not, Gray replied. Adrian's expression changed slightly, not surprised, but satisfied in a way that suggested he had expected that answer. No, he said after a moment. They did not. You look exactly the same as when you started. You were watching me? The entire time. It would have been a waste not to watch our dear top student fighting. His gaze flicked briefly toward the area where Katia and the others had withdrawn. The part where you lost your sight was especially interesting. Gray simply nodded at his words. Lyra almost moved to intervene during that exchange. Adrian added casually, I did not need it. Gray glanced at Lyra. She knew that, but that was not the point. Brother. Lyra's expression tightened for the briefest moment. I am only explaining the situation, he said mildly. You are adding unnecessary detail. Noted. Freezy. While they spoke, the ice had reached Gray's feet, the thin layer now extending in all directions, subtle but pervasive, altering the surface beneath him in a way that would punish careless movement. Gray glanced down, then at Vale. You started this early, huh? 3 minutes into the match, Vale answered calmly, proudly looking at the ice layers. It required time to spread without drawing attention. I prefer to prepare it for someone worth the effort. In the outer ring, to limit your options, Vale stated simply. If you try to break out, they close the space. If you stay inside, the terrain works against you. Adrian and Lyra handle the rest. Gray let his gaze move across each piece of the setup in turn, taking in the spacing, the timing, the intent behind it. Adrian, who had not yet shown anything close to his full capability. Lyra, whom he knew almost everything about, except her other 3 authorities that she didn't seem to want to use. Vale, whose preparation had been layered patiently over the entire match. And the 6 forming the perimeter, not weak, not placeholders, but positioned to matter. He took all of it in. Then he exhaled slowly. For the first time since the engagement had begun, his posture changed in a way that was impossible to miss. The loose readiness he had maintained until now settled into something more defined, his weight shifting, his grip on the rapier adjusting, the line of his body aligning with intent rather than flexibility. The difference was enough. 2 of the students in the outer ring adjusted their footing without realizing they had done it. Adrian noticed immediately the corner of his mouth lifting in amusement. There it is, he mumbled in satisfaction. Crackle. Lyra's lightning flared for an instant before smoothing out again. Do not hold back. She narrowed her eyes, staring deeply into his. I was not planning to, Gray replied. He stepped forward. Crack. The ice beneath his foot cracked, the sound sharp and clear as it spread outward in thin fractures. Of course, I'm going to hold back. Did you know they were planning a trap for you? That's why I've decided to target the Black Turtle class first. Besides, Adrian was practically gouging me since I've set foot in this arena. It was clear that he was preparing himself to target me. MHM, just saying, Adrian's god seems to have taken an interest in you. I'm feeling a huge amount of divinity coming out of Adrian's body. But not like to strengthen its vessel, but like to try and talk with you. Really? Yup, I'll take notice of that. His eyes settled on the Black Turtle class. Chapter 277. Class Duels 8 Crack. The first step cracked the ice. The second step broke through it entirely. Gray's weight and intent combined into a forward pressure that Vale's field hadn't been built to resist from directly below. Vale's eyes sharpened, and his catalyst rings instantly flared up. Through him. The ice responded, thickening upward in jagged ridges that rose from the arena floor in a ring around Gray's position. Walls of compressed frost that climbed fast and closed faster. The technique clearly designed to contain rather than damage. Gray looked at the walls rising around him. Swappy was outside the ring. The ice closed on empty space. Vale's expression changed slyly, not expecting Gray to simply teleport away from his meticulously crafted trap. Gray was already moving toward the outer ring students. The nearest one raised his sword and came forward with the committed energy of someone who had been holding position for a while and was ready to do something with it. Clang! Gray caught the strike, redirected it sideways, and used the open line to drive a short thrust at the student's shoulder that pushed him out of the ring as formation. One gap. He moved through it. Whoosh! Lyra arrived from his left, golden lightning blazing along her blade, her speed fully committed. To strike a diagonal cut aimed at his guard with everything behind it. Crackle! He caught it on the rapier, and the impact shook his arm to the shoulder, the golden lightning detonating at the contact point and sending visible arcs across the arena floor. She was stronger than the last time they had exchanged properly. He noted that without surprise. She pulled back and came again immediately. No pause. The combination flowing directly from the first strike's withdrawal into a thrust that used the momentum. Clang! Crack! He deflected the thrust upward and stepped inside her guard, close enough that her next swing couldn't reach him at full extension. She adjusted instantly, pulling the swing short and driving her elbow toward his ribs. He turned his hip into it and let it graze rather than land. "You've gotten much better." He smiled lyly. "That's normal. I've been training," she replied, already repositioning. "I can tell." Her lightning spiked briefly at that, not from emotion, just output, rising with effort. From the right, something changed in the light. Gray felt it before he saw it. The shadow beneath his feet moved independently of the light source above. Mira! He stepped left immediately, and the short blade that came from below where his foot had been struck, empty stone instead. Mira rising from the shadow she had been traveling through. She was closer than the previous engagement had allowed her to get. Her second strike came before her first had fully landed. The rhythm of her attack built around not giving the initial miss time to become a reset. Flip ship. Gray caught both on the rapier's edge, the contact brief and redirecting, and drove a straight kick at her midsection that she absorbed across crossed arms, the impact pushing her back 2 meters. She landed with perfect balance. Looked at him. "What did you notice me?" "Just pure instinct." She filed that without expression. "Frizzy." The ice suddenly moved again. Vale had been rebuilding his field during the exchange, the frost spreading back across the ground in the section Gray currently occupied, and this time the technique was different. Not walls, but a surface change, the ice forming below the arena stone rather than above it, invisible until weight was applied. Gray felt the thermal change through his feet. He stepped back onto clear stone. Vale was watching him. "You read ground temperature," Vale said. "You build from below when the direct approach fails," Gray stated simply. "The thermal signature arrives before the ice does." Vale was quiet for a moment. Then he changed the approach again. The temperature across the entire arena dropped simultaneously. Vale's full output expanding his field from a targeted technique into an environmental one. Frost misting the air at knee height across every section of the field, every surface becoming equally cold. The thermal signature Gray had been reading becoming noise rather than signal. Clever. Gray looked at the mist. At Vale, whose expression had returned to its patient quality. At Mira, already dissolving back into shadow at the arena's edge. At the outer ring, students are reforming their positions. At Adrian, who still hadn't team moved. Shea-ra-shea-ka-la, boom. Lyra came again, and this time Vale moved simultaneously, a lance of compressed ice launching from his catalyst rings at a trajectory that crossed Lyra's approach line and covered the angle her strike would push Gray toward. 2 techniques, 2 timing sequences, 1 combined trap. Gray watched both arrive. He stepped left at the last moment. Lyra's blade passing his right side, and raised the rapier to deflect the ice lance, the contact shattering it into fragments that sprayed outward across the misted floor. The fragments hit the mist and vanished into it, and 3 of them were suddenly much heavier than ice fragments should have been. Thud, thud, thud. They hit his coat, his shoulder, his forearm. Not fragments, but condensed projectiles Vale had shaped inside the spray, hidden in the visual noise of the shatter. Thwack! Those impacts were real enough that his left arm's movement was compromised for several seconds. The shoulder impact sitting exactly where Asha's wind had disrupted it earlier. Gray looked at his arm before glancing at Vale. That was a good one. Vale said nothing, but something in his posture registered the acknowledgement. Mira came from a left shadow, blade already extended, aimed at the arm that Vale's projectiles had compromised. She knew. They were coordinating without signals, the communication happening through the field itself. Vale creating the openings and Mira reading them. Whip! Gray took the blade on the rapier instead of the arm, the contact point awkward and costing him more than it should have, and drove his right shoulder into Mira's path on the follow-through, the body contact disrupting her shadow re-entry before she could use it. She stumbled. State material. He pressed the advantage immediately. 2 quick strikes that forced her guard high, then a third aimed low that she caught by dropping her center of gravity with impressive speed. Clang! She held it firmly. For the first time in their engagements, she held a direct strike from a fully committed angle without being displaced. She looked at the contact point between the blades before turning back to his face. I adjusted. She gripped her daggers tightly. I noticed. She almost smiled. Boom! Something hit the arena floor 6 meters to his right with enough force that the shockwave rolled through the mist and disrupted its surface. Gray turned. Adrian had finally moved. He stood with one hand raised, the impact point still smoking. All 4 elemental affinities visible now in the way they were visible when he stopped managing their output, fire and water, and wind and earth running together. He looked at Gray. Now, that I've gotten a bit of how you fight, I can finally join the battle. Adrian spoke with a faint smirk. Gray barely acknowledged his words. The others were impressive. Adrian continued, even though Gray was ignoring him, Vale especially. The hidden projectile was excellent. It was. This time, Gray actually replied. But they haven't touched you, Adrian stated. Not properly. The shoulder was close. And? Adrian looked at the misted arena around them. At Lyra, repositioning for another approach. At Vale, his field has full environmental coverage. At Mira, returning to the shadow at the field's edge. At the remaining outer ring, students. All of us at the same time. It was not a question, but more like an order. I'm ready whenever you are. Gray cracked his neck slyly. Adrian looked at him for a moment, and then he started laughing. PFTTT. Pwaha. It was the laugh of someone who was exactly where they wanted to be, doing exactly what they wanted to be doing. I really wanted to fight you. You don't even know how much. Focus, Lyra said from her position, though something in her voice had softened by a fraction. I am focused. I can be focused and happy about it simultaneously. Adrian. All right. He shook his head slyly. Foom. His 4 affinities flared around him, all pointing towards Gray in the form of weapons. A water spear, a fire battle axe, earth spikes, and even wind swords. Few Gray whistled at his display of power. Shing! He spun his rapier on his left hand, shifting his stance slyly before closing his eyes and reopening them. Spirit eyes, but surprisingly, instead of waiting for them to make a move, Gray's lips curled up as he suddenly threw his rapier into the air, causing everyone to look at it. Crackly. A lightning bolt coming directly from the clouds suddenly struck Gray's body, filling it to the brim with lightning energy. Gray transferred that energy to his left hand and suddenly raised it. 9 Heavens Thunderclaw Chapter 278. Class Duels 9. KRA. The claw that formed above the arena was not something anyone could mistake for a normal technique. It stretched from one end of the battlefield to the other, covering the entire engagement zone in a vast structure of layered lightning that seemed to press down on the air itself. 9 separate layers stacked over one another in wide, overlapping arcs, each one carrying a slightly different color at its core. Faint shifts in tone that hinted at different frequencies woven together into a single attack. The light from it was overwhelming. It caught the glow of the arena and threw it back in sharp flashes, turning the entire space into a storm of flickering brilliance while the weight of the technique built slowly above them, like a massive hand lowering itself with quiet certainty. There was no rush in it. It was simply coming down. The crowd fell silent at first, the kind of silence that spread when people needed a moment to understand what they were seeing. Then the confusion started. Is that Curry's skill? That's literally Curry's skill. That's the 12th ranked third-year signature ability. Why does a first-year exchange student have Curry's skill? You're worried about that. He just pulled lightning out of the sky. Does he even have a lightning attribute? Look above you, Dash. The most shocking thing about this was that Gray was using Curry's technique, and yet his attack looked and felt much stronger than Curry's. The noise in the stands rose quickly, voices overlapping and climbing in volume, but none of it mattered to the people still standing in the arena, because the claw had already begun to fall. Problem. Inside the engagement zone, everything happened at once. Phew. Vale reacted first. Freeze easy. The thin layer of frost that had covered the ground surged upward in a violent rush. Every trace of moisture pulled together into a thick, rising wall of ice that expanded in front of the formation. Crack, 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 crack. The surface hardened instantly, compacted and reinforced as it met the descending lightning, the energy spreading across it in branching patterns instead of focusing in one place. Adrian moved at the same time. TSK. Fool. All 4 of his affinities came alive together. The ground beneath them rose into solid columns of earth that braced against the pressure from above, while wind pushed sideways in a steady force that shifted their position just enough to avoid the center of the impact. Water flowed over the earth, forming a thin layer that caught the lightning and carried it outward, and fire followed behind it, burning away what remained before it could reach their feet. Mira disappeared. One moment she was there, and the next she was gone, her body dissolving into shadow as if she had never existed in the first place. The darkness absorbing what the light could not. Crackly. Lyra stepped forward. Damn it, Gray. How come you were still holding back? Such a strong move. She gritted her teeth as she injected more and more lightning into the giant lightning claw. Golden lightning burst from her blade in a sharp flare, meeting the lowest layer of the descending claw with a counterforce that did not try to overpower it, but instead slowed it, just enough to reduce the final impact. Around them, the outer ring broke formation. Students scattered toward the edge of the zone, moving on instinct, their bodies reacting before their thoughts could catch up to what was happening above them. Then the claw hit. Bam! The entire arena shook. The impact sent a shockwave rolling outward in every direction, lifting loose fragments of stone from the ground and suspending them in the air for a brief moment before gravity pulled them back down. The mist that had covered the field vanished instantly, burned away, and was blown clear in the same violent surge. When the dust began to settle, the result became clear. The Black Turtle Formation was still standing. Vale's ice wall was gone, completely erased, leaving behind nothing but drifting vapor. His catalyst rings gave off thin trails of smoke. The metal strained from the sudden overload. Adrian had dropped to one knee, his breathing heavier now. The elemental constructs around him collapsing and reforming slowly, their output noticeably reduced. Mira reappeared near the edge of the field, her form stable, though the faint strain in her posture made it clear that the shadow had taken more from her than she showed. Lyra stood with her blade still raised, her arm marked by the cost of her counter, the fabric of her sleeve burned away from the elbow down, her skin flushed red but intact. The others stood at the boundary, alive, upright, and visibly shaken. Their expressions caught somewhere between disbelief and the slow realization that they had just survived something they had no business surviving. Everyone was still in the arena. Gray watched them. His rapier fell back into his hand from where he had thrown it earlier, the spin finishing neatly as his fingers closed around the grip without him needing to look. He gave a small nod. Not bad, he smiled lightly, and there was no mockery in it. Ooh. Lyra let out a slow breath, flexing her arm once, testing it. Adrian pushed himself back to his feet. The four elements were forming around him, weaker than before, but steady enough. He glanced at the empty space above them, then back at Gray. Was your ultimate move? Gray tilted his head slightly, ignoring his questions. It was a clean defense. Surprisingly, you all moved without hesitation. He added instead, albeit annoyed. Adrian nodded slyly. We prepared for difficult situations like that one. So, it's normal that our teamwork is a bit coordinated. He took a deep breath. It showed. Crackly. Another bolt of lightning came down from above before the moment could settle, striking Gray's right side and flowing into him in a bright surge that wrapped around his arm. The crowd reacted instantly. Another one dash. Yes, doing it again dash. The energy gathered faster this time, the currents tightening and aligning in his hand with less resistance than before, the shape of the technique forming almost naturally now. Gray looked at them again. At Vale, still rebuilding. At Adrian, whose reserves had clearly taken a hit. At Lyra, standing firm despite the damage. At Mira, conserving what she had left. They had given everything to survive the first strike. A faint smile touched his expression. If you can handle one, he said, raising his hand, then let us see how you handle another. Adrian looked at him, then at his own partially restored affinities, and for a second, he just laughed, the sound lighter than it should have been given the situation. Lyra, crackly, I see it, she answered, her lightning flaring back to full strength despite the strain. Vale adjusted immediately, his rings pulling moisture from the air this time instead of the ground, changing his approach without hesitation. Mira stepped back into shadow again. The outer ring hesitated for half a second, then moved back into position, drawn in by a mix of stubbornness and something that looked a lot like determination. Gray watched all of it, and finally his right hand fell. Nine Heavens Thunder Claw, Kraabum. The giant claw of lightning fell once again, as the four of them repeated the same actions as before. Crack! However, this time, the field of ice created by Vale was instantly destroyed. He didn't even try to use water, as the lightning would probably propel himself through it. But Adrian had changed his approach, creating a huge cyclone of wind, trying to slide the giant claw away. Mira hid herself away, as she was the one who couldn't do anything in this situation because her affinity here was pretty much useless, or not strong enough to do something. You can let go now, brother, Lyra spoke to Adrian, her body sparkling with golden lightning, with her sword unsheathed. Gray tilted his head at Lyra's actions. Is she finally going to take the hint I gave her and absorb the lightning? Gray was honestly a little curious about what she was going to do. Whoop! As the giant cyclone dissipated, Lyra didn't waste any time and shot directly towards the big lightning claw. Crackly! The 9 layers of lightning struck her body at once, but the small spark of her golden lightning was also crackling loudly. Crackly! Through him, the blue lightning filling her body suddenly started turning into a golden color as Lyra was turning that lightning into her own. Gray finally smiled in satisfaction. Then, still in the air, Lyra condensed all the lightning around her into a spear and gritting her teeth. Hi-ya! Crackly! She threw the golden lightning spear directly at Gray, who surprisingly didn't move a single meter away from his original standing. Gray dodgy! Lyra's voice suddenly came in a panic as she realized that Gray wasn't going to dodge that lightning spear. But Gray simply struck his right hand, and the moment the spear's tip was about to touch him, he flicked his finger in response. Nullification. Whoop! The lightning spear dissipated into scattered wisps. 300 soul energy. Quite a lot, huh? Gray looked at the notification before glancing at the other four, whose faces had turned into complete desperation and even a hint of fear. Yeah, we thought that we could defeat a monster like him. Mira stammered as her form appeared once again, revealing her speechless expression. I give up. Thump. She fell on her knees with the expression of Summione that had her hopes entirely shattered. The others also felt the same, including Lyra, who sighed in relief. She was the only one who was relieved that Gray was so strong. Fucking hell. Adrian sighed, looking at the sky. I gotta give to you. You are simply too damn monstrous. I also give up. He raised his hand in complete surrender. Vale didn't want to speak, but the moment he felt Gray's gaze on him, he quickly raised his hand just like Adrian did. I forfeit. All right? Don't look at me like you want to use that annoying move again. He quickly spoke his feelings and worry that Gray would actually do that. Lyra smiled at their expressions and nodded towards Gray. I also give up. She waved her hand at Gray before getting out of the arena. With that done, Gray turned towards the other, just to see only the Phoenix class students. In front of them, Maelys waved her hand excitedly while Cassandra simply nodded at him. Apparently, they had taken care of the rest of the other classes. Ahem, I declare that the Phoenix class is the winner. Shortly after, Ellen's voice echoed out through the arena as the girls embraced each other and exclaimed excitedly. Gray also smiled, but right now, his mind wasn't on the fact that they had won. It's time to check your blessing, Gray Jasmine reminded him with a cheerful tone. Yeah, it's time. Chapter 279, 279. Lyra's jealousy. After returning to his old dorm because Lyra was planning to visit him, and he couldn't tell her that he's actually living with an elf princess right now, Gray sat down on the edge of his bed and waved his hand. Status panel. Name, Grayveru Durelian titles. Vessel of beauty destruction. Exiled noble. Incubus in human form race. Human class. Villain rank. Early master realm can break through at will. Unique skill. Swap unique talent. Nullification 810-1110-1290. Innate blessing. Crown of the Abyss active skills. Soul chasing extremities 100. Severing pursuit. 9 illusionary dream steps 4. 9th step. Spirit Eyes Great Grandmaster 38. 9 Heavens Thunder Claw Great Grandmaster perfected passive skills. High mana recovery. Parallel mana processing. Heightened senses, sinful mind class. Villain's presence class, cruel instinct class, shadow of sin class equipment. Demon converging gourd, godly. Phantom loop earrings, godly. Sealed unnamed rapier, high emperor. Ring of gluttony, early saint. Transcendent robe, intermediate king. Dimensional storage. 1x intermediate grade mutated Saint Chi orb. 1x low grade Saint Chi orb. 60x Great Grandmaster Chi Orbs, 7x bottles of Blood Vein Poison, 6x Spirit Grade Daggers, 23x Poison Needle Boxes, 81x Package of Essence Blood, 1x Saint Level Mutant Worm Essence Blood, 3x King Level Essences, 77x Great Grandmaster Essences, 43x High Grade Spiritual Crystals, 192x Intermediate Grade Spiritual Crystals, 422x Low Grade Spiritual Crystals, 192.0, 29x gold coins, 12.990x silver coins, and 120x copper coins. Sword Spirit, a Trinity, 9-colored attributeless snake. Crown of the Abyss? Gray tilted his head slyly, feeling a little strange at the name of the blessing itself. Is this really the name of a blessing? Don't tell me that if I activate this blessing, an actual crown will appear hovering above my head, he joked. Then, he quickly tapped on the blessing itself, revealing yet another panel. Crown of the Abyss, when activated. This blessing will grant the user the following perks. Magic attack power will increase 10-fold. Magic resistance will increase 5-fold. Immunity to all kinds of dark magic. This includes poison, witchcraft, curses. The user's affinity with otherworldly beings, animals, etc., will increase over 100 times. The user will be allowed to speak with Abyss, a blessing granted by the higher beings of the Abyss. These beings have been looking over you since the moment you took your first step. Gray, I didn't expect to say this, but this blessing is probably more a disadvantage than an advantage. Gray remained silent at her words, his eyes particularly focusing on the last 3 phrases of the information panel. It's because of the Abyss, isn't it? He frowned slyly. Even in the novel, Dante didn't bother to talk much about the Abyss, but when it was mentioned, it was a name that instilled fear in everything and everyone. There was even a small comparison of the Abyss and the 9 heavens. If the two were to fight, the Abyss only needed to send a single weak warrior, and that warrior would be enough to fight against an army of their strongest beings. Not to mention that it's the higher beings that are looking over Gray. It's not just a simple creature from there, but one of the strongest of all of them. And also, it doesn't seem to be just one of them, but multiple. Yes, the Abyss is an extremely mysterious place. Even during my peak, I wouldn't dare step onto their territory. Jasmine sighed. Although I've met one of those higher beings, I must say that it wasn't exactly a pleasant exchange. TSK. They'll only use it if I truly need it. Gray clicked his tongue, laying down on his head and staring at the ceiling. Well, if they're watching over you, it probably means that they don't plan on hurting you. So, it could also be an opportunity. I know. You could try to speak with them, since the blessing allows you to. Gray was also thinking about that, but the lack of information about the Abyss deeply bothered him. He'll try, but not today, as Lyra is probably coming over any second now. He sighed deeply. Knock, knock. Speaking of the devil, Gray closed the status panel and stood up. He opened the door. Lyra didn't wait for the door to open. She stepped inside immediately, her eyes already fixed on him with a sharp intensity that made it clear she hadn't come here to linger in small talk or circle around the issue. You said you would explain, she said, closing the door behind her with a quiet click that seemed louder than it should have been in the stillness of the room. Gray leaned slightly against the edge of the bed, watching her approach without any visible urgency, his expression calm in a way that almost felt deliberate. I did. Then explain. She stopped a few steps away from him, arms folding for a moment before dropping again, like she couldn't decide whether she wanted to stay guarded or not. Is she on her period? Gray couldn't help but wonder. In the arena, she was smiling even, but now she had gotten mad again. If I had told you earlier, you would have focused on that instead of everything else, Gray started explaining. You would get very jealous and would bother me the whole day. Lyra's eyebrows furrowed slyly. What does that even mean? It means you would have been thinking about who I was fighting with, who I was standing next to, who was close enough to me during the exam, he replied calmly. And I didn't want that in your head while you had your own fights to deal with. She opened her mouth to argue, then stopped, because part of her knew he wasn't wrong. That should be enough. Gray smiled inwardly after looking at her expression. She averted her gaze for a second, then returned to him, still stubborn and still unwilling to let it go that easily. You still should have told me. I know. The answer came without resistance, without excuses, and that alone took a bit of the force out of her frustration. Lyra exhaled quietly, her shoulders easing just a little. I don't like finding things out after the fact. She spoke in a softer tone, though the tension hadn't fully disappeared. Especially things like that. Gray stepped closer, slowly closing the distance between them until he was standing right in front of her. He'll tell you next time, he stated with a faint smile. Her eyes flickered up to meet his. You better. He reached up, his fingers brushing lightly against her cheek. And you came all the way here just for that? Lyra hesitated for half a second. No. Her hand lifted, gripping the front of his shirt again, though this time there was less tension and more something else beneath it. I came because I was still thinking about it, she admitted, her voice dropping slightly. I didn't like how it felt. Gray's thumb traced lightly along her jaw. Jealous? She held his gaze for a second. Yes. His lips curved faintly at her words. Swoop. Then, suddenly, she pushed him back without warning, her grip tightening as his shoulders met the wall with a dull thud, and before he could say anything else, she pulled him down and pressed her lips against his. The kiss came fast, direct, carrying everything she hadn't put into words properly. She kissed him again and again, more urgently this time, her breathing already uneven as her composure slipped further with each passing second. I don't like it, she murmured between kisses, her forehead brushing his for a brief moment before her lips found his again. I don't like thinking about other girls around you. I don't like it at all. Gray let out a quiet breath, his hands settling at her waist as he steadied her, though he didn't interrupt her pace. You're overthinking it, he said softly. I know, she whispered, even as she kissed him again, more insistently this time. I still don't like it. Her fingers tightened in his shirt, pulling him closer like she was trying to erase the distance entirely. Gray. He shifted slightly, beginning to move, intending to turn things around and take control of the moment, and she reacted instantly. Nibdash. Her teeth caught his lower lip in a sharp, sudden bite, not enough to hurt badly, but enough to stop him completely. Gray paused. Lyra pulled back just enough to look at him, her breathing uneven. That was all the permission she needed. Lyra didn't hesitate. Chup! She kissed him again, more deeply this time, more confidently now that he wasn't trying to take control away from her, her hands moving from his chest to his shoulders, then back down again as if she didn't know where to settle because she wanted all of it at once. I missed you, she murmured between kisses, her voice softer now, almost vulnerable beneath the intensity. And then I see you, and all I can think about is someone else standing next to you. Her lips trailed from his mouth to his jaw, then lower. I hate how easily I get jealous, she admitted quietly, her breath warm against his skin. But I don't want to stop feeling like this either. Phew! Gray let out a low breath, his hand briefly lifting as if to move again. And she snapped her gaze up immediately. Don't move. There was a pause. Gray wanted to laugh, but held back, letting his hand fall back to his side. Lyra didn't waste another second as her fingers tightened in his shirt RIP. The fabric tore open in a single rough motion, buttons snapping loose and scattering as the material split apart to reveal his chest beneath. She froze for the briefest moment, her eyes dropping. Then something in her expression changed as her face flushed even more. You're unfair, she muttered under her breath. And then she leaned in again, her lips pressing against his neck, slower now as her earlier frustration started melting into something far more possessive. Her kisses moved downward, her hands sliding over his torso like she was memorizing it through touch alone. Her earlier restraint was completely gone now that she had decided what she wanted. Gray tilted his head slightly, watching her for a moment with that same lazy look. And just to tease her, he moved again, just slightly, and her grip tightened almost instantly. Don't. There was a single second of silence. Puffed. Then a quiet, low chuckle slipped from him as he let his head fall back against the wall. All right. Chapter 280. Lyra's Jealousy 2. Lyra didn't slow down. The moment Gray leaned back against the wall and gave her that quiet permission with a small nod and faint smirk, something fluttered wildly in her chest. Her heart pounded so loudly she was sure he could hear it. Still, she refused to stop. Her lips stayed pressed to the side of his neck, placing slow, open-mouthed kisses that grew a little shakier the lower she went. The soft slipped out before she could hold it back. Her hands trembled slightly as they roamed over his bare chest, palms sliding across warm, firm muscle with curiosity. She traced every line with her fingertips, feeling the way his skin heated under her touch. But her cheeks were already burning hotter with every second. I've never done anything like this before. The thought made her face flush an even deeper shade of red. She tried to push it away, focusing instead on the way his body felt beneath her hands. I don't like sharing, she whispered against his collarbone, her voice low, almost absent-minded, as if she was speaking her thoughts without filtering them. Even thinking about other girls near you. It makes me feel really weird inside. She kissed lower, lips brushing shyly over his chest. Chew! Each kiss came with a tiny, wet sound, but her movements were slower now. More self-conscious. Her tongue darted out hesitantly, tasting his skin for just a moment before she pulled back slightly. Her face flushed for a moment. She had gotten so bolder that she only realized now what she was doing. Not to mention that Gray remained still against the wall, watching her with a calm gaze that only made her more aware of how vulnerable the moment felt. Lyra's hand slid downward, her fingers brushing over his abdomen. She paused, catching her breath. Her heart raced even faster. The air between them felt charged and uncertain. The unexpected firmness beneath the fabric startled her, and the realization of what she was touching made her entire face burn crimson. That's his... Oh gods, I've never felt anything like that before. The thought hit her like a wave, making her breath catch. A nervous flutter stirred low in her belly, and she tried desperately to ignore the embarrassed heat flooding her cheeks and ears. Still, she didn't pull away. Instead, she let her hand rest lightly against him, feeling the warmth of the fabric. A small, shaky breath escaped her. NNH. She quickly looked up at him, her eyes wide and shy, her face so red it looked like she might combust. Why, you're really forward already, she mumbled, voice barely above a whisper, clearly mortified by her own words, but unable to stop them. It's funny to see someone shy trying to take the lead. Gray laughed inwardly. Before she could overthink it any further, she pushed gently against his chest with both hands. Gray let himself be guided backward until the back of his knees hit the bed. He was really curious about how far she was going to go. Thump! With one more shy but determined shove, he fell onto the mattress with a soft thud. Lyra climbed onto the bed right after him, her movements a little clumsy from nervousness. She sat down beside him, the mattress dipping beneath her weight as her heart raced. The rigid outline of him beneath her made a sharp, breathy moan slip out before she could stop it. The heat and hardness against her made her freeze for a second, face flushing an impossibly deeper shade of red. She could feel every inch of him pressing warmly against her through their clothes, and the sensation sent sparks shooting through her body. Her breath caught slightly as she tried to adjust her position, and a quiet, flustered sound escaped her. MMHH. It's so warm, she breathed, voice shaky and quiet. She shifted forward once. Very slowly, she moved closer to him. Trying to hide her shyness, she leaned down quickly, letting her hair fall around them like a curtain. She captured his lips in a deep but slightly clumsy kiss. Chup my MPH. Her tongue shyly brushes against his as she kisses him harder to distract herself from the intense fluttering in her stomach. When she broke the kiss, she buried her face against the side of his neck instead, placing more wet, needy kisses there with soft sounds. So, My. One hand stayed, braced shyly on his chest, while the other roamed lower, fingers tracing hesitantly along his side as she leaned close to him. Ha! I missed you so much, she whispered breathlessly against his skin, her voice trembling with both embarrassment and growing emotion. Even feeling you like this, it makes me feel so strange, but I don't want to stop. Her hips kept moving in those shy little rolls, pressing down firmer each time as she held him closer, her cheek resting against his shoulder. NNH. MHH. Soft, breathy moans kept escaping her, each one more embarrassed than the last, her face still burning hot against his neck as she tried and failed to hide how much the sensation was affecting her. Lyra lifted her head just enough to glance at him, eyes glassy and shy, cheeks flushed crimson, her lips slightly swollen. She looked equal parts mortified and overwhelmed, yet she didn't pull away. Shoo! Instead, she leaned back in, kissing him again with quiet, breathless sounds, her body still gently shifting against his as if she couldn't bear to move away. She was clearly nervous, painfully shy about every new sensation, but the way she kept moving, kept kissing, kept touching him made it obvious. Even with her face burning with embarrassment, she had no intention of stopping now. Gray. Her voice softened again, though the possessiveness never left it. I was thinking about you the whole time, she admitted, her flushed face only making her more beautiful. Even during my matches, even when I was supposed to focus, her fingers tightened shyly against his chest. And then I hear things, see things, other people talking about you. She paused, her warm lips resting briefly against his skin before she continued in a quieter voice. I don't like that they get to see you fight like that, like it belongs to them too. There was a short silence, filled only by their uneven breathing. Russell, Lyra's hips, gave another small, experimental roll against him, drawing a tiny moan from her own throat. She could feel how hard he was, how warm, and it made her stomach flutter wildly. Her gaze flickered down for a moment, then back up to his face. She bit her lower lip, clearly struggling with her own shyness. After a few seconds, she gathered her courage and spoke in a barely audible whisper. Gray, you've been staring at my chest a lot today, right? Her voice cracked slightly with embarrassment, face growing even hotter. If you want to touch my breast, you can. The words hung in the air. Lyra's heart hammered in her chest as she waited, barely able to meet his eyes. Gray raised an eyebrow, his lips curling up into a teasing smirk. Weren't you the one supposed to take the lead? He asked playfully. Lyra's eyes widened for a second. A spark of her earlier stubborn determination flickered back to life behind all the shyness. Humph. She bit her lower lip hard, cheeks still blazing, then suddenly grabbed his right hand with both of hers. Without giving herself time to overthink it, she pulled his hand up and pressed it firmly against her soft, rounded breast, using a slight burst of strength to make his fingers squeeze the supple flesh through her clothes. On a breathy, involuntary moan slipped from her lips the moment she felt his palm mold around her. The sound was higher and sweeter than she expected, making her whole face flush an even deeper shade of red. Her lips quivered slightly as a rush of warmth spread through her body. She tried desperately to regain her composure, though her voice came out shaky and embarrassed. How does it feel? She asked, barely able to look at him. Does it feel good? Her hand stayed over his, holding it in place against her chest as if afraid he might pull away, while she shifted closer with a shy little movement. Huh? Soft, nervous breaths puffed against his skin as she waited for his answer, her heart racing wildly. Chapter 281-281. Lyra's Jealousy 3. Gray looked up at her flushed face for a moment, his expression warm despite the faint teasing glint in his eyes. It feels amazing, Lyra, he replied softly. His voice was sincere in exactly the way she had secretly hoped. Your breast is so soft and warm. It fits perfectly in my hand. I like a lot. A rush of relief and happiness flooded through her. He really said it nicely. I'm so glad. Her chest felt lighter, the embarrassing heat on her face mixing with a sweet flutter in her stomach. She was glad he didn't tease her too harshly, glad he answered gently. It made her feel a little braver. But then she noticed something. Gray's hand stayed perfectly still beneath hers. He didn't squeeze or massage it. He simply held her massive right breast, without doing anything more. Lyra's brows furrowed slightly in confusion and a tiny bit of disappointment. Why isn't he moving his hand? I already put it there. Isn't he supposed to do something now? Then she caught the faint, teasing smirk playing at the corner of his lips. Realization instantly hit her. She was the one who had demanded to take the lead. Of course, he was going to make her say it out loud. But there should be limits to taking the lead, right? I already did the hard part by placing his hand there. Can't he at least squeeze or move on his own? Still, the longer he waited with that gentle but mischievous smirk, the more her determination flickered back. Say it, she whispered, voice barely audible. Gray leaned his head slightly closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against it and making her sensitive ear flush and quiver. Tell me what you want me to do. What? Lyra's eyes widened, her voice cracking with fresh shyness. Tell me, he repeated calmly. What do you want me to do, Lyra? Her mind went blank for a second. In no way. He really wants me to say it clearly? This is too embarrassing. I already moved his hand closer. Why does he have to make me say the words? Her face burned hotter than ever. Gulp. She swallowed hard, biting her lower lip as her fingers trembled slightly over his hand. After a few seconds of internal struggle, she finally managed to speak, voice shy and almost stammering. P, please. I want you to hold me closer. I want to feel your warmth near me. The moment the words left her mouth, she wanted to hide her face in his neck from pure embarrassment. Her ears felt like they were on fire. Gray's smirk softened into something warmer, though the teasing glint never fully disappeared. As you wish, princess. His gentle voice reached out to her ears as his hand finally began to move beside hers. At first, he simply held her hand in a slow, firm squeeze, letting his fingers wrap warmly around hers. The quiet sound made Lyra's breath catch in her throat. MMH. Then he started speaking to her properly, kneading the soft mound in slow circles, his palm rolling over the sensitive peak. His thumb brushed across her already stiff nipple, circling the sensitive peak through her clothes before gently pinching it between his thumb and forefinger. On. A sharp, sweet moan escaped her instantly. Gray didn't stop there. Alternating between gentle kneading and firmer squeezes, occasionally tugging lightly on her nipple, rolling it slowly until it throbbed with pleasure. He switched to her other breast, giving it the same loving attention, squeezing, massaging, and teasing the sensitive peak until both of her nipples stood stiff and aching. Nah, that's so good. Lyra's eyes fluttered half-closed as Gray continued, her hips unconsciously shifting in shy little circles against him. Every touch he offered sent a rush of warmth through her. Oh, gee gods, I never knew that being close to someone I love could feel this good. Her cheeks flushed deeper at the thought. Every time he holds me, it feels so wonderful. And warm, it feels so good. Huh, Gray, hold me closer. Please, she whispered breathily, her voice trembling with vulnerability and need. MHM. Gray hummed softly in response and held her close, wrapping both arms around her. Squeak. He pressed down gently, then more firmly, testing the plush softness with repeated squishy sounds. He adjusted both cushions at once, tucking them neatly into place. MMPH. NNGH. Lyra let out a few soft, contented sighs. She couldn't stop the soft sounds spilling from her lips as she moved a little faster against him. Her body trembled, and her breathing turned into short, desperate pants. They stayed like that for a long while, with Gray's hands gently cradling her shoulders while Lyra trembled softly on top of him, her flushed face half buried in the crook of his neck. Never knew that being held this close would feel this comforting, she whispered breathily against his skin, her voice cracking every time he squeezed or pinched. It's making me feel so strange and hot. Down there, and Mage, I can't think straight. Gray continued his slow, thorough massage, occasionally leaning up to place soft kisses along her jaw and neck while his hands never stopped working. He held her close for one final moment before Lyra's strength finally gave out. Thump! With a soft, overwhelmed whimper, she collapsed forward, her body falling fully onto his chest, her soft, warm skin pressed softly against him as she breathed heavily against the side of his neck, warm breaths brushing his skin in rapid little puffs. She whispered shakily, still trembling slightly. Suddenly, she felt him shift beneath her, pressing right against her clothed lower body. Twitch, twitch. The thick length throbbed again, even harder this time. A fresh wave of embarrassment rushed through her entire body, making her ears burn crimson. He's twitching so much because of me. Her mind filled with nervous, flustered thoughts. One day, maybe even today, I'll have to touch it and maybe take it all the way. The idea made her thighs clench tightly and her heart flutter with both fear and shy excitement. As if he could sense exactly what she was thinking, Gray's arms gently wrapped around her back, holding her close. His voice was calm and reassuring against her ear. We don't have to do it, Lyra. We can go as slow as you want. Those gentle words washed over her like a soothing wave. I love him. I really, really love him so much, she thought, her chest filling with overwhelming affection and relief. Without another word, Lyra lifted her head and planted a deep, heartfelt kiss on his lips. MMPH. Chup. Her tongue shyly slipped into his mouth as she pressed her body fully against him, her soft breasts flattening warmly against his chest, pinning him down against the bed with her weight. She kissed him slowly and gratefully, pouring all her flustered emotions and love into the kiss while her heart continued to race wildly in her chest. Lyra kept kissing him deeply, her soft lips moving against his with growing confidence. Soon their kiss turned into a slow, passionate French kiss. MMPH. Chup slurp. MMM. Her tongue shyly slipped into his mouth, tangling with his in wet, heated strokes. Soft, muffled sounds filled the room as they lost themselves in each other. Squishy, squish. Gray's hand stayed on her breasts for a while longer, gently massaging and squeezing them while their tongues danced. They kissed like that for a long time, until Gray finally broke the kiss with a gentle pull. A thin, glistening bridge of saliva stretched between their swollen lips for a moment before slowly breaking. Both of them breathed heavily, chests rising and falling as they stared at each other in the quiet dorm room. Phew, fu. Ha ha. Their breaths mingled warmly in the small space between them. Lyra's eyes were glassy and half-lidded, cheeks still flushed deep crimson. Gray looked at her with that calm, affectionate gaze, his dull black eyes reflecting her flushed face. He gently brushed his thumb across her cheek, wiping away a faint trace of moisture. See? There's no need getting all jealous. He smiled faintly, then leaned in to plant a quick, soft kiss on her lips. I truly belong only to you. Those words hit her heart directly. Lyra's eyelids fluttered, her breath catching as she gazed at his handsome face, especially his dull black eyes. She had always loved how deep and calm they looked. They made her feel safe, wanted, and completely his. MHM. She nodded shyly, a small, happy smile forming on her lips. She slowly lowered herself, resting her head on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. Her body relaxed fully against him, soft breasts pressing warmly into his torso. I want to cuddle with you for the rest of the day, she murmured quietly, her voice sounding a little breathy. At those words, Gray let out a small laugh. He wrapped his arms around her, one hand gently stroking her back while the other rested on her waist. Sure, I'm yours for today. You'd better stay with me until tomorrow morning. Her words were muffled as she buried her face deeper into the crook of his neck, nuzzling against his skin. Gray smiled and gently patted her head, fingers threading soothingly through her hair. It'll be here, don't worry. Chapter 282, Morning Hood Shine. The soft morning light filtered through the dorm window, casting a gentle glow over the small room. Lyra woke up first, still nestled comfortably against Gray's chest. She blinked a few times sleepily, then lifted her head just enough to look at his sleeping face. He looked so handsome like this, relaxed, peaceful, with his black hair slightly messy against the pillow. Her heart fluttered warmly. You're really handsome, she murmured very softly, almost to herself. Even when you're sleeping, you look perfect. Unable to resist, she leaned in and planted a few gentle kisses on his lips. Moi. Chup. She smiled shyly at her own boldness, then shifted slightly to get more comfortable. As she moved, her thigh brushed against him unexpectedly. Lyra froze. Her eyes widened. Realizing what she had felt, she quickly pulled back, her cheeks flushing at the sudden, awkward closeness with Gray. A deep blush exploded across her cheeks and ears. What? Even though he's still sleeping. Her leg instinctively tightened a little against him, feeling the warmth through the thin fabric of his pants. The sudden awareness of how close she was pressed against him made her heart race wildly. Curiosity quickly overpowered her embarrassment. Biting her lower lip, Lyra carefully leaned a little closer. With trembling fingers, she She tugged at the waistband of his pants and underwear, slowly pulling them down. A soft sound escaped him. Lyra's breath hitched. She stared with wide, innocent eyes, her face burning crimson. "Oh my!" She reached out hesitantly with her index finger and gently poked the side of his arm. The skin was surprisingly smooth and velvety, yet underneath it felt incredibly firm and warm. She traced her fingers slowly from the wrist upward, feeling the texture, the faint veins, and the way it shifted slightly at her touch. "It's so smooth," she whispered softly, almost in awe. Her curiosity grew. She wrapped her small hand around the cool surface and gave it a gentle, experimental turn. It's really sturdy," she murmured to herself, her eyes wide with shy curiosity. She held it carefully in her palm, then used both hands to gauge its scale. Even with both hands, part of it still extended beyond her reach. Her eyes widened further. This is supposed to go inside me?" Swallowing nervously, Lyra shifted her position. She carefully lifted the hem of her own skirt and adjusted her clothing to the side, then hesitantly held the thick, rounded object against her lower belly. She aligned it vertically, comparing its length to her own body. The head easily reached well past her navel. Lyra's eyes froze, her breath catching in her throat. "It can't possibly fit. It's way too long and too thick. There's no way something this big could possibly work." A fresh wave of nervous embarrassment washed over her. She couldn't tear her gaze away, though she wasn't sure why she felt so flustered by the moment. Her mind spinning with both shy curiosity and worry. And well, her curiosity only grew stronger. Still holding his hand in both of hers, she gave it another gentle squeeze, feeling how it pulsed warmly in her palms. She held it slowly, taking in the quiet moment between them. She examined the object with curious fascination, noticing how the textured surface shifted beneath her fingers. "It's moving slightly," she whispered to herself, intrigued by the subtle reaction. Her thumb brushed over the rounded tip, observing the small droplet that had gathered there. She circled it curiously. She ran a finger along it lightly, curious and fascinated, and gave a small, excited smile as she lifted it up to look at it more closely. Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice Gray's breathing change. Gray slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Lyra sitting between his legs, her skirt slightly hiked up, both of her small hands resting in her lap as she stared downward with flushed cheeks and wide, curious eyes. "Lyra?" Lyra froze the moment she felt his gaze on her. Her face instantly turned completely red, almost like a ripe tomato. The blush spread all the way to her ears and down her neck in seconds. "Gee, Gray," she squeaked, her voice cracking in surprise. Squish! She didn't let go of him, her fingers tightening in pure panic and making him flinch sharply. Gray simply looked at her calmly, one eyebrow slightly raised, his expression relaxed despite waking up to such a sight. "If you wanted to play with it, you could just asked Lyra." The words hit her like a lightning bolt. Lyra's face exploded into an even deeper shade of red. She looked like she might actually combust on the spot. Her mouth opened and closed several times before any sound came out. This isn't. I didn't mean to dash." She stammered desperately, her voice high-pitched and shaky. "I just woke up first, and then my leg touched it, and it was so warm and I got curious, and I just wanted to see it closer and dash." Her hands were still wrapped tightly around him as she tried to explain, only making the situation more embarrassing. Every nervous movement of her fingers caused him to tense in her grasp. "I swear I wasn't trying to do anything weird. It looked so different in the morning, and I wanted to know how it felt, and She couldn't finish her sentence. Her eyes darted everywhere except at his face, her entire body trembling with mortification while her hands remained on him. Gray remained quiet for a moment, simply watching her adorable, panicked rambling with a faint, teasing smile. "You're my girlfriend, Lyra. You could be close to me even if I'm asleep. Gray stated calmly, his voice still a little husky from sleep. Although I'd prefer if I were awake. Lyra's face burned even hotter at his casual acceptance. She couldn't believe how relaxed he was about the whole situation. Gray slowly sat up on the bed, the blanket sliding down to his waist. He looked at her gently with that same teasing smirk from yesterday. Do you want to learn how a man finds his own pleasure? The direct question made Lyra's cheeks flush a deep crimson. Her heart pounded wildly, but the curiosity burning inside her was stronger than her embarrassment. She bit her lower lip, her eyes flickering between his face and the tense stillness between them. She stammered softly, her voice was barely above a whisper. After a few seconds of internal struggle, she gave a tiny, shy nod. Why, yes, please. Gray smiled lightly at her words. He shifted closer, sitting right beside her on the bed. Taking her smaller hand in his, he gently guided her fingers in a slow, gentle rhythm. Her hand felt warm against his skin. Gray then helped her find a comfortable pace, moving together in long, smooth motions. Like this. Nice and steady at first, he instructed calmly. After a few moments, he gradually let go of her hand, leaving Lyra to continue on her own. Lyra kept moving hesitantly at first, her touch gentle but curious. Her eyes were fixed on her work as her hand moved up and down. Are you comfortable? She asked softly, her voice quiet with hesitation. It's not too much, is it? Even though it's so firm, it's okay when I hold it like this? Gray leaned back slightly, watching her with relaxed eyes. It feels fine, Lyra, he replied calmly. You can hold on a little more firmly if you want. It's perfectly fine. In fact, a steadier hold works better. Encouraged by his words, Lyra adjusted her grip, moving with more assurance. Her hand glided a little faster, smooth, and soft sounds filled the quiet room as she worked carefully. And when it twitches like that, is that normal? She asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. It keeps moving in my hand. Gray let out a low chuckle at those innocent words. That means it's responding well. Keep going just like that. She continued her gentle, steady rhythm, occasionally glancing up at his face to check his reaction. Her curiosity made her bolder with each passing second. Suddenly, Gray's breathing grew a little heavier. Lyra, it's going to happen soon, he warned calmly. The moment the words left his mouth, Lyra unconsciously started moving her hand faster with eager, nervous speed. She continued for one more minute or so, until Gray suddenly groaned softly as his body twitched. A sudden release followed as warm fluid shot out, landing across Lyra's waiting palm and fingers as she quickly placed her other hand in front to catch everything. Ha-fu! She listened to his somewhat heavy breaths, her own heart racing as she felt the warmth in her hands. Did that feel good? It did, right? Lyra reassured herself in a shaky, breathy voice, staring almost hypnotized at the pearly white substance spilled all over her palms. That's why it came out. Gray gently took her wrist and waved his free hand, using a simple cleaning spell. Swish! A soft glow enveloped her hands, instantly removing every trace of his presence and leaving her skin perfectly clean again. It was extremely pleasing, Lyra, he smiled softly. At those words, Lyra's face lit up with a bright, happy smile, shy but glowing with pure joy at his praise. Chapter 283. God Complex, Lyra's bright, happy smile lingered as she looked at Gray. Without saying anything, she leaned forward and pressed her lips against his in a soft, affectionate kiss. She pulled back only slightly, then kissed him again and again. Each kiss was gentle at first, but quickly grew deeper and more lingering. Soon, she was climbing halfway into his lap, cupping his face with both hands as she gave him multiple sweet pecks. Mwah. Chup. She didn't want to leave. Every time she tried to pull away, she would immediately lean back in for another kiss, her lips brushing his again and again. Eventually, the kisses turned into slow, passionate French kisses, her tongue tangling with his soft, wet sounds filling the quiet morning air. Slurp and memph. Chup, after several long, heated French kisses, Lyra finally forced herself to pull back. Her lips were swollen and glossy, cheeks still flushed as she looked at him with reluctant eyes. "I really have to go now," she whispered, voice soft and a little pouty. "I'll come back later, okay?" She gave him one last quick kiss on the lips, then reluctantly climbed off the bed. With one final shy glance over her shoulder, she slipped out of the dorm room and closed the door behind her. The room fell quiet once more. Phew! Gray let out a small breath and returned to sit on the edge of his bed. He ran a hand through his hair, the faint smile from earlier slowly fading as his expression turned serious. He grabbed a pen and paper, scribbled a few things on the paper before lying down on the bed, almost in a dead state, and leaving the paper on his chest. Then he closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, he was back in the dream world. It's time. He looked at the door to the last closed door of the dream world and started walking towards it. "Are you sure you want to do this right now?" Jasmine's voice echoed through his head. Her voice contained plenty of traces of doubt and worry. "Last time you spent 2 weeks conquering that girl and missed one of the class evaluations. I remember. And that was someone with ordinary complexity. This one is different." She paused slyly, considering her words. Conquering someone with a god complex could take months. Maybe longer. Maybe isn't possible at all. "I genuinely don't know, Gray. I've been thinking about it since you first identified the door, and I don't have a confident answer." "That's fine," he nodded. "It's not fine. You could be stuck in there indefinitely while the real world continues without you. I left a note on top of me for that reason. Anyone who checks will think I'm in a meditation retreat, and I already spoke with Aurora about that." "You planned this in advance?" "I've been planning it since Maylise gave me the fate angle," he stated. "I needed time to build the approach properly before I stepped in. Going in without a concept was how you wasted months. And you have a concept now, the beginning of one," he said honestly. "That's not the same as a plan." "Unfortunately, I don't," he sighed. He stood at the threshold. The door was the same as it had always been, plain and closed, and entirely unimpressed with everything on his side of it. The plaque read simply, "Camadir, this is going to be difficult. I probably won't be able to reach you in there. A Camadir with genuine divine authority within your constructed space will have some degree of sovereignty over the internal architecture. My connection to you might be disrupted or blocked entirely. You'll be operating without me." "I know. Gray. Don't lose yourself in there." Jasmine warned him. "Some of the previous doors changed you in small ways. This one will be different in scale. Someone who genuinely believes they are divine, that kind of presence sustained over months, has a way of reshaping the people around them." She paused slyly. "Even people who know what is happening." Gray looked at the door. "I'll be careful." He put his hand on the handle. "Good luck. I mean that more than usual." "I know you do." He opened the door and stepped through. The threshold closed behind him. The dream world received him the way it always did. A space that had been constructed from his own consciousness and therefore knew him in ways that were occasionally uncomfortable. Except that this section was different. The architecture on the other side of the Camadir door was not his. He stood in a space that was vast and white and lit from everywhere simultaneously, the kind of light that had no source because it had decided it didn't need one. The floor beneath his feet was the same white, smooth, and reflective, extending outward in every direction until it met nothing. There were no walls or ceiling, just white and light, and the silence of a space that was waiting for something rather than being empty. And at the center of it, a throne. It wasn't meticulously decorated or anything like that. It was just a chair that happened to be the most natural thing in the space. The way his son was the natural center of a system, not by declaration, but by the simple fact that everything else organized itself around it. Sitting in it, with the perfect posture of someone who had never needed to learn what good posture was because their body had simply always known, was a figure. She was looking at him. She had been looking at him since before he entered the door. He was certain of that without being able to explain why. The figure on the throne did not move at first. She simply observed him, her golden eyes glowing with an indifferent, absolute light that made the surrounding whiteness seem dim by comparison. Her hair was long and silver white, flowing like liquid starlight down her back and over the arms of the throne. Her features were flawless in a way that felt almost painful to look at, sharp, elegant, and utterly untouchable. A simple white robe draped her form, yet it carried the weight of divine regalia. She was beautiful, she was terrifying, and she clearly believed both things were her natural right. Gray remained still, meeting her gaze without bowing or averting his eyes. The silence stretched. Finally, the Camadier spoke. Her voice was clear, melodic, and laced with casual disdain, as though even speaking to him was an act of mercy. Mortal. The single word echoed softly through the endless white space. You dare enter my domain uninvited. How amusingly presumptuous. She tilted her head slightly. It was a simple motion, but somehow it looked truly elegant when she was the one doing it. A faint smile touched her lips, not warm, but the kind a goddess might give to an interesting insect. I am Isis, sovereign of this realm. All that exists here bends to my will. You are an anomaly, a speck of dust that has wandered into the light. Her golden eyes narrowed with mild curiosity. Speak your purpose before I decide whether to erase you from this space entirely. At those words, Gray nodded slyly. My purpose is simple. I just came to know you. Puffed. Ha ha ha, a soft, crystalline laugh escaped Celine. It held no humor, only condescension. Know me? She leaned forward slightly on her throne, the movement making the light around her shift like a living halo. Mortals do not know gods. They worship, they beg, they offer tribute, and hope for a glance in return. You stand before divinity and speak as though we are equals. How delightfully arrogant, for something so fragile. She raised one elegant hand. The air itself seemed to bow in response. Very well. Entertain me, little anomaly. Tell me why I should not simply will you out of existence right now. Gray took one slow step forward and continued, stopping at what felt like a respectful distance. Though in this place, distance was whatever she allowed it to be. Because erasing me would be boring, he replied calmly. And you strike me as someone who has been bored for a very long time. Celine's eyes flashed with something dangerous, irritation mixed with the faintest spark of intrigue. You presume to know my mind? I don't presume anything, Gray stated. I observe. You sit alone on that throne in an empty white void with no worshippers nor challengers. No one who dares speak to you as anything other than a superior being. That kind of solitude, even gods must grow tired of it eventually. For the first time, Celine's perfect expression flickered, just the slightest narrowing of her eyes. You speak dangerously, mortal. I speak truthfully, Gray countered and took another step forward. My name is Gray, and I didn't come here to worship you. I came here to see the person behind the divinity, if there even is one. The temperature in the white space seemed to drop. The light around Celine brightened sharply, pressing down on him like an invisible weight. You insolent, but Gray continued calmly, cutting her off without raising his voice. If I'm wrong, and you truly are nothing more than a perfect, untouchable goddess, then feel free to erase me. A one-tea beg. Silence fell again. Celine stared at him for a long moment. Her golden eyes bored into his dull black ones, searching for fear, for weakness, for any sign of deception. She found none. A slow, dangerous smile curved her lips. Very well, Gray, she spoke, her voice now carrying a hint of challenge. You wish to know me? Then stay. Entertain this lonely goddess with your mortal foolishness. But know this, time flows differently here. Days outside may become weeks, months, or years inside my domain. She leaned back on her throne, crossing one leg elegantly over the other. I will not make it easy for you. Prove that you are worthy of even breathing the same air as me. Amuse me. Challenge me. Make me interested. Her smile sharpened. Fail, and I will enjoy watching your mind fracture under the weight of eternity. Gray met her gaze without flinching. Then we have an agreement. He took a seat on the flawless white floor, right there, cross-legged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, and looked up at her with calm expectation. "Tell me, Celine, what does a goddess do when no one is watching?" The Camadier raised an elegant eyebrow, clearly surprised by his casual demeanor. Chapter 284. God Complex 2. Gray sat motionless on the flawless white floor, his legs crossed, and his eyes were calmly fixed on the goddess above him. Isis regarded him with the same indifferent golden stare, one elegant brow arching at his question. What a goddess does when no one is watching. She let out a small laugh that echoed through the endless white void like breaking glass. Foolish mortal, a goddess is never truly unwatched. Even in solitude, I'm the center of all things. I simply exist. Perfectly. Eternally. There is nothing else to do. She leaned back on her throne, silver white hair cascading like liquid starlight, the faint smile on her lips laced with mockery. But since you insist on playing this little game, I shall indulge you. For now, Gray's expression never changed. Outwardly, he remained the picture of calm respect. Inwardly, however, his mind was already processing a plan. This is going to be the longest and most delicate conquest yet, he thought with a deep sigh. Isis isn't like the others. She doesn't have ordinary pride or ordinary loneliness. She has a genuine, bone-deep God complex. He frowned slyly. She has the unshakable belief that she is not only superior, but that superiority is the natural order of existence itself. Trying to break that directly would be suicide. She'd erase me in an instant if I challenged her divinity head-on. So I won T. Thankfully, he had a plan in mind, although not exactly complete. It was the best thing he could do at the moment. Step 1. Radical acceptance. I have to treat her divinity as real, but not absolute. I will sincerely acknowledge her power, her beauty, and her perfection without groveling. That plants the first crack. Most mortals either worship or rebel. I will do neither. I will simply see her in her own light and make her feel seen. The key point here was definitely sincerity. Step 2. Consistent presence without neediness. I stay here for as long as it takes. Weeks, months, years inside this dream. I never beg for her attention, never grow impatient, never show weakness. Every interaction must feel like a gift she is graciously allowing. Over time, that will invert the dynamic. She'll start expecting me to be here. Then she'll start wanting me to be here. At least, I hope so. Step 3. The slow erosion of solitude. She claims she doesn't need anyone, but this endless white void is proof she does. I'll ask questions that force her to reflect, not about me, but about herself. What does eternity feel like when there's no one who can truly match you? What does perfection taste like when there's no one to share it with? Tiny, harmless questions. Each one chips away at the armor of her godhood without her realizing it. Step 4. The swap. At the name of Step 4, he wanted to laugh, as that was the name of his own skill. If I can find the right moment, I'll swap perspectives with her, just for a second. Since this is still my dream world, as long as my will is strong enough, I can even control her power. So, I'll let her feel what it's like to be mortal, small, temporary. Not to humiliate her, but to show her contrast. After that, my presence will feel warmer or safer. Human, in a way, her divinity can never be. Step 5. Emotional investment. I will never confess love first. I will make her fall so gradually she convinces herself it was her own idea. Compliments that feel earned. Vulnerability that feels both rare and precious. Shared silences that become comfortable. Real laughter when she least expects it. I'll become the one thing this perfect, lonely goddess has never had. Someone who chooses to stay, not because she commands it, but because he wants to. And the final step, the one that will take the longest. I have to make her question whether being a goddess is actually enough. Not by telling her at ISNT, she'd destroy me, he grumbled slyly, but by showing her, day after day, what it feels like to be wanted as Isis, not as the sovereign of this realm. To be touched, teased, challenged, and loved as a woman who happens to be divine. instead of a divine being who happens to wear a woman's face. It will take months, maybe years inside this space. My body outside will be in deep meditation, protected by the note and Aurora's powers. But the risk is real. Jasmine was right. This kind of sustained exposure to absolute divinity can reshape a person. I could start believing my own humility is a weakness. I could start craving her approval the way she craves worship. But I won't let that happen. His eyes narrowed slyly. The emotion-severing technique has been recultivated. For a split second, his emotions instantly dulled. This was how determined Gray was, to the point of even recultivating the technique that almost made him kill himself. That is, if truly needed. Because at the end of it all, when the proud goddess finally lowers her guard and admits, even silently, that she has fallen for a mere mortal, that will be the moment the Camadier door truly opens. Not because I conquered her power, but because I conquered her heart while letting her keep her crown. Gray lifted his gaze back to Isis, his lips slowly curving into a gentle smile. Then tell me, Isis, what does perfection feel like when there's no one else in the universe who can ever truly understand it? Isis remained seated on her throne, one elegant leg crossed over the other, her golden eyes studying Gray with faint, almost bored curiosity. Perfection, she repeated the word slowly. Perfection feels exactly as it should, complete, flawless, and eternal. There is no longing in it, no emptiness. Only existence in its highest form. She tilted her head slightly, silver-white hair shifting like liquid moonlight. You speak as though perfection is a burden. How quaint. Mortals always project their own weaknesses onto higher beings. I do not suffer from loneliness, Gray. I simply am. The universe arranges itself around me. That is the natural order. Gray nodded once, neither agreeing nor arguing. He kept his posture relaxed, sitting cross-legged on the flawless floor as though they were simply two people having a quiet conversation. I see, he nodded softly. Then may I ask something else? Isis waved a graceful hand, granting permission as if it were a great favor. Go on. Gray looked directly into her glowing eyes, his own dull black ones remaining as sincere as ever. When was the last time someone spoke to you without fear or worship in their voice? Not as a goddess to be revered, but simply as Isis? The question lingered in the white void. For a brief moment, the goddess's perfect expression faltered. Not enough for most people to notice, but Gray caught the tiny change in her golden gaze. She let out a soft, dismissive laugh. Such a question is meaningless. Everyone who approaches me understands their place. Worship is the only correct response when facing divinity. Anything else would be disrespectful. Gray smiled faintly. Perhaps, he conceded. But I'm not here to worship you, Isis. I'm here because I find you interesting. And right now, you're the only person in this entire white world. So I'd rather talk to you than sit in silence. Isis narrowed her eyes, clearly weighing whether to be offended or amused. You are bold for a mortal who could be erased with a single thought. Maybe, Gray replied calmly. But boldness is all I have. I can't offer you prayers or sacrifices. The only thing I can give is honest conversation. If that displeases you, tell me. I'll stop. He paused, then added quietly, though I hope you want tea. A long silence stretched between them. Isis tapped one slender finger against the arm of her throne. She seemed to be deciding whether this mortal was worth her continued attention. Finally, she spoke again, her tone slightly less cold. Very well. Since you insist on this farce of conversation, I will allow it. For now. She leaned forward just a fraction, golden eyes locking onto his. Ask your questions, Gray, but choose them carefully. My patience is not infinite. Gray gave a small nod of gratitude. Then tell me this, when you sit here alone, day after day, year after year, what do you think about? Not as a goddess ruling over everything, but as yourself. What thoughts keep you company in the quiet? Isis's lips parted slightly. For the first time, she didn't answer immediately. Her gaze drifted somewhere into the white distance, as though the question had touched something she rarely examined. The silence this time felt a little heavier. Gray waited patiently, not pushing, not filling the space with unnecessary words. He simply sat there, giving her all the time she needed. After a long moment, Isis's voice returned, quieter than before, though still carrying that divine arrogance. "I think about order," she said at last, "about how everything beneath me is imperfect, how it constantly requires my guidance, my judgment, my light. Mortals stumble, gods bicker, realms rise and fall. Only I remain unchanging." She looked back at him, her golden eyes sharp once more. "And you? What does a mere mortal think about when he dares sit before a goddess and speak so freely?" Gray met her gaze without hesitation. "I think about how even gods might want someone to talk to, without needing to be perfect all the time." A faint spark, something between irritation and intrigue, appeared deep in Isis's eyes at those words. But just then, her lips curled up slyly. "You know, Gray, I'll never fall for a mere mortal, so don't even try." Chapter 285, God Complex 3. 1 month later, time inside the dream world moved strangely. Yet Gray had kept careful count. 32 days had passed since he first stepped through the Kamadir door. 32 days of sitting in the endless white void, speaking with a goddess who still believed herself above all things. On the surface, it looked as though almost nothing had changed. Isis still lounged upon her pristine throne with the same effortless poise, silver-white hair cascading like starlight, golden eyes carrying that same indifferent superiority. She still spoke with the casual arrogance of someone who had never once needed to question her own perfection. She still called him mortal more often than Gray, and she still reminded him, every few conversations, that she was divine and he was not. Yet beneath that unchanging mask, the distance between them had quietly, almost imperceptibly, shrunk. In the first week, Gray had kept his strategy simple and patient. He never asked for anything or pushed towards it. He simply showed up every morning, though there was no true morning here, and sat at the same respectful distance from the throne. He asked gentle, harmless questions about the nature of eternity, about the color of the light she created, about the smallest details of her perfect realm. He listened without interrupting. When she grew bored and fell silent, he simply sat with her in comfortable quiet, never fidgeting, never growing restless. By the second week, Isis had begun to speak more freely. She still mocked his mortal perspective, but the mockery carried less bite. She told him, in passing, about the countless realms she had watched rise and fall. She described, with faint disdain, the way lesser gods begged for her favor. Gray responded not with awe, but with a hint of curiosity that must feel very lonely, watching everything end while you remain. Each time he said something like that, Isis would scoff, but she would also answer. In the third week, Gray started creating small things within the white space, things only possible because this was still his dream world. He manifested a simple easel and canvas one day, then began painting her, not as a goddess on a throne, but as Isis simply sitting, silver hair loose, golden eyes soft with thought. She had laughed at first and called it a mortal-esque feeble attempt at capturing divinity. Yet she never stopped him. She even adjusted her posture slightly when he asked her to hold it. He read to her, too. He manifested old books from his own memories, poetry, philosophy, stories of mortal love and loss, and read passages aloud. Isis pretended not to care, but she never told him to stop. Sometimes she would interrupt with cutting remarks about how naive mortals were. Other times, she simply listened in silence, her golden eyes half-lidded. By the fourth week, the physical distance had closed without either of them acknowledging it out loud. Gray no longer sat far away on the white floor. He now sat on a low, simple cushion he had manifested right beside the throne, close enough that he could have reached out and touched the hem of her robe if he dared. Isis never objected. She simply allowed it, as though it had always been this way. And now, on the 32nd day, Gray sat even closer, cross-legged on the floor, directly in front of her throne. The easel positioned between them. "Russell," His brush moved with slow, careful strokes across the canvas as he put the final touches on the painting. The portrait was beautiful. It captured Isis not as an untouchable goddess, but as an elegant woman. The silver hair flowed naturally. The golden eyes held a quiet depth that no one else had ever been allowed to see. Isis watched him work in silence, chin resting on her hand, legs elegantly crossed. The throne no longer felt like an unreachable pedestal. It simply felt like a chair, and she simply felt like Isis. Gray dipped his brush one last time, adding a final delicate highlight to the curve of her cheek on the canvas. He studied the painting for a long moment, then looked up at the real Isis sitting just an arm's length away. "There," he said softly, turning the easel so she could see the finished work. "It's done." Isis's golden eyes flicked down to the portrait. For several seconds, she said nothing. Her expression remained perfectly composed, but the faint softening at the corners of her mouth and the way her fingers tightened slightly on the arm of the throne betrayed her. She finally spoke, voice quiet yet still carrying that divine lilt. "You continue to waste your time on such pointless things, mortal." But she did not look away from the painting. Gray smiled gently, setting the brush down. "I genuinely don't see it as a waste," he replied. "I see someone worth painting." Isis's gaze lifted from the canvas to his face. The golden light in her eyes flickered, not with irritation this time, but with something far more complicated. She opened her mouth, perhaps to deliver another cutting remark about how a goddess could never belong to a mere mortal, yet the words never came. Instead, she simply looked at him, at the man who had sat beside her for 32 days without once demanding anything, without once flinching from her arrogance, without once trying to force her change. At that moment, Gray leaned back a little, studying the finished painting one last time before turning his gaze to Isis. "By the way, how much time has passed outside?" he asked calmly, as if the question were nothing more than curiosity. Isis's golden eyes gleamed with sudden amusement. The corners of her lips slowly curled upward into a taunting, almost playful smile. The first truly genuine expression of mischief he had seen on her divine face. "Do you regret it now?" she asked, letting out a soft laugh that echoed lightly through the white void. "Outside, 33 weeks have already passed. Your friends must be missing you terribly." Gray nodded slightly, his expression remaining calm and honest. "They probably miss me, and I miss them too," he admitted quietly. Isis's smile sharpened, clearly enjoying the moment. Then why don't you stop this useless?" She suddenly bit her lower lip, as if she had been about to say something harsher but caught herself mid-sentence. In that brief moment of hesitation, Gray looked straight into her golden eyes and spoke with quiet sincerity. "But I don't regret it." Isis's taunting smile faltered for a fraction of a second. Gray continued, changing his tone to a warm yet honest tone. "Only the simple truth. I've enjoyed being here with you, Isis. These past 33 weeks inside this space. The Haven Tea felt like wasted time to me. Sitting here, talking with you, painting you, listening to you speak about eternity and order, it's been peaceful. Interesting. Sometimes even comforting." He gave a small, gentle smile. "You're incredibly beautiful when you're thinking deeply. Did you know that? Not just the kind of beauty a goddess is supposed to have, but the quiet kind. Not the sovereign who rules over everything, but Isis, the one who sits on that throne day after day, carrying the weight of perfection alone." He looked at her without blinking, his dull black eyes sincere. "So no, I don't regret staying here. If anything, I'm grateful you've allowed me to remain by your side for this long. Time outside may have passed, but the time I've spent here with you has been meaningful to me." A heavy silence settled between them. Isis stared at him, her golden eyes wide with a mixture of surprise, disbelief, and something far deeper that she clearly didn't want to name. Her lips parted slightly, but no cutting remark came out this time. For once, the proud goddess seemed momentarily lost for words. And seeing that expression, Gray kept his expression calm and gentle on the outside, but inside he let out a long, quiet sigh of relief. Finally, a small, genuine wave of satisfaction washed through him. The first layer has cracked. It was tiny, almost imperceptible to anyone else, but he had felt it clearly the moment Isis bit her lip and failed to finish her mocking sentence. She had almost scolded him for wasting time, only to stop herself mid-sentence, as if realizing that calling their time together useless no longer felt completely right. That hesitation was everything. She truly didn't want him gone, nor did she feel that his company was truly useless. But 8 months. Huh. Considering the time ratio from outside to my dream world, those 8 months translate to 3 months. The student exchange program already ended, and the semester as well, which means that I'll probably need to repeat the first year. I'll see when I get out of here. If the headmistress allows me to get still advanced to the second year, I'll stay. If now, I'll simply quit the academy. His thoughts paused slyly. Or I'll simply join this one instead. After all, Aurora is the kind of person who would really want me in this academy, while Gloria probably wouldn't want anyone to skip a year. No use thinking about that now. His gaze turned to Isis. I need to focus on her now. Chapter 286, 286. God Complex 4. 15 days later, the white void had changed lightly. From the outside view, it hadn't changed at all, as it was very subtle. What was once an endless, sterile expanse of light now felt much comfortable. Small touches Gray had manifested over time remained. A low, comfortable divan near the throne, scattered cushions, and the easel that had become a permanent fixture. The distance between them had continued to shrink without either acknowledging it aloud. Over those 15 days, Gray had sown his seeds with meticulous patience. He continued being present, consistent, and gently attentive in ways that slowly chipped away at Isis' divine armor. He started complimenting her not as a goddess, but as a woman, quietly noticing small things. How her voice softened slightly when she spoke about things she actually cared about. How her golden eyes looked less cold when she was lost in thought. He began sharing more of himself too, not entirely dramatically, but naturally. He told her quiet stories from his own life, the loneliness of his exile, the weight of expectations, and the rare moments of genuine connection he had found. He spoke without asking for sympathy, only offering honesty in return for hers. Most importantly, he created small, shared rituals. Every few days he would read to her again, but now he chose passages about longing, about beauty in imperfection, about the quiet joy of simply being with someone. When she mocked them, he would smile and say, "Even gods might enjoy a story sometimes." And more often than not, she would listen until the end. He learned when she liked silence and when she wanted conversation. He learned the exact tilt of her head when she was pretending to be bored but was actually intrigued. He learned that she would sometimes glance at the painting he was working on when she thought he wasn't looking. And little by little, the proud goddess began to lower her guard in tiny, almost invisible ways. She stopped calling him mortal quite so often. She started using his name more. She no longer sat rigidly on the throne when they spoke. She would sometimes lean forward or rest her cheek on her hand while listening. And today, the 47th day inside the dream world, marked a quiet but significant milestone. Isis was no longer sitting on her throne. She was lying down, her head resting comfortably on Gray's lap. Her silver-white hair spilled across his thigh like liquid moonlight. One of her hands rested lightly on her stomach, the other dangling off the edge of the divan. Her golden eyes were half closed, not in boredom, but in rare, peaceful relaxation as she gazed up at him. Gray sat with his back against the manifested cushions, the easel positioned beside them. His brush moved with slow strokes across the canvas. This was the 20th time he had painted her. The silence between them was comfortable now, as now she had completely released the pressure incoming from her body. Gray occasionally glanced down at her face, studying the curve of her cheek, the elegant line of her jaw, the way her lashes cast faint shadows. His voice was low and calm as he worked. "You look beautiful like this," he murmured lightly, as if entranced by her beauty. "Peaceful." It suits you more than the throne sometimes. Isis didn't immediately retort with her usual superiority. MHM. Instead, she let out a soft, almost inaudible hum. Her golden eyes drifted up to meet his for a long moment. "You've become rather bold lately, Gray," she said quietly. There was no real bite in her tone anymore. If anything, there was a small tone that people would consider warm. Gray smiled gently, dipping his brush again. "Only because you allow it." Isis didn't deny it. She shifted her head slightly on his lap, getting more comfortable. Her fingers lightly brushed the fabric of his clothes, as if testing the texture. For several long minutes, neither spoke. Then Isis' voice came again, softer than he had ever heard it. "This feeling," she whispered, almost to herself, "it's strange. It makes my chest feel both warm and unfamiliar. Like something is blooming inside my chest whenever you look at me this way." She paused, golden eyes searching his face with quiet confusion and the very first hint of vulnerability. "Is this what mortals call love? Or is it merely another illusion you've created in this space?" Gray calmly continued painting, his hand not faltering for a single moment. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he let the question hang gently between them, giving her space to think about it. Isis remained lying with her head on Gray's lap, her golden eyes half-lidded as she stared up at him. For a long moment, she was quiet, as if carefully examining the unfamiliar sensation blooming inside her chest. "It's strange," she finally whispered, her voice softer and more vulnerable than Gray had ever heard it. "When you look at me like this, when you speak to me so calmly, without fear or reverence, something inside me feels warm. Restless. It's not unpleasant, yet makes my heart beat in a way it never has before. I find myself waiting for the next time you speak, waiting to hear your voice, waiting to see that gentle expression you always wear when you paint me." She slowly raised her hand, almost unconsciously brushing her fingers against the fabric of his shirt near her cheek. "I keep telling myself it's nothing, that a goddess cannot be affected by a mere mortal. And yet, every time you stay here with me, every time you choose to remain instead of leaving, that feeling grows stronger. It frightens me. And at the same time, I do not want it to stop." Her golden eyes met his, carrying a rare mix of confusion and honesty. "Is this what you mortals call attachment? Or is it the beginning of something even more dangerous?" Before Gray could answer, he set his brush down with a soft clink and turned the easel toward her. "It's finished," he said gently. Isis blinked, clearly caught off guard. She slowly sat up from his lap, silver-white hair cascading over her shoulders as she leaned forward to look at the painting. Her golden eyes widened in genuine shock. In the portrait, she was not wearing her usual divine robes. Instead, she was dressed in simple, casual clothes, a soft white blouse and flowing skirt that made her look far more like an elegant young woman than an untouchable goddess. Her expression was gorgeously radiant. She was smiling brightly, almost innocently, with genuine joy sparkling in her eyes. And her hand was gently but firmly dragging a man along with her. That man was Gray. He wore a sweet, relaxed smile on his lips as he let her pull him forward, their fingers intertwined. The entire scene felt warm, intimate, and full of quiet happiness. Two people simply enjoying each other's company on what looked like an ordinary, peaceful day. Isis stared at the painting in stunned silence, her lips slightly parted. For once, no arrogant remark or dismissive laugh came out. Before she could find her voice, Gray reached out and gently took her hand in his. His touch was warm, steady, and respectful. "Shall we go on a date?" he asked softly. Isis tilted her head to the right in complete confusion, her silver-white hair shifting with emotion. "Date?" she repeated, the word sounding foreign on her divine tongue. Gray smiled tenderly. "Snap!" He snapped his fingers once. In an instant, the endless white void around them began to transform. The pure, sterile light shattered and reformed into a beautiful, lively city street bathed in warm afternoon sunlight. Cobblestone paths lined with flowering trees appeared, charming shops, and cafes materialized along the sidewalks, and the distant sound of people laughing and chatting filled the air. Dozens of elegantly dressed figures began to appear in the distance, with couples walking hand in hand, families enjoying the day, street musicians playing soft melodies. The once empty divine space had become a vibrant, romantic cityscape. Gray stood up first, still holding her hand gently, and helped Isis to her feet. He looked at her with calm and sincere eyes. "Would you accompany me on a date, Isis?" he asked. "Just the two of us, walking through this city, enjoying the day together." Isis stared at him, her golden eyes wide with surprise and a flicker of something new. Nervousness mixed with undeniable curiosity. Her fingers tightened slightly around his hand, as if afraid he might disappear. For a long moment, she said nothing. Then, in a quiet, slightly breathless voice she had never used before, the proud goddess answered, "Yes." Swoosh! In that moment, the entire space suddenly started disintegrating to pieces. The world around slowly returned to that white void. Isis was completely shocked at this, turning to Gray with worried eyes. "Gray!" She looked down on her hands and suddenly started noticing that she was going to disappear along with this world. So, without any ounce of hesitation, she quickly planted a kiss on Gray's lips, softly caressing her cheek before saying her last words. "Please remember me." Swish. Her figure, along with the rest of the world, dissipated into wisps. The last trial of the law of seduction has been completed. Chapter 287-287. Finally a breakthrough. Finally, Gray closed his eyes as a massive surge of understanding flooded his mind. He finally comprehended it. The law of seduction wasn't about forcing desire, manipulation, or superficial charm. It was the art of making someone fall in love with you, not by taking, but by giving, by becoming the one person they never knew they needed. It was about patience, sincerity, presence, and the slow erosion of loneliness until the other person chose you willingly, even when they had every reason not to. He had conquered a genuine Camadier, a being with a true God complex, not through power or tricks, but by making her fall in love with him while allowing her to keep her pride and divinity intact. The realization crystallized perfectly within his soul. Boom! The stagnant energy inside Gray's body detonated. His cultivation base, frozen at the early Master Realm for so long, shattered completely. The breakthrough was violent, clean, and unstoppable. Early Master Realm, Middle Master Realm, Late Master Realm, Peak Master Realm. Then, without pause or bottleneck, it blasted straight through the Grandmaster threshold. Early Grandmaster Realm, Intermediate Grandmaster Realm, Late Grandmaster Realm, Peak Grandmaster Realm. The power kept rising, refined and purified by the law of seduction itself, until it finally stabilized at a new, breathtaking height. Rank, Late Great Grandmaster Realm. Gray opened his eyes. A deep, tranquil aura radiated from him, vast and impossibly stable. His meridians had expanded dramatically, and now his heart even felt as if it was breathing mana instead of absorbing it from the surroundings. Phew! He exhaled slowly, feeling the overwhelming strength now flowing through every cell of his body. So this is what true seduction really means. He murmured into the empty white void. The final Camadier door dissolved into golden motes, fully absorbed into his dream world. Gray looked at the spot where Isis had vanished one last time. "I won't forget you." Then he closed his eyes and withdrew from the dream world. After nearly half a year inside, it was time to return to reality. The first thing he felt was the familiar softness of his recently acquired dorm bed. Then came the faint scent of flowers and fresh leaves, a smell that definitely didn't belong to the dorm. He opened his eyes. Ilarion, the beautiful silver-haired elf princess, was sitting gracefully on a chair right beside his bed, legs crossed elegantly, watching him with her usual calm, slightly aloof expression. Her long, pointed ears twitched once when she noticed he was awake. "You're finally awake, huh?" She raised an eyebrow, sounding mildly surprised. as if she genuinely hadn't expected him to wake up anytime soon. Gray shifted slightly on the bed. CRRK. Crack. The moment he moved, his entire body let out a series of soft cracking sounds, joints and meridians adjusting to the massive surge of power he had just gained. Mom! He stretched both arms high above his head, letting out a deep, satisfied hum as new strength flowed through his muscles. A small grin appeared on his lips. I feel better than ever, he said, turning his head to look at the elf princess. How long was I out for? Ilarion leaned back slightly, her golden green eyes steady on him. You've been out for exactly 3 months and 17 days. The semester has already ended, and it's currently the summer holidays. She paused for a moment, then added with a faint trace of curiosity, which you should have been at Gloria Academy right now. And not at this academy, from the information Headmistress Aurora told me. Gray nodded slowly, processing the information without any visible panic. You'll need to speak with Headmistress Gloria back at my academy to see if she's going to let me take late exams or make me repeat the first year. Ilarion tilted her head slightly, studying him. And what if she wants you to repeat the first year? She asked, genuinely curious. From the few days she had spent interacting with him before he entered his deep meditation, she had already noticed that Gray was not the type of person who liked wasting time. Gray thought for a second, then shrugged lightly. Then I'll make a deal with Aurora. If I talk with her, she'll definitely want me here. At those words, the corners of Ilarion's lips curled up ever so slightly, before her face returned to its usual, elegant, and expressionless state. Then, shall I contact Headmistress Aurora? She asked. MHM, Gray nodded. He was planning to ask Aurora to teleport him directly to Gloria Academy, so he could handle everything quickly. He also wanted to see Lyra and the others as soon as possible, especially Lyra. She must have been worried sick after not hearing from him for nearly 4 months. Ilarion stood up gracefully, her long silver hair swaying behind her like silk. Very well. I'll inform her right away. Before she turned to leave, she paused and looked back at him. Her voice was calm, but there was a subtle softness hidden beneath her usual dignified tone. Also, while you were asleep, I took care of your body every day. I made sure your meridians didn't stagnate and kept your room clean. She looked at him directly, her golden green eyes shimmering slyly. You saved my life and my people. I haven't forgotten my words from before. I still intend to repay you properly by becoming your wife. Gray blinked once, slightly taken aback by how straightforward she was even after all this time. Ilarion didn't wait for an answer. She simply gave a small, elegant nod, as if the matter was already decided in her mind, and turned toward the door. I'll return once I've contacted Aurora. As she walked out, Gray let out a soft sigh and leaned back against the headboard, his lips curling up to a faint smile. Suddenly, he felt a small tongue tickling his arm, causing him to let out a small laugh. He gently raised his hand and noticed a Trinity gently licking his forearm. Her small head turned towards him, letting out a small hiss. I missed you too. He gently stroked her little head with his index finger. Hiss, letting out a small sigh. Grace slowly sat up in bed. Status panel. Name, Gray Veru Derelian titles. Vessel of beauty destruction. Exiled noble. Incubus in human form race. Human class. Villain rank. Late Great Grandmaster Realm 0 divine abilities. Law of seduction unique skill. Swap unique talent. Nullification 35-40 innate blessing. Crown of the Abyss, active skills. Soul chasing extremities 100, severing pursuit. 9 illusionary dream steps 2, 9th step. Spirit eyes great grandmaster 38. 9 heavens thunder claw great grandmaster, perfected passive skills. High mana recovery. Parallel mana processing, heightened senses, sinful mind class. Villain's presence class, cruel instinct class, shadow of sin class equipment, demon converging gourd, godly, phantom loop earrings, godly, sealed unnamed rapier, high emperor, ring of gluttony, early saint, transcendent robe, intermediate king, dimensional storage, 1x intermediate grade mutated Saint Chi orb, 1x low grade Saint Chi orb, 60x great grandmaster Chi orbs, 7x bottles of blood vein poison, 6x spirit grade daggers, 23x poison needle boxes, 81x package of essence blood, 1x saint level mutant worm essence blood, 3x king level essences, 77x great grandmaster essences, 43x high grade spiritual crystals, 192x intermediate grade spiritual crystals, 422x low grade spiritual crystals, 192.0 29x gold coins, 12.990x silver coins, and 120x copper coins. Sword Spirit, a Trini, 9-colored attributeless snake. Check details. He tapped on the law of seduction. Ding. Your current power is nowhere near enough to utilize the law of seduction, except for the additional strength you get from breakthrough minor and major realms. You won't be able to manifest the law of seduction. Please reach the Emperor realm. TSK. Looking at the panels in front of him, Gray clicked his tongue. This damn status window didn't even want him to see the true power of the law of seduction. You came back faster than I expected. Suddenly, Jasmine's voice echoed through his head, causing him to let out a small smile. I missed you, Jasmine. He sincerely spoke before she could utter another word. Jasmine didn't speak after hearing those words, but Gray simply brought out the demon converging gourd and took out of his inventory every single chi orb and essence blood. Hiss! A Trini instantly coiled around his arm after seeing the orbs and blood essence floating in the air. Gray chuckled before directly grabbing the intermediate grade mutated Saint Chi orb and throwing it at her. Here, this should be enough for you to break through the Saint realm. She instantly coiled around the Chi orb before closing his eyes and started absorbing it, not wasting one more second. Then, Gray grabbed the rest and threw it inside the demon converging gourd, slowly converting it to demonic energy. The process took 10 minutes, and with that demonic energy, he started converting it back to divinity. This is all I can do for you, Jasmine. Hopefully that's enough for now. Gray sighed after seeing the little ounces of divinity that he got from everything. Gray, you didn't need to do that for me yet. Jasmine finally spoke again. I promised to fully recover your power, and well, I spent basically half a year doing nothing to help you. So this is the last I can do. Gray shrugged it off, right? After a bit of hesitation, the little ounces of divinity dissipated from his sight as Jasmine finally absorbed them. With that done, he put the demon converging gourd back in the inventory. But before he could do anything else, Jasmine spoke once again. I missed you too. That was enough to make Gray smile. Chapter 288. Switching Academies. Knock, knock. Ilarion entered first, moving with her usual graceful elegance. Right behind her came Headmistress Aurora. Aurora looked as captivating as ever. Her long auburn hair flowed like rich, molten copper down her back, catching the light with every step. Her vivid red eyes held a deep, intense gleam that she always tried to mask behind a warm, yet professional smile. The small black mole just above her reddish-pink lips added an alluring touch to her mature beauty. She was noticeably taller than Gray, with long, shapely legs and a voluptuous figure that her dark academy robes could barely restrain, especially around her massive, full breasts. The moment she stepped into the room, Gray felt that familiar possessive energy radiating from her, even though she hid it perfectly behind a calm and elegant facade. Gray Aurora greeted him with a soft voice, her red eyes scanning him from head to toe with hidden satisfaction. Ilarion already informed me of everything. 3 months and 17 days in deep meditation. That is quite impressive. She didn't waste any time getting to the point. I'll make this simple for you. She continued smoothly. If Headmistress Gloria refuses to allow late exams or forces you to repeat the first year, you're more than welcome to stay here permanently. I will personally enroll you directly into the second year. No questions asked, no unnecessary procedures. Gray nodded calmly at her words. He was already expecting something like this from her. Thank you. I'll accept that offer if Gloria doesn't allow me to take the late exams or decides I have to repeat the year. Aurora's smile remained perfectly composed on the surface, but Gray noticed the very subtle tightening at the corners of her vivid red eyes. She wasn't fully satisfied with his conditional answer. She wanted him here unconditionally, completely under her influence. She kept her tone calm and understanding. Such a deep meditation, huh? She exclaimed with feigned surprise, though a clear hint of delight sparkled in her eyes. A swirling violet portal instantly materialized in the middle of the dorm room, its edges humming with stable spatial magic. "Let us get your enrollment sorted already," she said confidently, stepping gracefully toward the portal. She knew Gloria very well, knew how strict and perfectionist the headmistress of Gloria Academy was, and things like special favors, late exams, or skipping grades were almost never granted. Gray stood up from the bed, stretched his body one last time, feeling the immense new power flowing through his body, and followed her through the portal without hesitation. The moment they stepped out on the other side, they were standing directly in front of the grand wooden door leading to Headmistress Gloria's office. Gray didn't seem surprised by the direct teleportation. He simply raised his hand and knocked politely on the door. "You don't need to knock, Aurora," came Gloria's cold, emotionless voice from inside the room. Aurora's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Without waiting any longer, she pushed the door open and walked inside with graceful confidence. Gray followed, right behind her. The office hadn't changed at all. Headmistress Gloria sat behind her large, polished desk, radiating the same icy, regal aura as always. Her long, luscious golden locks framed her flawless face perfectly, and her sharp golden eyes carried their usual cold, emotionless shine. She had an impressive chest, though not quite as overwhelming as Aurora's, and her presence gave off the clear vibe of an untouchable ice queen, elegant and emotionless, distant. Gray stepped forward calmly, meeting Gloria's cold golden eyes directly. "Headmistress Gloria," he decided to greet her first. "I understand the rules. However, I would like to request the opportunity to take late exams so I can complete the first year properly. I don't mind if the difficulty is tripled or even quintupled. I'm also willing to take exams from the third or fourth year if necessary. I simply don't want to waste an entire year repeating material I've already covered." Gloria remained silent for a moment, her expression as icy and emotionless as ever. She was clearly about to refuse him outright, but then she felt it. A vast, dense wave of mana quietly leaked from Gray's body, extremely deep and far stronger than anything a first-year student should possess. Her golden eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh, in just 3 months, you've already reached the late stage of the great Grandmaster realm?" she said, a rare trace of genuine surprise slipping into her voice, though her face stayed perfectly blank. Before Gray could respond, Aurora chimed in with a sweet, almost teasing tone. "Right? Surely you wouldn't want to lose such a talented student just because of your strict ethics, would you, Gloria?" At those words, Gloria's eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly. She was someone who lived by her own rigid principles. She believed students should earn every opportunity through their own effort, just like Gray had once earned her favor by providing the location of a powerful dragon. Special treatment went against everything she stood for. After a long pause filled with visible internal conflict, Gloria finally exhaled. "I can't accept you doing late exams." The moment those words left her mouth, Gray's eyes turned completely indifferent. In that instant, Gloria lost all remaining value in his eyes. He had thought she might be someone worth maintaining a connection with, especially after she had warned him about the potential demonic involvement in the Sword Festival. But now, from his perspective, that was all meaningless. Had my senses dulled? He wondered inwardly for a brief second before shaking his head. No, his judgment was clearer than ever. Aurora's vivid red eyes visibly brightened with barely concealed delight. She let out a soft, pitying sigh. "Oh, how terrible!" Gray ignored her completely. Without another word, he reached into his dimensional storage and calmly placed his enrollment papers on Gloria's desk. I'll quit being a student here then. Gloria stared at the papers. A faint trace of reluctance flickered across her usually emotionless face. Aside from Gray's older sister, he was undeniably the most talented student she had ever taught. She tried to speak, but the moment she saw Aurora's scrutinizing, almost predatory gaze fixed on her, the words died in her throat. Your ethics are as firm as ever, Gloria, Aurora added with a gentle smile that didn't reach her eyes. That single comment was enough to make Gloria's hesitation vanish instantly. Her pride wouldn't allow her to appear weak in front of her rival. She quickly waved her hand, summoning another official document with magic. The entire withdrawal process was completed in less than 5 minutes. Done, Gloria stated coldly, stamping the final seal. Officially, you're no longer a student of Gloria Academy. This means you will no longer receive any benefits granted to our students. She asked the easily manipulated. Gray was a little shocked by how easily Aurora pressed Gloria's hesitation to vanish. Still, he remained calm and simply nodded, completely unbothered. Maybe his senses had really dulled, as someone as powerful as Gloria was easily controlled by Aurora just by pressing about her ethics. He really didn't need her. Sure. Then goodbye, Miss Gloria. He bowed his head slightly, the address toward her noticeably colder and more distant than before turning around and walking out of the office without looking back. Click. The moment the door clicked shut behind him, Aurora lingered inside the room for a few extra seconds. She turned toward Gloria with a wry, triumphant smile playing on her lips. Surely you didn't forget about the Academy's competition that will happen at the beginning of the first semester, right? She added, her voice dripping with mocking sweetness. At those words, Gloria's golden eyes turned even colder, like frozen blades. My students are extremely talented, right? Aurora interrupted smoothly, placing her index finger against her reddish-pink lips while tilting her head to the side with feigned innocence. But are they as talented as Gray? She let out a soft, amused chuckle before pointing her index finger directly at Gloria's face. I'll need to thank you. I didn't expect to get Gray to myself so easily. As it should be, she added inwardly, a dark possessiveness flashing deep in her vivid red eyes for a split second. You'll surely regret that choice, my dear rival. Aurora laughed wryly, her mature voice laced with clear delight. Her words struck directly at Gloria's pride. The Ice Queen's usually emotionless face contorted slightly in displeasure. Are you that confident in him? Gloria stated coldly. Aurora simply nodded, her smile never fading. After all, she knew Gray to the bone. There was currently no one on this planet more talented than him. Even his elder sister would eventually fall behind in terms of raw talent and potential. Then, how about we make a bet? Gloria's lips curled into a cold smile. What bet? We'll simply end our rivalry here. The academy that wins the next competition will be recognized as the strongest of the two of us. How about it? Aurora's vivid red eyes shone with complete delight. Deal. You're not allowed to back off. Snap. She snapped her fingers, causing a shimmering mana signature to appear in the air. Gloria did the same, causing the two signatures to fuse instantly, forming a binding mana contract between them. Then, good luck, Aurora winked at her rival, her voice dripping with wry amusement. You'll definitely need it. With that, she turned on her heel and walked toward the door, her lips curved into a deeply satisfied, victorious smile as the door closed softly behind her. The moment she stepped out into the hallway, she arrived just in time to witness a dramatic scene. Gray, I heard that you were quitting this academy? It was none other than Lyra, his girlfriend, who had spoken those words. Her voice trembled with disbelief and rising panic as she stood frozen a few steps away from him. Chapter 289, Yandra Lyra. Gray felt a little troubled by the sudden confrontation. His eyes flicked toward Aurora for a brief moment. Aurora immediately understood the meaning behind his gaze. She gave a small, graceful nod and quietly retreated without saying a word, disappearing down the hallway to give them privacy. Gray turned back to Lyra. In the months he had been away, she had clearly matured. Her face no longer carried the soft youthfulness from before, as it now had a more refined, elegant vibe. Her light brown hair was tied into a high ponytail, with noticeably more golden strands shimmering through it. Her emerald eyes were still as stunning as ever, but they currently burned with a mix of hurt and barely contained anger. Her chest, which had already been impressively large, seemed to have grown even fuller. She had also grown 2 or 3 centimeters taller. "Shall we go to a more silent place?" Gray proposed gently. Lyra didn't answer with words, and simply nodded before grabbing his wrist tightly and began pulling him away. They entered the dormitory building. When Gray realized where she was taking him, he frowned. "Lyra, I can't enter the girl-less dormit." "Shut up." Her sharp shout made Gray instantly close his mouth. Just as he expected, she dragged him straight into her own dormitory room. The room wasn't overly girlish. It had a clean, simple aesthetic with dark wood furniture and soft lighting. A few framed photos decorated the walls and shelves, pictures of Lyra with her friends, laughing during training sessions, and group photos from academy events. But right on her bedside table, in the most prominent position, stood a single framed photograph of the two of them. In the photo, they were smiling brightly, walking hand in hand through the streets. Lyra looked radiant, and Gray had a relaxed, gentle smile on his face. When was that photo taken? Gray wondered silently. Before he could think further, Lyra pushed him firmly onto her bed and immediately climbed on top, straddling his lap. She glared down at him with intense, emerald eyes. "Explain." Her voice was extremely cold. Gray let out a soft sigh and began speaking calmly. "I entered a deep meditative state to get stronger, as it was something I had been preparing for a long time. I left a note on my chest so no one would worry, and I asked Aurora to watch over my body. I didn't expect it to take this long, but the breakthrough I gained was significant. I'm now at late Great Grandmaster realm." He looked straight into her eyes and spoke in a sincere tone. "I'm sorry for making you worry, Lyra. I never intended to disappear for so long without telling you properly." Lyra stayed completely silent for a long moment after he finished. Then something changed. Gray. Her emerald eyes slowly turned red. Not red from tears, but the beautiful green shade actually changed into a deep, glowing shade of pure red. At the same time, her beautiful light brown hair began transforming, the color shifting into a brilliant, radiant golden hue, just like the faint golden strand she had before, but now dominant. What? She can already use a goddess descent? Jasmine's shocked voice rang inside Gray's head. Gray frowned deeply. Goddess descent was an extremely powerful divine ability that allowed the user to temporarily channel a little bit of the strength of their patron god. Lyra was the avatar of the 5 main gods, the strongest existences among them. If she was already able to use it, Elira? Gray swallowed hard. He could feel the terrifying mana fluctuations rolling off her body. Wait, she is already at the early king realm? Gray was beyond shocked. Her cultivation realm, which had somehow already reached the early king realm during his absence, was rising even further at a frightening speed. It kept climbing until it stabilized at the early sovereign realm, the same realm as both Gloria and Aurora. Gray. Lyra whispered his name, trembling with dangerous obsession as she leaned closer, her now golden hair cascading around them like a curtain. Her glowing red eyes bored into his with a scary and terrifying intensity. "If you ever disappear on me again without telling me, I'll chain you to my side so you can never leave me. You're mine and only mine. I don't care if I have to burn this entire world down to keep you with me." Lyra's glowing red eyes narrowed dangerously as she leaned even closer, her golden hair framing her face like a divine halo. "You can't leave me to go to another academy, Gray. I want to allow it." Gray quickly tried to calm her down. "Lyra, listen. Even if I move to Aurora's academy, I can come back every weekend through a portal. We can still meet regularly. I'll make sure of it. But Lyra wasn't satisfied at all. Her expression darkened further. She grabbed the front of his shirt with both hands, gripping it tightly as if afraid he might vanish again. Weekends? That is not enough, she hissed, her voice trembling with barely restrained emotion. I want to see you every single day, every morning, every night. I don't care about portals or weekends. I need you here, with me. She gritted her teeth, her red eyes flashing with both pain and obsession. It's your fault. It's all your fault for not telling me you would be gone for so long. When I heard you were in a meditative state, I thought you were in a coma. I thought you might never wake up again. Her breathing grew heavier, her grip on his shirt tightening until her knuckles turned white. Because of that, I gritted my teeth and trained like a madwoman every single day. I pushed myself until my body screamed. I bled, I cried, I broke my own limits over and over again. Also, I could become strong enough to protect you, so that if anything ever tried to take you away from me again, I could destroy it. She let out a shaky breath, her golden hair shimmering with suppressed power. And yesterday, I finally broke through to the early king realm. I was so proud. I couldn't wait to show you when you woke up. I wanted to run to you and tell you that I had become stronger for your sake. Her voice cracked slightly. Then today, the very next day, I hear that the person I love more than anything is standing in the headmistress's office, saying he is going to quit this academy. Lyra's eyes burned with terrifying intensity as she stared down at him. Do you have any idea how mad and terrifying I felt at that moment? The joy of finally seeing you return after waiting for almost half a year, completely shattered in an instant. I wanted to scream. I wanted to destroy everything around me. I wanted to chain you to this bed so you could never disappear on me again. She pressed her forehead against his, her glowing red eyes inches away from his own. And that's why you're not allowed to leave me, Gray. Her voice dropped into a dangerous whisper filled with obsessive love towards him. Her fingers trembled as they clutched his shirt even tighter, her entire body radiating the overwhelming power of the early sovereign realm. She is controlling her power extremely well. Even with a crazy Lyra in front of him, Gray still spotted something strange. She was controlling her power way too well. Usually, just a mana fluctuation from the early sovereign realm should been able to destroy the entire city, and yet, many fluctuations, but they are destroyed the moment they're about to cause some kind of damage. He frowned deeply. This meant that Lyra was already like this, an ISNT acting because of her emotions. But how? How come I didn't notice her true personality? He turned to the frame in the bedside table. That photo also proves it. After all, it must have been taken in secret, since I don't ever recall taking a photo with her while strolling the city streets. Lyra noticed his momentary distraction. Look at me. Her glowing red eyes narrowed as she shouted coldly. Before she could say anything more, Grace suddenly leaned forward, cupped her face with both hands, and kissed her lips strongly. MHHMM. He wrapped his arms tightly around her waist, locking her in place so she couldn't pull away. However, Lyra broke the kiss almost instantly. With frightening ease, she shattered his grip and pushed him back down onto the bed, her eyes madly glaring at him. That won't work on me anymore. Her voice was cold, trembling with barely contained obsession. She raised her right hand, and golden red mana began to swirl violently around her palm, forming the shape of a mana oath contract. I want you to swear right now, she said, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. You will never ever leave me. You will stay with me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You will stick to me like glue. You will never go to another academy. You will never disappear again without my permission. Swear it, Gray. Swear it on your soul. The mana oath hovered threateningly between them, waiting for his words to bind it. Gray looked at the swirling contract, then back at her glowing red eyes. He shook his head slowly. I refuse. Lyra's expression twisted with a mixture of pain and fury. I didn't expect my one true love to turn into a Yandere, Gray sighed inwardly. I don't know if I should be happy that she loves me this much. or annoyed about how I'm going to deal with her next. Chapter 290, Yandra Lyra 2. Why you? Lyra's glowing red eyes widened in disbelief for a split second before they burned with even greater intensity. Her golden hair seemed to flare with power as her expression twisted into something far more dangerous. You refuse? She whispered, her voice trembling. Then it cracked into something much louder, much scarier. You refuse. She slammed both hands on either side of his head, pinning him down on the bed as she leaned over him, her face mere inches away. Do you want to see how crazy I can really get? Gray, is that it? Her voice cracked with raw emotion as everything spilled out at once. I waited for you for almost half a year, every single day. I woke up wondering if today was the day you'd never open your eyes again. I trained until my bones cracked and my meridians bled because I was terrified that if something came for you, I wouldn't be strong enough to protect you. And the moment you wake up, the first thing you do is try to leave me. Tears of pure rage and pain welled up in her red eyes, but they didn't fall. Instead, they seemed to be burning. I love you so much it hurts. I love you so much that the thought of you being at another academy, even for one day, makes me want to destroy everything. I want to lock you in this room. I want to chain you to me. I want to carve my name into your soul, so no one else can ever have you. Is that what you want to see? Do you want to see me go completely insane for you? Inside Gray's mind, Jasmine's voice suddenly rang out with a mocking tone. Ha! Look at you. Your sweet little girlfriend turned into a full-blown Yandra. How does it feel, Mr. Law of Seduction? You conquered a goddess, but you can't handle one obsessed girl? Gray mentally shot back without missing a beat. At least I have a girlfriend. You're still a lone wolf who never even let anyone get close enough to become a male friend, let alone a boyfriend. Jasmine let out an indignant huff. Excuse me? I simply had higher standards. Unlike certain people who attract crazy women like magnets. The brief internal exchange only lasted a second, but it was enough. Lyra noticed the momentary distraction in Gray's eyes. Her expression darkened even further, becoming terrifyingly mad. Are you ignoring me? She hissed. Even now, while I'm pouring my heart out to you, while I'm right here, telling you how much I suffered. Her hands moved to grip his shoulders hard enough that the bed creaked beneath them. The mana around her surged violently, though she still kept it perfectly contained so it wouldn't destroy the room. Snap! Then, without warning, Lyra snapped her fingers. Gray's clothes suddenly tore apart with a sharp ripping sound, the fabric disintegrating into shreds that scattered across the bed. At the same time, golden red chains of pure mana materialized out of thin air, wrapping tightly around his wrists and ankles before slamming them down against the mattress, locking him in place. Wait, Lyra! Gray's panicked voice cut through the room. This scene was far too familiar. Back on his dream world, he also faced something close to a Yandra. It was a possessive, unhinged woman who had made an alarming, obsessive demand of him and refused to take no for an answer. Thankfully, that trial had ended right before things escalated. But Lyra didn't stop. Russell, she slowly rose, her glowing red eyes never leaving his face. With slow, deliberate movements, she began loosening her academy uniform. The fabric slipped off her shoulders first, revealing smooth, pale skin and the generous curves that had grown even more pronounced during his absence. Piece by piece, her clothing fell away until she was completely bare above him, her golden hair cascading down like a radiant curtain. Her body radiated both beauty and terrifying power. Lyra, calm down, Gray said, his voice tense as he tested the strength of the mana chains. Clink, clink. They didn't budge at all. Lyra leaned forward slowly, placing her hands on his bare chest. Her red eyes were half-lidded with dangerous obsession as she stared down at him. You don't get to tell me to calm down anymore, she whispered, her voice trembling with a mix of love and madness. You left me for months. You made me think I might lose you forever. You tried to leave me again today. She lowered herself until her bare breasts pressed against his chest, her lips brushing against his ear. So now, you're going to take responsibility. Her next words came out soft, possessive, and utterly resolute. Claim me, Gray. Make me yours completely right now. If you want to stay with me willingly, then I'll make sure you can never leave. It'll bind you to me, and it'll tie you to me with everything I have. You'll never be able to abandon me again. She pulled back just enough to look into his eyes, her golden hair framing her face like a divine Madonna, while her red gaze burned with unhinged devotion. Take responsibility for making me fall this deeply in love with you. Lyra didn't wait any longer. Rip! With a sharp snap of her fingers, the rest of Gray's clothes were torn apart by invisible blades of mana. The fabric shredded instantly, leaving him completely naked beneath her. At the same time, the golden red chains tightened further, pinning his limbs firmly to the mattress. Gray's heart sank. It's really going to happen. The worst thing is that he couldn't actually stop her. His cultivation was extremely low compared to hers at the moment, and even if he borrowed Jasmine's power, he still wouldn't be able to defeat her. The gap was simply too damn massive. The only realistic option he could think of was to incapacitate her without harming her permanently, not by chopping her neck, but by some other means. But even that carried a terrifying risk. If he made the wrong move right now, he could already picture the future scene so clearly. A little girl with golden brown hair running toward him, smiling brightly and calling out in a sweet voice, "Daddy!" And Lyra was standing beside her, looking at them with the happiest, most satisfied smile imaginable. It was a scene Gray could genuinely want, but definitely not right now. Just as those thoughts raced through his mind, Lyra hooked her fingers into her own underwear and slowly pulled it down. Gray's eyes narrowed slightly. A faint trace of red stained the fabric. "You're on your period?" he asked in a surprised tone. Lyra froze for a second, but then her red eyes flared with irritation. "So what?" she snapped sharply. "It doesn't matter. I don't care." She tried to continue, clearly intending to ignore it, but Gray spoke again in the most sincere and gentle tone ever. Lyra stopped. He looked straight into her glowing red eyes, his expression softening with genuine care. "It's okay. We can do this on any other day. Just not when you're on your period. It's not good for your body right now. You've already pushed yourself so hard these past months. Let me take care of you properly when you're feeling better." He paused, then added softly, "I'm not rejecting you. I'm not going anywhere. I just don't want to hurt you, even a little bit, especially not when you're already in pain." For a moment, the manic intensity in Lyra's red eyes flickered. Clink! The golden red chains around his limbs loosened slightly, though they didn't disappear completely. Drip, drip! Lyra's glowing red eyes suddenly lost their manic edge. The overwhelming pressure in the room eased as tears began to well up and spill down her cheeks. Her lower lip trembled as the Yandere intensity cracked, revealing the raw fear and pain underneath. I don't want to leave you," she whispered softly. "I'm so scared. I thought if you went to another academy, you would slowly forget about me, that you would meet new people and I would become someone from your past." She sniffled, golden hair falling messily over her bare shoulders. "Then I thought, if I join your new academy too, I could still be with you every day. We wouldn't have to be apart." Gray's expression turned serious the moment she said that. He instantly refused. "No, Lita, you can't do that." Before she could argue, he continued gently but firmly, cupping her tear-streaked face with both hands. "Attending Gloria Academy has always been your dream. You told me that yourself many times. Your brother is also there now, and you have so many friends who care about you. Throwing all of that away just to follow me, it wouldn't be right. I don't want you to regret it later." Lyra bit her lip, eyes still wet. "But then what about you?" She shot back with a trembling voice. "Isn't it the same thing? You're leaving everything behind, too." Gray remained silent for a moment, then spoke quietly. "Lyra, I'm sure you've realized it by now, but the people at Clementine's Sword and Magic Academy actually respect me. Unlike here, I'm definitely more fitted to be there." Lyra stared at him. She compared their situations in her mind, the way students and teachers treated Gray at Gloria versus how things were there. The difference was quite obvious. She slowly nodded, solemn and reluctant. "You're right," she admitted in a small voice. After a long, heavy silence, she finally accepted it. "Fine. I 1T transfer." Then her expression sharpened again. She wiped her tears roughly with the back of her hand and stared at him with renewed intensity. "But you really need to visit me every weekend, without missing a single one. If you skip even once, I'll come find you myself, and I 1TB this nice next time." Gray let out a small breath of relief and nodded. "I promise. Every weekend. I 1T miss any." The tension in Lyra's body finally melted. Her face softened into a genuine, albeit slightly shaky smile. Still completely naked, she collapsed forward and snuggled into his arms, burying her face against his chest. Gray gently wrapped his arms around her and patted her back soothingly, stroking her golden hair with slow, comforting motions. They stayed like that for a while, the chains finally dissolving as her emotions calmed. "Oh, and also," her voice suddenly turned colder again. Her hand slipped downward without warning and grabbed him firmly, causing Gray to freeze instantly. "If I smell any girl's scent on your body or clothes, grip," she squeezed threateningly. "It'll imprison you forever, or maybe even do something far worse." Gray didn't dare say no and simply nodded quickly. "Understood." Lyra hummed in satisfaction, her grip loosening as she nuzzled closer into his chest, still naked and clinging to him like a possessive kitten. Chapter 291, Meeting Celine. The next morning arrived quietly. Gray had already woken up early and was standing in one of the private reception rooms of Clementine's Sword and Magic Academy. The headmistress sat gracefully across from him, with her legs crossed, her long auburn hair cascading over one shoulder as she listened with a pleased smile. "I'll return on the first day of classes," Gray said calmly. "I need some time to settle things and speak with a few people." Aurora's vivid red eyes brightened with clear satisfaction. She nodded elegantly. "Very well. I'll handle all the enrollment procedures myself. You'll be placed directly into the second year without any issues." She paused for a moment, then added with a soft, meaningful tone, "Also, make sure to come back every Thursday. We'll continue mastering my sword art together. You still have a long way to go." Gray gave a small nod. "I understand. I'll be here every Thursday." Aurora's lips curved into a delighted smile, though the possessive glint in her eyes remained carefully hidden. "Perfect." After finishing the short discussion, Gray left the room and began walking down the quiet corridors of the academy. The morning sun filtered through the tall windows, casting long golden beams across the polished floors. As he walked, his thoughts drifted back to another person he needed to meet, Celine. After everything that had happened with her, he had genuinely said "I love you" to her. They had shared an unforgettable night together, and she had even revealed her rare half-mermaid form to him, something she had never shown anyone else. In Celine's eyes, he was already her boyfriend, her one and only. Gray wasn't sure how she would react to the news that he was now officially transferring to Aurora's academy, but he felt he owed her an explanation in person. He took the gate back to Gloria's city and started walking towards the academy. He had been granted permission by Gloria herself to enter the campus. He entreed the academy and started strolling through the familiar hallways until he reached the central garden area. "Gray?" A soft, melodic, and slightly playful voice called out from behind him, carrying a natural, seductive lilt. He turned around in complete surprise. After all, he was just looking for her. Celine stood a few meters away, her long, light blue hair flowing like gentle ocean waves down her back, shimmering under the morning light. Her light blue eyes sparkled with a mature, giddy excitement that made her look far more alluring than her actual age suggested. But compared to before, now there was some kind of innate seductiveness to her, probably meaning that she had made more contact with her mermaid form. Her lips curved into a coy, delighted smile as she tilted her head, one hand lightly playing with a strand of her hair. She took a graceful step closer, her mature figure swaying with natural elegance. Her voice came out sweet and teasing, dripping with that special affection she only showed Gray. "You're finally awake. I heard you were in deep meditation for months." She bit her lower lip playfully, her eyes half-lidded as she gazed at him. "I waited for you, you know. Every single day. I kept thinking about you." Gray glanced around the corridor, making sure no one was nearby, then spoke in a low voice. "Celine, let us go somewhere more private first." The moment the words left his mouth, Celine bit her lower lip, her light blue eyes gleaming with mischievous delight. A seductive little smile tugged at her lips as she clearly misunderstood his intentions. Without saying a word, she took his hand and led him through the academy grounds toward one of the secluded garden houses. It was a small, elegant pavilion surrounded by thick flowering bushes and rarely visited by students. The moment they stepped inside and the door clicked shut, Celine didn't hesitate. She pushed him against the wooden wall and kissed him forcibly, her soft, full lips crashing against his with urgent hunger. Gray was taken aback for half a second, but he quickly reciprocated, wrapping one arm around her waist and pulling her closer. Their kiss quickly turned fierce and deep. MMPH. Chop. Slurp. Celine moaned softly into his mouth as their tongues tangled passionately. Chop. MMMH wet. Obscene kissing sounds filled the small pavilion as saliva dripped from the corners of their joined lips. Her light blue hair brushed against his chest while her hands roamed greedily over his body, fingers slipping under his shirt to caress his skin. Russell Gray's free hand slid down to squeeze her hip, then moved up to cup the back of her neck, deepening the kiss even further. Their tongues danced hotly, saliva connecting them in messy strings whenever they briefly parted for air. Celine pulled back just enough to breathe, her light blue eyes soft and warm, their lips still close together. "I missed you so much," she whispered breathlessly, her voice sounding tender and emotional. "I missed your body, your touch, being close to you like this." Before she could lean in again, Gray gently but firmly stopped her, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Celine, wait. I didn't come to you for this, at least, not yet." Celine blinked, clearly disappointed, but she didn't pull away. She simply tilted her head, waiting. Gray exhaled slowly. "First of all, Lyra can't absolutely know about us. Not right now. She has become extremely possessive. If she finds out, things will get very complicated." Celine clicked her tongue in clear annoyance, though she understood the situation. She knew how much stronger Lyra had become in just a few months, so yeah, she knew better than to underestimate her. Fine, she muttered, though her arms still remained loosely wrapped around his neck. She pecked his lips once, then twice in quick, affectionate little kisses. "Then what did you call me here for?" she asked, her voice still carrying that seductive, giddy tone as she nuzzled closer. Gray looked at her seriously. "I'm quitting Gloria Academy and joining Aurora's Academy. I don't want to repeat the first year, so I'll be transferring starting next year." At those words, Celine's face dropped instantly. The playful, seductive smile vanished. Her light blue eyes widened with genuine sadness she couldn't conceal. Her arms around his neck loosened slightly as the weight of his words settled in. She stared at him in silence for a long moment, the giddy excitement from earlier completely gone. "You're really leaving?" Celine's light blue eyes dimmed with clear sadness after hearing the news. Her shoulders drooped slightly, the usual seductive playfulness fading into quiet disappointment. Thankfully, she was like Lyra, so Gray knew exactly how to handle her. Without saying a word, he reached up and gently removed the beautiful pearl earrings she always wore. The moment they left her ears, a soft shimmer ran across her body. Her long, light blue hair shifted as her ears transformed into delicate, beautiful mermaid-scaled ears, iridescent and slightly fin-like. At the same time, faint bluish-pink scales began to appear across her skin, shimmering like polished sea pearls under the sunlight filtering into the garden house. Her mature, seductive features became even more enchanting in this half-mermaid form. Gray gently cupped her scaled ears with both hands. stroking them tenderly with his thumbs. Every weekend, he whispered softly in her long ears, "I'll come back here just for you. We'll spend time together, just the two of us. I'll pamper you as much as you want. I'll spoil you rotten. Whatever you desire, I'll give it to you." He leaned in closer, brushing his lips against the sensitive skin just below her ear. "I'll make sure you never feel lonely." Celine's breathing hitched. Her sadness began to melt away as Gray gently nipped at her neck, sucking lightly on the soft flesh to leave a visible red mark. He knew she loved this. After marking her, he buried his face in her long, light blue hair, inhaling her sweet, oceanic scent deeply. Then he pulled back slightly to admire the fresh hickey on her neck and muttered against her skin, "Now, everyone will know that you already belong to someone." Her long mermaid ears fluttered cutely at his words. A soft, contented hum escaped her throat as the sadness in her eyes finally disappeared completely, replaced by a warm, giddy glow. Gray stroked her scaled cheek with his thumb, looking deeply into her eyes, which had shifted to a lovely pinkish hue because of her transformation. "I still need to tell the others," he said gently. "Can you gather everyone at the usual tavern? We can make it a sort of goodbye party. Well, not really a goodbye, since I'll still be here until the holidays end, but you get what I mean." Celine stared at him for a moment. Then her lips curved into a bright, seductive smile once again. All right, she quickly leaned forward and planted a firm, affectionate kiss on his lips, her scaled ears twitching happily. Moi Chapter 292. Celine's Hunger. I. Celine's pinkish eyes sparkled with sudden mischief as she pulled back just enough to look at him. Her scaled ears twitched playfully, and a seductive, almost predatory smile appeared on her face. Before Gray could say anything else, she pressed her body closer, her faint bluish-pink scales shimmering against his skin. "Before you leave, or do anything more," she purred, her voice dripping with that innate siren-like seductiveness she only showed him. "You first need to feed me, don't you?" She leaned in, lightly dragging her tongue along the side of his neck, leaving a wet trail. "It's been almost half a year, Gray. Do you have any idea how much I've been holding back?" It was at that moment Gray remembered a small detail about mermaids. Mermaids, especially those with siren blood, were notoriously lustful beings. Their desires ran deep and intense, and once awakened, they were incredibly difficult to satisfy. Celine had been waiting patiently for months, keeping her emotions in check the entire time he was in meditation. Now that he was finally in front of her again, the tension between them was unmistakable. Her light blue hair fell around them like a curtain as she leaned close, her heart pounding, her scaled hands sliding down his chest with teasing pressure. "I've been so good, waiting for you like a proper girlfriend," she whispered huskily, nipping at his earlobe. "But now that you're here, I am starving." Her pinkish eyes gleamed with unrestrained hunger as she looked up at him through her lashes, voice turning sweet yet dangerously needy. A rustle broke the silence as she suddenly pushed Gray down onto the cushioned bench, leaning over him with a flirtatious smile. "Aha," she murmured, her lips curving into a teasing grin. Gray already knew what was coming, and it made his breath hitch all the same. Her long, prehensile tongue slipped out, stretching far beyond normal limits. It snaked gracefully through the air and gently wrapped around an object he was holding. Even though he was used to it, the cool, slick surface sent a powerful jolt of surprise through him. The sensation was incredibly intense. It felt cool, yet burning, soothing, yet electrifying. Celine hummed happily as she opened her mouth wider, the thick, glowing cyan blue liquid pooling inside. The moment she drank it down, the special mermaid fluid spread warmly through her. "Ah,